In her previous life, she was deceived by a scoundrel and a treacherous woman, leading to her family's ruin and leaving her with a disability. For the sake of power, the scoundrel offered her as a gift to the powerful. Unwilling to endure such humiliation, she took her own life. Reborn before her marriage, she vowed to take revenge on the scoundrel and the treacherous woman without mercy. This time, she would protect her family. The scoundrel and the treacherous woman would face her wrath. Every conspiracy would be unraveled. As for the mysterious man who consistently aided her and stirred her heart, she declared, "Give up. I shall not surrender myself to you." A beautiful and clever heroine confronts a possessive and deranged male lead who loves her in both lifetimes. Chapter 1. Does the lady realize her mistake? In the 25th year of Anping, during spring, the peach blossoms in the western garden of the general's residence bloomed vibrantly, exuding life. Ning Yueshu gazed dreamily at the flourishing blossoms through the window until a woman's affected voice interrupted her thoughts. "Madam, the general has sent me to inquire if you recognize your mistake." Ning Yueshu blinked and calmly turned around. As she did, her long hair cascaded down, revealing a pale face and enchanting eyes. Despite her disheveled appearance and frail condition, her unparalleled beauty remained undeniable, invoking a sense of pity. Jiang Lanxin, upon seeing her, felt an intense jealousy. Although she too was beautiful, standing beside Ning Yueshu made her seem like mere mud beneath flowers. With a sardonic smile, Jiang Lanxin pressed, "Madam, do you acknowledge your mistake?" "I have done nothing wrong," Ning Yueshu replied coldly. Jiang Lanxin scoffed. "Why bother, madam? If you admit your wrongdoing in causing the general's child to perish, perhaps he will release you from confinement." Ning Yueshu shot her a derisive look. The general Jiang spoke of was the youngest and most formidable military deity of the Xia dynasty, her husband, Qin Baiyuan. Both women were aware that Jiang Lanxin had never been pregnant. She had deliberately set up the situation, feigned a fall, and fabricated a loss that never existed. Ning Yueshu glanced at her own legs, recalling how she had knelt for 7 days and nights before the emperor for Qin Baiyuan, moving him to compassion. It was only after a thorough investigation that the general's name was cleared. She had suffered an injury in the process, requiring assistance to walk. How could she confront Jiang Lanxin? The deception was glaring, yet Qin Baiyuan believed it. The scoundrel and the treacherous woman were truly a pair, one blind and the other malicious. Ning Yueshu spoke coldly. "Leave. I find you both repugnant. The tranquility of the western garden suits me well."
Bah.
"Ning Yueshu, what facade do you put on? You must be in agony within. I'll tell you, the general married you for his ambitions. I am his true love." Jiang Lanxin glared at Ning Yueshu, her expression twisted in malice. She could not rival Ning Yueshu's beauty or intellect. She was inferior in every way. How could Ning Yueshu maintain an air of calm when her husband was but a servant to her will? Jiang Lanxin's eyes gleamed with a sinister light as she taunted, "Ning Yueshu, did you know the general has a birthmark over his heart? You wouldn't, would you? Because you never light a lamp during your intimate moments. You're oblivious to the man you share your bed with." Ning Yueshu froze. Jiang Lanxin relished her moment of triumph, having ensured no one was around to overhear. Continuing her mocking tone, Jiang Lanxin declared, "The most beautiful woman in the Xia dynasty, how many men yearn to be close to you. But alas, you married early. Not to worry, with power and influence, one can enjoy the beauty for a night. What bliss! You speak nonsense." Ning Yueshu shot back, her pale face flushing with anger. Jiang Lanxin continued, "Madam, don't you find it strange? Each time you share a bed, you fall into a deep slumber, and the next day, the general is nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, he holds me tenderly, but never lays a hand on you. What kind of marriage is that? Madam, the general finds you repulsive. Who knows how many men have been with you? Ugh, just the thought makes me nauseous." Ning Yueshu clenched her fists, her mind racing. All the oddities from the past connected in a painful realization.
How dare Qin Baiyuan?
Jiang Lanxin, sensing her advantage, continued to stab at Ning Yueshu's heart with her venomous words. With glee, Jiang Lanxin sneered, "You don't need to admit your mistake. A nobleman has taken an interest in you. Once the general offers you to him, he can rise to the title of marquis. You, a wilted flower, are unworthy of the general. The position of marquis's wife is destined for me." Jiang Lanxin. She reveled in her own arrogance. Ning Yueshu pressed a hand to her chest, gasping for breath. Ning Yueshu gritted her teeth. "He won't. I am his legitimate wife. I cannot simply disappear without reason. The general's wife is often frail, unable to withstand the chill of spring, doomed to an early demise. You will be sent away as a mere concubine, perhaps to be discarded after a few days. Who would know the truth? Jiang Lanxin cackled. Madam, your family is extinct. You are the last. Once you die, no one will seek you out. Ning Yueshu lowered her gaze, her lips pressed tightly together as she asked, what of Qin Baiyuan? The general is busy welcoming the nobleman, planning the day to deliver you. Jiang Lanxin replied maliciously. Ning Yueshu inhaled deeply. She had been married to Qin Baiyuan for 5 years and knew how tirelessly he strived for success, willing to exchange his wife for a title, truly a ruthless man. Qin Baiyuan would not succeed. Ning Yueshu's expression darkened, and she spoke calmly to Jiang Lanxin. Since you have revealed so many secrets, let me share one with you. Come closer. What secret? Ning Yueshu, don't think you can deceive me. Jiang Lanxin eyed her suspiciously. Ning Yueshu smiled slightly. I can hardly rise from my bed. Do you really fear I can harm you? When did you become so timid? Jiang Lanxin's face contorted with rage as she glared at Ning Yueshu, yet she approached. Ning Yueshu urged, closer. Impatient, Jiang Lanxin leaned in. In a flash, a cold glimmer appeared, and Jiang Lanxin felt a chill at her neck. With a swift motion, blood gushed forth as Jiang Lanxin clutched her throat, collapsing in disbelief. Ning Yueshu had dared to kill her. I had long wished to do this, Ning Yueshu remarked, her gaze towards Jiang Lanxin filled with disdain. A faint smile graced her lips as she watched Jiang Lanxin struggle for breath, blood staining the floor. Ning Yueshu remained unfazed, casually wiping the blood from her dagger. Why had it come to this? They say one repays a life-saving grace with their own life. At 15, she saved Qin Baiyuan's life, and in turn, he risked everything to protect her family. She had no desire to enter the palace. Qin Baiyuan married her to preserve her freedom. Though she did not love him, she was grateful and endeavored to be a good wife. Yet, what resulted? The Ning family was annihilated by his ambition. Her parents, elder brother, second brother, and third sister were all dead, and she herself became a mere offering for Qin Baiyuan's rise. How infuriating! Ning Yueshu wished to slay Qin Baiyuan just as she had Jiang Lanxin, but her legs were crippled, and she was imprisoned. How could she exact her vengeance? Qin Baiyuan was not easily deceived. Ning Yueshu glanced at the now clean dagger, a smile creeping onto her face as she murmured, Aren't you supposed to present me to the nobleman? If I die, how will you explain? If you hope to attain the marquisate, you will not have an easy time. Qin Baiyuan, I curse you to an untimely demise. Upon finishing her words, Ning Yueshu remained composed, calmly gliding her hand across her neck before reclining on the bed with a smile. Amidst the pain, crimson spread, her vision blurred, and she faintly heard the sound of chimes drawing closer, resonating like a distant echo. The toll of a great bell jolted Ning Yueshu awake from her nightmare, cold sweat soaking her garments, leaving her in a daze. She stared blankly at her hands, questioning whether she was dead or alive. Miss, you had another nightmare? Do not fear, Wan is here. The maid in yellow rushed in, enveloping Ning Yueshu in a gentle embrace, softly patting her back. It was then that Ning Yueshu realized it was merely a nightmare. This marked the 5th time this month she had dreamt of her past life. Chapter 2. She has reborn. Indeed, it was her past life. Ning Yueshu vividly recalled the sting of the blade against her neck, the sensation of blood draining away, the harrowing approach of death. Her final memory was the sound of chimes, growing louder as they drew near. She recalled the Buddhist teachings of karma and rebirth. Thus, she vowed that if granted another chance, she would never wed Qin Baiyuan, nor allow the Ning family to face annihilation. She would ensure that those who harmed her and her family paid dearly. Neither Qin Baiyuan nor Jiang Lanxin would be spared. Upon opening her eyes again, she found herself reborn at the age of 15. That summer, she had devoted a month to fervent prayers at the temple for her elder brother's success in the imperial examinations. Miss, do you feel better? Would you like Wan to stay with you for the rest of the night? I will protect you and chase away the nightmares. The maid, Wan, cradled Ning Yueshu, her soft voice filled with concern. Ning Yueshu's thoughts were interrupted as she looked up at Wan. Wan was the maid she had personally chosen at the tender age of 6. Her gentle manner and cherubic form endeared her to Ning Yueshu, who had even named her. In her past life, Wan had protected her until the very end. It was Wan who had rushed to drink the poisoned cup meant for her, suffering excruciating pain for an entire night before succumbing. Jiang Lanxin had then deceitfully told Qin Baiyuan that she had poisoned Wan to silence her, and he believed her. Such treacherous beings deserved 1,000 tortures. Gazing at the living Wan, Tears welled in Ning Yueshu's eyes. Ruan, sensing her distress, hurriedly consoled her. Do not cry, dear miss. Rian is here. I will drive away the nightmares. With that, Ruan pretended to punch and kick the air. Ning Yueshu chuckled, wiping her tears as she replied, It's all right, Ruan. I wasn't crying from the nightmare, it was just the wind in my eyes. Oh, that is a relief. Ruan sighed in relief, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Ruan stayed by Ning Yueshu's side throughout the night, though her gentle snores kept Ning Yueshu from finding rest. After her rebirth, one thought consumed her mind: to return home. At this moment, her parents had not yet encountered misfortune, her elder brother had not been poisoned, and her second and fourth brothers had not perished on the battlefield. Her third sister was also well. She longed for them dearly. However, the torrential summer rains had washed away the mountain paths, rendering travel impossible. This had happened in her past life as well. She had to wait a month before she could embark on her journey home. Her elder brother's success in the examinations was a joyous occasion for the family. It should have been a time of celebration, yet calamity struck. On the way back, they encountered bandits, and the guards were slain. Though Ning Yueshu and Ruan managed to escape, she had accidentally struck her head, resulting in blindness, a condition that took half a year to remedy. Blindness was treatable, but the problem arose when she saved the scoundrel Qin Bai Yuan during her period of blindness, leading to a cascade of misfortunes. Ning Yueshu's expression darkened as she removed a hairpin from her hair, her fingertips brushing against its sharp tip. She had sharpened it for several days, ensuring it could pierce a heart. Ning Yueshu had devised a plan. First, to eliminate the bandits and prevent her previous misfortune. If she encountered Qin Bai Yuan, she would send him to meet the king of hell ahead of time. The thought filled her with anticipation. Time passed, and the day arrived for Ning Yueshu to descend the mountain. She donated a generous sum of incense money, securing the escort of several young and robust monks to accompany her down. The road, repaired after the downpour, was uneven and bumpy, causing the carriage to sway, which was somewhat irritating and made her sleepy. Yet, Ning Yueshu remained composed and alert, her fingers fiddling with the hairpin in her sleeve. She reflected on the memories of her past life, her gaze drifting outside the carriage window until she recognized a familiar place. Stop the carriage. Ning Yueshu commanded. What is it, miss? Ruan and the guards outside inquired. Lowering her eyes, Ning Yueshu responded coldly. I sense something amiss here. You should scout ahead with caution. Understood, Mississippi. The guards turned to call the monks to investigate, leaving a few behind to protect the carriage. Observing the halt, a man in black atop a distant tree frowned. Why had they stopped? At that moment, chaos erupted ahead. The guards hurried back, alarmed, shouting, It's bad. Bandits are attacking. Quickly, protect the miss. Panic ensued among the guards, while the monks remained unfazed, accustomed to dealing with bandits, drawing their staffs and advancing. Inside the carriage, Ruan peered outside, her face paling as she turned back, exclaiming, Miss, we've encountered bandits. Let's flee. I will protect you. Do not fear, Ning Yueshu reassured her, giving her a comforting smile. For some reason, seeing her mistress's calm demeanor instilled confidence in Ruan. Just as she was momentarily transfixed, Ning Yueshu lifted the curtain and stepped out. Ruan gasped in horror, Miss. She hurried after her, only to find Ning Yueshu standing calmly beside the carriage, observing the turmoil with an impassive gaze. Ruan rushed forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Ning Yueshu. Seeing this, a smile curved Ning Yueshu's lips. In her past life, not a single guard had survived. Only Ruan had steadfastly shielded her. They had escaped, but she had been unfortunate enough to fall and injure herself, leading to blindness, and she had even saved that scoundrel Qin Bai Yuan. This time it would be different. The monks, trained in martial arts since childhood, were robust and strong, pushing the bandits back with ease. Ning Yueshu's lips curved in a smile as she playfully pinched Ruan's cheek, saying, Look, Ruan, the big monk is so formidable. We are safe. Miss, be careful. Ruan suddenly exclaimed, her expression shifting. A bandit had stealthily approached from behind, brandishing a knife aimed at Ning Yueshu. A guard faltered, failing to intercept the bandit. As the bandit leered at Ning Yueshu, reaching out with a lewd grin, she remained unperturbed, her sharp hairpin at the ready. With a swift thrust, blood splattered, a few drops staining Ning Yueshu's skirt, a vivid red against the fabric. The bandit's expression froze, his head slumping as he tumbled down. Ruan shrieked and turned away in fright. Only Ning Yueshu, astonished, met the gaze of the man. His eyes were cold and frenzied, reminiscent of a cruel, bloodthirsty wolf. Though a hint of restraint flickered in his gaze when it met Ning Yueshu's, it still exuded an aggressive aura, akin to a hungry wolf fixating on a delicate rabbit. Ning Yueshu could see only his eyes, as the man's features were obscured by a mask. He uttered not a word, simply crossed past Ning Yueshu, advancing toward the fray. Her gaze followed him, witnessing his sword rise and fall, each strike claiming a life. Qin Bai Yuan, a general, could never slay with such decisiveness and finesse. In mere blinks, every bandit lay defeated. After shaking the blood from his blade, the man in black turned back, his eyes softening as he regarded Ning Yueshu from a distance. He wore a slight smile, as if having released his pent-up rage, his mood considerably improved. The man in black looked at Ning Yueshu and said, "My lady, I have saved you. Will you offer yourself to me in gratitude?" Chapter 3. Rescued by an incomparable beauty to offer oneself? Ning Yueshu instantly recalled some unpleasant memories, her beautiful and delicate face cooling down. She coldly questioned him, "Who are you?" "The beauty. You must first answer my question before I respond to yours." The man in black replied with a smile, his gaze deeply fixed upon Ning Yueshu. The emotions in his eyes conveyed a sense of determination towards her, yet there was a cautious depth to them. Ning Yueshu's expression grew colder, and she stated, "Thank you for saving me, but I cannot offer myself in return, indeed. You don't even dare to show your face, so what right do you have to expect my lady to offer herself? What if you are an unattractive person?" Wan exclaimed in frustration. Wan, Ning Yueshu said helplessly, looking at her. Was that the point? Regardless of the man's appearance, she could never repay a life debt by offering herself. Suddenly, the sound of a sword being sheathed reached her ears. Ning Yueshu looked up to see the man in black turning to leave. She hurriedly called out, "Wait! You haven't told me your name. You saved me, and the Ning family will surely repay you. Perhaps next time. You have wounded my heart. I shall tell you then, for we shall meet again," the man said, his back turned to Ning Yueshu. His eyes were dark and somber, and his deep voice carried a hint of sorrow, as if he felt abandoned by her. However, when he mentioned their next encounter, his tone lightened. The man moved swiftly, disappearing in the blink of an eye, leaving Ning Yueshu in a state of confusion and bewilderment. Had she truly wounded his heart? Surely it could not be for refusing to offer herself. If it were someone else, she would consider them shameless. Yet, the impression left by the man in black was one of curiosity and confusion. Who was he? This man did not exist in her previous life. "Miss, he has left. Stop looking," Wan said, her voice trembling as she glanced at the corpse on the ground. The man's actions had been excessively ruthless, and Wan regretted questioning him earlier. Fearing the man might return to trouble them, she tugged at Ning Yueshu's sleeve, urging, "Miss, let's leave quickly." Ning Yueshu shook her head. "Wait, I need to go to a place." "Where are you going, miss?" Wan asked, unable to stop Ning Yueshu, and could only anxiously follow, calling for the monks to protect them. Ning Yueshu walked along the path in the woods, her memories guiding her deeper into the forest. As she progressed, she saw the shadows of her past self and Wan fleeing, the small slope where she had accidentally fallen, and the stone that had caused her amnesia. A sigh of relief escaped her. Thankfully, she had avoided it in this life. The bandits had committed numerous atrocities. Their deaths were a service to the people. She had also preserved her sight. Only that scoundrel Qin Bai Yuan remained. "Miss, don't move. There's a dead person ahead." Wan suddenly yanked Ning Yueshu back, her tone filled with panic. Ning Yueshu's heartbeat quickened.
Boom, boom, boom.
Excitement surged within her as she was on the verge of avenging her grievances. Ning Yueshu spotted a man lying by the roadside. Dressed elegantly, he lay bloodied among the withered leaves and twigs, yet his noble demeanor remained unshaken. Ning Yueshu paused, feeling a sense of unease. Qin Bai Yuan, a descendant of a military family, typically dressed in a practical manner, he wouldn't ordinarily wear such opulence except for royal banquets. In her previous life, she had met Qin Bai Yuan when she was already blind and had no knowledge of his attire. But Ning Yueshu was certain it was him. As she took a few steps forward, she saw the man's face buried in the grass. Without Qin Bai Yuan, her parents, elder brother, second brother, third sister, and fourth brother would not have met such a tragic end. Without Qin Bai Yuan, she would not have endured humiliation, nor would she have been offered as a gift to please the powerful. Without Qin Bai Yuan, those horrific events would not have transpired. Ning Yueshu's gaze turned icy with hatred as she clutched her hairpin tightly, searching for the right angle. Qin Bai Yuan was strong. Her strike needed to be lethal. Ning Yueshu possessed some medical knowledge. Her eyes focused on Qin Bai Yuan's neck. In her previous life, she had killed Jianglan Xian, and her experience would not fail her now. As she crouched down, just as she was poised to strike, the gravely injured man suddenly groaned and stirred. Ning Yueshu froze, fearing she would miss her chance, and hastily thrust the hairpin down. Just then, the man turned his head, and the pin brushed against his hair before plunging into the earth. With the man's movement, a face that could cause the downfall of nations came into view, and Ning Yueshu was stunned. How could it not be Qin Bai Yuan?
Who was he?
Miss, why are you drawing your pin? Wan timidly asked from behind. Ning Yueshu snapped back to reality and immediately discarded the pin, explaining, I thought he didn't seem like a good person, just in case. But Mississippi Wan gazed dreamily at the man on the ground, murmuring, he looks just like a celestial being. So handsome. Ning Yueshu remained silent, observing the man. If this face belonged to a woman, she would undoubtedly be the reincarnation of Bao Si or the rebirth of Daji. As a man, this face was equally captivating. Yet, regardless of who he was not the scoundrel Qin Bai Yuan. Ning Yueshu felt a surge of confusion and disbelief. Where was Qin Bai Yuan? Had she not saved him in her previous life? Suddenly, a hand grasped the hem of Ning Yueshu's skirt, and the man, pale as a ghost, opened his eyes and pleaded, help, save me. Ning Yueshu stared blankly at the man. The moment he opened his eyes, she felt an inexplicable familiarity. However, it was only a fleeting sense of recognition. Upon looking again, the man was on the verge of death, weakly pleading for help, evoking a sense of pity. That moment of familiarity felt like an illusion. Save me. The man's voice grew weaker, and he fainted again, yet his grip on Ning Yueshu's skirt did not loosen. Wan rushed over to pull him away, but could not detach his hand. She turned, distressed, asking, Miss, what do we do now? Take him with us, Ning Yueshu said, her emotions a complex mix as she stood up, taking a half step only to realize the man still clung to her skirt. Just as Ning Yueshu hesitated over whether to cut a portion of her skirt to free herself, the man loosened his grip. How fortuitous. Ning Yueshu eyed the man suspiciously, doubting whether he was truly unconscious. Miss, he's lost a lot of blood. Will he die? Wan reached out and touched the blood, her expression instantly filled with alarm. Ning Yueshu then noticed the man's head was bleeding profusely. The injury was severe, and it was a miracle he was still alive. How could he have the strength to feign unconsciousness? Ning Yueshu bit her lip and stepped back, calling for the monks to carry the man away. She had to bring him back. She needed answers. In her previous life, she had saved that scoundrel Qin Bai Yuan. How could he have turned into someone else? Who was this man? And what of the man in black earlier? Why had everything changed so drastically from her previous life? Ning Yueshu felt a headache coming on, yet she remained unfazed, for good fortune had still befallen her. In this rebirth, she had dealt with the bandits, avoided a head injury that could have led to blindness, and saved an extraordinarily handsome man who could bring ruin to nations. The scoundrel Qin Bai Yuan was utterly revolting. Not encountering him made her feel refreshed. Having returned to this life and altered so much meant Ning Yueshu now had the opportunity to protect her family and avert the tragic fate of her previous life. She would not let any scoundrels or vile women escape unscathed. Chapter 4. Homecoming. Her loved ones are still alive. Ning Yueshu's home is in Yunqiu Town. On the bumpy road to Yunqiu Town, Ning Yueshu gazes blankly at the man lying in the carriage. Wan enthusiastically wipes the man's face clean, revealing an extraordinarily handsome visage that exudes an irresistible charm. With her hands cupping her cheeks, Wan curiously asks Ning Yueshu, Miss, how could such a celestial figure appear in our remote Yunqiu town? Ning Yueshu shakes her head, at a loss for an answer. Wan presses on, Miss. Who do you think he is? Why is he so gravely injured? If we hadn't saved him, he would surely have perished. With a sigh, Ning Yueshu pinches Ruan's chubby cheeks and replies, Ruan, your young mistress cannot predict the future. I cannot fathom it either. Oh, Ruan mumbles, rubbing her face, finally falling silent. Ning Yueshu continues her reverie as they approach the gate of the Ning residence. Miss, we are home. Ruan's cheerful voice pulls Ning Yueshu from her thoughts. Look, father, mother, and eldest brother are all waiting at the door for you. Ning Yueshu snaps back to reality and eagerly jumps down from the carriage. Shu Bao. Ning Yueshu's impulsive action startles her family. They rush towards her, with her eldest brother, Ning Junemo, frowning in concern, gently admonishing, Shu Bao, what if you fall? Shu Bao, you are being reckless. Scolds her second brother, Ning Yueshu, furrowing his brow. Third sister Ning Yueshu clutches her heart, eyes glistening with tears, exclaiming, Shu Bao, are you trying to scare me to death? Shu Bao, let me see you. Fourth brother Ning Junqi hops in frustration, unable to push through. Ning Lao Yi and Ning Fu Ren find it difficult to squeeze in among the younger ones, anxiously peering from behind. Seeing her concerned family, Ning Yueshu feels her eyes welling with tears. They are all alive. This is a blessing. She must not cry. Finally, a smile graces her lips as she explains, I'm sorry, I was wrong, but I missed mother and father, as well as eldest brother, second brother, third sister, and fourth brother so dearly. We missed you too. You've lost weight after a month apart. Come inside quickly. Third sister has made your favorite peach blossom pastries. I bought you a beautiful dress and some hairpins. Amidst the joyful commotion, they escort Ning Yueshu into the house. Ning Lao Yi and Ning Fu Ren exchange glances. The lady enters first, leaving Ning Lao Yi to fixate on Wan. In a stern voice, Ning Lao Yi questions, has the young lady been wronged? Were you bullied? Speak up. Ning Lao Yi is perceptive. He notices his precious Shu Bao's effort to stifle her tears, sensing something is amiss. Old master, we encountered bandits on our way back. Wan recounts everything to Ning Lao Yi, albeit omitting the part about the man in black demanding that the young lady offer herself. Ning Lao Yi's expression shifts to one of shock and fear, his face paling. Thank goodness his Shu Bao is unharmed, otherwise he cannot bear to imagine what might have happened. He feels immensely grateful to the monk and the mysterious hero who saved her. Ning Lao Yi rushes to thank the monk, promising a generous donation, then instructs the guards to escort the monks to rest. Finally, he approaches the carriage to look at the person his Shu Bao rescued. Upon seeing the man's face, Ning Lao Yi freezes, inhaling sharply. How could it be him? Swiftly, he pulls down the curtain to shield the man, glancing around to ensure no one is watching before commanding the coachman, take him to the east courtyard, and have the steward fetch a doctor. This matter must remain confidential. The coachman complies, leading the carriage to the back entrance. Wan curiously inquires, Old master, do you know him? I do not. Ning Lao Yi retorts sternly, Wan, what do you know? Hurry, and tend to your young mistress. Startled, Wan bows and rushes inside to find her mistress. Meanwhile, Ning Lao Yi stands in place for a moment, his brow furrowed deeply. How could it be him? What brings him to Yunxiu town, and how did he end up in such a state? Who did this to him? As he ponders, he makes his way back, burdened with heavy thoughts. No matter what, he must ensure the man is revived. Nothing must happen in Yunxiu town or within his home. Upon reaching the exterior of Ning Yueshu's Farong Pavilion, Ning Lao Yi stands for a moment, collecting his emotions before entering with a beaming smile. Inside, he sees everyone gathered around Ning Yueshu and immediately adopts a serious tone, clearing his throat. What are you all doing crowding around Shu Bao? Step aside. Don't suffocate her. At his words, Ning Junmo and his siblings feign respect as they step back, secretly grumbling. He just wants to claim the best spot for himself. Ning Yueshu looks up at her father, sweetly calling, Father. Shu Bao is so well behaved. Ning Lao Yi approaches, affectionately ruffling Ning Yueshu's hair, his heart aching for her. Not wanting her to relive the fright, Ning Lao Yi refrains from mentioning the bandits, instead softening his tone to coax, Shu Bao is home now. Rest well. Your elder brother has passed the imperial examination, and you should dress beautifully and happily for the celebration. Yes. It was kind of you to save someone, but ultimately, there are distinctions between men and women. This matter is for your father to handle. You need not concern yourself with it. Ning Lao Yi gently reassures her. As Ning Yueshu is about to agree, she suddenly pauses, realizing she cannot simply ignore it. She still has not ascertained the man's identity. Why is it not that scoundrel Qin Bai Yuan? Why him? However, seeing her father's concerned eyes, she recalls how he had exhausted himself for her in her previous life, and obediently nods. All right, Shu Bao will listen to father. At this moment, Ning Junmo and the others realize Ning Yueshu had saved someone and begin to inquire about the situation. Yet, they barely exchange a few words before being dismissed by Ning Lao Yi as irrelevant. The family remains with Ning Yueshu for dinner at Farong Courtyard, and as night falls, they reluctantly bid farewell. However, as soon as they depart, Ning Yueshu changes into a more comfortable dress. Wan, bewildered, asks Miss, are you going out again? Ning Yueshu counters with a question, Wan, where his father arranged for him to stay. The East Courtyard. The East Courtyard? Ning Yueshu pauses, realizing that whenever her father has a secret, he hides it in the east courtyard. Why would he place a stranger there? Could it be that father knows him? Confusion swirling in her mind, she declares, I must go to the east courtyard. But miss, the old master said that men and women should not have close contact, and you promised him you wouldn't interfere. Wan pulls at Ning Yueshu's sleeve.
Protesting.
Ning Yueshu smiles, pinching Ruan's cheek, and replies, if you don't say anything and I don't say anything, how would father know?
Right.
Wan nods, acknowledging her mistress's reasoning. Yet, she still cannot fathom why they must go tonight rather than during the day. Is there a chance the man could escape? Chapter 5. Amnesia? Is he faking it? In the east courtyard of the Ning residence, Ning Yueshu and Wan quietly approach. Peering to see two guards stationed at the entrance, both of whom are personal servants to Ning Laoyi. Ning Yueshu finds it increasingly peculiar. Why is father guarding him, as if he were a treasure? Miss, there are guards. Should we not return? Wan tugs at Ning Yueshu's sleeve, urging her to reconsider. Ning Yueshu shakes her head. She recalls from her previous life that the man they rescued only stayed at the Ning residence for one night before quietly leaving upon waking. At that time, the household was in a frenzy over her own injury, leaving no one to attend to the man she saved. Later, Qin Baiyuan sought her out, repeatedly expressing his gratitude for her life-saving intervention. Ning Yueshu had always believed that she had rescued this scoundrel, Qin Baiyuan. However, after her rebirth, the situation had changed. Ning Yueshu found herself perplexed, unsure whether it was her rebirth that caused this transformation, or if it stemmed from another reason. The most effective way to ascertain the truth was to observe tonight whether the man would depart or remain. As for the young servant stationed at the entrance, Ning Yueshu smirked and turned to Ruan, imploring her for assistance. Ruan, looking bewildered, stared at her mistress. Before long, a loud thump echoed from a distance, prompting the two young servants at the door to exchange glances. Subsequently, Ruan cried out for help. Is there anyone?
Please save me.
One of the young servants swiftly approached to assess the situation. Soon, he returned to report to his companion. It is the fifth Mrs. Maid. She has sprained her ankle and needs to be carried back. I cannot manage this alone. With both young servants gone, Ning Yueshu seized the opportunity, lifting her skirts and hastening into the east courtyard. The east courtyard was secluded, enveloped in an eerie ambience under the moonlight and flickering candlelight. Ning Yueshu remained remarkably composed. She had taken a life before and had even faced death herself. What was there to fear? Pressing against the door, she leaned in to listen for any sounds within. Silence prevailed. She pushed the door open and was taken aback to find the bedchamber empty. Had the person already left? Was it truly him? In her previous life, the one she had saved was also him, not Qin Baiyuan? How did Qin Baiyuan know, and why did he insist on repaying her? An overwhelming number of mysteries loomed over her. The tragic demise of her family in her past life and her own fate weighed heavily on Ning Yueshu. Biting her lip, she cast one last glance at the vacant bed before turning to return to Farong Pavilion. However, as she pivoted, she collided with something solid. What was that? So firm. Ning Yueshu raised a hand to her forehead while her other hand instinctively brushed against the hard, muscular chest. Quite an impressive sensation.
Wait.
Ning Yueshu looked up, meeting the gaze of the man. His face, notorious for its charm, appeared hazy in the candlelight, exuding an alluring and sinister aura. His deep, dangerous eyes ensnared Ning Yueshu's figure like an abyss. Startled, she instinctively took a step back, only to be grasped by the man's wrist. He was burning hot. The heat radiating from him sent her heart racing. Ning Yueshu gritted her teeth. Let go. Were you the one who saved me? The man blinked, his enchanting visage suddenly clouding with confusion, his aggressively piercing eyes turning innocent. Ning Yueshu realized that his grip was too strong for her to escape. Irritated, she insisted. I saved you, now release me. I won't. I remember nothing. If I let you go, what if you disappear? He replied, his voice rich with magnetism, sultry and beguiling, yet tinged with a sense of vulnerability. Ning Yueshu was momentarily taken aback, her mouth agape. You don't remember? The man nodded, his expression profoundly pitiful. What is your name? Why did you come to Yunqiu town? And why were you injured by the roadside? You remember none of this? Ning Yueshu pressed on, her brow furrowing. The man blinked, tilting his head in thought before clutching his head in distress. My head hurts. I can't remember anything. Don't move. Ning Yueshu grasped the man's hand, observing the bandage wrapped around his head. She recalled that he had suffered a severe injury, bleeding profusely. Surviving was already a stroke of luck. Losing his memory was a minor issue. Yet, Ning Yueshu felt frustrated. Facing an amnesiac, she couldn't extract any information, leaving her at a loss. The man, still holding onto her hand, looked at her earnestly and declared, "You saved me. I believe someone once said that a life-saving grace cannot be repaid." Enough. A chill ran down Ning Yueshu's spine. The scoundrel Qin Baiyuan had uttered those very words. The notion of offering herself in return made her feel nauseated. The man's gaze dimmed slightly, his tone growing more pitiful as he queried, "Would being a bodyguard be acceptable?" Ning Yueshu was momentarily taken aback. "A bodyguard?" The man nodded, a smile breaking through his expression. "Though I have forgotten. I remember that I possess skills. I can be your bodyguard, protect you, and repay your kindness. How about that?" Ning Yueshu shook her head. "You don't even know who you are, and are in no condition to protect me. Let go of me. I need to rest." The man, however, did not release her. He looked at her with a forlorn expression, saying, "Could you give me a name?" He appeared determined not to let her leave without one. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Yueshu sincerely replied, "I hope you recover your memory soon. I'll call you a Fu."
All right.
A Fu's face lit up with a smile. And at last he released her hand. Fearing the return of the young servants, Ning Yueshu hurriedly departed. Unbeknownst to her, a Fu watched her retreating figure until she was out of sight, his expression shifting from innocent to deep and dangerous, brimming with aggression. With a smirk, a Fu thought,
Amnesia?
he was merely pretending. Suddenly, a man in black appeared without a sound, kneeling before a Fu and presenting an object with both hands, whispering, "Master, I have retrieved the item." A Fu took it into his grasp, playing with it thoughtfully. If Ning Yueshu were present, she would instantly recognize it as her hairpin. Originally intended as a weapon. Did his beloved wish to kill him? No matter. He bore her no grudge, for he understood whom Ning Yueshu truly wished to slay. Contemplating certain individuals, a bloodthirsty killing intent flickered in a Fu's eyes. Those who had harmed his beloved must perish. A Fu spoke, his voice icy. "Is everything arranged?" "Yes."
Master.
"Cui Yuhai will arrive at Ning Manor tomorrow," the man in black reported. A Fu chuckled softly, his gaze tender as it lingered on the hairpin, muttering, "Excellent. Cui Yuhai's arrival is quite timely. He is my first gift for my beloved." Cui Yuhai, the fiancé of Ning Yueshu's third sister, was also affiliated with Qin Baiyuan, a scoundrel who had mercilessly beaten Ning Yueshu's third sister to death while intoxicated, causing her immense grief. A Fu pondered for a moment before addressing the hairpin. "My dear, how would you like him to meet his end?"
Achoo.
Ning Yueshu returned to Farong Pavilion, sneezing as she lay down, her mind swirling with thoughts. She had dreamt again, but this time it was not a nightmare. It was a gratifying dream of vengeance. In her dream, she laughed, reveling in the sweet taste of retribution. Chapter 6. The scoundrel brother-in-law makes his entrance after a night of pleasant dreams. She awoke with no memory of the dream's details, only a vague recollection of someone aiding her in avenging her grievances, ensuring that all the wicked received their due punishment, exhilarating and joyous. Sunlight streamed through the window, and Ning Yueshu raised a hand to shield her face, reluctant to rise. The dream had been too delightful. She longed to savor it a little longer. Miss, you must awaken. The sun is already high, and you cannot sleep any longer." Wan Ruan's persistent calls pierced through. Ning Yueshu rolled over, playfully whining, "Oh, Wan Ruan, let me rest a bit longer."
Miss.
Wan Ruan, exasperated, gently nudged Ning Yueshu. "Guests have arrived. The master, madam, and the young master have all gone to welcome them. You truly cannot sleep any longer." At last, Ning Yueshu removed her hand, squinting as she inquired, "Guests?"
Who are they?
Wan Wan replied, "It's the third Mrs. Fiancé, young master Cui Yuhai. He has come to congratulate the eldest young master on his success in the imperial examinations. I heard he brought many gifts this time. The gatekeeper took quite a long time to register them." Ning Yueshu immediately sat up, her delicate face icy. She asked again, "Wan Wan, did you just say that Cui Yuhai has arrived?" Yes. A glint of fury and murderous intent flashed in Ning Yueshu's eyes. Cui Yuhai, a despicable and lecherous scoundrel. He pretended to be a gentleman in front of them, yet behind their backs, he indulged in licentious behavior and preyed upon young girls. In their previous lives, They had been deceived, marrying their third sister to him, only to discover his true nature. But it was too late. Their third sister was confined in his household, tormented daily, until he drunkenly beat her to death. Cui Yuhai was still in league with Qin Bai Yuan.
Miss.
What's wrong? Your complexion looks dreadful. Are you unwell? I'll fetch a doctor, right away. Wan Wan had never seen Ning Yueshu with such an expression before. She felt a mix of fear and concern. Surely, her mistress was unwell, which was why her face appeared so terrifying. Ning Yueshu grasped Wan Ruan's hand, shaking her head with a faint smile that blossomed like spring, captivatingly beautiful. I'm fine. There's no need to summon a doctor. Wan Ruan, please assist me in changing my attire promptly so we do not keep our guests waiting. The emphasis on the word guests did not escape notice. On her list of revenge in this rebirth, Cui Yuhai's name was inscribed. In this life, she must prevent her third sister from marrying him. Then, she would ensure that this scoundrel paid dearly for his sins. In the front courtyard of Ning Mansion, at Yunsong Pavilion, Ning Yueshu gazed at the plaque, inscribed by her grandfather, embodying the grandeur of a renowned scholar. At this moment, her grandfather was still in Jiangnan discussing literature with friends, and no matter how much she missed him, she could not see him. Miss, shall we enter? Let us go. As Ning Yueshu stepped into Yunsong Pavilion, the atmosphere within was harmonious, with smiles adorning everyone's faces. Old Master Ning, seated at the head, immediately spotted Ning Yueshu and joyously exclaimed, Xu Bao is here. Come, sit here. Ning Junmo and the others promptly stood, gazing at Ning Yueshu with tenderness and affection, offering her their seats. Finally, Ning Yuru approached, taking Ning Yueshu's hand and guiding her to sit beside her. With a gentle voice, she expressed her delight. Xu Bao, sit next to me. At her words, Ning Junmo and the others sat down dejectedly, sighing in regret. Cui Xianzi, please forgive my children for their antics. Old Master Ning chuckled, shaking his head at his children who had snatched away their sister. Cui Yuhai quickly replied, not at all. In such a warm atmosphere, I can only envy my little cousins. Though his words were sweet, his heart was filled with disdain. Claiming to be a gentleman of the elite, yet lacking any decorum, they were no better than rustic villagers, unworthy of the spotlight. Were it not for the benefits associated with the Ning family, he wouldn't have bothered to visit the remote and dilapidated Yunxiu town. As Cui Yuhai cast disdainful glances, his focus shifted to Ning Yuru, muttering to himself that the beautiful woman was indeed worth the trip. Then, his gaze froze upon Ning Yueshu. How beautiful! At 15, Ning Yueshu resembled the most exquisite flower, poised to bloom, enticingly alluring. Ning Yuru's gentle elegance became but a backdrop beside Ning Yueshu. Cui Yuhai's eyes deepened as he watched the two sisters seated closely. Ning Yuru blushed, awkwardly lowering her head and tugging at Ning Yueshu's sleeve. Despite their betrothal, Cui Yuhai's behavior was too audacious. Ning Yueshu offered Ning Yuru a reassuring smile, yet felt the intensity of the gaze upon her grow more blatant. Furrowing her brow, Ning Yueshu raised her eyes to scrutinize Cui Yuhai boldly. Physically, he appeared to be the adopted son of the left minister, dressed in finery, a dashing young man. However, Ning Yueshu was acutely aware of the foulness and depravity lurking beneath his exterior. Upon meeting her gaze, Cui Yuhai smiled charmingly, his demeanor handsome and gentle. Any ordinary young lady might have found her heart fluttering uncontrollably. But Ning Yueshu maintained her icy facade, unceremoniously questioning, Cui Gongzi, you have yet to wed my third sister. Is it not rather shameless of you to stare at her so intently? At her words, all eyes turned to Cui Yuhai. He was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a direct confrontation. However, he quickly regained composure, smiling apologetically. I apologize. I have overstepped. Please forgive me, Sister Yuru and Sister Yueshu. The manner in which he addressed her repulsed Ning Yueshu. With a glimmer in her eye, she pivoted the conversation, feigning a spoiled demeanor. I might forgive you. I caught a whiff of a faint fragrance on you when you arrived. Did you bring some rouge as a gift for my sister? If so, I shall consider it an apology. Cui Yuhai stiffened at her words. He had initially found Yunxiu town lacking in charm, spending a few nights in a brothel to indulge himself before arriving, never anticipating Ning Yueshu would detect the scent. Cold sweat formed at his palms as he mentally confirmed he had donned a completely new outfit and bathed multiple times. This shouldn't be. Yet the priority was not to reflect, but to find a way to explain. Looking at Old Master Ning and Ning Junmo's astonished expressions, Ning Yueshu's shy anticipation and Ning Yueshu's displeased demeanor, Cui Yuhai's mind raced for a solution, and he managed a sheepish smile. Who would have thought Sister Yueshu's sense of smell was so keen? Yes, I brought some unique rouge from the Imperial City. I shall send it to your pavilion shortly, and Sister Yueshu can forgive me now, yes? Shu bow. Do not sulk, Ning Yueshu coaxed gently. Ning Yueshu huffed lightly, conceding to Cui Yuhai. Observing his smooth handling of old Master Ning and her brothers, she blinked, feeling no disappointment. Cui Yuhai had deceived their entire family in her past life, indicating he was adept at concealing his true self and would not easily expose his flaws. She merely sought to provoke him. If he faltered, she would uncover his vile nature. Chapter 7. A forceful kick in the Ning Mansion's garden. Noticing Ning Yueshu's lack of enthusiasm at Yunsong Pavilion, Ning Yueshu took her hand, suggesting a stroll to lift her spirits. Ning Yueshu also had questions she wished to pose to her sister. Gently holding Ning Yueshu's hand, she inquired, Shu Bao. It seems you particularly dislike Brother Cui today. I remember you were fond of him before, calling him Brother Cui. What has he done to upset you? Ning Yueshu lowered her gaze, concealing the chill in her eyes. This was because Cui Yuhai was far too skilled at masquerading. They had all been deceived. In this new life, Ning Yueshu vowed never to fall for his tricks again. Yet, as she looked at her third sister, her emotions were complex, leaving her at a loss for words. The Ning family was of esteemed lineage. Her grandfather had once been a tutor to the emperor, and her father had served as the emperor's companion. Even in retirement, they maintained ties with the royal family, receiving annual tributes from the emperor. In her previous life, she believed Cui Yuhai was drawn to the betrothal. Only later did she realize his interest in marrying her third sister was due to their familial connections. Qin Bai Yuan, that scoundrel, was similarly motivated. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Yueshu tentatively remarked, Third sister, I feel that Cui Yuhai is not a good person. Shu Bao, what are you saying? Brother Cui is the left minister's adopted son, raised under strict family rules. How could he possibly be a bad person? Ning Yueshu shook her head with a smile, looking at Ning Yueshu with a mix of affection and exasperation, as if addressing a petulant child. Ning Yueshu furrowed her brow and sighed inwardly. Look at this. Without evidence, her third sister would not believe her. Nor would their father and brother. She needed proof. Only with evidence could she expose Cui Yuhai and dissolve this engagement, preventing her sister from repeating the same mistakes and stepping back into hell. All right, Shu Bao, be good. I will go check if the kitchen is ready. Would you like to accompany me? Ning Yueshu gently pinched Ning Yueshu's cheek and inquired tenderly. Ning Yueshu shook her head, feeling displeased and yearning for a breath of fresh air in the garden. Ning Yueshu, seeing her sister's discontent, coaxed, the kitchen will prepare more of your favorite dishes. How about that? Ning Yueshu nodded, watching as Ning Yueshu left with her maid. She blinked, thinking to herself, my third sister is the best and deserves the finest man. However, her thoughts quickly turned back to Cui Yuhai. Previously, she had deceived him. Perhaps the fragrance surrounding him could serve as a breakthrough. She needed to find someone to inquire at the flower house outside Yunqiu town to see if Cui Yuhai had ever visited. Miss, there's someone ahead. Wan suddenly lowered her voice to alert Ning Yueshu. Ning Yueshu lifted her gaze and spotted a tall figure in the shadow of the flower corridor. It was undoubtedly a man. Once he noticed Ning Yueshu and Wan had seen him, he stepped out openly, offering Ning Yueshu a gentle, affectionate smile. Don't be afraid. It's me, Cui Yuhai. Ning Yueshu frowned. Cui Gongzi, what brings you here? I've come to apologize to you, Yueshu. Cui Yuhai approached with an apologetic demeanor and then subtly indicated to Wan, I need to speak with your young lady. Could you please step back? Wan ignored him, her eyes filled with wariness. It was inappropriate for a man and woman to be alone together, especially since he was the fiancé of the third miss. Yet, Ning Yueshu was curious about Cui Yuhai's intentions and gestured for Wan to withdraw. Reluctantly, Wan stepped back, her eyes still fixed on Cui Yuhai. What do you wish to say, Cui Gongzi? Why don't you call me Cui Gij anymore? It feels so distant when you call me Cui Gongzi. Cui Yuhai gazed at Ning Yueshu with fervent eyes. Ning Yueshu was not the naive 15-year-old girl she appeared to be. In that moment, with only them present, she recalled how in the Yunsong Pavilion, Cui Yuhai's gaze had not been on her third sister, but on her. Cui Yuhai had designs on her. Feeling a mix of anger and disgust, Ning Yueshu coldly took a step back, saying, I was young and foolish before. Now that I have matured, there are distinctions between men and women. Please call me Fifth Miss to avoid any misunderstandings. Misunderstandings?
How could that be?
With every step Ning Yueshu took back, Cui Yuhai advanced closer. His gaze was hungry as he spoke with increasing tenderness. Yueshu, we are family. If it weren't for your sister, whom I have a childhood promise with, it should be you. Ning Yueshu looked at Cui Yuhai in disbelief. What did you say? I have always regarded your sister as a younger sister, without any romantic feelings. The one I truly admire is you. Cui Yuhai gazed at Ning Yueshu with deep affection, utterly infatuated. He was bold in his declarations because of his experience. Such sheltered young ladies were naive and easily manipulated, longing for love yet bound by decorum. Cui Yuhai had always been adept at deceit. He fixated on Ning Yueshu, his desire soaring, knowing he was to marry a daughter of the Ning family. He was already bored with the gentle beauty of Ning Yueshu. Ning Yueshu, with her youthful allure, was unparalleled in the imperial city, and marrying her would bring him great prestige. Ning Yueshu felt her face flush with anger. Cui Yuhai misinterpreted her embarrassment and took another step forward, reaching to caress her cheek. Yueshu, my heart races upon seeing you. You are the first woman to make my heart flutter. I truly like you.
Slap.
A sharp pain struck his face as Cui Yuhai staggered back, shocked, covering his face. He had not anticipated that Ning Yueshu would dare to strike him. With fiery eyes, Ning Yueshu coldly mocked, the first to make your heart race? So, before this, your heart never raced? Were you dead? Cui Yuhai attempted to explain Yueshu. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept by, and with a loud thud, Cui Yuhai was kicked away, landing in the lake with a tremendous splash. Ning Yueshu stood in stunned silence. Then, someone took her hand, spinning her around and asking anxiously, Are you alright? Shu Air? Don't be afraid.
I've chased the bad guy away.
Ning Yueshu looked up, bewildered. A foo. What are you doing here? Mess. Everything had happened so quickly. Wan had retreated to a distance, unable to hear what Ning Yueshu and Cui Yuhai had discussed. She only saw Cui Yuhai reaching out to the young lady, and before Wan could rush over, he was kicked into the lake. Wan hurried over, and upon seeing it was a foo, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, then asked, Why did you kick Cui Gongzi into the lake? A foo lowered his gaze. He was bullying Shu Air. Well done. Wan quickly changed her tune. At that moment, Cui Yuhai emerged from the lake, flailing and screaming, Help! Help! I can't swim! Help! Ning Yueshu, a foo, and Wan all turned to look. Wan whispered, Miss, should we save him? Chapter 8. The drenched chicken and embarrassment in an instant. Many thoughts raced through Ning Yueshu's mind. Honestly, she wished for Cui Yuhai to drown. But he could not die in the Ning residence. After all, he was the son of the left minister, and his death would bring trouble to the Ning family. However, she also did not want to rescue him immediately. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Yueshu instructed Wan, Go summon the servants to rescue him. Just say one thing. Cui Yuhai has fallen into the water. Do not say another word, hurry. Understood. Wan nodded repeatedly before dashing off. Ning Yueshu turned her gaze to a foo, her expression a mix of complexity. She had many questions for him, such as how he had found his way here. But now is not the time. The commotion from Cui Yuhai's fall would soon attract attention. Wan was also calling for help. A foo could not remain here. Ning Yueshu immediately pushed a foo, urging, You must return. Do not let anyone see you on your way back.
Go now. A foo remained steadfast.
And despite Ning Yueshu's efforts, she could not budge him. She looked up to meet a foo's stubborn yet concerned gaze, and he asked, What if I leave? And someone bullies you again? Ning Yueshu shook her head, exasperated. That won't happen. This is my home. My father and brothers are here. You must leave quickly. I will come to see you later, alright?
Okay.
A foo nodded. Ning Yueshu did not know how a foo managed to leave. In the blink of an eye, he had vanished. She was left alone with the splashing Cui Yuhai in the lake. Ning Yueshu snapped back to reality, adjusted her dress, composed herself, and strode to the lake's edge, calling out help. Cui Gongzi has fallen into the water. Quickly. Those who heard her commotion finally arrived. Wan had also summoned help, and the servants jumped into the water one by one, swimming over to rescue him. Ning Yueshu's father, brothers, and third sister soon arrived, rushing to her side, their expressions filled with concern as they checked on her, only relaxing once they confirmed she was unharmed. They then turned their attention to the lake, where Cui Yuhai had already been caught by the servants and was being dragged back to shore. Master Ning furrowed his brow and inquired, What is the matter? Father. I saw young Master Chui in the garden admiring the flowers when he accidentally slipped and fell into the lake, Ning Yueshu explained. Master Ning looked somewhat incredulous. Slip? Your cousin is already a grown man. Ning Junmo and the others were equally astonished. Ruan, eager to retort, found herself silenced by the thought of Miss Ning's words and simply nodded in acquiescence. Before long, Chui Yuhai was rescued, drenched and disheveled, coughing up water. Shaken and filled with both fear and anger, he wondered who had kicked him in. Cousin, no matter how beautiful the flowers are, you must not neglect the path beneath your feet. Fortunately, my Yueshu saw you. Had no one been around, you could have been in grave danger. Master Ning admonished with a serious tone. Ning Junmo stepped forward, adding, Indeed, the weather is still chilly. It would not do to catch a cold.
Brother Kui.
You really are quite foolish, Ning Junki chimed in with a mischievous grin. Chui Yuhai abruptly lifted his head, his face contorted with displeasure, ready to protest. But upon meeting Ning Yueshu's icy gaze, his words caught in his throat. Fear gripped him. He dreaded that Ning Yueshu might disclose his words, inciting Master Ning's discontent and suspicion. At that moment, Ning Yuelu voiced her concern. Brother Chui, you should quickly change into dry clothes. I will have the kitchen send you a bowl of ginger soup. Do take care not to catch a chill. All right, I shall go at once, Chui Yuhai hastily replied, pushing past the servants and stumbling away in a flurry. Observing Chui Yuhai's retreating figure, Master Ning shook his head, clearly dissatisfied. Ning Junmo smiled and explained, Father, it was merely an accident. As long as he is unharmed, that is what matters. Yueshu was not frightened, was she? Ning Junshu's inquiry drew everyone's attention to Ning Yueshu, instantly overshadowing any concern for Chui Yuhai. Ning Yueshu smiled lightly and shook her head. I am unharmed. Such trivial matters do not frighten me.
Wow.
Our Yueshu has grown braver. I remember when a mere bug would make you cry, Ning Junki teased, sidling up to her with a playful expression. Ning Yueshu huffed lightly. You are the most annoying, fourth brother. I shall ignore you. With that, she walked over and linked her arm with Ning Yuelu's third sister. Come with me to see if mother has finished her work. Very well, Ning Yuelu replied, though her thoughts remained on Chui Yuhai. Nonetheless, Yueshu was her priority. Successfully diverting Ning Yuelu's attention from Chui Yuhai, Ning Yueshu felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Less interaction would prevent emotional entanglement. If emotions were kept at bay, breaking off the engagement later would leave third sister unscathed. Perfection. As Ning Yuelu and Ning Yueshu departed, Master Ning and the others gradually dispersed. Only Ning Junmo and Ning Junshu lingered behind in the crowd. Something about Chui Yuhai's expression seemed off, Ning Junmo murmured. Indeed, Yueshu's courage has increased, Ning Junshu replied. The two brothers exchanged glances, both harboring doubts. Was it truly an accident? At that moment, Ning Junmo's keen senses detected something, and he abruptly looked toward a corner. There was nothing there. It seemed the sensation of being watched was merely an illusion. What is it, elder brother? Ning Junshu asked, puzzled. Nothing. Let us be on our way, Ning Junmo replied, having seen nothing of concern, shaking his head. He then cautioned Ning Junshu, the rear courtyard is filled with female relatives. Despite the engagement, Chui Yuhai remains an outsider. We must keep a close watch on him and ensure he does not approach again. Understood, Ning Junshu nodded. Once they had departed, a Fu finally revealed himself from the shadows. He had not left. He had been observing discreetly. However, he did not expect Ning Junmo to be so perceptive. Yet, considering Ning Junmo's capabilities, it suddenly made sense. A Fu touched his waist, where a hairpin was concealed. You performed well. Regarding matters concerning Yueshu, you must inform me immediately, regardless of the circumstances, he stated coldly.
Yes.
From the shadows behind a Fu, a cloaked assassin knelt. It was this dark figure who had alerted him, allowing him to arrive just in time to kick Chui Yuhai away. A Fu had not anticipated Chui Yuhai's audacity to target Yueshu. Were it not for the desire to avoid alarming her and causing trouble for her family, he would have snapped Chui Yuhai's neck on the spot. Yueshu was surrounded by danger. He needed to ensure her protection without delay. Yet, a Fu raised a hand to touch the wound at the back of his head, his brows furrowing with irritation. The assassin, sensing his master's displeasure, lowered his head in guilt. After all, it was his master who had ordered the attack. A Fu impatiently inquired, "Where is the old man?" Replying to my master, "It will take approximately 5 days for the medicine elder to arrive in Yunxiu town." A Fu frowned, so slow, urge him to hasten. He had no regrets. Only through severe injury would Yueshu soften and save him. Only then could he stand by her side openly to protect her. He would not allow history to repeat itself. Chapter 9. The unmatched lethality of the enigmatic. Since the incident of falling into the water, Cui Yuhai had become quite subdued. During a meal at Yunsong Pavilion, he did not dare to cast a glance in Ning Yueshu's direction. In the presence of Master Ning, Madam Ning, and the Ning brothers, he was excessively polite and charming, striving to redeem his image. Once the meal concluded, Cui Yuhai immediately sought to intercept Ning Yueshu, but as he exited Yunsong Pavilion, he was intercepted by the two Ning brothers. Ning Junmo stated, "Young Master Cui, the guest rooms are not in this direction. You are mistaken. Brother Cui, perhaps you are unfamiliar with the way. Allow me to escort you," Ning Yueshu offered with a smile, gesturing invitingly. Cui Yuhai forced a smile. "Dear brothers of the Ning family, do not misunderstand. I merely wish to thank Sister Yuelu for preparing ginger soup for me. I am feeling much better," Ning Junmo replied. "We can convey your thanks on your behalf. Although you have a childhood engagement with our third sister, it is inappropriate for you to meet privately. You understand the nuances of propriety, do you not?" Ning Yueshu added with a smile, his expression bordering on mockery, as if questioning Cui Yuhai's upbringing and sense of shame. Cui Yuhai's smile became strained, and he had no choice but to return to his guest room under the brothers' escort. Once inside, and closing the door behind him, Cui Yuhai struck the pillar with a fist, his face clouded with malice. He paced the room, pondering the situation, based on Master Ning's reactions. It seemed Ning Yueshu had not revealed the truth. Otherwise, they would have expelled him long ago. With this thought, Cui Yuhai felt a surge of arrogance. Indeed, young girls were concerned about their reputation and would be embarrassed to speak. He had concocted a plan. If Ning Yueshu dared to speak out, he would accuse her of seducing him. Word would spread, branding her as a loose woman, while he would remain unscathed. The world was harsh on women, which allowed him to toy with many without consequence. Yet, Cui Yuhai's inner fury remained unresolved. He could not fathom who had pushed him into the lake. He was determined to uncover the identity of that individual. Whoever dared to thwart his plans would face a fate worse than death. On the other side, back at Furong Pavilion, with no one else present, Wan could no longer contain her curiosity and finally asked, "Why not tell Master and Madam the truth?" Ning Yueshu smiled and countered, "Wan, what purpose would that serve? If he dares to bully the young lady, Master and the young masters will surely punish him and drive him away." Just like the handsome man you saved, he kicked Cui Yuhai into the lake. The eldest young master could just as easily kick him out of the Ning residence. Wan huffed indignantly. Ning Yueshu shook her head, her eyes darkening with coldness. "It is futile. Strike him, drive him away, yet that alone cannot dissolve his betrothal to third sister. Is that not sufficient? The childhood engagement is a complex matter, stemming from the friendship between grandfather and the left minister. It cannot be easily undone." This is precisely why Ning Yueshu refrained from speaking out. Moreover, she harbors the foreboding that should she voice her concerns, the scoundrel Cui Yuhai may retaliate against her. Father and her brothers would undoubtedly believe him, and Cui Yuhai's penchant for spreading baseless rumors would only serve to empower him. By remaining silent, she can instill fear in Cui Yuhai, causing him sleepless nights. Furthermore, there are those who have already avenged her grievances against him. Reflecting on a fu, Ning Yueshu's eyes sparkled with delight as she turned to Wan and said, "Wan, tonight you must keep watch and ensure no one enters, not even mother or a third sister." "Miss Y, I wish to go to the east courtyard." Wan's eyes widened in surprise. "Ah, miss, you still wish to see that man?" Ning Yueshu smiled and nodded. "His name is a fu. He has aided me, and I must express my gratitude. Wan, please prepare some delightful pastries for me to bring him."
Oh.
Wan, unable to refute her mistress, complied, but could not fathom why it was necessary to meet at night. If someone were to see them, it might appear as though they were engaging in a clandestine affair. As night fell, Wan anxiously clutched Ning Yueshu's arm. "Miss, perhaps I should accompany you. I can distract the gatekeeper." Ning Yueshu shook her head with a smile. "No need. I will act according to the circumstances. Remain here and wait for my return." She affectionately patted Wan's head, then, with a light step, vanished into the darkness. Wan sat at the door, anxiously awaiting her mistress's return. In the east courtyard, Ning Yueshu picked up a few small stones along the way, intending to use them to divert the gatekeeper. However, as she approached, she was startled to find the area deserted. The main gate stood slightly ajar, a soft light spilling out as if awaiting her arrival. Ning Yueshu felt perplexed. After confirming no one was around, she approached. "A Fu, are you asleep?"
Sure.
A Fu suddenly appeared, startling Ning Yueshu, causing her to instinctively take a step back. Yet, before she could retreat further, a hand encircled her waist, drawing her into the room. At the same time, a Fu raised his other hand to gently close the door, leaving only the two of them inside. As Ning Yueshu regained her composure, a Fu released her, and she found herself at a loss for words. Just then, a Fu leaned in closer, his beauty breathtaking, rendering her momentarily speechless. His eyes sparkled with joy as he exclaimed, "Sure, you came to see me. I missed you so much." Ning Yueshu's cheeks flushed crimson as she glared at a Fu, "Who permitted you to call me Sure? Such sentiments should not be expressed so freely, do you understand?" The light in a Fu's eyes dimmed instantly, resembling a forsaken puppy, forlorn and dejected. Ning Yueshu felt a pang in her heart and, biting her lip, handed him the box of pastries. "A Fu, thank you for helping me kick Chui Yuhai today. These pastries are my favorite. You must try them. What Sure likes, I like too." A Fu beamed, accepting the box with both hands. As he opened the lid and glanced inside, he retrieved a small rabbit-shaped pastry and offered it to Ning Yueshu. "This one is the cutest, for sure." Ning Yueshu was taken aback. The rabbit was indeed adorable and her favorite. A Fu had unwittingly captured her heart's desire. She accepted the little rabbit and sat at the table, sharing the pastries with a Fu. As she observed a Fu savoring the treats, curiosity bubbled within her. "A Fu, what were you doing in the garden during the day? I miss Sure, so I came looking for you. I searched and finally found you." A Fu lifted his gaze, his eyes fixed on Ning Yueshu, bright and sincere, leaving no room for doubt. Ning Yueshu's heart raced at his words.
A Fu leaned closer.
"Sure, do you not believe me?" His tone was earnest, and his visage enchanting, a combination too powerful to resist. Taking a deep breath, Ning Yueshu pushed a Fu away. "I believe you." She need not touch her face to know it had turned as red as an apple. Chapter 10. Sure is his antidote. "A Fu, Sure, your face is so red. Are you unwell?"
No.
"And do not call me Sure." Ning Yueshu quickly covered her face, speaking in an irritated tone. A Fu looked at her with innocent confusion. "Then can I call you Sure Bao like everyone else?" "Absolutely not." Ning Yueshu firmly rejected. "Sure Bao is my childhood name. Only my parents and siblings can call me that. It feels too embarrassing, like I'm still a child." Ning Yueshu lowered her hand, coughed lightly, and regarded a Fu seriously. "You wish to be my protector, do you not? You should address me as Miss." A Fu's eyes lit up with excitement as he asked, "So, does this mean Sure has agreed to let me be your protector?" Ning Yueshu remained silent, maintaining a stern expression while gazing at him.
A Fu, feeling aggrieved,
Finally called out Miss. Satisfied, Ning Yueshu nodded. "Once you recover, I shall speak to father about appointing you as my protector."
All right.
A Fu's smile widened, his eyes sparkling with joy. As he gazed at her with such genuine happiness, Ning Yueshu felt her spirits lift. The decision to take a Fu as her protector was not made lightly. It was a well-considered choice. A Fu had lost his memory, and she needed to keep a close watch on him until he regained it and they could uncover the truth together. Moreover, a Fu's ability to kick Chui Yuhai away proved his worth. In the present, it was Chui Yuhai. In the future, it could be Qin Baiyuan or Jiang Lanqin, among others. She indeed required a capable ally. Having resolved her matters in this place, Ning Yueshu rose to leave. "I must return now. Take care of your injuries and refrain from wandering outside. If my brothers happen to see you, they might mistake you for a thief, and that would be troublesome, understand?" "Yes, I will heed your words, Miss Sure." A Fu paused, then rephrased. Ning Yueshu felt satisfied and was about to push the door open when the sound of approaching footsteps reached her ears. Then came her father's displeased voice. "Where is everyone? Slacking off?" Startled, Ning Yueshu realized she had unexpectedly encountered her father. What to do? She quickly turned to grasp a Fu's arm. "Oh no. Where can we hide? We must not let my father discover I came to see you. Do not worry, follow me." A Fu took Ning Yueshu's hand and led her into the room. In her flustered state, Ning Yueshu hardly noticed how steady and reassuring a Fu's voice was, laced with a hint of hidden amusement. Ning Yueshu concealed herself within the wardrobe. Just before closing the door, she fixed a Fu with a piercing gaze, warning, "You must not expose me. If you do not obey, you cannot be my protector." Understood. A Fu's tone was almost indulgent. Once the wardrobe door was shut, a Fu turned to face the shadowy figure outside, his gaze flickering with intensity. Shu'er may not know who he is, but Ning's father certainly does. With Shu'er still present, he cannot reveal himself now. Fortunately, he had already devised a plan. With a creak, the main door swung open, and a Fu blinked innocently, adopting an expression of confusion as he looked up, feigning ignorance. Afu's gaze met that of the newly arrived Lord Ning, and he took the initiative to ask, "Who are you? Do you know me? I can't remember anything. My head hurts." As he spoke, Afu approached Lord Ning. The latter was bewildered, staring at Afu in disbelief, and exclaimed, "You don't recognize me? You don't even remember who you are?" Afu, responding with a hint of compliance, said, "Yes, I've forgotten everything, except that a young lady saved me. I owe her my life, and I wish to become her protector." "Absolutely not." Lord Ning's voice rose, his face filled with alarm. In the wardrobe, Ning Yueshu silently pondered, peering through the crack. From her father's tone, it seemed he recognized Afu. Afu, still appearing dazed, countered Lord Ning's inquiry, "Why not? Who are you? How can you serve as a guard for my daughter? This is out of the question." Lord Ning shook his head repeatedly, pacing anxiously before asking Afu if he truly had amnesia and remembered nothing. Afu nodded resolutely, affirming his forgetfulness. Lord Ning, suspicious, probed, "Do you know the current emperor's surname?" "Unknown." "Do you know which direction the imperial city lies?" "Unknown." "Do you know where this place is?" "Unknown." With a deep breath, Lord Ning sat down on a chair, looking heartbroken as he gazed at Afu. What a situation. The most esteemed person in the realm is the emperor, and second to him is me. I used to avoid such individuals when my family resided in the imperial city. Who would have thought that in this remote Yunxiu town, not only has he arrived but also lost his memory and wishes to protect my daughter? This is a colossal problem. Lord Ning racked his brain for a solution, then asked Afu, "Do you know who saved you?" "Your daughter."
No.
"You've mistaken her. The one who saved you is in the palace, the emperor. Wait here. I shall arrange for transportation and personally escort you back." As Lord Ning spoke, he began to move towards the door. Afu, unperturbed and not pursuing him, stood calmly and remarked, "I remember her, and I remember this place. I will find her." Lord Ning abruptly turned, glaring at Afu. With an innocent smile, Afu continued, "She saved my life. This life belongs to her. I will not abandon her." Lord Ning was led back, visibly infuriated. Before leaving, he swore to the heavens that he would summon a renowned physician to cure Afu's amnesia. After Lord Ning departed, Afu closed the door and turned back to open the wardrobe. Ning Yueshu sat within, looking up at Afu with a complex gaze and asked, "Afu, who exactly are you?" Her father had once been the emperor's companion, and her grandfather was the emperor's grand tutor. She had seen many people. Yet she had never seen her father wear such an expression towards anyone. What kind of person was Afu? Afu crouched before the wardrobe, meeting Ning Yueshu's gaze. His enchanting countenance, softened by the sincerity and brightness of his eyes, appeared gentle and harmless, devoid of any threat. Afu reached out and grasped the hem of Ning Yueshu's skirt, his voice light yet resolute. "I am Shu'er's Afu." Ning Yueshu shook her head. "No, you seem foolish. Anyone could tell from my father's tone that your identity is extraordinary. To stubbornly remain and serve as my protector instead of seeking to recover your memories, what else could it be but foolishness?" Though he was foolish, Ning Yueshu felt a sense of security with him. Qin Baiyuan, that scoundrel, had deceived her terribly. She should not easily trust men again. Yet, Afu was different. So naive, and having lost his memory, what could he possibly deceive her about? Ning Yueshu extended her hand. "Help me up." With a firm grasp, Afu stood and gently smoothed out the wrinkles in Ning Yueshu's dress. She turned to him and said, "Afu, I will help you recover." Afu merely nodded in silence, for he wished to express that he had already found the remedy. In this life and the next, Shu'er was his cure. Chapter 11. The odd old man. As Ning Yueshu departed the east courtyard, she did not realize this would be her last clandestine night visit to meet Afu. Due to the negligence of the household servants, her father caught them. From the following day, 6 individuals were assigned to guard the east courtyard in shifts, leaving Ning Yueshu with no opportunity to see Afu again. With a sigh, Ning Yueshu lamented her predicament. With her elder brother's celebration feast approaching, visitors arrived daily to extend their congratulations, and her parents were preoccupied. She would have to wait until the feast concluded, and Afu had sufficiently healed before requesting her father to allow Afu to serve as her protector. Subsequently, a new dilemma arose for Ning Yueshu. She wished to investigate Cui Yuhai. Given Cui Yuhai's despicable nature, he could not resist temptation and would surely have visited a brothel before arriving in Yunxiu town. If Ning Yueshu could substantiate this claim, it would not only allow her to cancel the engagement, but would also compel her father to delay it and consult her grandfather about annulling the betrothal. The Ning family would never accept a son-in-law with questionable character. However, a problem arose. Unmarried young ladies were typically confined to their homes, making it impossible for her to venture outside of Yunxiu town. To investigate the brothel, she would need a valid reason. Stuck in this predicament, Ning Yueshu felt increasingly despondent and spent several days in a daze. What are you thinking about? Her third sister called out to her multiple times. But Ning Yueshu ignored her. Ning Yueru, sitting across from her, pinched her cheek to bring her back to reality. Ning Yueshu blinked and explained, I was pondering what gift to present to my elder brother for his success in the imperial examination. As long as you are happy, your brother will be delighted. Ning Yueru replied with a smile. Ning Yueshu rested her head on the table, shaking her head. Observing her demeanor, Ning Yueru smiled indulgently and then lightly tapped Ning Yueshu's forehead, saying, Shu, would you like to go out with me? Out? Ning Yueshu's eyes brightened instantly, and she eagerly asked, where to? The day after tomorrow is auspicious. Our parents have decided to host a banquet to celebrate my brother's achievement. Today, I must first visit the wine merchant to arrange the fine wines needed for the feast. Would you like to accompany me? Ning Yueru said warmly. Ning Yueshu immediately nodded. She wanted to go. Perhaps venturing outside would yield some reward. She quickly changed into a water blue dress and set out with Ning Yueru. Although Yunxiu town was remote, it was densely populated. Being a pivotal point on trade routes, the town was bustling with life and filled with various novelties. As the Ning family carriage traversed the streets, Ning Yueshu clung to Ning Yueru's arm, resting her head on her sister's shoulder while gazing eagerly at the vibrant scenes outside. The lively marketplace evoked a sense of nostalgia in Ning Yueshu. In her past life, she had been married to Qin Baiyuan for 7 years, and as a general's wife, the household of over 300 souls had ensnared her in mundane affairs. Whenever she left the house, it was either for palace banquets or to cultivate connections with the wives of dignitaries to advance Qin Baiyuan's career. After injuring her leg, her mobility had been severely restricted, and she had seldom ventured outside. In the blink of an eye, it had been 7 years since she had last visited a bustling marketplace. Ning Yueshu cherished the liveliness and prosperity. More so, she relished the moments spent with her family. As she embraced her third sister, inhaling the fragrant scent of orchids from her, she felt an exquisite sense of happiness and freedom. In this life, she would undoubtedly protect her sister and her family. Shu Bao, you have been gazing outside for quite some time. Are you feeling a bit peckish? Once we finalize our plans with the tavern keeper, I, your third sister, shall take you on a delightful outing. Whatever your heart desires, I shall indulge you. Ning Yueru spoke to Ning Yueshu with a tender affection. Ning Yueshu looked up, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she teased, Then my dear third sister, will you not end up exhausting your savings on me? Fear not. That shall not be the case, Ning Yueru whispered conspiratorially in Ning Yueshu's ear. This time we venture out. Our parents and elder brother have generously provided us with funds. They all agreed that we must ensure our Shu Bao has the most joyous time and returns home in high spirits. Ning Yueshu momentarily froze, biting her lip and turning her head away to conceal the glimmer of tears in her eyes. They all cared for her so deeply. Even a hint of her discontent prompted them to devise ways to cheer her up. Taking a deep breath, she steadied her emotions and turned to Ning Yueru, offering a bright and radiant smile. All right, I shall accompany my third sister on our shopping spree. Seeing the luminous smile on Ning Yueshu's face, Ning Yueru felt a wave of relief wash over her, her eyes softening even further. Glancing outside, she gently announced, Shu Bao, we have arrived at the tavern. Let us disembark. As they spoke, the carriage came to a halt in front of the tavern. The tavern keeper's wine was renowned as the finest in Yunxiu town, drawing many from far and wide to partake. Upon stepping down from the carriage, Ning Yueshu was the first to notice an old man lying on the steps leading to the tavern. His hair was a tangled mess, adorned with twigs and leaves, and his tattered linen garments were stained with suspicious blotches. The grime on his face obscured his features, but it was evident he appeared utterly exhausted, having collapsed on the steps in slumber, unresponsive to any calls. The tavern keeper stood at the entrance, possessing a delicate beauty paired with a fiery temperament, qualities that enabled her to manage such a large establishment as a widow. With hands on her hips, she pointed an accusing finger at the old man, unleashing a torrent of curses. "You old beggar! Get out of my way! If you wish to sleep, go find a spot under the bridge. There is plenty of room. Don't loiter here. Move it. Do you believe I want to chase you off with a broom, sending you scurrying?" The old man continued to snore, utterly oblivious. The tavern keeper rolled up her sleeves, ready to fetch a broom. But upon spotting Ning Yueshu and Ning Yueshu, she furrowed her brow and stamped her foot. After glancing between the old man and the sisters, she clenched her teeth and forced a smile as she approached them. "Miss Third, Miss Fifth, welcome. Please come in." As they passed by the old man, Ning Yueshu hesitated and inquired, "Who is this?" "Pay no mind to that old rascal. I shall have him removed shortly," the tavern keeper retorted, shooting a glare at the old man, who remained unresponsive. Ning Yueshu, as she walked by, couldn't help but glance at the old man twice, a flicker of curiosity flashing in her gaze. A gentle breeze wafted by, and she caught a whiff of an earthy medicinal scent emanating from him, which seemed incongruous with his disheveled appearance. How peculiar, she thought to herself. The old man did not seem like a beggar at all. "Shu Bao," Ning Yueshu called gently. Ning Yueshu returned her focus, smiled at Ning Yueshu, and entered the tavern. Once they had all stepped inside, the old man finally opened his eyes a crack, letting out a long sigh. "Alas, I am old and weary. I have been hurrying along, and finally caught up. Yet, my old bones are utterly exhausted." He turned a glance at the tavern, estimating that he still had some time to spare, and decided to steal another moment of rest. Just as he was about to close his eyes, he noticed something and squinted toward the back of the Ning family's carriage. Who is that sneaking about? Chapter 12. The old man has taken a liking to them. The individual thought they were well hidden, using a stall to shield themselves as they secretly observed the tavern's entrance. However, the old man, with his years of experience, had seen much in his time. Such amateur tactics would only deceive the young ladies of the Ning family, but not him, an old hand. He stroked his disheveled beard, a gleam of intelligence flashing in his eyes. As long as he was around, no one would dare to take advantage of the Ning sisters. But there was no rush. The old man squinted his eyes and continued to doze, confident that he could guard the entrance. He could afford to rest a little longer before taking action. After a while, Ning Yueshu and Ning Yueshu emerged from the tavern. The news of the Ning family's eldest son passing the imperial examination having spread throughout Yunxiu town. The family had already secured the tavern keeper's wine for the celebrations, and their visit was to finalize the arrangements. Once confirmed, the tavern keeper could arrange for the delivery. Upon exiting, they found the old man still asleep in the same spot, igniting a fire of irritation within the tavern keeper. However, mindful of Ning Yueshu and Ning Yueshu, she held her temper in check. The two young ladies were both beautiful and kind-hearted. She couldn't allow her image to be tarnished in front of them by scaring the girls. The tavern keeper resolved to send the sisters on their way first before dealing with the troublesome old beggar. Unexpectedly, just as she was about to lead them away, the old man stretched lazily, sprawling across the path, blocking their way. Ning Yueshu and Ning Yueshu shared a moment of surprise. The tavern keeper, exasperated, exclaimed, "You old rascal, are you trying to be obstructive? Get up." "Alas, I am simply too tired to rise." The old man groaned, glancing sideways at Ning Yueshu. He continued to mumble, "I truly cannot go on. My bones are weary, and with the scent of wine wafting through the air, could I perhaps beg for a taste to regain my strength?"
"Dream on,"
the tavern keeper retorted. "Miss Ning," Ning Yueshu smiled and suggested, "how about I treat the old man to a jug of wine, and you can assist us in attending to other matters?" "Very well, thank you, kind young lady," the old man responded eagerly, his eyes fixed on the tavern keeper. With a resigned stomp of her foot, the tavern keeper grumbled about the old man taking advantage of Ning Yueshu's kindness before returning with a jug of wine, tossing it at the old man while scolding. "You scoundrel, now move out of the way."
"Right."
The old man chuckled, clutching the jug of wine, and promptly got up to clear the path. Ning Yueshu took Ning Yueshu's hand. "Let us be on our way."
Uh-huh.
Ning Yueshu nodded, but as they walked, She couldn't resist casting another glance at the old man, still feeling that he was quite peculiar. The vibrant marketplace was alive with the sounds of vendors calling out their wares: candied hawthorn, roasted chestnuts, sour fruit cakes, and glutinous rice desserts, among others. Ning Yueshu held Ning Yueshu's hand, purchasing all the treats she fancied, along with various trinkets. They had a carriage, so there was no burden to their shopping spree. Both Ning Yueshu and Ning Yueshu reveled in the joyous outing, but there was one small inconvenience. A certain individual was trailing behind them. The sisters turned around to find the old man following closely, holding the wine jug, unabashedly grinning and waving at them. Ning Yueshu frowned. Is he trying to mooch off us? Third sister, shall we inquire about his intentions? It is rather bothersome to have him shadowing us. Ning Yueshu suggested quietly, glancing at the old man. Ning Yueshu felt an oddity about the old man. He appeared as a filthy beggar, yet carried an unusual scent of herbs. She had pondered this on their walk, and if her memory served her correctly, the fragrance was distinctive. Ning Yueshu nodded and led Ning Yueshu back toward him. The old man, seeing them approach, looked neither fearful nor apprehensive. He simply smiled broadly at the two sisters. Ning Yueshu positioned herself protectively in front of Ning Yueshu, frowning as she questioned the old man. Elder, what is your purpose in following us? Do you think us weak and easy to prey upon, attempting to hatch some nefarious scheme? No. Please do not misunderstand. The old man pleaded, shaking his head and waving his hands. Then he hurriedly explained, the old man is in dire need of assistance. He seeks the help of two kind young ladies to save a life. Save a life? Ning Yueshu and Ning Yueshu exchanged surprised glances. The old man first nodded and then sighed heavily, saying, I am not a beggar, but a humble herbalist. A few days ago, I rescued a pair of sisters on the road, and their plight was truly heart-wrenching. The elder sister is barely clinging to life, desperately yearning to reach Yinxiu town. Out of compassion, I brought them here, but the sister remains unconscious, and the younger one is unable to articulate their situation. I am at a loss as to where to take them, and now they have fallen into my hands. This is my first visit to Yinxiu town, and I am utterly unfamiliar with the surroundings. As local residents, I implore you to show your kindness and assist these unfortunate sisters in finding their way home. Ning Yueshu felt a twinge of sympathy, but was primarily on guard. She retorted, why not seek the local authorities? They can issue a notice, which would be far more effective than our help. The old man, poor as he is, lamented that he could not afford any bribes, and the authorities are unyielding. He sighed as he spoke, murmuring about the sisters' tragic fate, lamenting their misfortune. Ning Yueshu was conflicted. At that moment, Ning Yueshu gently shook her hand and whispered, Third sister, we will know the truth when we see for ourselves. If it is genuine, we shall lend our aid, considering it a good deed. Jubao, you are so kind-hearted, yet you have no fear of being deceived. Ning Yueshu replied helplessly. Ning Yueshu smiled and then waved to the servants following behind them, who quickly gathered around the old man. Ever since they learned that Ning Yueshu encountered bandits upon her descent from the mountain, Ning Laoyi had assigned robust and skilled servants for her protection. The old man, frail and small, posed no threat as he was surrounded. Ning Yueshu then winked at Ning Yueshu, assuring her, Third sister, are you at ease now? Very well. Ning Yueshu smiled helplessly and shook her head. She then instructed the old man to lead the way. As they set off to discover the truth behind the sisters he spoke of, the old man led the way, with the sisters and their servants following closely behind. However, they were trailed by a small shadow, none other than Cui Yuhai, who had seized a rare opportunity to follow them. Ever since he fell into the water, Ning Junmo had kept a close watch on him, ensuring he accompanied all visitors, regardless of the influx of guests. Upon learning that Ning Yueshu and Ning Yueshu were venturing out today, Cui Yuhai devised a plan to sneak along. His intent was singular, to ascertain who had kicked him. If Ning Yueshu remained silent, he would spread rumors claiming she was enticing him, her future brother-in-law. Believing in his own reputation, he knew how to choose between a trivial servant and a noble young lady. Unable to reach Ning Yueshu, he felt compelled to vent his frustrations on someone. It infuriated him. He was determined to deal with that scoundrel. Chapter 13. Are the healer and the apothecary the same person? As they ventured further down an increasingly narrow path, Ning Yueshu and Ning Yueshu felt secure with the protection of 5 servants. However, they had been walking for quite some time. Ning Yueshu could not restrain her curiosity any longer. Elder, where exactly are we headed? The old man replied, Just ahead, to the dilapidated temple. We shall arrive shortly. He gestured towards the end of the path, while explaining to the sisters, casting a furtive glance at the shadow trailing behind them. Upon reaching their destination, a glimmer of excitement flickered in the old man's eyes as he discreetly retrieved a silver needle from his sleeve, skillfully flicking it away. A piercing scream erupted, instantly capturing the attention of Ning Yueshu and the others. The old man shouted, "Who is it?" The scream abruptly ceased, replaced by the sounds of frantic footsteps fleeing. Two of the servants dashed out, while the remaining three stayed behind to protect Ning Yueshu and Ning Yueshu. The sisters turned to see a figure cornered, left with no choice but to leap over a wall. With a thud, the next moment, a shriek echoed, twisted by terror. Following that, a foul-smelling figure burst forth, fleeing through the door, causing the servants to stagger back in fright. By the time the servants regained their composure, the figure had vanished. They returned, apologizing. "Third miss. Fifth miss." The man fell into a cesspool, and we were at a loss on how to retrieve him, allowing him to escape. "Please, third miss, fifth miss, forgive us."
Ugh.
Both Ning Yueshu and Ning Yueshu covered their mouths and noses. Though they were at a distance, they could almost smell the stench. The old man chuckled lightly, stroking his beard, and casually remarked, "The inhabitants here are impoverished. Most likely, he is a local scoundrel or thief who, upon seeing the two young ladies' fine garments, attempted to pilfer. The thief has learned his lesson, so there is no need for you to concern yourselves with him." Ning Yueshu and Ning Yueshu nodded vigorously. Who would want to bother with a thief who fell into a cesspool? The imagery was too vivid. Ning Yueshu quickly changed the subject, urging, "Elder, please take us to see the sisters." "Very well. We shall arrive shortly." Inside the dilapidated temple, they found a clean spot and laid down a thick layer of straw. A woman lay atop it, covered only by a thin garment. Beside the straw, a frail little girl, seemingly around 10 years old, squatted by the stove, intently watching a medicinal pot. She was brewing medicine while using the warmth from the stove to provide some comfort to the woman. "Grandpa medicine," the little girl exclaimed upon seeing the old man, leaping up in excitement, her voice hoarse and raspy. Upon noticing the Ning sisters behind him, the little girl hesitated, fear evident in her demeanor. Despite her trepidation, she instinctively stood in front of the woman, arms outstretched to shield her sister. The old man approached with a gentle smile, reassuring, "Little grass, do not be afraid. They are good people, here to help you and your sister." "Is that true?" the little girl asked timidly. She was thin and small, her hair resembling dried grass, and her sallow face made her large, bright eyes even more striking. Ning Yueshu, ever cautious, felt her heart soften upon seeing the woman and the little girl. She stepped forward, smiling warmly. "Do not be afraid, little sister. I am here to help you. Tell me, are you from Yunqiu town?" The little girl nodded, then shook her head, her expression confused. The old man sighed, realizing that the girl knew nothing. Only her sister possessed the knowledge. Ning Yueshu immediately turned her gaze to the woman lying on the straw. Ning Yueshu approached as well. The woman had her back to them, her figure emaciated, emanating a foul odor of decay. The old man then reached out, placing his hand on the woman's shoulder to turn her over. Upon seeing her face, Ning Yueshu gasped in shock and recoiled, almost falling to the ground had it not been for Ning Yueshu's steady grip. Ning Yueshu turned her head away, unable to bear the sight, exclaiming, "How could this be?" Ning Yueshu did not shy away, nor did she appear afraid. But as she gazed at the woman on the straw, her brow furrowed, and fury ignited in her eyes. This was a woman who had endured torment and degradation. The word slave was carved into her face by a blade, her flesh torn and mangled. There were grotesque handprints around her neck, and her tattered, inadequate clothing failed to cover her, exposing various wounds that appeared recent. The woman's complexion was ashen, her lips pale as paper, clinging to life by a thread. The little girl, witnessing her sister's condition, knelt beside her and began to weep softly, too frightened to cry out loud. She could only call out weakly, "Sister. A sister? Shall we help them?" Ning Yueshu inquired. Ning Yueshu summoned her courage to glance back, but upon seeing the woman, she could not bear to look away. Taking a deep breath, Ning Yueshu nodded. "Very well. We shall assist them in locating their family, but we must first learn their names and where they reside." "There is no rush," the old man replied. "I shall administer acupuncture to see if she can awaken and speak a few words." An elderly man squatted beside the woman, producing a needle pouch from an unknown source. He roasted a silver needle over the fire before bringing it down towards her. His movements were both steady and swift, exuding a calm and practiced demeanor that was oddly convincing. However, as Ning Yueshu observed the silver needle in his hand, a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. She approached him and inquired, "Elder, may I take a look at your silver needle?" "Of course. Feel free. But be careful not to prick your delicate hands," he replied, engrossed in his task, waving his hand dismissively without turning his head. Ning Yueshu expressed her gratitude and casually drew a silver needle from the pouch. Upon closer inspection, she noticed the needle was unique, adorned with minuscule engravings. She had encountered such engravings in her past life. At that time, she had knelt for 7 days and nights, pleading with the emperor for mercy to investigate on behalf of Qin Baiyuan. That ordeal had nearly cost her life. After a fortnight of delirium, the first thing she saw upon regaining consciousness was the very silver needle embedded in her body, identical to the one before her now. An elderly man stood by her bedside, his expression complex as he sighed heavily. "Madam, your life has been spared, but your legs may not carry you far henceforth. I have done my utmost. Take care of yourself." Later, Ning Yueshu learned from Qin Baiyuan that this elderly man was the renowned divine physician, Yao Lao. It was he who had earnestly pleaded, bowing and begging for the famed healer's assistance. Qin Baiyuan expected Ning Yueshu to express gratitude towards him, but she felt none. Had it not been for her 7-day vigil, she would not have faced death's door and subsequently suffered a crippling injury. Back then, she had been blissfully unaware, deceived at every turn, and now all she wished was to kick Qin Baiyuan. As memories surged back, Ning Yueshu stared at the elderly man, scrutinizing him. The renowned healer from her previous life, though gray-haired and advanced in years, had possessed a certain rugged charm. The man before her now, however, appeared disheveled, with unkempt hair and a face smeared with dirt. Could this truly be the same person? The distinctive markings on the silver needle were said to be Yao Lao's signature, an imitation of which no other could achieve. "Awake," the elderly man called, jolting Ning Yueshu back to the present. She immediately turned her attention to the woman, who, though conscious, seemed exceedingly frail, weakly attempting to utter something resembling Yunxiu Town. Ning Yueshu and Ning Yuelu had to lean in closely to discern the words. The elderly man asked, "Yunxiu Town has been reached. Whom do you seek?" "Chui Gongzi," the woman replied. A glimmer of satisfaction crossed the elderly man's eyes as he turned to Ning Yueshu and Ning Yuelu, stating, "She wishes to find Master Chui." Ning Yueshu's body stiffened, disbelief washing over her. "Chui Yuhai?" Ning Yuelu pondered, confused. "Are there any notable families with the Chui surname in Yunxiu Town?" "It seems not. Perhaps they are ordinary folk. We shall need to inquire further." "Elder, where did you rescue these sisters?" Ning Yueshu asked, urgency in her voice. The elderly man stroked his beard, saying, "Do not be alarmed. I found them at the mass graveyard. They were barely alive when they were cast aside. I only heard the cries of the little grass before I went to investigate." Ning Yueshu pressed on. "And from where did they come?" Her tone grew increasingly anxious, her eyes brightening with anticipation as she held her breath. The elderly man gestured toward the little girl, indicating she should answer. The girl timidly spoke, "Jicheng. We live in Jinchuan Alley."
"Ah,
"That is notorious for its debauchery," the elderly man exclaimed, his voice rising with significance. A sudden realization struck Ning Yueshu. Jicheng was the city closest to Yunxiu Town, a necessary stop for anyone traveling there. The connection between the women of Jinchuan Alley seeking Master Chui and the fresh wounds upon them became painfully clear. It could only be Chui Yuhai's doing. Before arriving in Yunxiu Town, Chui Yuhai had indulged himself in the pleasures of Jinchuan Alley. Ning Yueshu had spent days pondering how to gather evidence, and now it had presented itself before her. With this irrefutable proof, Chui Yuhai could not hope to defend himself. Her heart raced with excitement, yet she maintained an outward calm, a demeanor forged during her previous life in the general's household. Turning to Ning Yuelu, she remarked, "Even women of the night deserve a chance to return to their roots. Third sister, let us assist these sisters. They are too pitiful." Ning Yuelu nodded with compassion, sighing deeply. No woman should endure such torment. Those who inflict such harm are devoid of humanity, worse than beasts. Gazing at the dilapidated temple, Ning Yuelu declared, "We cannot remain here. To find her family, she must survive. Let us arrange for a change of inn for the sisters." "Agreed," Ning Yueshu replied with a smile. Ning Yuelu promptly instructed the servants to bring the carriage, ensuring the woman and the little girl were settled at the inn while also finding accommodations for the elderly man. Her respect for him stemmed from his kindness in saving lives. Once the inn was set up, Ning Yuelu called for Ning Yueshu, indicating it was time to return. If they delayed any longer, their parents and brother would begin to worry. As they departed, Ning Yueshu couldn't help but ask the elderly man, "Might you be Yao Lao?" Yao Lao stroked his beard, looking at Ning Yueshu with a knowing glance. "Ah, does the young lady recognize me?" Ning Yueshu's eyes sparkled. She could not disclose her previous life's knowledge, but explained that she had heard her elders mention Yao Lao's silver needles, and thus she recognized them. Yao Lao responded. Excitedly, Ning Yueshu gazed at him and implored, "Yao Lao, there is a patient in my family who has suffered a head injury and lost their memory. Could you assist in examining them?" Yao Lao's expression shifted to one of peculiarity. However, with his unkempt beard and dirt-streaked face, Ning Yueshu could not discern his true feelings. "Certainly," he said slowly, "you are a kind-hearted girl, and I am fond of such virtuous souls. I will gladly assist in examining your patient. When shall we go?"
Now?
"Not at this moment. I must first secure my family's consent," Ning Yueshu replied, though she longed for Yao Lao to see Ah Fu immediately. "Understood," Yao Lao said. "I shall remain here. Once your elders agree, they may send someone to fetch me."
Thank you.
Ning Yueshu beamed, expressing her gratitude before bidding farewell to Yao Lao. Once Ning Yueshu and Ning Yuelu were out of sight, Yao Lao clenched his fist and coughed. "Come out." A shadow silently approached him. Yao Lao gritted his teeth, saying, "Inform that restless little brat that I have fulfilled his requests. Whether he seeks a bride or whatever else, he must take care of his health, otherwise I shall smash his head." "Yes, Dark 3 acknowledges the order," the shadow responded before vanishing. Yao Lao continued to grumble, still suffering from amnesia. Truly, there are many tricks. He turned and entered the room, where he saw the woman and the little girl. Sighing, he stroked his beard. The little girl eagerly called out, "Yao Grandpa." Yao Lao approached, gently ruffling the girl's hair, which felt like dry grass beneath his fingers. "Do not fear. Yao Grandpa will heal your sister. You and your sister are fortunate to have crossed paths with me. If she can identify the villain responsible for her plight, a brighter future awaits you both." Little Grass could not comprehend, but she held on to the words of the old doctor. With tears welling in her eyes, she grasped her sister's hand and cried, "Sister, you will surely get better. Do not leave Little Grass behind." The woman lying weakly on the bed seemed to hear her. Her eyelids flickered as her gaze shifted. In the Ning residence, after Ning Yueshu and Ning Yuru returned, they discreetly informed Ning Junemo and Ning Junshu about the matter. They dared not speak to their father, for engaging with women of the pleasure quarters would surely provoke his wrath, regardless of his usually amiable temperament. Their elder brother was wise, while the second brother was perceptive, and they would indulge and assist them. Ning Junshi, however, was not suitable for such discussions. His impatient nature often led him to let secrets slip. Upon learning of the situation, Ning Junemo and Ning Junshu were momentarily at a loss for words. Kindness? Resourcefulness? Courage? They possessed all these qualities, for they were indeed brothers. Exchanging a glance, Ning Junemo and Ning Junshu reluctantly acquiesced. Ning Yuru joyfully went to report the finalized banquet list to their parents, while Ning Yueshu remained behind with Ning Junemo. The two brothers, under the pretense of presenting gifts to Ning Yueshu, kept her with them, yet they made no move to reveal any presents. Instead, they simply watched her in silence. Ning Yueshu blinked and calmly inquired, "Elder brother, second brother, where are my gifts? Sister, do you have something to hide from us?" Ning Junshu was the first to speak. Ning Yueshu instinctively shook her head. Her rapid denial did not suffice to deceive them. Ning Junemo tapped the table lightly, fixing his gaze upon Ning Yueshu. "Sister, who do you think the troublemaking young Master Cui could be?" Chapter 15. Sister, are you surprised? Ning Yueshu, composed and unruffled, countered with a question. "What do you think, elder brother?" "Cui Yuhai," Ning Junemo stated decisively. Ning Yueshu felt a jolt of surprise within, glancing at her brothers. Their reaction was devoid of shock, as if they had already discerned her thoughts.
Subsequently,
Ning Junemo elaborated, "Sister, you have taken an immediate dislike to Cui Yuhai upon your first encounter. Furthermore, for the past few days, you have clung to Yuru, preventing any chance for her to meet him. This is quite apparent. You returned from the temple and might have heard something along the way that led you to distrust him. As for the woman of the pleasure quarters, her appearance is rather coincidental, which feels rather suspicious." Ning Junshu stroked his chin, slightly puzzled. He pondered whether this was arranged by Ning Yueshu. However, As soon as the thought emerged, he shook his head in refutation. Sister, you encountered bandits upon your descent and even rescued a man. Where would you have had the opportunity to venture to G-City? It must be coincidence. Listening to her brother's analysis, Ning Yueshu remained unfazed, her heart swelling with pride. Her brothers were the most astute. In her past life, her elder brother had entered the political arena, nearly attaining the position of prime minister. The second brother and the fourth brother had joined the military, with the second brother serving as a strategist whose wisdom instilled fear in their foes. The fourth brother was also a formidable young general. Yet, all three brothers had met their demise at the pinnacle of their brilliance. A pang of sorrow pierced Ning Yueshu's heart. Nevertheless, she quickly suppressed her pain, feigning a sense of guilt by lowering her gaze to conceal the sadness lurking in her eyes. She bit her lip and continued in line with her brother's words. Indeed, I have heard some unsettling tales. Cui Yuhai is not a good person, and he is unworthy of third sister. I do not wish for her to marry him. If Little Grass's sister truly suffered at the hands of Cui Yuhai, then he was indeed unworthy. Ning Junmo's tone was gentle, yet a chilling intensity resided in his eyes. This matter requires thorough investigation, Ning Yueshu stated. The brothers exchanged a knowing glance, both now invested in the issue. Ning Yueshu, relieved, felt her spirits lift. On this outing, she had fortuitously uncovered evidence of Cui Yuhai's villainy, prompting her brothers to take notice and decide to investigate. With their intelligence, a little guidance from her would surely reveal Cui Yuhai's true nature, thus nullifying his engagement to third sister. How splendid! Eagerly, Ning Yueshu sought to share another piece of good news. Elder brother, second brother, during my outing, I also encountered a remarkable physician who saved Little Grass's sister and brought them to Yunxiu town. Oh? This physician possesses a kind heart, Ning Junmo remarked casually. Ning Yueshu continued, he has a unique set of silver needles, each intricately engraved. This was my first encounter with such artistry. Her innocent curiosity piqued the attention of Ning Junmo and Ning Yueshu. They had heard tales of the legendary healer, the old doctor. Instantly, they were astonished and pressed Ning Yueshu for details. Is this true? Sister, did you discern the engravings on the silver needles? Ning Yueshu nodded. I will draw them for you. She fetched her brush and ink, illustrating the engravings on the silver needles. Upon seeing her drawings, the expressions on Ning Junmo and Ning Yueshu's faces subtly shifted, their astonishment evident as they exchanged glances. Elder brother, second brother, I wish to invite this old doctor to our home for a consultation. Would you speak to father about it? Ning Yueshu implored, her eyes shining with hope. Ning Junmo and Ning Yueshu instinctively tensed, fearing Ning Yueshu might be unwell. After her thorough explanation, they realized she was referring to the man she had rescued. Until that moment, they had completely forgotten about their father keeping the man confined in the eastern courtyard, forbidding even them from approaching him, shrouded in mystery. They too were curious about whom Ning Yueshu had saved and why their father had chosen to conceal him. Inviting a physician was an opportunity. Ning Junmo and Ning Yueshu promptly agreed, assuring her they would address the matter and arrange for the old doctor to visit the Ning residence to treat Ah Fu. With their objective achieved, the brothers finally produced their gifts. Though their primary motive was to engage Ning Yueshu in conversation, the gifts were indeed genuine. Ning Junmo presented a set of exquisite brushes and paper from the Imperial City, complete with a full palette of colors. Ning Yueshu gifted her a hand-carved wooden figurine, capable of moving its limbs, delightfully novel and playful. Ning Junmo instructed a servant to deliver the brushes directly to the Farong courtyard. Ning Yueshu, carrying her wooden figurine, playfully walked back to Farong courtyard, her heart soaring with joy. Every occurrence since her rebirth had been fortuitous. Good news, promising developments, auspicious signs. Ning Yueshu felt the future brimming with hope. In her exuberance, she found the flowers blooming along her path to be particularly splendid. The man standing by the circular gate at the edge of the flower bed also appeared exceptionally handsome. A pleasing sight. Suddenly, Ning Yueshu halted in her tracks, stunned as she gazed at the man. Ah Fu? She exclaimed in surprise. Ah Fu stood beneath the circular gate, his eyes sparkling as he smiled at Ning Yueshu, cheerfully calling out, Sister, are you surprised? In response, Ning Yueshu dashed toward him, seizing Ah Fu's arm and pulling him behind a rockery. Breathless from her sudden movement, she stared at Ah Fu in astonishment. Ah Fu, how did you get out? My father has sent many to keep watch over you. I simply walked out. They would know, so do not worry, sister. Ah Fu explained, simultaneously reaching out to tidy Ning Yueshu's disheveled hair. Ning Yueshu regarded him with a complex expression. This man was far too reckless. He was injured, yet repeatedly ventured out. She hesitated to inquire why he had come, fearing he might once again make her blush and her heart race. Ning Yueshu lightly coughed, her expression grave as she admonished, Ah Fu, you must not behave this way. I have summoned a remarkable physician who will cure your amnesia. You must return and rest obediently. Ah Fu replied, Oh, I shall comply. A bodyguard ought to heed the words of the young lady. With her hands on her hips, Ning Yueshu glared at Ah Fu, her demeanor fierce. Ah Fu gazed at her quietly before breaking into a smile. Ning Yueshu felt her cheeks flush, a mix of annoyance and discontent rising within her. What is so amusing? She inquired. It is just that I recalled something entertaining. Would you accompany me to see it? Once we've finished, I promise to return to the east courtyard to recuperate, Ah Fu suggested with a grin. Ning Yueshu's curiosity was piqued, though she remained cautious. Where are we going? To the bamboo pavilion in the western courtyard, Ah Fu answered. Ning Yueshu was somewhat astonished. Was that not the guest quarters of Cui Yuhai? The mere sight of him made her feel ill. What could possibly be amusing? Doubt flickered in her mind. Chapter 16. It turns out he fell into the latrine, just as Ning Yueshu was mulling over her doubts. Ah Fu took the lead, taking her hand as they headed towards the bamboo pavilion. Along the way, Ah Fu seemed to possess a premonition, skillfully avoiding others. He was intimately familiar with the paths of Ning's residence, even discovering a narrow bamboo path that Ning Yueshu had never traversed. Her attention shifted as she blinked in confusion. Ah Fu, how come you know my home better than I do? I searched for you in every corner. After visiting a place once, I remember it. This way, no matter where you are, I can find you immediately, Ah Fu remarked, his gaze directed ahead. His eyes dark and profound. Ning Yueshu, oblivious to his intensity, continued her inquiry. Has no one spotted you? Ah Fu chuckled softly, looking at her. Dear Yueshu, my skills are quite commendable. Ning Yueshu blinked, sensing his humility was genuine. He indeed possessed great abilities. Curiosity swelled within her, who had inflicted harm upon him to cause his memory loss. Moreover, she feigned a stern expression and said, Didn't I tell you to call me miss? You must not refer to me as Yueshu. But I remember nothing. You saved me. So you are my family. Yueshu feels so warm and intimate. It alleviates my loneliness. Ah Fu paused, looking down at her with a gaze so pitiful it was heart-wrenching. Ning Yueshu struggled to maintain her stern facade. Ah Fu continued, In the presence of others, I shall call you Mississippi. When it is just us, may I call you Yueshu? His pleading demeanor was utterly disarming. Ning Yueshu relented. Very well. Thank you, Yueshu. You are truly wonderful. Ah Fu exclaimed joyfully, leading her onward to the bamboo pavilion. With his back turned to her, a sly smile danced at the corners of his mouth, a glimmer of mischief and delight flickering in his eyes. Unbeknownst to Ah Fu, Ning Yueshu regarded him with a hint of affection, akin to how an older sister would look upon her younger brother. Having lived 2 lifetimes, she felt significantly older than Ah Fu, and viewing him as a younger sibling made him appear endearing. A little indulgence seemed harmless. After all, she had always been the youngest in her family, and now she had a brother. Before long, they arrived at the bamboo pavilion in the western courtyard. Upon their arrival, they noticed household servants bustling about, each wearing a grim expression, desperately pinching their noses.
What is happening here?
Ning Yueshu questioned. Come with me, Ah Fu urged, taking her hand as they hid behind a rockery, allowing the busy servants to pass by. Ning Yueshu looked at him in confusion. Ah Fu placed a finger to his lips, signaling her to remain quiet. Soon, the complaints of the servants reached her ears. It stinks.
Ugh.
I can barely hold it in. Hold it. If you dare vomit in front of our esteemed guest, you'll have the master to answer to. But Master Cui said he fell in the water. With this stench, it seems he fell into the latrine. The mention of the latrine caused Ning Yueshu to momentarily freeze, a realization dawning upon her. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she clenched her fists. The one following her and her third sister was not a thief. It was Cui Yuhai. What was his intention? Yueshu, Ah Fu gently tapped her hand, the warmth of his touch like an electric current, causing her to instinctively relax her grip and look up at him. Ah Fu beamed at her, asking, Are you pleased that this person who bullied you has fallen into the latrine? Ning Yueshu felt a cloud lift from her heart at the thought of Cui Yuhai in such a predicament, and she burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Serves him right."
Ha ha ha.
Suddenly, a servant rushed out of the house, panicking and shouting, "Master Cui has vomited, and it's all filth. Quickly, inform the master. Fetch the doctor." Chaos ensued as the servants scrambled to summon Ning's father and call for a physician. Ning Yueshu stifled her laughter, covering her mouth as tears of mirth welled in her eyes. "Let us depart," Ah Fu suggested, wrapping his arm around Ning Yueshu's waist. With a gentle leap, he lifted off the ground, and she felt the world shift around her. By the time she regained her senses, they found themselves in the bamboo grove, completely alone. Ah Fu tenderly removed her hand from her mouth and said softly, "Yueshu, you need not hold back any longer." Finally, she laughed freely, her smile radiant and enchanting, leaving Ah Fu captivated. Ahem. Ning Yueshu cleared her throat, collecting herself. Ah Fu quickly snapped back to reality, concealing the darkness in his gaze, and asked with a smile, "Did you enjoy it?" "Indeed." She nodded enthusiastically.
It was exhilarating.
Cui Yuhai's sneaky behavior followed by his fall into the latrine is poetic justice. He deserves it. However, the thought of Cui Yuhai's potential nefarious plans caused a shadow of worry to cross her brow. "Ah Fu," she suddenly asked, "if I were to learn martial arts now, not aiming for greatness, but simply to defend myself against men, would there still be an opportunity?" "Certainly, though it will be arduous. I am unafraid of hardship." "Very well." Ah Fu grinned, his captivating eyes filled with earnest anticipation as he gazed at her. "Once I am by your side, I shall personally teach you." Ning Yueshu nodded resolutely. She would persuade her father to agree. But that would have to wait until Ah Fu recovered and after her brother's celebration banquet, which was the most pressing matter at hand. After the banquet, she would deal with the scoundrel Cui Yuhai. After personally escorting Ning Yueshu back to Farong Pavilion, Ah Fu departed unnoticed. No one witnessed him, and as soon as Ning Yueshu stepped through the door, she turned around only to find his figure had vanished. "Miss, you have finally returned." Wan rushed out from within, looking at Ning Yueshu with a pitiful expression. Ning Yueshu shifted her gaze, smiling warmly at Wan. "What is the matter?" "Miss, you went out without taking me along." "I was out on business with my third sister, while you were helping mother prepare for the banquet. Everyone was busy. But fret not, I brought back a plethora of delicious treats for us to enjoy together," Ning Yueshu cheerfully declared, taking Wan's hand and skipping into the room. Seeing her mistress's beaming face, Wan's spirits lifted as well. It was never about wanting to play outside. She merely wished to be close to her mistress, to protect her. Witnessing Ning Yueshu's joy brought her immense happiness. Together, they sat and shared the delectable treats, all the while listening to Wan recount the happenings in their mother's domain. The elder brother has achieved the title of a scholar in high school, which is not only a moment of joy for him but also a grand celebration for the entire Ning family. Given the Ning family's historical ties with the emperor, an influx of guests is expected to convey their congratulations, leaving the household in a flurry of activity. Ning Yueshu anticipated that she would have to wait until after the elder brother's celebratory banquet to invite the esteemed elder Yao to their residence. However, to her surprise, news arrived the very next day. Chapter 17. It would be best not to provoke him. The message was conveyed by Ning Junmo's young attendant. This morning, Ning Junmo and Ning Yueshu had merely mentioned in passing that a renowned healer, Elder Yao, was rumored to have appeared in Yunxiu town, which instantly excited Master Ning. Without hesitation, he pressed Ning Junmo for the healer's whereabouts and immediately dispatched the steward to fetch him. Master Ning's reaction was quite intense. Ning Junmo and Ning Yueshu exchanged glances, both sensing something peculiar. The individual whom Xu Bao had rescued seemed to hold a remarkably significant place in their father's heart. Once Elder Yao arrived, Ning Junmo and Ning Yueshu, seizing the opportunity while Master Ning was in high spirits, entered the eastern courtyard without being noticed. Meanwhile, Ning Junmo instructed his attendant to relay a message to Ning Yueshu. In the eastern courtyard, upon their first glance at Afu, Ning Junmo and Ning Yueshu were momentarily taken aback. This individual was extraordinary. He was certainly no ordinary person. Just in terms of appearance, even as a man, he was strikingly exceptional. Ning Junmo, with his elegant charm, and Ning Yueshu, noble as jade, were instantly overshadowed by Afu's presence. Observing their father's fervent demeanor, which was fixed on Elder Yao as he examined Afu, the brothers exchanged contemplative looks. After Elder Yao concluded his examination and stroked his beard in thought, Master Ning eagerly inquired, "How is he? Does the healer see any hope for him?" Elder Yao shot a glance at Master Ning and replied curtly, "The young man is in robust health. There is no need to speak of hope or despair. Do not utter such nonsense." "Cough, that is not what I meant. I meant to say that he claims to have lost his memory and cannot recall anything, not even his own name. Honorable healer, do you believe he truly has amnesia? Can it be restored?" Master Ning explained. Upon hearing this, Ning Junmo and Ning Yueshu exchanged astonished glances once more.
Amnesia?
Elder Yao cast a sidelong glance at Afu, who calmly nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, I cannot remember anything." It seemed he truly had lost his memory. Elder Yao, with a knowing look at the injury on Afu's head, remarked, "An injury to the head can certainly cause amnesia. As for when he may recover those memories, it is difficult to say at this moment." Master Ning's expression soured, and he gazed at Afu with a troubled frown. Elder Yao, noticing his expression, asked, "What troubles you, Master Ning?" "His life is not in danger, and his memories will eventually return. It is best for him to recuperate here. Honorable healer, do you think he is fit for long journeys or a change of scenery for recovery?" "I shall not leave," Afu stated flatly, his tone resolute. Elder Yao, stroking his beard, gently advised Master Ning, "He is still a patient. It is best for him to rest in place." Master Ning's expression was akin to holding a hot potato, unable to discard it without consequence. Elder Yao continued, "Since he has lost his memory, it would be prudent not to provoke him, as it may hinder his recovery. Are you suggesting that we must accommodate him?" "Precisely." Elder Yao's expression grew more animated. Afu's eyes lit up as he turned to Master Ning and declared, "I wish to become the 5th Mrs. Protector."
Uffed.
Elder Yao, who had just taken a sip of tea, sputtered upon hearing Afu's proclamation. Master Ning's expression froze, and both Ning Junmo and Ning Yueshu were left speechless. "The 5th Miss saved my life. I wish to repay her by becoming her protector." Afu's eyes sparkled with earnest determination. Master Ning responded, "I cannot agree to this. Even the Emperor cannot command him. If he becomes Shubao's protector, once he regains his memory, what if he turns hostile and threatens her life?" Ning Junmo and Ning Yueshu chimed in, "We also disagree. What if this fellow brings calamity upon our Shubao with his deceptive charm?" "I consent." A sudden voice from outside interrupted, and all eyes turned towards the door. Ning Yueshu rushed in, breathless from running, and upon raising her gaze, she looked at everyone in the room with fervor, declaring, "I agree. Father, elder brother, second brother, I want him to be my protector."
Miss.
Afu's eyes sparkled as he stepped forward. However, just as he advanced, 3 formidable figures blocked his path, with Master Ning and the others regarding him with the vigilance reserved for wolves and tigers. Elder Yao stroked his beard, thoroughly entertained. Afu caught a glimpse of him, and Elder Yao cleared his throat, stating, "History is replete with tales of heroes rescuing maidens, and maidens rewarding them with their devotion. Although today it is the maiden who rescues, and he wishes to protect her, it is indeed commendable." "Not at all," Master Ning replied with a scowl. "Indeed, not at all," Ning Junmo and Ning Yueshu echoed, aligning with their father's sentiment. By this time, Ning Yueshu had regained her breath and stepped forward, sweetly addressing her father and brothers, "Father, elder brother, second brother." Master Ning replied, "Shubao, you should not be here. Your mother and third sister are quite busy. You ought to assist them and not concern yourself with this matter." Ning Yueshu countered, "Father, I have already given him my word." Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Ning Yueshu smiled gently and continued, "Father has always taught me to be trustworthy and to honor my promises. I have pledged to him that he may serve as my protector, and how could I go back on my word? I am the most obedient daughter." Master Ning inhaled sharply, his voice trembling as he asked, "You promised? When did this happen?" "On the way down the mountain." Ning Yueshu glanced at Afu and declared firmly, "On the way, Afu awakened briefly and expressed his desire to repay me, so I agreed. Wan can attest to this."
With that,
Ning Yueshu signaled Wan with her eyes. Everyone turned to Wan, who swallowed hard, mentally repeating to herself to support the miss and not undermine her. After a moment, she reluctantly nodded. Ning Yueshu quietly gave Wan a thumbs up, then turned to Master Ning and said, "Father, we must keep our word." Master Ning struggled to breathe, feeling as though he had lifted a stone only to drop it on his own foot. He found himself utterly unable to refute her. Ning Junmo and Ning Junshu exchanged glances, speechless and resigned as they looked at Ning Yueshu. Ning Junmo queried, Shu Bao, are you not afraid he might be a villain? Afu. Are you? Ning Yueshu blinked innocently and smiled at Afu. Afu shook his head. I am not.
See.
Ning Yueshu gazed innocently at Ning Junmo. Ning Junshu pondered for a moment before managing to utter, Shu Bao, he is a man. Ning Yueshu nodded, I understand. Afu is a protector, and protectors have their own quarters. So there is no cause for misunderstanding. Ning Junshu was at a loss for words. The brothers simultaneously turned their gaze back to Master Ning. After much internal conflict, Master Ning finally relented and fixed his gaze on Afu, stating, you may become Shu Bao's protector, but you must first swear an oath. From this day forth, Shu Bao's life shall take precedence over yours, and you shall never harm her in this lifetime. Very well. Afu raised his hand to swear, his words sincere and solemn. Afu proclaimed, I swear that Ning Yueshu's life is more valuable than my own, and I shall never cause her harm. Should I violate this oath, may I lose all that I hold dear and suffer a fate worse than death. Chapter 18. First warm the bed, then kneel by the bedside. Afu's attitude was earnest, and his vow was fierce. Ning Laoyi, one would expect, should be satisfied. However, he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. The oath did not seem fitting. It sounded less like a guardian's vow and more like words spoken by a suitor seeking to wed his daughter, a declaration of intent. How peculiar. The more he pondered, the more strange it became. With his brow furrowed, Ning Laoyi fixed his gaze on Afu, whose expression was sincere and straightforward, his eyes clear and unclouded by any ulterior motives. Upon seeing Afu's eyes, Ning Laoyi could not help but feel a pang of guilt. It was he who had misjudged. With a nod, he conceded, very well. Once you have healed, you shall become Shu Bao's protector. However, you are not a member of the Ning family, so you may leave whenever you wish. After a moment's reflection, Ning Laoyi added, just inform me before you depart. Understood, Afu replied, a radiant smile illuminating his face. With Ning Laoyi's consent, Ning Junmo and Ning Junshu had no choice but to acquiesce. Ning Laoyi then turned to Yalao, bowing respectfully, today, I am grateful for your assistance, Yalao. If it is not too much trouble, would you consider residing at the Ning residence? I shall ensure you are provided with satisfactory accommodations, and it would allow you to further attend to Afu's recovery. Ning Laoyi had even begun to refer to Afu by name. Yalao readily agreed, with a cheerful demeanor. However, he added, I do have a patient at the inn who requires my attention. They cannot do without me. Not a problem, Ning Laoyi replied. The Ning residence is vast and has ample guest rooms. I will arrange for your patient to stay here as well. Ning Laoyi, without a second thought, readily consented. Yalao stroked his beard, pleased. Ning Yueshu, upon hearing this, exchanged a surprised and joyful glance with her brothers. Keeping the matter close at hand would facilitate better oversight. Should it turn out that the elder sister of Xiao Chao had indeed been harmed by Cui Yuhai, it would be prudent to protect her and await the opportunity to confront him. Once matters were settled, Ning Laoyi took Ning Junmo and Ning Yueshu with him. Observing Ning Laoyi's expression, it was evident that he intended to have a serious talk with Ning Yueshu. Afu stood by the door, his gaze lingering on Ning Yueshu's retreating figure, worry and agitation flickering in his eyes. If only he had married Shu Er sooner, even as a father-in-law, it would have been challenging to guide her. While Afu was lost in thought, a hand stealthily reached out from behind him. Without turning, he slightly inclined his head to avoid the touch just as it was about to make contact. Once alone, Afu's voice turned icy, devoid of warmth. What do you want? I wish to see if you are in pain. Yalao replied, his tone now markedly different from before. Afu turned to face him, still bearing the same countenance and attire, yet his demeanor had transformed entirely. His presence exuded an air of nobility, arrogance, and danger, his eyes reflecting the ruthlessness of a sovereign, cold and devoid of compassion. Afu emanated an aura of power that left others breathless. However, he could intimidate others, but not Yalao. With a scoff, Yalao was the first to confront Afu. Who struck you? Dark One?
Dark 2?
Dark 3? No. You are not in the Imperial City. Dark One must remain there to handle the Emperor. Dark 3 just brought me from a great distance, leaving only Dark 2 by your side. Without waiting for Afu's response, Yalao continued his analysis, revealing his familiarity with Afu. Clenching his fists, he glared at Afu in exasperation. What were you thinking? If you had exerted a bit more force, you would have met your demise. Could you not allow Dark 2 to put on a show? Just a scratch? That would not deceive Shu Er. A Fu replied nonchalantly. Yalao, instantly irate, rolled up his sleeves, filled with the urge to strike a Fu. However, upon witnessing a Fu's impassive expression, he deflated, sitting on a stool and sighing. You have been reckless since childhood, harsh to others, and even harsher to yourself. I am too old to manage you. Go ahead and self-destruct. When you are gone, I will see that the lovely and kind Ning girl marries someone better than you. With a snap, a Fu crushed the teacup in his hand, his gaze dark and menacing as he fixed it upon Yalao. Yet, Yalao remained unfazed, rolling his eyes mockingly. Too cowardly to face the girl, are you? Look at the state you are in, with amnesia and still acting as a guardian. How impressive. A Fu lowered his eyes, unusually silent. Yalao, having watched a Fu grow, recognized his temperament and immediately sensed his unease, as if he feared something.
Ah!
Yalao exclaimed, intrigued. He had never seen this boy afraid of anything. Realizing the source of a Fu's anxiety, he stroked his beard, smugly teasing, I see. You fear that the Ning girl will discover your true identity and be unwilling to be close to you, let alone marry you, correct? Given your future father-in-law's expression, it will not be easy for you to find a bride. A Fu chuckled lightly, responding, Shu Er will like me, and she will wish to marry me. As long as she is willing, her father will eventually consent.
Ah!
So you see yourself as a guardian? It seems you think being close to the waters will allow you to get the first catch, fooling the Ning girl, is that it? I would never deceive Shu Er. Yalao looked at a Fu with disdain. Isn't that what you are doing now? After a moment of silence, a Fu spoke softly. I do this to protect Shu Er. Too many covet her, wishing to harm her and her family. In time, I will explain everything to her. She may punish me however she sees fit.
Bah!
That girl is not so twisted. At most, she would have you kneel beside the bed. A Fu pondered this, nodding in agreement. That is fair. I shall warm her bed first, then kneel. This way, she shall not be cold while she sleeps. Yalao shivered, a wave of goosebumps racing down his spine. He could not bear to stay any longer. If he was already this sentimental before even courting the girl, how would it be in the future? Yalao stood, rubbing his arms, muttering, I will go see where your future father-in-law has arranged for me to stay. Once I am familiar with the route, it will be easier for me to come and check on your head, helping you regain your memories sooner. The phrase regain your memories was emphasized with a hint of urgency. A Fu looked at Yalao, his gaze heavy. Just as Yalao was about to leave, a Fu softly called out, Grandfather. Yalao paused, turning back in disbelief. A Fu continued, Grandfather, thank you for your assistance. Children are but a debt. I have only you left. Who else would I help? You should marry soon and have a child, so I can hold my great-grandson, Yalao said, his expression softening with warmth. A Fu regarded him, suddenly stating, Shu Er is quite interested in medicine. Yalao responded with confusion. What? The kindness in Yalao's expression vanished, replaced by shock as he stared at a Fu. A Fu smiled. The lineage of the divine physician is in need of a successor. Yalao, trembling with indignation, pointed at a Fu, speechless for a moment. Finally, with a stomp of his foot, he stormed off, gritting his teeth in irritation. Chapter 19. Who exactly is a Fu? In Ning Lao Ye's study, Ning Yueshu sat on a stool, facing Ning Lao Yi, Ning Junmo, and Ning Junshu, who were lined up before her. Ning Yueshu felt a wave of familiarity wash over her. Just yesterday, her eldest and second brothers had sat in the same manner, and today, their father joined them. As the three conducted their inquiry, Ning Yueshu remained unflustered, exuding calmness. After all, she was not truly a mere 15 years old, and she understood her father's and brother's tactics. As expected, her father first donned a stern expression, lowering his voice as he gravely questioned, Shu Bao, please explain. Daughters are trustworthy. Is there an issue with my father's words? Ning Yueshu replied innocently, looking back at Ning Lao Yi. Ning Lao Yi was momentarily at a loss for words. Ning Junmo took over. Shu Bao, you are still young and exceptionally beautiful. What if that Fu is a villain, attempting to deceive you or harbor ill intentions? Ning Yueshu replied without a moment's hesitation, if a Fu is a villain who deceives me, I shall make him pay dearly. Instantly, the three men in the room felt a chill between their legs. They gasped in disbelief, staring at Ning Yueshu, astonished at how their dear girl had become so fierce. Ning Yueshu blinked innocently at them, explaining, I meant to have the servants break his legs. What were you two thinking? Ning Yueshu stammered, and no, we weren't thinking anything. Ning Yueshu quickly added, yes, yes. If need be, I will personally assist my elder brother in breaking his legs, and we shall also call upon Junqi. Ning Laoyi hesitated, then said, my dear Xu Bao, you are a girl. Such fierce words are unbecoming. What if you cannot find a husband in the future? Then I shan't marry. I shall stay at home with my father, and help my brothers accompany their wives and care for my little nephews and nieces, Ning Yueshu exclaimed joyfully, her eyes sparkling with genuine desire. Ning Laoyi and Ning Yueshu were momentarily swayed, but they quickly shook their heads in disapproval. They wished to keep Xu Bao with them and would gladly support her forever, yet they felt it would be unwise for her to remain unmarried and lonely. They were determined to find her a worthy husband. Father, it seems you know a Fu. Do you know who he is? Ning Yueshu suddenly inquired. Ning Yueshu and Ning Yueshu turned their curious gazes towards Ning Laoyi as well. Ning Laoyi fell silent. The true identity of a Fu was too astonishing. He was unsure who had inflicted such severe harm on him, causing him to lose his memory. If their enemies discovered this, it would be perilous. The entire Ning family could not bear the consequences if anything happened to a Fu. After a moment's contemplation, Ning Laoyi turned to Ning Yueshu and said, Mo, tomorrow is your celebration banquet. The palace will surely send gifts. Regardless of who comes from the palace, you must endeavor to keep them here. I have something to discuss privately. Understood, father. Ning Yueshu nodded. Then Ning Laoyi addressed both him and Ning Yueshu. There will be many guests tomorrow, each representing different factions. They may try to test whether you brothers intend to enter the court. Regardless of what they say or do, do not take sides. Remember, our Ning family has a close relationship with the emperor, but we have no ties to the princes, nor do we intend to assist anyone. Ning Laoyi admonished them sternly. Both Ning Yueshu and Ning Yueshu nodded in unison, their expressions turning grave and serious. Finally, Ning Laoyi looked at Ning Yueshu with a gentle and affectionate demeanor, saying, Xu Bao, tomorrow you shall accompany your mother and third sister. You are 15 now. It is time for you to learn. All right, Ning Yueshu answered obediently. After that, Ning Laoyi ushered the three siblings out of the study. Once outside, they realized that their father had not answered whether he knew a Fu. Who exactly was a Fu? The three siblings, not lacking in intelligence, understood that their father was deliberately avoiding the subject. Curiosity gnawed at them like a cat's claw. Ning Yueshu, however, was not anxious. After all, her father had promised that a Fu would become her guardian, accompanying her every day. With the divine physician old Ji treating him, a Fu would surely regain his memory. At that point, Ning Yueshu would uncover the truth of who she had saved in her previous life. Xu Bao. Xu Bao. Ning Yueshu and Ning Yueshu called out to Ning Yueshu. Coming back to her senses, she blinked in confusion at her two brothers. Ning Yueshu and Ning Yueshu were utterly bewildered, wondering what was occupying her thoughts. It's nothing, speak on, brothers. Ning Yueshu shook her head and smiled. Ning Yueshu beckoned, and the three siblings huddled together, murmuring together. The next day dawned clear and bright, with a gentle breeze, a propitious day indeed. The Ning family had meticulously planned to host a grand feast in celebration of their eldest son, Ning Yueshu, passing the imperial examination. As the sun rose, the entrance of the Ning residence bustled with activity. Guests arrived not only from Yunxiu town but also from the county magistrate and nearby noble families, all seemingly insignificant compared to the true powers of the imperial city. For instance, Cui Yuhai, the son of the left chancellor, had a retinue of sycophants that nearly outnumbered Ning Yueshu, the guest of honor. The male guests were received by Ning Laoyi and Ning Yueshu, while the female guests were welcomed by Madame Ning, with Ning Yueshu and Ning Yueshu assisting. Ning Yueshu found herself with little to do. This was her first exposure to such a grand and formal banquet at her age, and her mother and third sister primarily guided her, allowing her to familiarize herself without placing any responsibilities upon her. Though she possessed 7 years of experience managing the general's residence in her past life, she concealed it completely, playing the role of a novice. However, when her mother and third sister taught her, she grasped the concept swiftly, delighting them both. The sister duo, Ning Yueshu and Ning Yueshu, were renowned throughout Yunxiu town. The female guests showered them with admiration and flattery. Fortunately, they were tactful enough to recognize that Ning Yueshu was already betrothed to the son of the left chancellor. As for Ning Yueshu, being her sister, Her future husband would undoubtedly be of high caliber, and they deemed themselves unworthy of pursuing her. Otherwise, Ning Yueshu might have fled. Just as the banquet atmosphere grew jubilant, a loud voice from outside announced, "The imperial decree has arrived." Instantly, the guests were taken aback. Ning Laoyi and Madame Ning led the family forward to receive the decree, and Ning Yueshu was among them, kneeling on the ground. Ning Yueshu's cheeks flushed with excitement. In her previous life, there had been imperial rewards, but due to her injury, her family had been thrown into disarray, neglecting her elder brother's achievements. There was no banquet to celebrate, and the gifts from the palace vanished like smoke, hastily stored away. Her elder brother's glorious youth had been glossed over in a perfunctory manner. Ning Yueshu had carried the guilt and sadness of that moment throughout her past life. Unable to let go, this time, she would not let it pass by. Listening to the list of rare and precious gifts being announced, the surrounding guests gasped in envy. And when she beheld her elder brother's noble and graceful demeanor, modest yet charming, Ning Yueshu's smile blossomed like a flower. How wonderful! Just as everyone thought the imperial gifts had concluded and were about to rise, the head eunuch, having received the decree, turned to unveil an ornate scroll. Furthermore, Prince Yu has conveyed his congratulations to the esteemed eldest son of Ning, with the following gifts: 1,000 taels of gold, 300 bolts of fine silk, 10 sets of top-grade stationery, and 8 pieces of precious jade. The gifts from Prince Yu were one less than those from the emperor. However, in terms of value, they were equally impressive, as if he were contesting with the emperor. No one else would dare to do so, yet it was entirely reasonable coming from Prince Yu. The revelation of Prince Yu's gifts left the guests in utter shock. Only Ning Laoye's expression was particularly telling, slightly contorting, his fists clenched tightly. After receiving the decree and the gifts, everyone stood. The eunuch who had come from the palace to present the decree and escort the gifts did not offer any congratulations to Ning Junmo, but Ning Laoye, with a friendly yet slightly assertive demeanor, led him to a corner. Ning Laoye could hardly wait to pose his private inquiry. He had a pressing question that demanded immediate attention. Ning Laoye looked at the deputy eunuch, lowering his voice as he asked, "Deputy eunuch, why would Prince Yu send gifts? We have no connection with him." "I am not sure. Perhaps Prince Yu admires the eldest son," the deputy eunuch replied, grinning. Ning Laoye pressed on. "When did Prince Yu prepare these gifts?" "The day after the eldest son passed the examination." "Lord Ning, you are aware that His Majesty has always cherished the bond of friendship with you and has shown particular concern for the eldest son. Upon learning of the eldest son's success in the imperial examination, His Majesty was more delighted than when he learned of the second place in the palace examination, and immediately instructed his servants to prepare gifts for reward. Prince Yu also came to know of this, and wished to offer his own rewards. This scenario appears as though Prince Yu and the Emperor are competing against one another." Lord Ning, however, felt a sense of relief, for he had been terrified. The gifts had been prepared well in advance, not hastily arranged in recent days. He had not been deceived. The deputy steward, observing Lord Ning's expression of false alarm, could not help but chuckle and said, "Do not worry, Lord Ning. Prince Yu has already been conferred a title and is the Emperor's most favored son. His Majesty will not err in judgment." Lord Ning hesitated, wanting to clarify that this was not the reason, but found it difficult to articulate. He could only smile in agreement and usher the deputy steward back to the banquet. Meanwhile, Ning Yueshu sat with the other ladies, overhearing their whispers about Prince Yu. In the kingdom of Tianqian, the emperor holds the highest esteem, followed by Prince Yu, who is the seventh son of the emperor and the only prince to have been conferred a title and established his own court at the tender age of 12. Among all the princes, only Prince Yu has been granted a title, signifying that he is exempt from any future struggle for the throne. This, however, does not imply that he is any less favored. On the contrary, he is the emperor's most beloved child and wields considerable power. Prince Yu oversees the most formidable entity in Tianqian, the Tianxi. Regardless of the high-ranking officials or noble lords, entering the Tianxi is akin to facing certain death. With a title comes immense power, boundless wealth, and a status that is supreme. Even if a prince were to ascend the throne in the future, it would not shake Prince Yu in the slightest. Thus, it is often said that Prince Yu, though not an emperor, is far superior to one. As Ning Yueshu listened to the murmurs of the ladies, her thoughts drifted back to her past life. In that lifetime, the struggle for the throne among the princes was exceedingly perilous. Yet the faction led by Qin Bai Yuan sought to ingratiate themselves not with any particular prince, but with Prince Yu, who was the true golden thigh. For Qin Bai Yuan's sake, Ning Yueshu endeavored to befriend the powerful ladies aligned with Prince Yu. Thus, when she learned that Qin Bai Yuan intended to offer her to a noble in exchange for a marquis title, Ning Yueshu contemplated whether that noble could be Prince Yu. Yet it seemed unlikely. It was said that Prince Yu is cruel, cold-blooded, and had a bloody hand, showing no interest in women. Lowering her head, Ning Yueshu sneered. Jianglan Xian had claimed to have nightly affairs with her, but it was not Qin Bai Yuan. Rather, it was some unknown rogue. Since marrying her, Qin Bai Yuan had exploited her, using their nights together to send her off to curry favor with powerful men. How laughable that Ning Yueshu had remained oblivious to it all. She had once been perplexed, had entertained doubts, and had even inquired why she always fell asleep before Qin Bai Yuan arrived, awakening to find herself alone. Each time, she had been sweet-talked and deceived. Ning Yueshu's gaze darkened. Although these were matters of her past life, they were vividly etched in her memory.
How infuriating!
If she were to discover who had violated her, she would surely make that wretched man pay. At that moment, she felt a chill. While lost in thought, her eyes swept across the room and suddenly froze, straightening up. Ning Yueshu promptly inquired of Madame Ning, "Mother, where is third sister?" A maid had come earlier to summon Ru'er. She must have gone out. Madame Ning, engaged in conversation with other ladies, turned to Ning Yueshu and smiled. She has likely stepped out. This realization struck Ning Yueshu like a thunderbolt. She immediately rose, drawing the attention of the surrounding ladies. With a slight bow, she explained, "I suddenly recalled a matter that requires my sister's attention. I take my leave." After speaking, Ning Yueshu called for Wan and hurried out the door. With numerous guests present, the space was crowded, and even on tiptoes, Ning Yueshu could not locate Ning Yuru's figure. Knowing that if Cui Yu Hai had summoned her sister, it would undoubtedly be to a secluded place, making it even more difficult to find her. Ning Yueshu seized Ruan's hand and whispered urgently, "Ruan, go find eldest brother and inform him that Cui Yu Hai has taken third sister away." "Understood." Ruan nodded and darted into the throng. Taking a deep breath, Ning Yueshu pondered where in the house there might be fewer people and a suitable place for private conversation. That scoundrel Cui Yu Hai dared to lay hands on her, and he would surely take advantage of her sister. Third sister, with her gentle and graceful demeanor, had always remembered her childhood betrothal, viewing Cui Yu Hai as her husband. What if she were deceived and did not refuse? The more anxious Ning Yueshu became, the calmer she resolved to be. She must find third sister with haste. In a corner of the garden, Cui Yu Hai stood face to face with Ning Yuru, holding a flower and tenderly complimenting her. "Sister Yuru, you are even more beautiful than this flower." Ning Yuru blushed and shyly accepted the flower, saying, "Thank you. Brother Cui, we should return to the banquet. They need us." Cui Yu Hai quickly responded, "Sister Yuru, do you not wish to stay a while longer with me? I cannot bear to part with you." With an affectionate demeanor, Ning Yuru, both shy and pleased, nodded in agreement to remain. Lowering her head in bashfulness, she did not notice the calculating glint in Cui Yu Hai's eyes. Disappointed, Cui Yu Hai thought, "This was far too easy. There is no sense of accomplishment. Ning Yueshu is truly more beautiful and has a fiery spirit, but I cannot abandon Ning Yuru." Previously, he had only known of the emperor's nostalgia and regard for the Ning family. Today, not only did the emperor send gifts, but even Prince Yu acknowledged them. Though the Ning family resided far in Yunxiu town, their status in Cui Yu Hai's eyes had risen dramatically. He thought to himself, Bai Yuan was right. This marriage must be secured. I must marry Ning Yuru. Once married, we will be family. Seeing each other frequently will allow me to eventually win over that delicate flower, Ning Yueshu. As he plotted, Cui Yu Hai reached out to take Ning Yuru's hand. Ning Yueshu, having approached and witnessing the scene, rushed forward to intervene. "Scoundrel. Let go of my third sister." Unexpectedly, a hand intercepted her, pulling Ning Yueshu back into the shadows. She felt warmth near her ear as a fool reassured her. "Do not worry, my lady. Someone will intervene." "Who?" Ning Yueshu asked. Chapter 21. Cui Yu Hai only wishes to flee my lady. Look. A Fu spoke with a reassuring tone, instantly calming Ning Yueshu's anxiety and nervousness. She turned her gaze towards third sister. Cui Yu Hai, unable to grasp third sister's hand, found himself seized by the elder, Yao Lao. Cui Yu Hai had intended to caress her delicate hand, to take the opportunity to touch her face and steal a kiss for some favor, but instead of soft flesh, he encountered only folds of skin. Startled, He had not yet retracted his hand when he was pulled back. Cui Yuhai gasped, "Who are you? Release me at once." "Old man, what are you doing here?" Ning Yueshu exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing Yao Lao. Seeing him holding onto Cui Yuhai without letting go, she anxiously urged, "Elder, please speak properly. Let go of Brother Cui first." With a dismissive wave, Yao Lao replied, "No rush. I just want to take a whiff." Gripping Cui Yuhai's hand, Yao Lao sniffed it before suddenly releasing it, covering his nose with the other hand and leaping 3 steps back. With a disgusted and shocked expression, Yao Lao shouted, "How do you smell like feces?" Cui Yuhai's body stiffened. Ning Yueshu was momentarily taken aback and then grew angry. "Elder, I respect you. But how can you speak so carelessly?" "Miss Third, I speak only the truth. From a distance, I detected a foul odor and tracked it here. The stench emanates from him. Do not believe me? Go ahead and take a whiff." Yao Lao insisted, covering his nose. Ning Yueshu's face turned crimson with embarrassment. How could she possibly go and smell whether Cui Yuhai carried an odor or not? Ning Yueshu raised her gaze towards Cui Yuhai, hoping he would retort. To her surprise, Cui Yuhai thought she genuinely wanted to detect a scent about him and instinctively recoiled several steps. Ning Yueshu was taken aback, and Cui Yuhai's expression grew increasingly grim. His face turned pale. After 2 days of incessant bathing, soaking, and changing water, how could there possibly be any odor? "Brother Cui, have you fallen into a cesspit?" The old man suddenly interjected, interrupting Ning Yueshu's words and questioning Cui Yuhai. Cui Yuhai instinctively stepped back another half-step, his body stiffening. His actions spoke volumes, rendering the answer clear, leaving Ning Yueshu in a daze. Any lingering feelings of ambiguity vanished. Cui Yuhai only wanted to escape. The mere mention of a cesspit became the shadow and nightmare of his life. Cui Yuhai awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth and explained to Ning Yueshu, "Sister Yueshu, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." With that, he hurriedly turned and fled, leaving Ning Yueshu in disbelief as she watched his retreating figure. He just ran away? He left her behind? Had he truly fallen into a cesspit? What is wrong with young people these days? Just the day before, a thief fell into a cesspit, and now she encounters a well-dressed man who also fell into one. How stinky. Old man covered his nose, muttering. Ning Yueshu lowered her gaze. Hands clasped around a flower, lost in thought. Old man tilted his head to observe her and, in a lighter tone, said, "Third miss, shall I escort you back to the banquet? You look splendid today and deserve to be admired and praised."
All right.
"How did you come to my home, elder?" Ning Yueshu nodded, following Old man as she inquired. Old man stroked his beard, chuckling. "Your father invited me. I will be residing here, so we shall meet often. You may call me Elder Ya." "I see. Thank you, Elder Ya." As Ning Yueshu walked away with Old man, a discarded flower remained on the ground. Noticing her sister had safely departed with Old man, Ning Yueshu exhaled in relief, finally turning her attention back to Afu. It was then that Afu released his hold on Ning Yueshu, his fingers grazing her slender waist. His fingertips slightly bent in reluctance. Without waiting for Ning Yueshu to inquire, Afu explained, "Old man said there's a lively gathering ahead, and he brought me along to join in. On the way, I spotted your sister and followed." "Ah, I see." Ning Yueshu smiled slightly, grateful for Old man's assistance. "But Afu, why didn't he let me go?" "I was afraid a dog might bite you." Ning Yueshu was momentarily taken aback, then her smile blossomed even brighter. "You speak well, Afu. Is not Cui Yuhai akin to a dog? The vicious dog of Qin Bai Yuan?" Seeing the amusement in Ning Yueshu's eyes, Afu chuckled and continued, "I also need you to keep an eye on me, lest I inadvertently kick him into the water. Today, being a joyous occasion at your home, it wouldn't be wise to cause a disturbance." Ning Yueshu nodded with a smile. "Indeed, Afu, you are quite thoughtful." She then reached out to pat Afu's head. Ning Yueshu's tone and gesture invoked a subtle feeling in Afu, one he couldn't quite grasp, sensing something amiss. It felt somewhat inappropriate. After merely a fleeting touch, she withdrew her hand, clasping both behind her back as she mischievously regarded Afu, asking, "Afu, will you accompany me to the banquet?" Afu's eyes brightened slightly, but, recalling something, he ultimately shook his head. "I'm still injured and fear a headache," Afu explained. "Then you should return to rest. I'll escort you back." "Very well." A gentle joy shone in Afu's eyes as he gazed at Ning Yueshu. They walked side by side back to the eastern courtyard. unaware that Ning Junmo and the others were beginning to worry about Ning Yueshu after they crossed paths with her, and she vanished. Ning Junmo dispatched someone to investigate Jiqing's Jin Hualane, obtaining answers the previous day, and the three siblings conversed about it. They were aware of Cui Yuhai's identity, and thus understood that he had called Ning Yueshu away, causing them great concern. However, before they commenced their search, Old Manya returned Ning Yueshu, alleviating their worries. Yet, upon realizing Ning Yueshu was also missing, their anxiety resurfaced. Could it be that Cui Yuhai had turned to seek out Xu Bao? Old Manya, having overheard their conversation, stroked his beard and glanced back. He had been with a Fu, not merely joining the festivities, but because the young man had his thoughts on the Ning family girl and wished to see her. Now that she was absent, it was evident that the two would be together. Old Manya immediately cleared his throat, drawing Ning Junmo and the others' attention. The fifth miss should be with a Fu. There is no need for concern. Ning Junmo and Ning Yueshu's expressions darkened. Who is a Fu? Ning Yueshu inquired, puzzled. Third miss. He is the one you saved, named a Fu, Wan explained from the side. Ning Yueshu nodded, her curiosity piqued further. Why did it seem everyone knew a Fu except her? Ning Junmo had just said, I will go fetch Xu Bao, when Old Manya interjected. Ahem. I have something to announce. Xiao Chao's sister has awakened. At this revelation, expressions varied among them. Ning Junmo and Ning Yueshu exchanged glances, their faces grave, their eyes glimmering with a hidden light. Ning Yueshu was elated. This was indeed wonderful news. Chapter 22. Short pain is better than long suffering. It was truly good news. Ning Junmo and Ning Yueshu exchanged glances, realizing that the plan discussed with Xu Bao could be expedited. However, they needed to confirm further. Ning Junmo asked Old Manya, elder. Can Xiao Chao's sister get out of bed?
Can she speak?
She can, but not for long. Otherwise, it could leave her with lasting ailments, Old Manya hinted. Ning Junmo nodded, very well. Ning Yueshu, listening intently, was utterly perplexed and tugged at Ning Junmo's sleeve, asking, Elder brother, why do you inquire about this? Do you know about Xiao Chao and her sister? Ning Junmo turned to Ning Yueshu, hesitating to respond. Having clarified the matter regarding Jin Hualane, with evidence and witnesses in hand, all that remained was for Xiao Chao's sister to awaken so they could deal with Cui Yuhai without hesitation. Ning Junmo could have unreservedly informed Ning Yueshu, for it was she who first uncovered the matter, prompting Ning Junmo and Ning Yueshu to investigate deeper. They all wished to protect Ning Yueshu. She must never marry a scoundrel. Yet, seeing the confusion on Ning Yueshu's face, Ning Junmo hesitated, unsure of how to convey the information, fearing she might not be able to handle it. Ning Yueshu finally spoke. This matter is better left for Xu Bao to explain to you. Ning Yueshu looked from her elder brother to her second brother, her confusion deepening. However, no matter how she pressed, the two brothers remained tight-lipped, leaving Ning Yueshu no choice but to relent.
Subsequently,
Ning Junmo and Ning Yueshu turned to find the deputy steward. Ning Yueshu was soon called by Madame Ning to attend to the female guests, leaving her with no time to ponder the matter further. Meanwhile, Old Manya, guided by Wan, leisurely strolled through the banquet, sampling food and drink. When Ning Yueshu returned, Ning Junmo and Ning Yueshu appeared, pulling her into a corner to whisper, allowing the three siblings to discuss matters earnestly. After their private conversation concluded, they turned to find Ning Junqi, arms crossed and chin resting on one hand, regarding them suspiciously. Junqi? Fourth brother. When did you arrive? The three siblings were taken aback as they looked at Ning Junqi. Ning Junqi snorted, speaking up, You've all been so secretive lately. Not including me in your fun. Today, I've finally caught you. What about Xiao Chao? What has happened with Brother Cui? What are your plans for tomorrow?
Speak. Pray.
Tell me at once. Do not conceal anything from me. Ning Junqi, unable to comprehend the situation, glared at them, her voice laced with frustration. Ning Yueshu exchanged glances with her brothers and, after a moment, spoke. Eldest brother, second brother, please explain to fourth brother. I shall go seek third sister. Very well. Xu Bao, go ahead. The two brothers nodded in agreement. As they watched Xu Bao depart, Ning Junmo beckoned Ning Junqi closer. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she hurried over, eager to listen. At Furong Pavilion, the lively banquet had drawn to a close. Ning Yueshu initially intended to escort third sister back to Haitang Pavilion, but it turned out to be Ning Yueshu who accompanied her instead. Once inside, Ning Yueshu instructed Ruan to stand watch by the door, and then turned her attention to Ning Yueru, who appeared contemplative. With a smile, Ning Yueru remarked, "Shu Bao. You too have adopted the mysterious demeanor of your two elder brothers. I have been curious all day. Do share your thoughts." Indeed, Ning Yueshu nodded before inquiring, "Third sister? If no betrothal had been arranged, would you still marry young Master Cui?" She deliberately emphasized the name Cui to hint at something deeper. Ning Yueru paused, her lashes fluttering slightly, and then replied, "Shu Bao. Marriages are traditionally orchestrated by parental consent and the matchmaker's words. My engagement with Brother Cui was arranged by grandfather during our childhood. It is not the same." "I understand." Ning Yueshu maintained her gaze on Ning Yueru's expression, which revealed no trace of shyness, but rather a calmness, as if discussing an ordinary matter. Feeling a stir of emotions, Ning Yueshu pressed on, "Third sister. I was born in Yunxiu town. In my memories, young Master Cui has visited only a few times. We are not well acquainted. Perhaps he is not as we perceive him." "Shu Bao, are you implying that Brother Cui is not a good person?" Ning Yueru countered, her gaze fixed on Ning Yueshu, who appeared momentarily taken aback, blinking in surprise. With a gentle smile, Ning Yueru continued, "So it was he who followed us that day, and fell into the dung pit. Regardless of the reasons, stalking young women in private, even with a betrothal, is improper and unseemly." "Third sister, you are aware?" Ning Yueshu asked, astonished. "Yes. Today the elder reminded me. Brother Cui is not as admirable as I once thought," Ning Yueru murmured, her demeanor graceful yet tinged with melancholy. What young girl does not harbor romantic fantasies? What girl does not dream of her soulmate? For Ning Yueru, knowing of her betrothal to Cui Yuhai since childhood, she had invested her youthful hopes and dreams in him. The realization that the reality of his character fell short of her ideal was indeed a painful awakening. Ning Yueshu's heart ached for her sister, yet she knew she must speak the truth. Better to face the pain now than to endure a lifetime of regret. "Third sister. Cui Yuhai is even worse than we imagined. Let me tell you the tale of Sister Xiao Chao and Yenner." Ning Yueru's eyes widened in shock, and as Ning Yueshu detailed the story, Ning Yueru clasped her hand over her mouth, tears glistening in her eyes. How could this be? How could it be so? That night, many found little rest, tossing and turning, consumed by their own thoughts. The next day, all gathered at Yunsong Pavilion. The banquet had concluded splendidly, and guests had departed the previous day. However, the Ning family retained a most esteemed guest, compelling all to attend out of respect. This distinguished visitor was the deputy supervisor, a eunuch whom Ning Junmo had cleverly persuaded to stay. One must not underestimate those who serve close to the emperor. A whispered word in the emperor's ear could spell trouble for even the highest officials. During breakfast, old Master Ning engaged in light conversation with the deputy supervisor, creating a warm atmosphere. Meanwhile, Ning Junki, holding a cup of tea yet not drinking, glanced around in confusion and quietly asked Ning Junmo, "Eldest brother, who am I meant to confront?" Ning Junmo and Ning Junshu revealed to Ning Junki that they had identified a scoundrel and planned to teach him a lesson that morning. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, Ning Junki was entrusted with this task. Thus, he dreamt all night of landing punches and delivering kicks to the scoundrel, envisioning a satisfying victory. Yet upon arriving at Yunsong Pavilion, he found himself bewildered. Apart from family, only the deputy supervisor and Cui Yuhai were present. Surely the scoundrel was not among them? Chapter 23. A few needles to treat your mind. Everyone is here. A familiar voice broke through the air, and as a figure entered Yunsong Pavilion, all eyes turned. In that moment, they were all taken aback. Ning Yueshu stared in astonishment at the apothecary, who had shaved his beard and neatly tied back his hair. Though his face bore signs of age, it remained striking. Dressed in tidy attire, he appeared utterly transformed. Had he donned such a guise from the start, none would have mistaken him for a beggar. The apothecary's transformation was so profound that even old Master Ning and Ning Junmo failed to recognize him. Observing their reactions, the apothecary stroked his chin, feeling quite pleased. It was worth the effort of having that rascal hold him down for a shave and a tidy-up early in the morning. The apothecary cared little for his appearance. After all, scouring the mountains for herbs would render him filthy in no time. Yet that rascal feared the deputy supervisor might not recognize him. Casting a glance at the deputy supervisor, the apothecary's eyes met his, and the deputy supervisor immediately stood in surprise, exclaiming, "Divine doctor, what brings you here? Please, take a seat." The deputy supervisor rose and offered his seat to the apothecary. The latter replied nonchalantly, "Who are you? You seem familiar." In response, "I am Xiao Lizi. I served you briefly during your time in the palace," the deputy supervisor said eagerly, his demeanor respectful, which left Cui Yuhai momentarily dumbstruck. The apothecary, however, seemed indifferent. "Oh, I see." The deputy supervisor remained cheerful, unfazed by the apothecary's cold demeanor, while Cui Yuhai found it hard to believe he was in the presence of the renowned apothecary.
How dare you?
The deputy supervisor admonished Cui Yuhai. "How can you speak so loudly in front of the divine doctor? Is this how the left minister raises his son?" Cui Yuhai quickly stood to apologize. Only then did the apothecary look at Cui Yuhai, disdain evident in his voice. "What is wrong with you, young man? Yesterday you reeked of filth, and today your skin is as red as a pig. Are you ill? Do you require me to administer a few needles to treat your mind?" Everyone turned to stare at Cui Yuhai, their expressions shifting subtly. The apothecary's words drew attention to Cui Yuhai's unusually flushed complexion, as though he had shed a layer of skin.
Boom.
A surge of anger welled within Cui Yuhai. He recognized that voice. It was the insufferable old man from yesterday. Fuming, he wanted to retort, but realizing the apothecary's esteemed reputation, he swallowed his words. Even the deputy supervisor treated him with utmost respect, and with so many witnesses present, Cui Yuhai could only force a stiff smile, stifling his indignation. "Young man," the apothecary inquired with a smile, "truly, do you not wish for me to treat you?" No, I am perfectly well," Cui Yuhai replied with a forced grin.
Puffed.
Ning Junki could not help but laugh aloud, only to be met with a stern glare from old Master Ning. Immediately, she straightened her posture and curiously inquired of the esteemed healer, "How is it that you, a divine doctor, find yourself in my humble abode? I have never had the pleasure of meeting you." The old man replied, "I encountered some trouble in Yunxiu town, and it was thanks to the kindness of two gentle young ladies that I was aided. Otherwise, I would still be residing in a dilapidated temple, exposed to the elements." As he spoke, he smiled at Ning Yueshu and Ning Yueshu. The deputy steward nodded approvingly, gazing at the sisters with delight. The third and fifth misses possess kind hearts. Surely, they are destined for great fortune. Old Master Ning, recalling the situation in the eastern courtyard, felt disheartened and chose to remain silent. Cui Yuhai's eyes darted around, his gaze on Ning Yueshu growing increasingly determined. At that moment, the old healer suddenly asked, "I have come to Yunxiu town in search of someone. Does anyone here know a young gentleman by the surname Cui?" All eyes turned to Cui Yuhai. Ning Yueshu spoke first. "The gentleman you seek is indeed surnamed Cui." The old healer stroked his chin, saying meaningfully, "What a coincidence. Have you ever visited Jiqing? Or perhaps Jinhua Alley?" Cui Yuhai, still processing the conversation, nodded, but then shook his head repeatedly as he realized what Jinhua Alley was. "I have traveled through Jiqing to arrive at Yunxiu town, but I have never heard of Jinhua Alley." As he explained, he observed the expressions of those around him, feeling inexplicably anxious. The old healer chuckled, "Not having heard of it is of no consequence. I have two unfortunate sisters here, seeking the young gentleman in Yunxiu town. Since you are he, summon them to see if they are indeed looking for you." Ning Junmo rose decisively, rushing outside to fetch them. The speed of his departure left old Master Ning and the deputy steward momentarily stunned. Cui Yuhai felt his heart race, sensing that something was amiss. "This is bad." Little Grass and her sister, Yenner, were just outside Yunsong Pavilion. Ning Junmo quickly gestured for them to bring Yenner inside. Old Master Ning and the others were taken aback when the girl was carried in, exchanging glances of disbelief. Cui Yuhai's face drained of color, turning pale as he realized she had not been discarded in a mass grave. How could she be here? How was she still alive? In a flash, Cui Yuhai looked up at the old healer, feeling as if his heart was being gripped tightly. The renowned divine doctor, known for reviving the dead. It was said that he could bring back the lifeless from the brink of death. Cui Yuhai was drenched in cold sweat, his body slumping against the chair in a state of panic. Ning Yueshu, Ning Junmo, and Ning Junki all fixed their gaze on Cui Yuhai, exchanging glances that confirmed their certainty. Ning Yueshu turned to Ning Yueshu, who, avoiding eye contact with anyone, stared down at her embroidered handkerchief, lost in thought. Ning Yueshu's heart ached for her. She gently tugged at Ning Yueshu's sleeve, prompting her to look up. The rouge could not hide her pallor. But Ning Yueshu smiled softly at Ning Yueshu, her eyes filled with reassurance. eldest sister was always so gentle and strong, enduring her own hardships without burdening them. Ning Yueshu's heart ached even more, silently cursing Cui Yuhai as she shifted closer to hold Ning Yuru's hand. In their past lives, the sisters had both encountered ill-fated unions, marrying the wrong men and being separated. In this life, she would stand by her eldest sister and confront the scoundrel Cui Yuhai. The old healer asked Cui Gongzi, "Do you know these sisters?" "No, I do not know them." Cui Yuhai shook his head vehemently. "I know you." Little Grass glared at Cui Yuhai, her voice trembling with fear and rage. "You are the one who harmed my sister." Her words sent a shockwave through the room. Cui Yuhai's mind reeled, wishing he could silence Little Grass, to cut out her tongue and strangle her. Chapter 24. Cui Yuhai, do you still not acknowledge it? Cui Yuhai sprang to his feet, but before he could take a step, Ning Junmo smiled and asked, "Cui Gongzi, what do you intend to do?" "Cui Gongzi, why such a fierce reaction? Even if you were mistaken for someone else, is it truly warranted?" Ning Yueshu chimed in, his expression a mix of amusement and skepticism. Everyone turned their eyes upon Cui Yuhai, filled with surprise, confusion, and suspicion. Cui Yuhai felt a chill in his heart, coming to his senses, and promptly sat back down. Taking a deep breath, he quickly organized his thoughts and devised a strategy. Having played with women and young boys for many years, he had never been exposed. He was experienced, calm. Cui Yuhai composed himself and adopted a mask of anger and incredulity as he questioned Little Grass. "What nonsense is this? I harmed your sister? What evidence do you have? Who sent you to slander me?" He fired 3 questions in rapid succession, then turned to the others, explaining, "Do not believe her. This little girl is full of lies. I am innocent." Old Master Ning interjected, "Hold on." He pressed his forehead, feeling disoriented. Not looking at Cui Yuhai, he first addressed Little Grass. "Where did you and your sister come from? Why do you claim that Cui Xianzi harmed your sister?" "Yes, do not be afraid. Please, tell us everything," the deputy steward encouraged. Little Grass nodded. Recalling what the old healer had taught her, she knelt and tearfully looked up. "My sister and I live in Jinhua Alley. Our parents passed away long ago, and my sister had to sell herself to support me. She was harmed while serving him." Cui Yuhai shouted, "Nonsense. The brothel is a den of vice. How could I, a noble son of the left minister, possibly go to such a place? Why not? I have traveled far and wide and seen the likes of you privileged youths who often indulge in such places." The old healer retorted without hesitation. Cui Yuhai, both furious and anxious, refrained from retaliating against the old healer's authority. The old healer snorted, continuing, "These sisters were found by me in a mass grave. The elder sister was barely alive. I exerted great effort to save her. This poor woman kept muttering about Yinxiu town, and I assumed she sought family, but it turns out she came to confront her tormentor. It was not me." Cui Yuhai instinctively countered, "I swear I did not harm them. They, being from the lower class, may have taken money from someone to slander me and ruin my reputation." "Uncle Ning, deputy steward, do not be deceived. Yuru, you know me best. I have always loved you. I would never harm anyone," he declared, turning his gaze to Ning Yuru with feigned sincerity. Ning Yuru met his gaze, her composure unshaken as she calmly replied, "I trust in facts and evidence." Outwardly calm, only Ning Yueshu could feel the tremor in Ning Yuru's hand, knowing her heart was anything but tranquil. Ning Yueshu tightened her grip on her sister's hand, offering warmth and encouragement. "Yes. Do you have any evidence?" Mere words hold no weight. Cui Yuhai seemed to regain his confidence, boldly challenging Little Grass. All eyes were on her. Little Grass clutched her sleeve, struggling to find her voice. At that moment, a weak voice emerged from behind her. "I have it." It was Little Grass's sister. Yeno opened her eyes, glaring at Cui Yuhai with venomous hatred. Cui Yuhai believed that Yener was on the brink of death, still in a state of unconsciousness. Suddenly, her eyes fluttered open, and she uttered a sound, startling Cui Yuhai, who was drenched in cold sweat. Yener weakly parted her lips, requesting, "Xiao Chao, help sister sit up." Xiao Chao carefully assisted Yener into a seated position, after which she struggled to adopt a kneeling stance. The movement aggravated her wounds, causing her to tremble in pain, yet she bore it silently. Kneeling on the ground, she lifted her head with determination and proclaimed, "I have evidence." "Where is the evidence?" Ning Junmo inquired. Hearing this, old Master Ning cast a glance at Ning Junmo, his eyes reflecting wisdom and a serious demeanor. Yenner, in a feeble voice, pleaded for the esteemed guest's forgiveness for her earlier impertinence, and then she reached to unfasten her clothing. Gasps filled the room. Cui Yuhai's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as Yenner revealed her upper body, her abdomen covered with horrific scars that had not faded even after all this time. The marks on her neck were clearly the result of a man's grip.
Yenner.
Choking back tears, recounted, I sold myself in Jinhua Alley, fully aware of my lowly status. Yet I am still a living being, and I must care for my sister. That day, this gentleman came to Jinhua Alley and requested my services. Cui Yuhai attempted to intervene, but was met with old Master Ning's penetrating gaze. With a voice laden with suppressed anger, old Master Ning said, Cui Xianzi, let her speak before you rebut. Indeed, the deputy steward nodded in agreement. Cui Yuhai could only restrain his indignation, clenching his fists, palms slick with sweat. Yenner continued, this gentleman tormented and violated me, and even set his sights on my sister. I may be tarnished, but my sister is innocent and destined for marriage. When I resisted, this gentleman nearly took my life and ordered the madam to abandon me in a mass grave. Gasps of horror echoed in the room. Beasts. Ning Junkie cursed, now understanding who his elder brothers had referred to as scum. He glared fiercely at Cui Yuhai, his fists clenched in anger. All eyes turned to Cui Yuhai, who hastily defended himself with the same two phrases, it's slander. Framing. At that moment, Ning Yueshu stood up and crouched in front of Yenner, helping her adjust her clothing for modesty. Sister. Ning Yueshu's heart ached for her. The depth of her compassion was matched only by her fury. Rising, Ning Yueshu glared at Cui Yuhai and demanded, Cui Yuhai, what further explanation can you provide? This is slander. How can you believe a woman of loose morals? Any man can pay her a few coins and have his way with her. How can this prove it was me? Cui Yuhai stubbornly refused to acknowledge his wrongdoing. Ning Junmo regarded him coldly and instructed, second brother, summon the madam from Jinhua Alley.
All right.
Ning Junshu stood at the door and called, come in. Cui Yuhai, in disbelief, stared as the madam from Jinhua Alley entered, trembling and immediately kneeling, spilling the silver from her arms as she cried out, I dare not deceive. The silver was given by this Master Cui. He was the one who wished to strangle Yenner and cast her into a mass grave. I, blinded by greed, realize my error. Please, noble ones, do not kill me. Ning Yueshu's eyes turned icy. Cui Yuhai, do you still refuse to acknowledge the truth? I did not do it. Why should I confess? Cui Yuhai regained his composure, defiantly holding his head high, unwilling to admit guilt. This was not the court of King Yu. He believed he could escape the consequences. He doubted that old Master Ning would take the word of a woman of ill repute and a madam seriously. Ning Yueshu was furious. Had she learned martial arts from a bufu, she would have already struck this scoundrel. Shameless. Unprincipled. Yueshu, you are too kind. How can you believe a harlot's words? Cui Yuhai feigned concern for her as she scolded him. Ning Yueshu felt utterly disgusted. Ning Yueshu furrowed her brow and approached, comforting her sister with gentle pats on the back. Yueshu, do not be upset. Enough. Elder Yao, with a pained glance at Ning Yueshu, slammed his palm on the table in indignation. I see it clearly now. This man is protected by me, yet Master Cui claims someone paid these women to slander you, which is clearly directed at me. No more. I am too old to endure such humiliation. Elder Yao declared as he grabbed the deputy steward, exclaiming, let us go. We must present this matter to the emperor. I demand that the emperor and King Yu investigate thoroughly to determine if I aim to tarnish Master Cui's reputation.
No.
Cui Yuhai was genuinely frightened. Elder Yao waved his hand dismissively, assuring him, rest assured. I will ensure the emperor and King Yu conduct a thorough inquiry to restore your honor. Cui Yuhai's legs turned to jelly, and without thinking, he pleaded, it must not be investigated. Elder Yao chuckled, releasing the deputy steward. The deputy, serving the esteemed emperor, was astute enough to understand the situation. After observing for a while, he grasped Elder Yao's intent. He raised an eyebrow and turned to Cui Yuhai, asking, why should there be no investigation? Cui Yuhai was at a loss for words. The deputy steward pressed on, Master Cui, consider this carefully. The sisters were saved by the divine physician. If you insist they were bribed to harm you, are you not slandering the physician? Absolutely not the divine physician. There is another. Cui Yuhai realized the implication and that an investigation was inevitable. The servant hastened to report to the emperor, seeking his intervention to uphold Master Cui's honor. Do not worry, Master Cui. This matter will likely reach the ears of King Yu, and a thorough investigation will yield no miscarriage of justice. Cui Yuhai understood the power of the court. Should it fall into their hands, every branch of his family tree would be scrutinized. He could not withstand such inquiry. The transgressions he committed against women paled in comparison to the potential fallout. In an instant, he came to a realization. Kneeling in shame, he confessed, "Ning uncle, I was momentarily foolish, intoxicated." This act of kneeling revealed the truth. Yet Cui Yuhai, devoid of shame, crawled a few steps toward old Master Ning, pleading, "Ning uncle, just this once. I have never acted this way before. You know my father's strict family rules. I promise never to drink again." He then turned to Ning Yueshu and begged, "Yueshu, you must believe me. Our betrothal has been since childhood. My heart has always belonged to you." Ning Junki, exasperated, could no longer contain himself. "I cannot hold back," he shouted, raising his fist and charging at Cui Yuhai, landing a solid blow to his face. Despite being only 16, Ning Junki had trained in martial arts since the age of 5, and his punch broke Cui Yuhai's nose, blood spraying across his face. Ning Junki seized Cui Yuhai by the collar, delivering another punch to his eye. Left and right hooks, Ning Junki unleashed a flurry of blows, and Cui Yuhai cried out in agony. With each cry for mercy, no one paid him any mind. Instead, Elder Yao, the deputy steward, and Ning Junmo stepped back, granting Ning Junki space to unleash his fury. As they witnessed Ning Junki pummeling Cui Yuhai, Ning Yueshu felt exhilarated, her joy evident as she exclaimed, "Fourth brother, you are so impressive." Ning Yueshu finally allowed a smile to grace her face, nodding in agreement. Ning Junki, invigorated by their praise, intensified his assault, leaving Cui Yuhai unable to rise. "Enough," Old Master Ning's deep voice commanded. "If this continues, there will be dire consequences," he admonished Ning Junki. Though Ning Junki relished the moment, he found himself restrained as Ning Junmo and Ning Yueshu each gripped one of his arms, pulling him aside. Ning Junki gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "To betray Sister Sand is unforgivable. If I must, I shall beat him to death." He paused, realizing that the demise of such a person was not worth lamenting over. He should not put himself at risk. "Do you expect father and grandfather to find a way to rescue you?" Ning Junmo gently patted Ning Junki's head. At that moment, Ning Junki recalled that Cui Yuhai was the adopted son of the left minister, and he promptly pursed his lips, falling silent. Meanwhile, Cui Yuhai lay on the ground, battered and bruised, groaning incessantly. Ning Laoi rose and approached Cui Yuhai, his demeanor cold and authoritative. "Cui Yuhai, I shall inform the left minister of your actions. As for your engagement with Yueshu, the Ning family will reconsider. Now leave. Do not show your face before us again. Indeed, each time you come, you shall be punished. Now begone." Ning Junki waved his fist. Cui Yuhai, trembling, reached out to grasp Ning Laoi's robe, stammering "Ning Ning." Ning Laoi coldly remarked, "Apologies, I seem to have stepped on your hand. It appears that Master Cui cannot move. Emoer, sure. Fetch someone to carry him out and call for a carriage to send him back to the Imperial City." "Understood." Ning Junmo and Ning Yueshu cheerfully complied, promptly summoning individuals to drag Cui Yuhai away. With a sigh, Ning Laoi looked at the deputy steward with a mix of embarrassment and resignation. "I have made a fool of myself. Who could have known that the adopted son of the left minister would turn out to be such a character? It is fortunate to discern this early. Your daughter is indeed blessed and deserves a better match." The deputy steward smiled, his mind calculating. He would report this to the emperor. The emperor had always been concerned about the Ning family, and with even a divine doctor residing there now, the Ning family was bound to prosper, beyond measure. Cui Yuhai dared to act recklessly, betraying the Ning family. He was courting disaster. With a thud, Cui Yuhai was roughly thrown onto the carriage, his belongings unceremoniously tossed inside. Ning Junmo and Ning Yueshu watched the carriage depart before turning back toward the manor. Unbeknownst to them, a Fu stood at the alley's entrance, accompanied by 2 cloaked figures. A Fu's eyes were cold and merciless as he gazed at the carriage, instructing, "And San, go and break Cui Yuhai's legs and sever his tendons." "Understood." One of the cloaked figures vanished without a sound. A Fu then addressed the other, an heir. "Relay a message to an E. It is time to deliver those unfortunate women from the Imperial City to the left minister's doorstep and stage a grand performance." "Understood." With that, a Fu was left alone. A smile graced his lips as he reveled in his delight. Cui Yuhai was the most loyal and useful dog under Qin Bai Yuan's command. Reduced to this state, Qin Bai Yuan's mood would surely be most entertaining. Chapter 26. The engagement must be dissolved, father. We have sent him away. Ning Junmo and Ning Junshu returned. Ning Laoi nodded, then turned to Yenu and Xiao Chao, sighing. You shall recuperate well at the Ning residence. Once you have healed, wherever you wish to go, the Ning family will provide you with sufficient silver for a peaceful life. Thank you, esteemed sir.
Thank you.
Yenu, tears brimming in her eyes, bowed deeply alongside Xiao Chao. Yenu had reached her limit, and the old doctor, not wishing to save someone in vain, quickly ordered their sisters to be taken home. The old doctor stroked his beard, satisfied with Yener and her sister's conduct. Not only would Ning Laoi provide for them, but the young master would also ensure their well-being. They could live comfortably for the rest of their lives. As for the old madam, she could take her silver and leave. With such a significant event occurring, the Ning family had much to attend to, and the old doctor, along with the deputy steward, discreetly departed, allowing the Ning family to gather. Once alone, Ning Laoi no longer held back, fixing a stern gaze upon Ning Junmo and Ning Junshu.
Speak.
When did you find out? You managed to keep it from me entirely. And who devised today's scheme?
It was me.
It was me. It was me. 3 voices rang out simultaneously as Ning Yueshu and her 2 brothers exchanged glances. The brothers shook their heads in resignation, silently signaling each other. Ning Laoi stared in astonishment at Ning Yueshu. Sure. Why did you involve yourself? Do not attempt to absolve your brothers. Father, I was the first to know and informed my brothers. The idea was also mine. Ning Yueshu stood tall, looking directly at Ning Laoi with unwavering resolve. It was all her doing. Ning Yueshu did not wish to remain confined and understood that to effect change, she must first make her father aware of her intentions, seeking his support and approval. Only then could she pursue her desires freely. Ning Yueshu unfolded her thoughts to Ning Laoi, explaining how, upon descending the mountain, she had learned of the whispers and developed a disdain for Cui Yuhai. After encountering the old doctor and the sisters, she provided reasonable explanations for each event. In conclusion, Ning Yueshu declared, Father, Cui Yuhai is nothing but scum. I cannot allow Sister San to marry such a man, so my brothers and I conspired to expose him and drive him away. With Ning Yueshu's words, Ning Junmo and Ning Junshu had no choice but to stand by her side. Father, it was I who sent someone to investigate in Jiqing. The old madam was also captured by me. Ning Junshu added, the plan was conceived together. I believe Shuer acted rightly.
And I.
Although I did not do much earlier, I did beat Cui Yuhai. It felt great. Ning Junki exclaimed, stepping forward with a triumphant air. Ning Yuru approached Ning Yueshu, saying, Father, Shuer did this to protect me. Ning Laoi regarded them with a stern expression, pacing back and forth. Suddenly halting, he fixed an irritated gaze upon the 5 siblings. You have truly grown wings. Father, please be quiet. Ning Junmo interjected. Ning Laoi shot a glare at Ning Junmo, then pushed past his 2 sons to stand before Ning Yueshu, sighing deeply. Ning Yueshu, while you were right to unveil Cui Yuhai's true nature, you should not have involved yourself. You could have simply informed me and I would have handled it, or entrusted it to your 3 brothers. We are men. We need not fear Cui Yuhai's potential revenge. But as a young lady, if he learns you are behind this, he could easily tarnish your reputation and ruin your prospects. Ning Laoi's concern was palpable. He was not angry, but worried. Ning Yueshu replied, Father, Cui Yuhai claimed to like me and sought to take advantage of me. I could not endure such an affront.
What?
Everyone gasped in shock. Ning Laoi pressed, when did this occur? Why did you not tell me sooner? Indeed. Had I known, I would have given him a few more punches. Ning Junki added, furious. Ning Junmo and Ning Junshu darkened in countenance, feeling that letting Cui Yuhai go was too lenient. Ning Yuru grasped Ning Yueshu's hand, her eyes reddening as she gritted her teeth. Shuer, I am sorry for your suffering. Ning Yueshu smiled and shook her head, her tone light. Do not worry. He did not succeed. A fu kicked him into the lake, and I am quite pleased. Upon hearing this, the others finally comprehended the truth behind Cui Yuhai's fall into the water. Well done. With this revelation, Ning Laoi and the others held a fu in much higher regard. Yet, simultaneously, Ning Laoi felt a pang of bitterness. His daughter was protected not only by his son, but also by a fu. Ning Laoi opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted by Madam Ning. Please, everyone. Take a seat. Madam. Ning Laoi turned to her, frowning. I have not yet finished my admonishment. What more do you wish to admonish? Madam Ning retorted. Only we know of Shuer's involvement. If we remain silent, how would Cui Yuhai ever learn of it? And how could he seek revenge on Shuer? I believe our children have done nothing wrong. In fact, they deserve praise. Do not be overbearing. As Madam Ning spoke, Ning Yueshu and the others looked at their father with sympathetic eyes. Despite her silence and seemingly inconspicuous presence, Madam Ning actually maintains her dignity out of respect for Lord Ning. When outsiders are present, Lord Ning is the head of the household, and Madam Ning refrains from interfering. However, in the absence of outsiders, she truly assumes the role of the family leader. Gracefully lifting her teacup, she continues, My lord. You must write 2 letters, one to the left chancellor to clarify the situation, and another to your father to formally annul the engagement of our son. Indeed. Mother is right. The 5 siblings unanimously nod in agreement, and Lord Ning concurs. However, he furrows his brow, stating, The engagement was arranged by my father and the left chancellor when they were young, and it may not be easy to dissolve. Your father is the most reasonable man and despises moral decay. He will surely consent to the annulment. The left chancellor is at fault and should have no shame in dissolving it. Let us first draft the letter, Madam Ning suggests, pressing her fingers to her temples. Lord Ning nods and sets off to compose the letters. Madam Ning then waves her sons away and takes Ning Yueshu and Ning Yueshu back to her Mingyue pavilion. With the engagement between Ning Yueshu and Cui Yuhai now certain to be annulled, they all worry about Ning Yueshu's feelings. Upon returning to the pavilion, Madam Ning gently caresses Ning Yueshu's face and says, Cry it out, my dear. Let it all out, and once you have, forget him. From now on, we shall not even glance back. Unable to hold back her emotions any longer, Ning Yueshu plunges into her mother's embrace and weeps freely. Ning Yueshu's eyes are also red-rimmed. Seeing this, Madam Ning smiles tenderly and extends her hand to Ning Yueshu, saying, Come here, my dear. Ning Yueshu rushes over, wrapping her arms around her mother and sister, burying her face to hide her tears as she declares, Mother, we will find the best husband for our 3rd sister. Chapter 27. The answer lies with a Fu. Ning Yueshu remains in Mingzhu Pavilion until dusk. As she passes the waterside pavilion, she spots the deputy steward sitting alone, sipping tea. Due to the events at home, the deputy steward's journey has been delayed, and he estimates he will not return to the Imperial City until tomorrow. The deputy steward, the Imperial City, an idea suddenly sparks in Ning Yueshu's mind. She quickly turns around, and Ruan, puzzled, asks, Miss, where are we going? Let us pay a visit to the deputy steward, Ning Yueshu replies. Upon entering the pavilion, the deputy steward looks surprised to see her. Ning Yueshu bows and asks, Deputy steward, may I trouble you for a moment? I have some questions I would like to discuss. With a warm smile, the deputy steward responds, No need for formality. 5th Mississippi. Please have a seat. As a high-ranking eunuch, he has encountered many noble ladies in the palace, but none compare to the blossoming beauty of Ning Yueshu, who stands out among her peers. Even a eunuch appreciates beauty. It lifts the spirit and brings joy. The deputy steward gazes at Ning Yueshu with kindness and encourages her to speak freely. What would you like to ask, 5th Miss? Ning Yueshu replies, I must apologize for today's incident. I hope it did not amuse you too much. She rises and pours him a cup of tea, offering a polite smile. Her charming demeanor further softens the deputy steward's expression. Then Ning Yueshu boldly asks, If I may be so bold, are there any outstanding young talents in the Imperial City, ones who surpass Cui Yuhai? The deputy steward is taken aback momentarily. But upon observing the fire in her eyes and her innocent yet competitive demeanor, he understands. Ning Yueshu is advocating for her sister. The deputy steward, amused by her straightforwardness, smiles and replies, Indeed. The Imperial City brims with esteemed officials and talented youths, many of whom surpass young Master Cui. Really? Please tell me more. Ning Yueshu's eyes gleam with anticipation. The deputy steward chuckles warmly and begins, for instance, the young marquis of the Xia family, aged 19, is handsome and accomplished, having received the emperor's commendation. Then there's the right chancellor's legitimate son, aged 23, who is dashing and was the top scholar of his year, now serving as the minister of the Dali Temple. Lastly, there's General Qin, aged 21, who has already made a name for himself in our dynasty. Many noble ladies aspire to marry him and become distinguished generals' wives.
Wait.
Ning Yueshu frowns and shakes her head, expressing her discontent innocently. A general won't do. Marrying such a person would mean long separations. That would be lonely. Not at all. The deputy steward, fondly gazing at her, explains, our military is strong. And the border tribes dare not cause trouble. Furthermore, General Qin has been stationed at the border for 2 years with no incidents. And the emperor has issued orders for him to return to the capital. Oh, Ning Yueshu cradles her face, inquiring further, has he returned to the imperial city then? Not so soon, the border is distant. Before I came to Yunqiu town, I heard he had just marched with the army to Shanhai Pass. And it would take him another month or two to reach the capital, the deputy steward replies with a smile. Ning Yueshu blinks, her eyes sparkling with thought. The deputy steward continues, in the future, General Qin will likely not venture out again. If he must leave, he would take his wife with him. How could he bear to leave his newlywed alone? Ning Yueshu nods in agreement, offering a few casual remarks before finding an excuse to take her leave. As she turns to exit, the deputy steward, smiling, watches her retreating figure, pondering aloud. After mentioning just a few candidates, Fifth Miss has expressed interest in General Qin. Is this for her third sister, or perhaps for herself? His curiosity lingers, yet he refrains from meddling further.
For now,
the Ning family must focus on dissolving the engagement with the left chancellor's son. Once that is resolved, with the Ning family's connections to the emperor, there will be no shortage of noble suitors eager to forge an alliance. In Furong Pavilion, Wan observes that her mistress has been lost in thought since bidding farewell to the deputy steward. After returning, Ning Yueshu sits in silence, deep in contemplation. Wan scratches her head, wondering what her mistress is pondering. Ning Yueshu is thinking of Qin Bai Yuan and the deputy steward's words. Shanhai Pass, it's a journey of 1 or 2 months to the imperial city and at least a month's distance from Yunqiu town. Given such distance, could Qin Bai Yuan really come to Yunqiu town? In her past life, Qin Bai Yuan had come to thank her for saving him, claiming he had been ambushed on the way to the capital and was gravely injured, and it was she who rescued him. However, based on the deputy steward's account, that seems implausible. Even with a secret order, there are quicker routes from Shanhai Pass to the capital. Coming to Yunqiu town would be a roundabout way, an unnecessary detour. A sudden realization strikes Ning Yueshu, and she clenches her fists. She can almost confirm that, whether in her past or this life, at this time, Qin Bai Yuan has never set foot in Yunqiu town. The person she saved was not Qin Bai Yuan at all. But how did he know the details of her saving him? And why did he impersonate someone else? Furrowing her brow, Ning Yueshu writes a Fu's name on the table, realizing that all the answers lie with a Fu. Only when a Fu regains his memory will she uncover the truth. She must keep a close watch on a Fu. With this thought, Ning Yueshu exhales, a smile beginning to form on her lips. Fortunately, a Fu has become her protector, and with his vigilant watch over her, the truth will inevitably come to light. Having come to this conclusion, Ning Yueshu stood up and called out to Wan, I wish to take my rest. Very well, replied Wan. What petals does the young lady desire for her bath today? Roses, Ning Yueshu instructed. The bathtub was filled with warm water and scattered with vibrant red rose petals, their fragrance wafting through the air, creating a sense of comfort. Ning Yueshu disrobed and sank into the warm water, exhaling with relief as she reclined lazily against the tub's edge. So much had transpired today, yet all was favorable. She felt solace knowing that in her past life, she had not saved the despicable Qin Bai Yuan, which brought her great comfort. With her eyes sparkling, Ning Yueshu hummed a cheerful tune. A Fu silently treaded the tiles, leaping into the tree, and followed the sound of Ning Yueshu's voice, catching a glimpse of the enchanting scene of her bathing. A Fu. Memories of the past flashed through his mind, causing his blood to surge, and he shut his eyes momentarily. He could not indulge, he craved. Having tasted it before, the sight only heightened his desire. A Fu turned away with eyes still closed, but slipped on the ground, making a noise upon landing. The melody faltered, and without a second thought, a Fu exclaimed, meow. Chapter 28. The infatuated one. After the banquet, Cui Yuhai was dismissed. Following the departure of the deputy steward, the days in the Ning residence returned to their usual tranquility. 2 letters dispatched by Master Ning awaited replies. Ning Yueshu accompanied Ning Yuru for 2 days, until she was eventually sent away by Ning Yuru herself. Realizing the need to cut her losses, Ning Yuru, still not deeply entangled in her feelings, had learned of Cui Yuhai's actions, even his intentions towards her beloved sister. Ning Yuru was utterly disgusted. After shedding heartfelt tears in front of Madame Ning, she dried her eyes, having long forgotten Cui Yuhai. Ning Yueshu stayed by her side daily, comforting her. and carefully making her laugh. Ultimately, Ning Yueshu decided to send Ning Yueshu away, urging her to amuse herself. Ning Yueshu felt a bit awkward but was relieved to see her third sister had moved on and was no longer sorrowful. Turning, she went in search of a Fu. She wondered how the old doctor had treated him and how well he had recovered. In the east courtyard, now that she had received her father's consent, Ning Yueshu could openly visit a Fu without fear of being clandestine. Upon her arrival, the old doctor was present, exchanging glances with a Fu. Ning Yueshu blinked curiously. Old doctor, a Fu, what are you two up to? My dear girl, you've come. Look at this grown man here, throwing a tantrum like a child, despite my efforts to coax him into taking his medicine. Isn't that amusing? The old doctor exclaimed, immediately animated upon seeing Ning Yueshu. Ning Yueshu turned her astonished gaze towards a Fu. A Fu, stiffening, expressionless, raised the medicine bowl and downed it in one gulp. He then shot a menacing glare at the old doctor, silently asserting, I didn't refuse. But you did not take your medicine yesterday or the day before. Without it, your injury will not heal, the old doctor remarked, stroking his beard. Ignoring a Fu's gaze with a sigh, Ning Yueshu chuckled and smiled at a Fu. A Fu, you mustn't refuse to take your medicine. It's too bitter. A Fu pouted first, then looked at Ning Yueshu, blinking innocently, but if Shuer is here, it won't be bitter, it will be sweet. Ning Yueshu, touched by her role as an elder sister, smiled and reached out to pat a Fu's head, saying, all right, I will accompany you while you take your medicine. A Fu nodded with a smile. Shuer is truly wonderful. The old doctor observed this exchange, smiling silently to himself. He thought, indeed, one thing complements another. Recalling a Fu's previous words, the old doctor looked at Ning Yueshu thoughtfully and asked, my dear girl, do you have knowledge of herbs? Ning Yueshu looked at the old doctor in surprise. She indeed had knowledge. In her past life, after injuring her leg, she had to take medicine daily. And due to Jianglan Xian's poison, she had hired a doctor to live in the general's residence to teach her how to identify herbs and concoct her own medicine. Through this experience, Ning Yueshu discovered her considerable talent in medicine, and the doctor she hired praised her, stating that if she were not the general's wife, she could already practice medicine elsewhere. Ning Yueshu snapped back to the present. At 15, she had been confined to the boudoir, unable to explore. However, the old doctor's words awakened her resolve. She no longer wished to be constrained within the confines of the inner courtyard. She craved martial skills, medical knowledge, and the means to seek vengeance. Thus, she looked at the old doctor with a smile and said, I have perused some medical texts and know a little, but I have never attempted it. Is that so? The old doctor raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at a Fu. A Fu smiled back, and the old doctor understood the unspoken communication in his gaze. The old doctor stroked his beard and said to Ning Yueshu, very well. I am in need of someone to organize the herbs. Would you assist me? Ruan's eyes widened. This is not appropriate, my lady. Before she could finish, Ning Yueshu silenced her with a look. Ning Yueshu beamed with delight and nodded at the old doctor. Of course. The old doctor decided to test Ning Yueshu first. He took her to sort through the herbs without any hints, pointing at a particular herb and asking if she recognized it and what its effects were. Ning Yueshu answered fluently and accurately. The old doctor was astonished. He had not expected this young lady from the boudoir to possess such extensive knowledge of herbs. One would not acquire such understanding merely from reading. It was evident that Ning Yueshu had put in the effort. Furthermore, her attitude was earnest, showing no carelessness, qualities the old doctor appreciated in a diligent and serious child. Considering a Fu's influence, the old doctor was moved. Stroking his beard, he tentatively asked Ning Yueshu, I shall be residing in the Ning residence for some time. Would you be willing to come and assist me daily? I would love to, Ning Yueshu exclaimed, her face lighting up. Excellent. The old doctor smiled back. I shall await your arrival. After arranging the details with Ning Yueshu, the old doctor sent her off, casting a sly glance at a Fu and snorting. Are you satisfied now? Thank you, grandfather, a Fu replied with a rare warmth in his tone. The old doctor stroked his beard, finally understanding that the young rascal only revealed his gentler side when it concerned the young lady from the Ning family. Just a few days ago, he had called him grandfather twice, a feat he had not accomplished in a year. The old doctor, intrigued, fixed his gaze on a Fu and asked, when did you become acquainted with the young lady from the Ning family? How do you know her so well, even her interest in medicine? Speak. Have you been secretly coveting her for a long time? Indeed, a Fu nodded. In his past life, He had missed her and suffered greatly. He had scoured the world to find a way to be reborn, sparing no expense to seize the chance for a new life with Shu'er. As he thought of Shu'er's smiling face, he too smiled gently, his voice filled with tender longing. I have indeed coveted Shu'er for a long, long time. Grandfather, I will marry her and love her for all my days. Such a lovesick fool, just like your mother. The old doctor sighed heavily at the mention of painful memories. Shaking his head, Afu's expression turned cold. I am not like my mother. I will not repeat the past or give anyone the chance. The old doctor nodded, muttering to himself that this was for the best. Who does not wish for their descendants to find lifelong happiness? Yet, as he pondered, he suddenly realized something was amiss with Afu's words. What did he mean by not repeating the past? It seemed he had experienced something unpleasant. Before the old doctor could inquire further, Afu dismissed him. The elder pharmacist stood outside the door, fuming and muttering, You little rascal, just wait. Tomorrow, I shall add some coptis to your medicine. Afu merely smiled, dismissing the threat. Outside, the elder pharmacist grumbled as he walked away. Inside, Afu smiled faintly, his hand leisurely tracing the name of Ning Yueshu on the table. Each stroke was gentle, his expression tender. He would always stand by Shu'er, ensuring that no one would ever harm her again. The first to be dealt with was Cui Yuhai, followed by Qin Bai Yuan and Jiang Lan Xian. One by one, they would be resolved. Chapter 29. Turmoil in the left minister's residence after making a pact with the elder pharmacist. Ning Yueshu visited the eastern courtyard daily. The elder pharmacist resided nearby, allowing her to assist him in organizing herbs and learning medicine while also supervising Afu's medicinal intake, truly a win-win situation. However, in the eyes of old Master Ning, the situation was far from ideal. He was unaware of Ning Yueshu's true intentions. To him, it appeared she was merely seeking out Afu every day. Old Master Ning was troubled, his worries causing him to lose a considerable amount of hair. Eventually, unable to contain his frustration, he decided to confront her on the main path leading to the eastern courtyard. Father? Ning Yueshu exclaimed in surprise upon seeing old Master Ning. He acknowledged her with a grunt, then waved to Ruan, saying, You wait here. Shu'er, come with me. After speaking, he strode off, leaving Ning Yueshu and Ruan exchanging glances before she ultimately followed him. In a secluded pavilion amidst the garden, Ning Yueshu curiously asked, Father, do you have something to discuss with your daughter? Shu'er, old Master Ning said, furrowing his brow as he looked at her earnestly. You are a young lady of marriageable age. How can you visit a guard every day? He emphasized the word guard with a hint of disdain. Clenching his fists, he continued, If word of this gets out, what will others think of you? Momentarily taken aback, Ning Yueshu then broke into a radiant smile. She reached out to take old Master Ning's sleeve, playfully asserting, Father, there is nothing between Afu and me. You mustn't overthink this. Shu'er, he replied, I know you are well-behaved and sensible, but Afu is not a good person. What do you mean? Ning Yueshu immediately countered. Old Master Ning was momentarily at a loss for words. Seizing the opportunity, she continued, Father, if Afu is truly unworthy, you must tell me how he is so. Old Master Ning's expression was conflicted and wavering. Ning Yueshu pressed on, Did Afu once take lives indiscriminately? After a moment's thought, old Master Ning recalled that although the king had indeed been ruthless, he had only targeted those who deserved it. He shook his head. Is Afu guilty of crimes?
No.
Does he, like Cui Yuhai, exploit women? Not at all. I have heard he is indifferent to women. Old Master Ning responded instinctively, while Ning Yueshu's eyes sparkled with realization, though she could not quite grasp it. Her curiosity piqued, she asked, Could it be that Afu's background is convoluted, embroiled in a struggle for the throne? Old Master Ning opened his mouth, quickly regaining his composure. He looked at Ning Yueshu in astonishment. Sure.
How could you have guessed that?
Such matters must not be spoken of lightly. All I want is for you to protect yourself. I fear you may be bullied or deceived by visiting Afu. As he spoke, his tone grew anxious, filled with concern and affection. Ning Yueshu's eyes reddened with guilt. She realized her father's worry stemmed from love, and she should not have pried into his thoughts. Taking a deep breath, she looked up at old Master Ning and said, Father, rest assured. I am not visiting Afu. I am learning medicine alongside the elder pharmacist. Learning medicine? Old Master Ning was taken aback. Ning Yueshu nodded, continuing, I wish to study medicine. The elder pharmacist is renowned for his healing abilities. It would be a great blessing for me to learn from him. Once I master the art, I will be able to care for you, mother, and my siblings. Old Master Ning's expression softened, his gaze tender and doting as he replied, Sure, our family does not require you to toil so hard. But I want to, she insisted. Seeing the determination and stubbornness in her eyes, Old Master Ning's heart swelled with affection, and he ultimately nodded in agreement. The elder pharmacist, a legendary healer who had saved countless lives, was an excellent mentor for Shuer. Knowing her pursuit was for medicine, not merely to see Afu, relieved the heavy burden on Old Master Ning's heart. He gently patted Ning Yueshu's head, saying, Sure, you are growing up. Now that you have made your decision, study diligently. Your father supports you. Thank you, father. Ning Yueshu beamed with a brilliant smile, and after a moment, she asked, Father, have we received any news? Old Master Ning shook his head. He had a reputation for being engrossed in scholarly pursuits, often ignoring visitors, even when the world outside was in chaos. He suspected that even if a letter had arrived, he had not found the time to read it. However, he was certain that once the elder patriarch of the Ning family saw it, he would support them in breaking the engagement with the left minister. As for the left minister's side, Old Master Ning remarked, he must have received the letter by now. In the imperial city, at the left minister's residence, he indeed had received the correspondence but had yet to read it, being preoccupied with other pressing matters. Lately, groups of women had been gathering outside the left minister's residence, lamenting how his son had toyed with and abandoned them. These women included courtesans, innocent daughters from humble homes, and even young ladies from official families, all crying out in distress. As they wept, the entire imperial city buzzed with gossip and speculation about which son of the left minister was responsible. The left minister had inquired, but the women only cried without revealing any details. If it had been only the courtesans, he would have ordered his servants to drive them away. However, with the presence of innocent women and ladies from official families, he could not resort to violence. He had to turn around and question each of his sons, but they all denied the accusations, leaving only Cui Yuhai uninvestigated. Frustrated, the left minister penned letter after letter to Cui Yuhai, yet received no response. Eventually, the matter escalated to the point where it reached the emperor's ears. In the court, the emperor publicly reprimanded the left minister, leaving him humiliated and the subject of ridicule among the court officials. The left minister was utterly disgraced. As he left the court, a deputy eunuch stopped him, saying with significant implication, Left minister, your family rules are strict, yet it seems someone is duplicitous, presenting one face publicly while concealing another privately. You must handle this matter carefully, or you will fail to report satisfactorily to the emperor. You will soon understand the situation upon your return. Reflecting on the deputy eunuch's words, the left minister returned home with mounting anxiety, only to find his carriage surrounded by the weeping women. His heart sank, and he felt a wave of suffocating panic. Cui Yuhai had returned, without needing to ask. The truth became evident. All these wronged women were the result of Cui Yuhai's actions. Even worse, Cui Yuhai was returned battered and bruised, his legs broken, barely clinging to life. In a flash of realization, the left minister recalled a letter sent from Yunxiu town to the Ning residence. He hurriedly sought it out, and when he laid eyes on it, he felt a surge of anger that made him faint. The scandal surrounding Cui Yuhai had spread like wildfire, reaching far beyond the imperial city and permeating the entire Tianjin kingdom. When Qin Bai Yuan learned of it, he shattered the wooden armrest in shock. He immediately rose, shouting, Prepare the horses. We must hasten back to the imperial city. Chapter 30. The appearance of Qin Bai Yuan in the left prime minister's residence. Cui Yuhai's injuries were exceedingly grave. Summoned the imperial physicians at once. External wounds are manageable, but both of his legs are not only broken but also have their tendons severed. Numerous physicians have declared his condition untreatable unless we can procure the renowned divine healer, Yao Lao. Otherwise, Cui Yuhai is destined for a life of disability, unable to stand. Witnessing Cui Yuhai in such a dire state, the left prime minister's wife was inconsolable, while the prime minister himself felt a throbbing headache. Although Cui Yuhai was an adopted son, he had been raised by the left prime minister's wife, and their bond was as deep as that of blood relatives. The left prime minister's wife lamented bitterly, How dare the Ning family inflict such harm upon my son? You must ensure they pay for this, my lord. They cannot be allowed to escape unscathed. Silence. The left prime minister, his head pounding, retorted in frustration, You speak with the compassion of a woman. Do you understand the implications? The elder of the Ning family is the emperor's mentor, and Ning Laoi was his companion in studies. Even after leaving the imperial city for over a decade, the emperor still holds them dear in his heart. To offend the Ning family is to offend the emperor. But what of my son as suffering? What will become of him if he is left crippled? Woe is me, cried the left prime minister's wife. His expression darkened, akin to the bottom of a cauldron. There were reasons for these events. Cui Yuhai had brought this upon himself. Fortunately, the Ning family remained unaware of the situation within the imperial city, or else. Contemplating this, the left prime minister felt a surge of anguish. The letter from the Ning family implied they sought to annul the engagement. The emperor awaited his report. Yet, with Cui Yuhai in this condition, what course of action could be taken? Execution? The left prime minister felt increasingly suffocated and waved his sleeve dismissively. Lock this wretch away. No one is to visit him. Meanwhile, Qin Baiyuan had ridden tirelessly, pushing several steeds to their limits, and returned to the imperial city under the cover of night. He stealthily infiltrated the left prime minister's residence, which was heavily guarded, yet presented no challenge for this young general. Navigating familiar pathways, he arrived at Cui Yuhai's quarters, swiftly incapacitating the doorman. Approaching the bedside, Qin Baiyuan was met with the sight of Cui Yuhai's pitiful state, causing his brow to furrow and his expression to darken. Yuhai, awaken. Cui Yuhai, having been recuperating for several days, still appeared weak and disoriented upon seeing Qin Baiyuan. It is I, he murmured softly.
Baiyuan.
Cui Yuhai exclaimed, rising with excitement, but immediately grimacing in pain as he inadvertently strained his broken legs, perspiration beading on his forehead. Filled with fury and anguish, he grasped Qin Baiyuan's hand, imploring, Baiyuan, you must avenge me. Qin Baiyuan's eyes glinted coldly as he pressed down on Cui Yuhai's shoulder, urging him to calm down. I return to assist you. First, let us discuss the events that transpired. Weren't you in Yunxiu town to celebrate Ning Junmo's success in the imperial examinations? How did it come to this? Indeed. Cui Yuhai seethed, recounting the events in Yunxiu town. Naturally, he painted himself as the victim, portraying the Ning family in a most malevolent light. Was it not merely a dalliance? No one died. But it was not just one woman. Numerous women emerged outside the left prime minister's residence. Qin Baiyuan retorted coldly. Cui Yuhai's expression stiffened. He was aware of the repercussions. The left prime minister had berated him mercilessly. Had his injuries not been so severe, he might have been dragged out for punishment. The thought filled him with trepidation and resentment. Tell me, Baiyuan, there were only women involved and no young boys, correct? Rest assured, Qin Baiyuan replied, there were none. Then all is well. Cui Yuhai sighed in relief before seething. It is the Ning family who has wronged me. I shall not let them go unpunished. Qin Baiyuan regarded him thoughtfully, inquiring, can your engagement with the Ning family still proceed? I do not know, Cui Yuhai muttered dismissively. That Ning Yueshu is a woman I have long grown weary of. It is a pity I did not bet her. Annulling the engagement would be a loss. However, her sister, Ning Yueshu, she is a rare beauty. At this, Qin Baiyuan regarded Cui Yuhai with a look of incredulity. Were it not for Cui Yuhai's status and unwavering loyalty, he would not waste another moment on him. Yet, if the Ning family were to break the engagement, Cui Yuhai would become inconsequential. A sense of bitterness and reluctance washed over Qin Baiyuan as he contemplated how to salvage this pawn, should Cui Yuhai become obsolete. The Qin family had a storied military legacy, yet in a city brimming with power and influence, their achievements paled. To ascend to greatness, he needed allies. Originally, the Ning family was reputable, esteemed, and favored by the emperor, making Cui Yuhai's marriage to Ning Yueshu a strategic advantage. But now, this fool had squandered the opportunity. Qin Baiyuan's gaze turned icy as he contemplated the impulse to strangle Cui Yuhai. Baiyuan? In the darkness, Cui Yuhai could not discern Qin Baiyuan's expression, but felt a chill from his gaze. Qin Baiyuan withdrew his gaze, exhaling gently. Yuhai, focus on your recovery. Once you are well, we shall devise a plan. Very well. Cui Yuhai was brimming with grievances, but found himself alone as Qin Baiyuan vanished from the room. Cui Yuhai clenched his fist in frustration, muttering, damn the Ning family. I shall not let you off the hook. On the other side, after leaving the left prime minister's residence, Qin Baiyuan procured another horse. The journey back to the imperial city would take some time, providing him with an opportunity to visit Yunxiu town. With Cui Yuhai incapacitated, he would take matters into his own hands. with the heartbroken Ning Yueshu or the younger, more innocent Ning Yueshu as his targets. He had a choice to make. Achoo. Achoo. In the Ning residence, both Ning Yueshu and Ning Yueshu sneezed in unison within their respective chambers. Their maid hastily draped cloaks over them, concerned for their health. Ning Yueshu, gentle and composed, succumbed to the maid's urgings and retired to bed. Ning Yueshu, however, remained awake. She dismissed her maid, claiming she needed to complete her assignments from Yao Lao, and set about writing several prescriptions. Scattered across her desk were sheets of paper, white with black ink. But the elegant script did not detail medicinal formulas. Instead, it contained names. These were leads Ning Yueshu had compiled based on her inquiries. Avoiding women was paramount. Drawing from her past memories, she penned a few names. The young lord of the Xia family, who was surrounded by male relatives and disdained the scent of cosmetics, suitable. The legitimate son of the right prime minister, the incorruptible Taimei, who treated both genders equally, suitable. Lastly, there was the enigmatic Prince Yu, who also fit the bill. Chapter 31. To Live or to Die. Ning Yueshu's paper contained several names, but after much deliberation, only these three stood out. Without hesitation, she eliminated Prince Yu from consideration. The esteemed Prince Yu, master of the heavenly division. Even a minor injury would send the entire division into disarray. How could they abandon their injured and amnesiac leader in Yunxiu town, neglecting him entirely? This left her with the young lord of the Xia family and the legitimate son of the right prime minister. Ning Yueshu found herself torn between the two. The young lord lived in luxury, excelling in both the arts and martial skills, and his age seemed compatible with that of Afu. Although the son of the right minister has not been rumored to possess martial skills, as the chief judge of the Dali Temple, he is most likely to offend others. Being pursued to the point of sustaining grave injuries and suffering from amnesia is entirely plausible. Ning Yueshu propped her chin on one hand while the other twirled a pen in circles over two names. Although she could wait for Afu to regain his memory and inquire directly, Ning Yueshu preferred not to languish idly without taking action. It would be prudent to adopt a dual approach. Perhaps her guesses would be correct and aid Afu in recovering his memory sooner. However, after much deliberation, she still could not reach a decision. After burning the paper on which she had written the names, she reclined on her bed, her mind lingering on the matter. Ning Yueshu did not dare to slacken her vigilance, for in her mind, a clock was ticking relentlessly. At this time in her past life, the Ning family was frantically occupied with her eyesight. Her elder brother's celebratory feast had not been held, and her third sister's engagement with Cui Yuhai persisted, leaving her powerless in her blindness. It was not until the following spring that her eyes were healed. During the spring imperial examination, her father took her elder brother to the capital for the examination, accompanied by her fourth brother. Her second brother went to fetch their grandfather, leaving only her mother, and her third sister in Yunxiu town. In her previous life, her elder brother had toiled for her sake, which delayed his studies, resulting in him ranking third in the examination. Ning Yueshu felt dejected and self-reproachful, while her mother and third sister comforted her as they awaited their return home. Little did they know, disaster had struck. Their father, elder brother, and fourth brother had all been imprisoned. Her second brother and grandfather received the news and diverted to the capital to rescue them, only to find themselves ensnared as well. At the tender age of 15, having just recovered from a severe illness, Ning Yueshu was completely unaware of what was happening. Upon hearing her mother and third sister say that her father and brothers faced death sentences, she was bewildered. In a state of panic, she and her mother and third sister rushed into the capital, helpless, and without anyone willing to assist them. They were on the brink of collapse. At that moment, Qin Bai Yuan appeared out of nowhere, leveraging his identity as a young general and his family's military achievements to help them navigate the investigation. Ultimately, her father and brothers were exonerated, and her grandfather was also released, leading the Ning family to be profoundly grateful to Qin Bai Yuan. Therefore, when Qin Bai Yuan repeatedly claimed that Ning Yueshu had saved his life and that he was repaying his debt of gratitude by rescuing the Ning family, they all believed him. Ning Yueshu believed him too. She thought it was fate. Now, however, Ning Yueshu wished to exclaim nonsense. Qin Bai Yuan was a shameless liar. None of his words were true. She desperately sought to uncover Afu's identity to ascertain if the person she saved in her past life was indeed Afu. How did Qin Bai Yuan know? Was there a connection between Qin Bai Yuan and Afu? Furthermore, what troubles did her father and elder brother encounter during the spring examination? In her past life, Due to her youth and recent recovery from illness, everyone concealed the truth from her. When the matter was finally resolved, everyone discreetly avoided the topic, leaving Ning Yueshu in the dark. Later, she married Qin Bai Yuan and occupied herself with household matters, leading to a gradual loss of further information. All of these factors loomed over Ning Yueshu like a sword hanging by a thread. The more she pondered, the more distressed she became, prompting her to take a deep breath, close her eyes, and recall the resilience she had cultivated during her time in the general's residence, rendering her devoid of sorrow, joy, desire, or demand. It was time to sleep. She needed to conserve her strength to tackle these matters one by one. Just as she resolved to deal with Cui Yuhai, Ning Yueshu firmly believed she could prevent a tragedy from occurring. In the eastern courtyard, an heir appeared, delivering the intelligence sent by an via carrier pigeon. A Fu opened it to find that the left minister's residence was in turmoil, and Cui Yuhai's days ahead were destined to be bleak. A Fu chose not to kill him, intending for Cui Yuhai to suffer longer, repaying the debts of his actions before ultimately meeting his end. There was another piece of news. Qin Bai Yuan had entered the capital under the cover of night, secretly meeting with Cui Yuhai, and then hastened to Yunxiu town. His eyes were cold and fierce, glimmering with a bloodthirsty gleam as a Fu let out a chilling smile, as expected. Whether in this life or the last, Qin Bai Yuan had set his sights on the Ning residence, intending to plot against them. Clasping his palms together, he crushed the confidential letter into shards, letting them drift to the ground. A Fu coldly commanded, "An heir, you will personally lead men to intercept Qin Bai Yuan. He must not approach Yunxiu town even a step closer." Acknowledged. An heir bowed and then quietly inquired, "Master, should he be dead or alive?"
Alive.
"He must endure longer than Cui Yuhai." Understood. An heir comprehended and immediately withdrew after bowing. The room was left with only a Fu. He stepped to the window, gazing in the direction of Ning Yueshu's lotus garden. Unfortunately, it was too far, obscured by courtyard walls and flower pavilions, rendering her eaves impossible to see. The night air was as cool as water, and a Fu's heart felt icy and faintly pained. He thought of Ning Yueshu and reflected on his foolish actions in his past life. He wielded great power, causing his brothers to tremble in fear and lose sleep night after night. Ultimately, they secretly conspired and successfully ambushed him, leaving him bleeding outside Yunxiu town. A Fu was aware that he had been saved, yet upon awakening, he had neither the time nor inclination to express gratitude to his savior. At that time, he was consumed by rage and a desire for bloodshed. His sole focus was to return to the capital and investigate which of his brothers had dared to lay hands on him. A prince is not so easily provoked. Even if he is the Prince of Yu, the master of the heavenly division, who took a considerable amount of time. When he finally had the opportunity, he recalled his savior and discovered that Ning Yueshu had injured her eyes. To repay his gratitude, he had his secret guards procure medicine from the old doctor to heal Ning Yueshu's eyesight. Coincidentally, during the spring examination, Ning Laoyi and Ning Junmo were in the capital. Due to the life-saving grace, he did not guard against Ning Laoyi and the others, resulting in him being caught in a trap. He drank a cup of tea from Ning Laoyi, which was laced with poison, leaving him on the brink of death. Because of that cup of tea, Ning Laoyi and the others were imprisoned. Had it not been for the order he issued before losing consciousness and the emperor's lingering affection, Ning Laoyi and the others might have faced execution rather than mere imprisonment. Once imprisoned, they would have no chance of emerging unscathed. The old doctor rushed back to save his life. He needed to uncover the truth and protect Ning Laoyi and the others, leaving him no time to attend to Ning Yueshu. At that moment, if he had approached Ning Yueshu, it would have led to the same fate befalling her as Ning Laoyi and the others. When Qin Bai Yuan defected, he had instructed Qin Bai Yuan to protect them in secret. Who knew that a Fu would recall these events and crush the window frame in fury?
Now.
He would go nowhere but stay by Shuer's side. Wherever Shuer was, there he would be. Chapter 32. The first to be struck is you. The following day, Ning Yueshu and the old doctor arrived at the eastern courtyard. The old doctor came first, holding a bowl of dark medicinal concoction in front of a Fu. As the two, one old and one young, faced each other defiantly. Upon seeing Ning Yueshu arrive, a Fu resignedly accepted the bowl, closed his eyes, and gulped it down in one go. A Fu, I brought sweet candied fruits. You must try some. Ning Yueshu cheerfully entered, prompting Wan to open the food box and directly offer a dish of sweet candied fruits to a Fu. A Fu reached for 2 pieces, handing one to Ning Yueshu and keeping one for himself. Thank you, sure, you should have some too. Skit skit skit. This old man finds it quite nauseating to watch. The old doctor shook his head, unsure whether he was referring to the sweet candied fruits or something else entirely. Ning Yueshu turned to him with a smile, asking, Old doctor, would you like some? My third sister made these. They are absolutely delicious. The old doctor immediately changed his tune. Of course. Why not? If it's there, I must have it. He reached out, grabbed a piece, and popped it into his mouth. Smacking his lips. Involuntarily, he reached for another. And then smack. Affupai opened his hand and coldly stated, This is a gift from Shuer. If you wish to eat it, you must buy your own.
Hey.
The old doctor puffed his beard and glared, claiming that even a piece of candy was too much to hoard. How petty. Affupai remained expressionless, took the plate of candy, and placed the empty medicine bowl in the old doctor's hand. The old doctor grew even angrier, his eyes blazing with indignation. Ning Yueshu smiled quietly from the side, refraining from intervening. Initially, when Affupai and the old doctor had their verbal sparring, Ning Yueshu genuinely worried that the old doctor might become upset and subtly reminded Affupai to respect his elders. However, after observing for several days, she discovered that this was a unique rapport between the old doctor and Affupai, as if they were not merely patient and physician. Their banter did not diminish their affection. It was a relationship that required no words. In response to Ning Yueshu's surprise and curiosity, the old doctor explained that Affupai was the same age as his grandson, thus fostering a fondness. Affupai scoffed at this and said nothing. Old doctor, are you going to re-examine Affupai's injuries today? Ning Yueshu inquired. The old doctor stroked his beard and nodded affirmatively. Affupai, sit down quickly and let the old doctor examine you properly. Upon hearing this, Ning Yueshu immediately urged Affupai to sit still. Affupai usually ignored others, but when Ning Yueshu spoke, he obediently complied, prompting the old doctor to click his tongue meaningfully for quite some time. While the old doctor examined Affupai, Ning Yueshu stood by, fetching whatever the old doctor required. Her concerned gaze never strayed from Affupai for even a moment. This made Affupai feel joyful, his eyes sparkling with mirth. And he did not mind the old doctor's hands-on examination. Once again, the old doctor checked the injury at the back of Affupai's head and took his pulse. After a while, the old doctor withdrew his hand and nodded. That will suffice. Old doctor, is Affupai all right? Ning Yueshu asked with concern. The old doctor nodded, then caught Affupai's gaze, hastily adding, The external injuries have healed completely, but the internal ones, particularly concerning his mind, remain uncertain. He must rest well. The recovery of his memory cannot be rushed. Ning Yueshu nodded, responding with a smile. As long as he regains his health, everything else can wait. Although she spoke thus, both Affupai and the old doctor could discern a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. The old doctor immediately cast a knowing glance at Affupai, suggesting that if he wished to pursue a romantic interest, he ought to do so openly. How long could he keep this a secret? Affupai avoided the old doctor's gaze, lowering his head slightly, his expression dim. He too wanted to speak, yet he was aware that after using forbidden techniques, Shuer had been reborn with memories from her past life. He feared that if he revealed this, she would simply tell him to leave. Although he could remain in the shadows to protect Shuer, the previous life had been filled with secrecy. By the time he was prepared to confess to Shuer, it would be too late. She had taken her own life after killing Jiang Lanxin. Now, while maintaining this facade, he was by Shuer's side, constantly supporting her both openly and covertly. Affupai thought to wait a little longer. Calculating the time, he decided that it would be better to confess once they returned to the imperial city. Ning Yueshu? Yueshu.
What are you thinking about?
I have called your name several times, Affupai finally replied, lifting his head to smile at Ning Yueshu, his eyes bright. I was contemplating that once I am well, I can teach Shuer martial arts. I am considering where to begin. Really? No rush. Take your time. I will be waiting, Ning Yueshu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The old doctor, taken aback, interjected, Ning family girl, are you planning to learn martial arts from this young man? Yes. Ning Yueshu nodded, stating that she did not seek to become exceptionally skilled but simply wanted the ability to defend herself against anyone who might provoke her. The old doctor stroked his beard, then turned to look at Affupai with pity. Are you truly going to teach her? Are you not afraid that the first person she will strike will be you? Affupai responded with a calm gaze, stating that it would be fine if she did. He was in good health. The old doctor had nothing further to say. stroking his beard and muttering, "Well, learning martial arts can indeed enhance one's health. It is quite commendable for a young lady to learn a bit." Afupai added, "In the future, Shuer will study with me in the mornings and with you in the afternoons." The old doctor had no objections. In recent days, the old doctor had tested Ning Yueshu thoroughly. Her aptitude was exceptional, and she was diligent and attentive, grasping concepts quickly. It was time for the old doctor to consider how to impart the skills of the divine physician lineage. Thus, every day following this arrangement became particularly fulfilling. The mornings belonged to Afupai, while the afternoons were dedicated to the old doctor. Lord Ning had always believed that Ning Yueshu was solely learning medicine from the old doctor. After hearing the old doctor speak highly of her on several occasions, he felt reassured and ceased to concern himself, entirely unaware that Ning Yueshu was also learning martial arts from Afupai. Ning Junmo and his siblings were aware of this, but kept it a secret for Ning Yueshu. Ning Junki even contemplated taking Ning Yueshu away to learn from his own master, only to be met with resolute opposition from everyone. Ning Junki practiced boxing and wielded heavy weapons, which Ning Yueshu could not even lift. What Afupai taught Ning Yueshu was tailored just for her, integrating medical knowledge with martial arts, focusing on acupoint sealing that required no brute force, relying instead on wits. No one would suspect a delicate young lady incapable of lifting burdens. Once in close proximity, Ning Yueshu would have the opportunity to use her silver needles, turning the tide in an instant. At the outset, Ning Yueshu needed to be close to her target to ensure a successful strike. With gradual practice, her range would expand. During this period, Afupai willingly served as her target. As the old doctor quipped privately, this was a form of early adaptation. Later, enduring a few strikes from his future wife would become commonplace. The Ning household was filled with harmony and joy. However, Qin Baiyuan was not as fortunate. On his way to Yunqiu town, he was stopped by some people. Despite his insistence on continuing, he was brutally beaten. They spared his life, but thoroughly pummeled him. He wished to retreat to the imperial city, but it was now impossible. Chapter 33. Treating Afupai as a brother. Ning Yueshu was unaware of Qin Baiyuan's arrival in Yunqiu town, nor did she know the extent of his injuries. As he was ultimately carried back to the imperial city, with his condition, he would have to recuperate alongside Cui Yuhai and could forget about any malicious intentions toward Yunqiu town. Ning Yueshu only knew that her days in Yunqiu town after her rebirth had been filled with immense joy and happiness. Having driven away the scoundrel Cui Yuhai, his engagement with her third sister was also being annulled. Ning Yueshu could learn medicine from the old doctor and martial arts from Afupai, strengthening her body. Each day was rich and fulfilling. In the blink of an eye, winter arrived, and gentle snowflakes began to fall in Yunqiu town. After months of practicing martial arts and medicine, Ning Yueshu's health improved significantly. Walking under the winter snow, she felt no chill. Her body was warm as a small furnace. Stepping outside the eaves, she extended her hand to catch the snowflakes, tilting her face to let them land on her cheeks. The snow felt cold and crisp, yet her heart was warm and ardent. Such days were truly delightful. Her elder brother could focus on his studies in preparation for the spring examinations. This time, he would surely achieve better results. The only drawback was that Afupai had yet to regain his memory, and Ning Yueshu had not discerned his true identity. "Miss, the madam and third young lady are still waiting for us. We should hurry." Ruan approached with an umbrella, shielding Ning Yueshu from the falling snow. Ning Yueshu collected her thoughts, smiling gently as she nodded. "Let us go." As Ning Yueshu arrived, Madame Ning was engrossed in examining Ning Yuru's exquisite embroidery. Ning Yuru had created an entire piece depicting the heart of a hibiscus flower, resplendent and breathtaking, adorned with vividly colored butterflies that seemed to come alive under the sunlight. Upon seeing this, Ning Yueshu felt a sudden headache, her steps faltering. "Shu Bao, you have finally arrived. Come and admire my third sister's embroidery." Ning Yuru smiled gently as she approached and took her hand. Ning Yueshu could not evade and was reluctantly drawn over. Standing before the embroidery, Ning Yueshu praised, "No wonder you are my third sister. Your needlework has become increasingly divine. It is truly beautiful. Do not only focus on praising your third sister. Shu Bao, what about your own embroidery?" Madame Ning inquired elegantly from her chair, holding a cup of tea. Ning Yueshu's expression stiffened. Recognizing the situation, Madame Ning turned to Ruan and asked, "Ruan, did you bring your young lady's embroidery?" Ruan looked at Ning Yueshu helplessly, her eyes questioning whether to present it. Defeated, Ning Yueshu replied, "Ruan, Just bring it out.
All right.
Wan produced Ning Yueshu's embroidery from her sleeve. Compared to Ning Yueshu's magnificent hibiscus piece, Ning Yueshu's embroidery was merely a palm-sized sachet, lacking both size and skill for comparison. Madame Ning sighed as she examined it. Ning Yueshu, observing, wished to defend Ning Yueshu but found no grounds to do so, ultimately casting her a sympathetic glance. Shu Bao, come and sit down, Madame Ning instructed. Ning Yueshu obediently complied, bowing her head in anticipation of a reprimand. Madame Ning, seeing her contrite demeanor, felt a mix of anger and amusement as she remarked, Shu Bao, for a young lady, skills in music, chess, literature, painting, and embroidery are essential. Look at you. The front of this sachet is acceptable, but the back is hastily done, as if it were thrown together in a rush. Ning Yueshu felt guilty. It was not merely a likeness. She had only remembered a few days prior that she needed to submit an embroidery piece to her mother once a month. However, she had been so engrossed in studying medicine and practicing martial arts that she completely forgot about it, hastily completing an old, unfinished piece to meet the deadline. Shu Bao, your mother is not demanding too much, but at the very least, what you create should be presentable. Look at this. Who would want it? Fu would definitely want it. Ning Yueshu responded without a second thought. The room fell silent immediately. Madame Ning frowned, and Ning Yueshu looked astonished, both staring at Ning Yueshu. Realizing her words could be misinterpreted, Ning Yueshu quickly added, cough. Mother, third sister, please do not misunderstand. I embroidered it for Xi Lian, not for any pair of mandarin ducks. Giving it to Fu is nothing unusual. I regard Fu as a younger brother, and I have given sachets to my elder brothers as well. It is quite normal. Upon hearing this, Madame Ning and Ning Yueshu were momentarily taken aback. After a while, Ning Yueshu found her voice and asked, Shu Bao, you consider Fu your younger brother? Yes. Ning Yueshu affirmed. But Fu is older than you. Age is not an issue. Ning Yueshu shook her head defiantly, stating, Fu has lost his memory and remembers nothing. I saved him. Thus, I must take responsibility and protect him as an elder sister. Ning Yueshu exchanged glances with Madame Ning, unsure of how to respond. While they felt relieved that Shu Bao regarded Fu as a brother and did not need to worry about inappropriate matters, there was an inexplicable strangeness lingering in the air. Mother, third sister, you did not summon me today merely to view embroidery, did you? Is there something else? Ning Yueshu, fearing they would further scrutinize her embroidery, quickly shifted the topic. With this prompt, Madame Ning proceeded to discuss serious matters. She informed Ning Yueshu and Ning Yueshu that they had decided to relocate to the Imperial City at the end of the month to celebrate the New Year. Firstly, it was to allow Ning Junemo to prepare better for the spring examination. Secondly, it pertained to Ning Yueshu's engagement. Madame Ning, holding Ning Yueshu's hand, expressed her concern. The elder has long agreed to annul Ru Heir's engagement, yet the left minister deliberately evades the issue, prolonging it. This matter cannot be delayed. The longer it drags on, the more it will hinder Ru Heir's future prospects. Your mother, your father, and your grandfather have discussed it and decided to confront the left minister personally to dissolve the engagement. The elder Ning would head directly to the Imperial City. They also prepared to relocate from Yunxiu town to meet with the elder there. Ning Yueshu spoke apologetically, Mother, I have caused you trouble. This is not your fault. Moving to the Imperial City is beneficial. We can select a suitable husband for you and assist Shu Bao as well, Madame Ning reassured, patting Ning Yueshu's hand and smiling at the sisters. Ning Yueshu blushed, while Ning Yueshu bit her lip, lowering her gaze. Having been haunted by the shadow of Qin Bai Yuan in her previous life, Ning Yueshu harbored no desire to marry. She would rather embrace solitude for eternity, seeking only to remain with her family. However, she could not voice these sentiments, knowing her mother, father, brothers, and sisters would only worry for her. Ning Yueshu felt unable to explain the events of her past life. After leaving Mingyue Pavilion, Ning Yueshu felt a lingering discontent until she reached the East Courtyard, where she saw Fu and Elder Yao, and her smile returned. Master, Fu, I have arrived. Ning Yueshu cheerfully exclaimed. Now, having officially apprenticed, she was a disciple of Elder Yao. Elder Yao greeted her with a warm smile. Only Fu, with keen perception, sensed Ning Yueshu's unease and softly inquired, Shu Heir, are you unhappy? Chapter 34. The Exchange of Gifts. Fu. Master, we are moving to the Imperial City, Ning Yueshu said reluctantly, gazing at Elder Yao. Fu, her protector, could accompany her, but what about Elder Yao? Ning Yueshu understood that Elder Yao often spoke of herbs being ripe for picking. Yet he had never left, remaining to teach her medicine. With the entire Ning family relocating to the imperial city, Ning Yueshu had no grounds to keep Elder Yao from departing, but she felt a pang of sorrow. These recent days had been joyful and carefree, nearly allowing her to forget the painful despair of her past life, thanks to Ah Fu and Elder Yao's influence. Ning Yueshu had come to regard Ah Fu and Elder Yao as family. Moving to the imperial city.
Perfect.
I shall also be going, Elder Yao declared. When are you leaving, my dear apprentice? If the timing aligns, we might journey together. Elder Yao stroked his beard, smiling broadly at Ning Yueshu. Ning Yueshu was astonished. Master, you're going to the imperial city too? Indeed. Someone has collected dozens of herbs to curry favor with your master. The temptation is too great for me to resist, Elder Yao remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Ah Fu. Ignoring him, Ah Fu continued to gaze tenderly at Ning Yueshu, asking, Are you unhappy about this, Shu'er? Ah Fu sensed there was more to it. He understood Ning Yueshu well enough to know that something else was affecting her mood. Yet, Ning Yueshu avoided the topic, smiling as she replied, I am very happy that Master will accompany us to the imperial city. Elder Yao laughed heartily. My dear apprentice is so delighted. It seems I am indeed more important. Master is certainly important. What shall we learn today, Master? I am ready, Ning Yueshu exclaimed eagerly. Come along, dear apprentice, Elder Yao said, leading her into the room to begin their lessons. Ah Fu pondered for a moment, then turned back. Not entering the room, but instead heading to his own quarters to retrieve something. Beside his pillow lay a small box. Upon opening the lid, a delicate hairpin and a meticulously crafted jade bracelet were revealed within the box. Ah Fu retrieved the bracelet, which was nearly complete. While Ning Yueshu was learning medicine from the old doctor, she noticed Ah Fu sitting not far away, continuously carving and polishing something, maintaining an air of mystery that only deepened her curiosity. After a day's lessons, Ah Fu finally unveiled the object of intrigue. Taking Ning Yueshu's hand, he adorned her wrist with a jade bracelet. A gift for you, Shu'er, Ah Fu declared. The icy jade, resplendent in color, was an exquisite piece, sculpted into the shape of a lotus flower. Surprisingly, it radiated warmth rather than the usual chill of jade. In awe, Ning Yueshu exclaimed, Ah Fu, is this warm jade? Ah Fu nodded, explaining, indeed. Its petals can move, concealing 3 silver needles that can serve as hidden weapons. Let me show you how to use it. As he held her hand, he deftly manipulated the lotus petals, causing the silver needles to shoot forth and embed themselves in a nearby pillar. Ning Yueshu was both astonished and delighted, becoming enamored with the lotus jade bracelet. Ah Fu, did you craft this yourself? She inquired. Yes, do you like it? He responded. I love it. She beamed, but confusion creased her brow as she pressed further. But how did you acquire such rare warm jade? Its quality is extraordinary and far too precious to be anything but a tribute. It was given by the old doctor. Ah Fu replied nonchalantly, casting the question towards him. The old doctor, observing with glee, was caught off guard by his unexpected involvement. Seeing Ning Yueshu's inquisitive gaze, he stroked his beard, concocting a plausible explanation. Dear apprentice, this was a token of gratitude for saving a life. Ah Fu here has been helping me diligently, and in return, I gifted it to you. He is quite skilled. You should cherish him. Ning Yueshu, trusting his words, touched the jade bracelet with joy. With a radiant smile, she turned to Ah Fu, expressing, Thank you, Ah Fu. I truly adore it. Eager to reciprocate, she retrieved a scented sachet of Yuhua lotus from Wan and handed it to Ah Fu, saying, It's a bit rough, but please don't mind. I'll craft you a more refined one in the future. Ah Fu examined the sachet, noting the exquisite embroidery on one half contrasted with the hastily done work on the other. A smile graced his lips, his eyes sparkling with delight. This was the first gift from Shu'er in this life, and the last. How could he possibly dislike it? He promptly secured it at his waist, silently conveying his fondness. Feeling slightly bashful, Ning Yueshu resolved to spend time creating a more suitable embroidered piece for a man, worthy of the gift he had bestowed upon her. After leaving with a heart full of satisfaction, the old doctor approached Ah Fu, his eyes narrowing. In the future, could you give me a heads up? I'd like to prepare myself. If something unexpected happens, it won't be my fault. Thank you, Grandpa. Ah Fu replied, which instantly brightened the old doctor's demeanor, leading him to dismiss the matter with a wave of his hand. Ah Fu smirked slightly before adding, The herbs you requested have been gathered and await you at the prince's estate. The old doctor, now even more jubilant, laughed heartily. Then let us return together. As the end of the month approached, the Ning family had made all necessary arrangements, leaving a portion of the household staff to care for the estate while the rest journeyed to the imperial city. The Ning family possessed a residence there, graciously bestowed by the emperor to Lord Ning. The departing procession was grand, drawing the attention of many townsfolk in Yunshu. The women were assigned a separate carriage. Observing Ning Yueshu boarding the carriage, Lord Ning approached Afu, signaling him to join him. I must protect the fifth miss, Afu responded coolly from outside the carriage. Lord Ning's lips twitched slightly, and he could not suppress a threatening remark. I am the head of this family. Disobedience will result in you being left behind in Yunshu. Afu calmly acquiesced. As you wish, Lord Ning. With a huff, Lord Ning allowed Afu to ride in the carriage with him, sending Ning Junmo and his brothers to a separate one. The desire for solitude on Lord Ning's part made Ning Junmo and Ning Yueshu exchange glances, silently communicating their curiosity about the secret their father was hiding. However, their privacy was soon interrupted as the old doctor joined them in the carriage. Lord Ning opened his mouth but ultimately decided against speaking. Once the group was assembled, he commanded the procession to commence. Inside the carriage, Lord Ning paid little heed to the old doctor's presence, his sharp gaze fixated on Afu. Have you truly not regained any memories? Chapter 35. I have regained a bit of memory in Yunshu. Seeing Afu's compliant demeanor, Lord Ning had refrained from intervening.
Now,
As they set off for the imperial city, where everyone knew of the Prince of Yu and the Lord of the Heavens, it was imperative for Lord Ning to consider how to manage Afu, regardless of whether he had recovered his memories or not. In response to Lord Ning's inquiry, the old doctor stroked his beard, signaling to Afu if he needed assistance. Unfazed, Afu had already devised a plan. Sitting upright, he met Lord Ning's intense gaze and stated, I recollect a fragment. A fragment? Lord Ning pressed. I remember residing in the imperial city and being pursued by someone, Afu revealed, causing Lord Ning to gasp sharply. Do you know who was after you? Lord Ning asked urgently. My brothers, Afu replied calmly. Lord Ning's expression darkened, his brows furrowing in silence as his fists clenched tightly. Afu continued, recently, someone approached me claiming to be one of my subordinates. They warned me of the precarious situation at home, stating that my brothers still seek to kill me. Since my memories are not fully restored, it is best for me to recuperate in Yunshu. Does Shuer know about this? Lord Ning's first instinct was to inquire about Ning Yueshu. Afu shook his head. Lord Ning sighed with relief, yet his gaze towards Afu was complex. He grappled with the dilemma of whether to chastise Afu for his secrecy or commend him for his honesty. The situation was undeniably intricate, prompting Lord Ning to ask, have you considered how to approach the imperial city? I know your father and can arrange for you to be by his side, with your subordinates protecting you. No one would dare harm you, Lord Ning offered. Afu shook his head firmly. Lord Ning, I promise to protect the fifth miss and serve as her guardian. Lord Ning's eyes widened. Does the current situation not warrant a change? Once you return, everyone will recognize your identity, only bringing trouble to Shuer. Allow me to offer a fair solution, the old doctor interjected, unable to hold back. Simply have him wear a mask. That would resolve the issue. Lord Ning remained stoic, unconvinced by the old doctor's suggestion. Noticing this, Afu's eyes sparkled as he declared, my subordinate mentioned he could resolve the third Mrs. Engagement. Lord Ning's brows furrowed further. That is a matter for the Ning family to handle. No need for your involvement. I will not leave the fifth miss aside, Afu asserted resolutely, leaving Lord Ning with no avenue to challenge him. In any other circumstance, he would have expelled anyone else without hesitation. It is indeed a matter of delicacy when it comes to Afu. One cannot afford to offend him. Lord Ning found himself in a quandary, and after some contemplation, he devised a strategy of delay. He stated, you may remain by Shubao's side for the time being, but you must don a mask and refrain from revealing your identity. Very well, Afu nodded in agreement. Despite Afu's prompt acceptance, Lord Ning felt a lingering discomfort in his heart. He fixed his gaze on Afu, having made up his mind that once they reached the imperial city, he would seek an audience with the emperor. Unable to manage Afu himself, he would let the emperor take charge of his own son. Upon hearing that the arrangement was settled, Afu stood to dismount the carriage. Lord Ning quickly stopped him and had someone fetch a mask, regardless of its appearance, and placed it on Afu's face. Once Afu obediently donned the mask, Lord Ning finally allowed him to descend. Old Yao observed this, stroking his beard and solemnly remarked, "In truth, Lord Ning need not be so anxious. Who would have imagined that the most esteemed Yu Wang, the sovereign of the heavens, would serve as a mere girl-esque protector?" Lord Ning was taken aback, staring at Old Yao in shock. Old Yao cleared his throat and chuckled. "Having visited the palace a few times, I have indeed encountered Yu Wang. His recent amnesia is why the celestial sovereign sought me out, requesting my assistance to restore his memory as swiftly as possible." Realization dawned upon Lord Ning. "I see now. I was puzzled as to why you, Old Yao, were present in Yunqiu town, but now it makes sense. In fact, having Yu Wang near my disciple is quite beneficial. He possesses formidable abilities that can safeguard her, which puts my mind at ease." Old Yao continued to advocate for Afu, stating that with Yu Wang in the Ning household, the entire celestial sovereign would discreetly protect the Ning family. What is there to worry about? This is indeed a fortuitous arrangement, he concluded with a chuckle. Lord Ning scoffed coldly. "If Yu Wang were a girl or a eunuch, then I might feel at ease." Old Yao paused, unable to respond to this remark. Feeling somewhat guilty, Lord Ning's concerns were not unfounded. Indeed, his grandson was harboring intentions towards Ning Yueshu. Ning Yueshu was aware of the matter regarding Afu being taken onto the carriage. Were it not for her mother and elder sister's presence, she would have approached her father to inquire about Afu's purpose. Anxiously, she gazed out of the carriage window, and upon seeing Afu dismount, she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, only to be taken aback by the sight of the mask adorning his face. Why is Afu wearing a mask? She wondered, and the mask seemed oddly familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. Wan also noticed, whispering in Ning Yueshu's ear, "Miss, look at Afu. What is he doing wearing that mask?" Ning Ruan, "Don't you think Afu looks somewhat familiar like this?" Ning Yueshu retorted with a question. Wan blinked in confusion. "Does he?" Ning Yueshu pursed her lips in silence. For some inexplicable reason, the moment she beheld Afu in the mask, a figure of a man flashed in her mind. He possessed eyes that were cruel and frenzied, cold to the core, exuding an overwhelming aura of aggression as he fixated on her. The sensation of being scrutinized by him felt as though she were a treasure belonging solely to him, impermissible for others to covet. His lewd words echoed in her mind, demanding her submission. Had he not vanquished the mountain bandits and saved her, her countenance would have been far more grim. Ning Yueshu found herself in a daze, questioning how she could associate Afu with that man who had appeared and vanished so abruptly. It was inconceivable. Afu and that man were merely similar in stature. Their eyes were entirely different. Afu would smile upon seeing her, his gaze gentle and solely focused on her. Moreover, Afu lacked the terrifying aggression that man possessed. Furthermore, at that time, Afu had already been gravely injured, lying on the ground, which made it utterly impossible for him to be the same person as that decisive, blood-stained warrior. "Fifth miss, I have returned." Afu approached the carriage, leading a horse. Ning Yueshu snapped back to reality, her emotions tangled as she inquired, "Why are you wearing a mask?" Afu replied, "Lord Ning fears my face may attract trouble." Caught off guard by this explanation, Ning Yueshu was momentarily speechless. Yet, both Madame Ning and Ning Yuru wholeheartedly agreed. They had seen Afu's face before and found it too striking, too extraordinary, not fitting for a mere protector. Having such a striking figure by their side would undoubtedly draw attention and invite complications. Just then, a series of hoofbeats interrupted Ning Yueshu's thoughts. She and the rest of the Ning family lifted their gazes towards the source of the sound. Flags fluttering in the wind signaled the arrival of the celestial sovereign. Chapter 36. A match made in heaven. What brings the celestial sovereign here? Ning Yueshu immediately cast aside her concerns about Afu and leaned against the window. Her eyes filled with suspicion and confusion as the celestial entourage approached, finally halting before their group. In an instant, Ning Yueshu recognized the leader as Mu Zihan, the right director of the Celestial Sovereign. The Celestial Sovereign himself is Yu Wang of the Wuyu Palace. Beneath Yu Wang, the Celestial Sovereign has two directors, one on the left and one on the right. The left director, Di Sun, oversees the Celestial Sovereign's affairs, while the right director, Mu Zihan, is responsible for external duties. Both are prominent figures in the Imperial City. The appearance of the Celestial Sovereign's entourage was already peculiar, and it was even more unusual for Mu Zihan to be leading them. What could be their intention in stopping here? As Mu Zihan and his party came to a halt, Lord Ning, accompanied by his sons, approached to greet them with cordiality. It was inappropriate for the womenfolk to show their faces in front of outsiders. Madame Ning reassured Ning Yueshu and her sister, "Do not panic. Your father and brothers will handle this." Ning Yueshu nodded in agreement, and Ning Yueshu also acquiesced, though her gaze remained fixed through the carriage window, watching the individuals engaged in conversation ahead. Before long, Lord Ning returned to the carriage after exchanging pleasantries with Mu Zihan. Their procession resumed, but now the Celestial Sovereign's entourage flanked them. Mu Zihan waved his hand, and the Celestial team spread out, surrounding the Ning family as if providing them a protective escort. Ning Yueshu was utterly perplexed. Soon, Ning Junmo rode over to elucidate. The Celestial Sovereign was passing through this area while on official business. Upon learning of our journey to the Imperial City, they expressed concern about our safety as the year-end approaches and specifically came to escort us back. Madame Ning was astonished. The Ning family had never cultivated a close relationship with the Celestial Sovereign. What could be the reason for such an action? Ning Junmo explained, according to Director Mu. This is the Emperor's will. Madame Ning sighed in relief, her face brightening with a smile. The Emperor is benevolent and kind, always mindful of our family. Indeed. With the Celestial Sovereign accompanying us, our journey home will be much safer, Ning Junmo remarked with a nod and a smile. They all took this as the Emperor's decree, completely oblivious to the truth. Lord Ning was aware, but having already allowed Afu to disembark, he could not call him back. All he could do was exchange glances with Old Yao, their emotions complicated. With the Celestial Sovereign by their side, their procession grew more formidable, attracting the attention of many onlookers. However, upon seeing the Celestial Sovereign's flags, they all quickly made way. Throughout their journey, Mu Zihan attended to the surroundings, ensuring that resting stations and inns for the night were all prearranged. When the Ning family arrived, they merely had to dismount and rest, with hot meals and water already prepared, which was genuinely heartwarming. Ning Yueshu felt that Mu Zihan was thorough and meticulous in his arrangements, truly deserving of the praise he received for his adeptness. However, Ning Yueshu found one thing puzzling. During the days spent with the Celestial Sovereign's entourage, she had noticed Mu Zihan casting discreet glances in their direction. He was observing her as well as Afu, his face adorned with a smile like a spring breeze, leaving her unable to decipher his thoughts or what he was truly observing. As night descended, the Ning family had retired for the night, and Afu silently approached the courtyard of the post station, standing in the shadows in wait. Soon, Mu Zihan quietly approached and clasped his fists in salute, addressing him as master. Afu coldly replied, "Have you seen enough?" His frigid tone sent a shiver down Mu Zihan's spine. With eyes as icy and merciless as winter's grip, Afu continued, "If Wan Shu doubts me, I shall be the first to flay your skin. This subordinate knows his crime. I dare not." Mu Zihan immediately knelt in contrition. However, he held no real fear of Afu and dared to mumble, "I am merely curious about what our future princess consort will be like. I believe you and the princess are a perfect match, a heavenly pair." When he flattered, his voice rose a notch, infused with joy and servility. Afu relished such praise, letting out a soft hum, rise. After Mu Zihan stood, he glanced around and lowered his voice, "Master, we have secured evidence against the second and fourth princes. When shall we deal with them?" Although Afu was in Yunxiu town, he had not forgotten those who sought to harm him. The difference was that in his past life, he had genuinely been ambushed. This time, he had prepared in advance, eliminating those who pursued him long before. Afu managed to wait on the mountain path, first assisting Ning Yueshu in dispatching bandits before employing a ruse to successfully infiltrate the Ning residence as her guard. With a gaze cold and bloodthirsty, Afu uttered chillingly, "There is no rush. None shall escape." "What of Qin Baiyuan?" Mu Zihan replied, "He is sensible enough to remain within the general's residence, nursing his injuries." Afu scoffed and inquired, "What about Cui Yuhai?" Mu Zihan informed him, "His life at the Left Chancellor's residence is unbearable, kept under close confinement. The young boys he has tormented are sheltered in the outskirts, awaiting your command to be sent back to the Left Chancellor's residence for another uproar." After saying this, Mu Zihan hesitated.
Speak.
Afu commanded, "My lord, spies report that the Left Chancellor does not intend to dissolve the engagement with Ning Yueshu. Cui Yuhai is incapable, and he plans to have his legitimate son take his place," Mu Zihan said, his tone dripping with disdain. The Left Chancellor, cunning and insidious, had been dragging his feet on the engagement for this very reason. He cared not for who married whom. But it must be his own son, and a daughter of the Ning family. Considering the current situation in the imperial city, the left chancellor's fixation on the Ning family was a strategic move to latch onto a family of pristine reputation closely tied to the emperor. As long as an alliance with the Ning family was secured, he would not worry about the struggle for succession, for the princes would naturally vie for his favor. Such scheming was truly repugnant. Mu Zihan gazed at Afu and remarked, "Master, if you merely speak a word to the emperor, this engagement could be dissolved immediately." "That would be too generous to the left chancellor and Cui Yuhai," Afu replied coldly. "To greedy, vile curs, the unattainable will only linger in their thoughts, forever coveted. Only by eliminating them can we truly resolve the issue." Mu Zihan suddenly comprehended, bowing in respect. "You are right, my lord. It was my folly." Afu, growing impatient, waved him off. "Attend to your own eyes. Those matters in the imperial city will be dealt with when I return."
"As you command."
Mu Zihan silently retreated and vanished. Afu lingered for a moment before heading back to his quarters. As he passed a certain room, his steps faltered slightly, and he turned his head toward the tightly shut doors and windows. His eyes flickered, and a smile graced his lips as he left without uttering a word or taking any action. Inside, Ning Junmo was drenched in cold sweat, astonished at Afu's vigilance. A mere glance had revealed his presence. Reflecting on what he had just witnessed, Ning Junmo furrowed his brow, filled with uncertainty. Who exactly was Afu? What was his connection to the Heavenly Master? Chapter 37. Consumed by thoughts of Ning Yueshu in the following journey, Ning Junmo discreetly observed Afu and Mu Zihan. Yet they did not cross paths again, as if that night had been merely a figment of his imagination. Ning Junmo refrained from sharing this matter with others, keeping it locked within his heart as he contemplated. The journey remained uneventful, smoothly leading them to the imperial city. Through the carriage window, Ning Yueshu gazed longingly at the imposing and magnificent city walls, growing closer with each passing moment, her heart sinking gradually. Though she was born in the imperial city, her memories were rooted in Yunxiu town. The imperial city represented a realm of nightmares, the gateway to hell, and the graveyard of the Ning family. All misfortunes began within its walls. Qin Baiyuan, Jiang Lanxin, Cui Yuhai, all loomed in the imperial city. The closer they drew, the more painful memories resurfaced, suffocating Ning Yueshu with despair. Clenching her hands tightly, she grasped her skirt with fervor. "Miss!" Ruan, sensing something amiss, called out anxiously. Ning Madam and Ning Yuru turned their attention as well. Ning Madam reached out to touch Ning Yueshu's face. "Sure, your face is so cold, devoid of color. What troubles you? Are you unwell? Sure, are you feeling car sick? I shall have the carriage stop immediately," Ning Yuru added, her voice filled with concern. Ning Yueshu pursed her lips and shook her head. Words failed her. Her heart ached, rendering her breathless. She opened her arms, throwing herself into Ning Madam's embrace, burying her pale face within. Ning Madam, along with Ning Yuru and Ruan, were alarmed and quickly urged Ruan to go call for help. Just as Ruan pulled back the carriage curtain, a hand extended toward her. From Elder Yao, for the fifth miss to smell. Afu, mounted on his horse, leaned forward, presenting a vial to Ruan, his gaze passing over her to rest on Ning Yueshu, his masked face betraying concern. Ruan hurriedly accepted the vial, turning back. "Miss, please smell this." She opened the vial and brought it to Ning Yueshu's face. A refreshing bamboo fragrance wafted forth, soothing her racing heart and clearing her mind, gradually calming her down. "Sure, are you feeling better?" Ning Madam gently stroked Ning Yueshu's forehead, worry etched across her features. Ning Yuru held Ning Yueshu's hands, anxiously stating, "Shua's hands are still so cold." "Mother, third sister, I am fine now," Ning Yueshu managed to speak, rising to smile apologetically at Ning Madam and Ning Yuru, explaining, "I just felt a bit dizzy earlier, but I'm much better now."
"Do not worry."
Despite her reassurances, Ning Madam and the others remained deeply concerned. They resolved that upon reaching the Yun residence, they would certainly ask Elder Yao to examine Ning Yueshu thoroughly. Ning Yueshu felt remorseful. She had underestimated the imperial city's impact on her. The shadows of her past life were too profound. Mere months of joyous and happy living in Yunxiu town post-rebirth were not sufficient to mend her wounds. Lowering her gaze, Ning Yueshu concealed the chill in her eyes. To truly heal her pain, she must resolve the fates of Qin Baiyuan and Jiang Lanxin, ensuring they paid the price. Afu shared this sentiment. Beneath his mask, His eyes were cold and piercing, brimming with murderous intent. Upon entering the imperial city, Mu Zihan bid farewell to Lord Ning and the others, leading the Heavenly Master's entourage along separate paths back to their domain. The Ning family's carriage proceeded toward the southeastern part of the imperial city, to the residence bestowed upon Lord Ning by the emperor. Prior to their arrival, Lord Ning had instructed the household servants to hastily prepare the estate, ensuring everything was in order by the time they arrived. Outside the Ning residence, Ning Yueshu stood at the entrance, gazing nostalgically at the plaque of the Ning family estate. In her past life, after the Ning family encountered a calamity, the Ning residence was engulfed in flames, leaving nothing behind. Yunxiu Town is home to Ning Yueshu, and it is here that she has resolved to protect her family and her abode in this life. Suddenly, Ning Yueshu sensed a searing gaze upon her. Turning to seek its source, she found no one among the household servants of the Ning family watching her. How peculiar. Shu Bao, come inside quickly. You need to rest well, called Madame Ning. Miss, we should be on our way, urged Ruan. Only then did Ning Yueshu retract her gaze, calling out to a Fu before stepping through the grand entrance of the Ning residence, with a Fu trailing closely behind. As they entered, a Fu suddenly lifted his head towards a narrow alley opposite, his eyes cold and bloodthirsty. The unseen observer did not expect to be caught in a Fu's line of sight and, in a panic, swiftly retreated into the alley. A Fu's expression turned icy, a mocking smirk playing on his lips. Qin Baiyuan was indeed eager for self-destruction. Indeed, it was Qin Baiyuan who had been lurking in the shadows, observing Ning Yueshu. Unable to fulfill his desire to visit Yunxiu Town, he remained tormented by his unfulfilled wishes. Who was obstructing him, and why? Had they discerned his true intentions? Unwilling to accept defeat, upon learning of the Ning family's return to the imperial city, he clandestinely awaited in the alley to unearth their secrets. To his astonishment, amidst the throng of the Ning family, his gaze fell solely upon Ning Yueshu, a breathtaking beauty, radiant and delicate as a flower in full bloom. In that instant, he could see no one but her. In a moment of reverie, he envisioned Ning Yueshu adorned in a crimson bridal gown, striking as fire, destined to be his wife. He was resolute in this belief. At that moment, Qin Baiyuan overlooked a Fu's menacing demeanor, his ambitions slipping from his mind as he wandered back to the general's residence, his thoughts consumed by visions of Ning Yueshu. The Ning residence in the imperial city, a bestowed estate, though not as grand as its counterpart in Yunxiu Town, was ample enough for the entire Ning family, with each member allocated their own courtyard. Elder Yao and a Fu, being external males, were placed with Ning Junmo and the others, while the female relatives resided in the inner courtyard. Ning Yueshu returned to her former abode, Yuzhu Courtyard, where she had lived for 2 years in her past life, and felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Ning Yueshu personally collaborated with Ruan and the others to adorn her courtyard, ensuring the arrangements mirrored those of her previous life. The only addition was a small apothecary for her herbs and medical texts, providing her a space to study medicine. Before long, Ruan entered with news. Miss, Elder Yao has arrived. Ning Yueshu could easily surmise that her mother and third sister were concerned for her well-being and had summoned the master to check her pulse. She stepped to the door to greet them, her lips curving into a smile upon seeing Elder Yao and a Fu approaching. Elder Yao noticed her and cheerfully remarked, "Girls are the best, so consider it." Overthinking, he added, "Shuer is not smiling at you. It's directed at me." A Fu, you should now be addressed as Gong Wuyo. Gong Wuyo, with a domineering air, replied with satisfaction. Elder Yao rolled his eyes, his lips twitching. "If you haven't even married a wife yet, how will you fare once you do?" In Yuzhu Courtyard, Elder Yao examined Ning Yueshu's pulse, his brow furrowing in concern. "Disciple, do you harbor any worries? Why is your heart so troubled to the detriment of your spirit? This cannot bode well for your health." Upon hearing this, Gong Wuyo's expression darkened beneath his mask. His eyes concerned for Ning Yueshu. Ruan grew anxious. "Elder Yao, please prescribe medicine for my lady. While medication can alleviate symptoms, it addresses only the surface. My disciple has a heart ailment that must be resolved from within." Elder Yao stroked his beard and said. Ning Yueshu pressed her lips together. Her heart's affliction would not be so easily remedied. Not wishing to cause alarm, she smiled and said, "I may simply be fatigued from the long journey. A good rest will suffice." Elder Yao, seeing through her facade, chose not to press further. Ning Yueshu, skilled in medicine herself, understood better than anyone that the heart's ailment could only be healed from within. After leaving Yuzhu Courtyard, Elder Yao could not restrain his curiosity, asking Gong Wuyo, "What is the matter with my disciple? You guard her daily. You must know if something is amiss. Enlighten an old man like me. There are those with ill intentions toward Shuer, seeking to harm her, and she has been frightened," Gong Wuyo replied coldly. Elder Yao, taken aback, pressed further. "When did this happen? This is not something for you to concern yourself with. I will assist Shuer in resolving it," Gong Wuyo stated before departing. His swift steps disappearing in an instant, Elder Yao was left behind, furrowing his brow in contemplation, shaking his head with a sigh. He was aging and could no longer meddle in the affairs of the young. Elder Yao could only hope that both Ning Yueshu and Gong Wuyo would remain safe. As night fell, the winter snow fell heavily, and the temperature plummeted, biting cold. Qin Baiyuan, lost in slumber, felt an intense heat radiating from his heart to his body. In his dream, he beheld Ning Yueshu clad in a fiery bridal gown, stunningly beautiful. The ceremonial gifts and elaborate bridal procession were set. He rode through the streets, welcomed by the envious gazes of the masses, to marry Ning Yueshu. With a bow to heaven and earth, a second bow to the parents, and a third bow as husband and wife, he was elated as he entered the bridal chamber. Never had he felt such joy. He had wed Ning Yueshu. It was surely fate. Overcome with excitement, he intended to step into the chamber and unveil her veil, removing her phoenix crown and bridal attire. Such moments should not be missed. Yet, Qin Baiyuan suddenly found himself unable to move, as if bound by invisible chains. He could only watch helplessly as another man took his place. Stepping into the bridal chamber, enraged, he shouted in his dream, "Stop! That is my wife."
Meaning, who are you?
"You shall not enter. Ning Yueshu is mine." Suddenly, urgent knocks at the door jolted Qin Baiyuan awake, drenched in sweat. His face contorted with fury. The dream felt so real. It was as though he had truly married Ning Yueshu, only to have someone usurp his place. Infuriated, he stormed to the door, demanding to know what had happened.
What is it?
"Do you have no sense of decorum? Are you seeking death?" "General, it's grave. The back courtyard is ablaze. You must come quickly."
What?
Qin Baiyuan exclaimed, hastily donning a garment and rushing towards the back courtyard. Despite the heavy snow, it did nothing to quell the raging flames. The inferno consumed 2 courtyards, and chaos reigned as the general's residents scrambled to extinguish the fire. Qin Baiyuan's expression darkened as he observed, his thoughts swirling in uncertainty. A fire on a snowy night was highly irregular. Moreover, the intensity of the flames rendered extinguishing them impossible. They could only await their complete consumption. What troubled him most was that the main courtyard ablaze was where Ning Yueshu would reside after marrying into the general's household. Qin Baiyuan could not help but wonder, was there a connection between his dream and this fire? "Butler, General, this fire cannot be extinguished. What shall we do?" "Let it burn. Once everything is consumed, we shall rebuild." Qin Baiyuan's brows knitted in a sinister frown. Regardless of whether it was an accident or deliberate, no one shall waver this general. Qin Baiyuan had already set his sights on the Ning sisters. Having encountered Ning Yueshu and having experienced a dream, his resolve to choose Ning Yueshu only intensified. He intends to marry Ning Yueshu. The burning of the courtyard is of no consequence. Qin Baiyuan thought of the mysterious man from his dream, gritting his teeth in anger. Once he is wed to Ning Yueshu, he will have her by his side, and no one shall intrude upon their union. Qin Baiyuan began to strategize. How should he pursue Ning Yueshu? Traditionally, parental consent and matchmaking were paramount, emphasizing compatibility. Qin Baiyuan was confident. He was the youngest and most promising general of Tianqian Kingdom. How many noble maidens aspired to wed him? Securing Ning Yueshu would be exceedingly simple. He merely needed to befriend Lord Ning and Ning Junmo, strengthening their ties before presenting a marriage proposal. However, caution was essential. He must conceal his relationship with Cui Yuhai from Lord Ning and the others. Once he had married Ning Yueshu, such matters would cease to be problematic. With this thought, Qin Baiyuan instructed the butler to prepare a formal invitation to the Ning residents on behalf of the general's manor. The following day, news of the Ning family relocating to the imperial city had already spread throughout the capital. Early in the morning, the palace's deputy chief eunuch personally visited to welcome Lord Ning and Ning Junmo into the palace for a discussion. Many noble families sought to curry favor with the prominent Ning family, and invitations poured in like snowflakes. Ning Yueshu went to join Lady Ning and her third sister, assisting in organizing the numerous invitations. Most of the noble families sending invitations were acquaintances from Ning Yueshu's previous life. As she perused the invitations, Ning Yueshu simultaneously categorized the identities and connections of these individuals in her mind. Suddenly, she paused, her gaze turning cold as she regarded an invitation in her hand. It was from the second master of the Ning family. The late Lord Ning had two sons. Ning Yueshu's father was the elder, with a younger brother beneath him. However, the relationship between the two brothers was strained. Ning Yueshu knew it was due to court matters, which led to their families seldom interacting. In her previous life, when the Ning family fell into misfortune, the second master had not offered a helping hand. Yet, after Ning Yueshu wed Qin Baiyuan, the second master pretended to be a benevolent elder, claiming he wished to assist her. Jiang Lanxin was sent into the household by the second master. She was the niece of the second master's wife. Recalling this, Ning Yueshu's eyes turned icy as she placed the second master's invitation before Lady Ning. Ning Yueshu inquired, "Mother, shall we accept this?" Lady Ning frowned at the sight of the invitation and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, "Let's put it aside for now. We are new to the capital. There is no rush to meet." Chapter 39. A commotion in the market. Ning Yueshu smiled slightly and nodded. "All right, Mother. The general's manor has also sent us an invitation," Ning Yuelu remarked, extending the invitation. Lady Ning took it and, with a hint of surprise, said, "The Qin family? We have had no dealings with the general's manor. Why would they send us an invitation?" "Mother, let me see." Ning Yueshu took the invitation, her gaze landing on the personal seal of Qin Baiyuan in the lower right corner. Ning Yueshu's eyes darkened. In her previous life, the Ning family only encountered Qin Baiyuan after their misfortune. In this life, with the Ning family relocating to the imperial city, Qin Baiyuan had sent an invitation. What had changed? Many things had transformed since Ning Yueshu's rebirth. Although she was uncertain of Qin Baiyuan's intentions, she absolutely did not wish to encounter him, let alone allow him to successfully approach her family. Ning Yueshu devised a plan and, adopting an innocent tone, said to Lady Ning, "Mother, with so many invitations, if we were to meet them all, we might be overwhelmed. Instead, why not host a banquet and invite everyone to meet?" "No," Lady Ning shook her head. Looking earnestly at Ning Yueshu, she cautioned, "Xu Bao, once we enter the imperial city, we cannot be as carefree as we were in Yunxiu town. The capital is filled with the powerful and the influential. It is not to be trifled with and can be quite perilous. We have only just settled here and are still unfamiliar with the current situation. We must not be too ostentatious, attracting the suspicion and displeasure of the emperor. It is best to avoid meeting anyone at all." Lady Ning's frown revealed her complex feelings. These individuals were all from noble families. Meeting some and not others could easily offend someone. It would be wiser to avoid them all and maintain a clean slate. Ning Yueshu smiled subtly. Realizing her strategy of retreating to advance had proven effective, she wrapped her arms around Lady Ning's, playfully suggesting, "Then we shall not meet anyone. We can just send some tokens of appreciation." "That is a splendid idea, Xu Bao. Sending gifts in return will ensure no one feels neglected or offended." Ning Yuelu agreed with a smile, echoing Ning Yueshu's sentiments. Lady Ning nodded in approval, appreciating Ning Yueshu. Our Xu Bao has grown up. When the esteemed families sent their invitations, they also included gifts as tokens of goodwill. Lady Ning accepted the less extravagant gifts, returning the courtesy. However, for those too lavish, she instructed the butler to return them along with the gifts. Lady Ning's excuse for declining their offers was straightforward. The Ning family had just moved and needed time to settle in, making it unsuitable for receiving guests. With Lady Ning's reasoning, most people were satisfied. They merely wished to befriend the Ning family. However, a faction, including Qin Baiyuan, would not easily relent. Additionally, the left chancellor, after his invitation was rejected, directly approached Lord Ning and Ning Junmo upon their exit from the palace, testing the waters to see if the marriage contract could continue, replacing Cui Yuhai with his own son. Lord Ning decisively refused. He informed the left chancellor that the late Lord Ning was on his way back to the imperial city. Once the late Lord Ning arrived, the father and son would personally visit the left chancellor's residence to annul the engagement. The left chancellor, infuriated, returned home and chastised Cui Yuhai severely. Today, the heavy snow had ceased, and the sun shone warmly. Ning Yueshu, Ning Yuelu, and Ning Junki set out together. They had been in the imperial city for several days, and their household was settled. Ning Yuelu planned to take her younger siblings for a stroll around the capital to acquire some new garments. Gong Wuyo and Wan Wan were also present. The streets and alleys of the imperial city were far more expansive and bustling than Yunxiu town. Especially with the approach of the new year, everywhere brimmed with festive cheer. As they leisurely wandered, immersed in the jubilant atmosphere, each of their spirits soared. Ning Junki was lively and talkative, with him chattering away to Ning Yuelu. Ning Yueshu subtly slowed her pace, standing alongside Gong Wuyo. Ning Yueshu gazed at Gong Wuyo, their eyes meeting through the masks they wore. Curios Ning Yueshu inquired, "Oh, I heard the imperial city is your home. Do you recall anything upon your return?" "It feels familiar in many ways," Gong Wuyo responded. He had resolved to gradually reveal his identity to Ning Yueshu, beginning with small hints. Ning Yueshu's eyes brightened at his answer, pressing further. "Have you remembered where your home is? Do you have family? Is there something urgent you must attend to?" Gong Wuyo raised a hand to press at his brow. Observing this, Ning Yueshu immediately grasped his hand to check his pulse. At her touch, Gong Wuyo instinctively used his power to confuse the pulse momentarily before gradually calming it. Gong Wuyo looked apologetically at Ning Yueshu. "Sure, I still cannot recall." Ning Yueshu replied, "No, it is my fault for rushing you." She shook her head, filled with concern and self-reproach. "Sure, you are not at fault." Gong Wuyo lowered his gaze, his eyes fixated on Ning Yueshu's hand grasping his, the touch quickening his heartbeat with sheer delight. His heart brimmed with joy. He longed to entwine his fingers with hers, imagining how wonderful it would be to hold her hands tightly. Following Gong Wuyo's gaze, Ning Yueshu glanced down, instantly feeling an electric jolt that made her want to withdraw her hand. Just then, chaos erupted nearby. The crowd gasped in alarm as someone shouted, "The horse is spooked. Everyone, take cover. Be careful, Shuer." Gong Wuyo quickly took her hand in his and wrapped his other arm around her slender waist, retreating to the edge of the street. Amidst the flashing chaos, Ning Yueshu anxiously called out, "Third sister. Fourth brother. Shuer, we are fine. I'm protecting third sister." Ning Junki extended his hand to shield Ning Yueru as they moved to the street's periphery, separated from Ning Yueshu by the panicked crowd, only able to shout reassurances. Upon seeing that Ning Yueru and Ning Junki were unharmed, Ning Yueshu felt a wave of relief wash over her. It was then that she assessed the situation. A magnificent horse, having bolted from who knows where, was rearing and neighing in fright, causing the surrounding throng to scatter in terror, cries echoing through the air. Gong Wuyo refused to release his hold on Ning Yueshu's waist, and with his other hand, he discreetly grasped a silver needle. Just as he intended to quell the horse's frenzy, a figure suddenly soared from a nearby tea house, descending like a celestial warrior, exuding an extraordinary presence. A tall and handsome man landed effortlessly on the horse's back, gripping the reins with poise. Amidst the crowd's panic, he remained calm and composed, steadily subduing the frenzied steed.
Whoa, whoa.
The man managed to soothe the horse, gradually calming it as it began to amble along the street. Witnessing this, the terrified crowd erupted in cheers, proclaiming the man a hero. At that moment, someone recognized him and joyously exclaimed, "It's General Qin." The crowd buzzed with excitement, captivated by his striking demeanor and noble status, igniting admiration among the men, and a flurry of shy affection from the young women. Seated upon a horse, Qin Baiyuan cast a steady gaze toward Ning Yueshu and, across the vast sea of people, felt a surge of breathlessness and stirrings in his heart. He mused, "Ning Yueshu must be frightened, yet she is surely captivated by my gallant display amidst the chaos." The prospect of leaving a favorable impression on her during their first encounter, followed by subsequent ones to capture her heart, seemed within reach. However, his reverie was shattered as he noticed Ning Yueshu standing close to a masked man, whose hand rested on her waist. A surge of anger ignited within him. Not him again. Qin Baiyuan later discovered that the masked man was Ning Yueshu's bodyguard. Yet, was it not audacious for a mere bodyguard to dare threaten him with a glance and touch Ning Yueshu? Such insolence could not be tolerated. Filled with fury, he resolved that once he and Ning Yueshu were engaged, he would ensure this masked man faced dire consequences. He would not allow any man to lay a finger on his future wife. Determined not to frighten Ning Yueshu, he suppressed his wrath, maintaining an air of handsome composure as he rode away amidst the crowd's cheers. Meanwhile, Ning Yueshu felt her body stiffen, her heart momentarily halting as pain surged through her, rendering her breathless and her vision darkening. Yet, soon after, waves of anger and hatred surged forth, causing her heartbeat to race and her body temperature to rise sharply. She had not anticipated encountering Qin Baiyuan here. In her previous life, her greatest regret had been not eliminating him. She cursed her own weakness for having been incapacitated, left with no choice but to resort to self-destruction. Hoping that Qin Baiyuan would be unable to find a beautiful wife and would offend the powerful, thus facing retribution. Ning Yueshu was filled with resentment. Her heart ached. At that moment, she felt a light touch on her waist. A surge of electricity coursed through her, rendering her body soft and leaning against Gong Weo. Ning Yueshu's heart fluttered, and all other thoughts faded away, leaving only one lingering notion. Blushing, she pushed Gong Weo away and looked at him with indignation. How could you touch me there? Gong Weo's expression was concealed by his mask, yet his eyes and tone radiated concern. Wholly unaware that he had inadvertently touched a sensitive area, Ning Yueshu found herself at a loss for words. Such matters were known only to those who had been intimately close to her.
Shatter.
Are you all right? Your face is so red. Ning Yueshu uprooted. Taking Ning Yueshu's hand to check on her. Flustered, Ning Yueshu coughed lightly and replied, I'm fine. My flushed face is probably just because of the crowd. It's quite warm. Are you both unharmed? Third sister, fourth brother? We're fine. Junkie has been protecting me like a mature man. Ning Yueshu said with a gentle smile. Ning Junkie immediately expressed his discontent. What do you mean like a mature man? I'm 16, of marrying age. I am a mature man. He straightened his back, adopting an air of gravitas, lowering his voice to feign composure. The street is still chaotic. Let us go to Haiyan Tower for some food and to rest. I hear it's the most famous tavern in the royal city. All right, let us go. Ning Yueshu said, holding Ning Yueshu's hand as they walked. On the way, Ning Junkie mentioned Qin Baiyuan with admiration. I can't believe he is the General Qin, a young general of our Tianjin kingdom. To dare subdue a horse in the bustling market, he is truly brave and resourceful, a hero. General Qin is indeed impressive. If it weren't for him, the horse might have continued its rampage and hurt someone. Ning Yueshu sighed softly, smiling. Both Ning Junkie and Ning Yueshu praised him. Ning Junkie pumped his fist and declared, I want to be a general like him. Majestic and handsome. Fourth brother, you should not try to emulate him, Ning Yueshu interjected. Ning Yueshu and Ning Yueshu exchanged glances. Ning Junkie, puzzled, asked, why not? My fourth brother is a youthful talent with boundless potential. It is clear he will become a remarkably powerful and formidable general in the future, far superior to him. Ning Yueshu asserted. Really? I swear it. Afu can attest to this. Gong Weo smirked, looking at Ning Junkie. Fourth young master is destined to be a renowned general. One whose name will be etched in history.
Wow.
Ning Junkie leaped with joy, grinning widely. Third sister, did you hear that?
Is how you praised me.
I will be a great general. Yes, yes, I heard. But we're still in public. You should be a bit more reserved. Ning Yueshu chuckled. Ning Junkie cleared his throat, instantly straightening his posture and walking with an air of calm, as if already practicing for his future role as a general. Ning Yueshu and the others watched him, their eyes filled with mirth. Unnoticed by all, however, was the hidden pain in Ning Yueshu's eyes, as well as the fleeting glimmer of regret that passed through Gong Weo's gaze. In her past life, Ning Junkie had indeed been as formidable as Ning Yueshu described, a talented young general. Together with Ning Junshu as his strategist, they had vanquished the barbarian forces beyond the border, compelling them to plead for mercy, and had forced neighboring states to seek peace, rallying around Tianjin Kingdom as their sovereign. Ning Junkie's brilliance overshadowed Qin Baiyuan, a general of previously great renown. In his vindictiveness, Qin Baiyuan, disregarding their familial ties, had secretly conspired to slay Ning Junkie. In this matter, Qin Baiyuan acted with great subtlety and caution, leading everyone to believe it was an act of retaliation from enemies, with no one suspecting him. Gong Weo was privy to the truth because he had commissioned an investigation by the Tianci. Contemplating this, Gong Weo lowered his gaze, quietly observing Ning Yueshu. Upon noticing him, Ning Yueshu turned and playfully winked, offering a warm smile. Gong Weo reciprocated with a smile, feeling a sense of relief. He was grateful that in the previous life, Ning Yueshu only knew of Ning Junkie's death, without realizing it was at the hands of Qin Baiyuan. If she had known that the man she married had killed her brother, it would have only deepened her suffering. She was already in considerable pain. In the previous life, Gong Weo ultimately aided Ning Yueshu in avenging her brother, leading to a grim fate for Qin Baiyuan. In this life, Gong Weo had resolved to protect Yueshu and her family, wishing for her to lead a life filled with happiness and joy. They arrived at Haiyan Tower, a place that showcased the unique flavors of the imperial city and gathered renowned dishes from various regions, with the chef rumored to have been a royal cook. Ning Yueshu and her companions found the meal incredibly satisfying and delightful. With the comfort of exquisite food, Ning Yueshu's spirits were lifted significantly. After their feast, as Ning Junki reached for his purse to settle the bill, he learned that someone had already taken care of it.
Who could it be?
Upon inquiring about the benefactor's name, he returned, astonished, to inform Ning Yueshu and Ning Yuru that General Qin had also dined at Haiyan Tower and had paid their bill. What should they do? Hearing the name Qin Baiyuan left Ning Yuru astonished. Both Ning Yueshu and Gong Weo's expressions turned cold. After a brief moment of surprise, Ning Yuru promptly instructed Ning Junki, "Junki, please invite General Qin over." "Understood." Ning Junki nodded and turned to find Qin Baiyuan. Inside the room, Ning Yuru furrowed her brow and whispered, "Although we do not know why General Qin has done this, we cannot accept a favor without merit."
Indeed.
"We cannot accept it," Ning Yueshu agreed, her gaze cold and contemplative. Gong Weo harbored a singular thought. The Tianxi had been too lenient. How could they allow Qin Baiyuan to emerge unscathed to wreak havoc? Before long, Ning Junki returned, looking dejected, and shook his head at Ning Yueshu and Ning Yuru. "General Qin has already left, and I do not know where he has gone, making him difficult to find."
How could this be?
Ning Yuru was perplexed. Logically, if Qin Baiyuan had intended to pay, it could either be to curry favor with them or to introduce himself. Yet, he paid the bill and then left, leaving them bewildered about his intentions. Ning Junki scratched his head, casually remarking, "General Qin is a good person, eager to help. I believe he has no ill intentions. He simply wishes to make a good impression to perhaps befriend us in the future." Perhaps, Ning Yuru sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. As they conversed, a light bulb went off in Ning Yueshu's mind, and she discerned the key. She understood Qin Baiyuan's motives. After 7 years of marriage in her past life, she knew him well. Every action of his was deliberate. Qin Baiyuan was driven by ambition. Any alliance he sought or favor he bestowed was undoubtedly for his gain. He had set his sights on the Ning family. His act of paying their bill was merely to leave an impression in their minds. Whether it sparked curiosity or another impression, as long as they remembered him,
His goal would be achieved.
the next time they met, he could take another step closer. The more Ning Yueshu contemplated Qin Baiyuan's character, the more she couldn't help but wonder if the commotion in the marketplace was indeed orchestrated by him. Seeing that Ning Yuru and Ning Junki were still discussing Qin Baiyuan, she frowned and interjected, "Third sister, fourth brother, this is inappropriate. We do not know him, yet we allowed him to pay our bill. If word gets out, it could tarnish our reputation. It would be best to have the steward return the money to the general's residence to clear the matter." Yueshu's words hold merit. Ning Yuru nodded in agreement. Gong Weo added, "Miss Five is absolutely right. Isn't this overly complicated? We could simply invite him next time to repay the gesture." Ning Junki scratched his head, feeling it too cumbersome. Ning Yueshu regarded him. "Fourth brother, if it were you and elder brother, it would be acceptable. However, with me and third sister present, if rumors circulate, outsiders may think he is favoring one of us sisters. What then?" Ning Junki gasped, his face a mask of shock. His straightforward mind hadn't considered such convoluted implications, thinking it wouldn't be that complicated. After pondering Ning Yueshu's words, Ning Yuru considered carefully and then nodded. "I am still in the process of breaking off my engagement with Cui Yuhai, and Yueshu has not been betrothed either. If busybodies spread rumors, it would be quite troublesome. Qin Baiyuan's unsolicited gesture will only bring us trouble. He is not a person of good character." Ning Yueshu replied with displeasure. "Indeed, he does not know how to conduct himself." Gong Weo smirked, nodding in agreement. "Miss Five speaks the truth. He lacks propriety." Ning Yueru. Ning Yunki. Could it truly be to such an extent? Yet, with Ning Yueshu's words, both Ning Yuru and Ning Junki began to harbor a slight dislike for Qin Baiyuan, feeling he was causing them unnecessary trouble. Gong Weo continued, "I have heard that a few days ago, a great fire consumed the general's residence, turning 2 courtyards to ashes. General Qin was absent during the repairs, running about, making him seem rather irresponsible." "Precisely." Ning Yueshu consuret instinctively. She quickly regained her composure and inquired, "Afu, was there a fire in the general's back courtyard?"
Yes.
Do you know which two courtyards were involved? Ning Yueshu pressed further. Gong Weio's gaze flickered slightly, and he explained with a faint shake of his head, I only heard rumors. The specifics are unknown. Ning Yueshu was somewhat astonished. She had never heard of such an incident in the general's residence in her previous life. A fire on a snowy day was indeed peculiar and abnormal. However, Ning Yueshu chose not to delve further into the matter, knowing that Qin Baiyuan was not a good person, which brightened her mood. Meanwhile, Ning Yu and Ning Junki resolved to have their steward return the money to the general's residence. They did not wish to accept Qin Baiyuan's hospitality. Just as Qin Baiyuan returned to the general's residence, in high spirits, he practiced calligraphy, crafting a piece that read, Fate is predetermined. Qin Baiyuan believed that he and Ning Yueshu were destined by fate, having fallen for her at first sight and having dreamt of being her husband. Although there had been a minor unpleasant episode, he was confident that once he married Ning Yueshu, all would unfold as he wished. The commotion in the marketplace and the meal at Haiyan Tower had surely left a profound impression on her. A handsome, composed hero, warm and hospitable. What woman could resist his charm? Moreover, with Ning Yu and Ning Junki present, he had also left a favorable impression on his future sister and brother. It was a twofold achievement. Qin Baiyuan was in the best of spirits. However, his joy was short-lived, as the steward reported back that the Ning family steward had returned the payment made at Haiyan Tower. Qin Baiyuan furrowed his brows in confusion. What is going on? Soon after, a decree arrived from the palace, summoning Qin Baiyuan to meet the emperor. With no choice but to set aside his concerns, he hurriedly changed into formal attire to enter the palace. Upon his arrival, Qin Baiyuan learned that news of his actions in the marketplace had reached the emperor's ears. The emperor praised him highly and even bestowed upon him silks and gold as a reward. Although unexpected, receiving the emperor's accolades was indeed a pleasant surprise. Qin Baiyuan felt elated and filled with ambition as he prepared to leave the palace. However, as he passed through a palace gate, a sharp arrow flew out from within, aimed directly at his heart. Qin Baiyuan, a young general of considerable repute, skillfully evaded a perilous arrow, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. Who dared to shoot arrows recklessly within the palace? He nearly became a target. A flicker of malice crossed his eyes as he concealed his true feelings, raising his gaze toward the palace gate with a perplexed and startled expression. Upon entering, his body stiffened instantly. The elite guards of the Heavenly Division flanked him, with Director Di Sun on the left and Director Mu Zihan on the right, standing near an elegantly seated figure. This man, languidly toying with a bow, possessed an unparalleled beauty, reminiscent of a deity, yet exuding an aura of wicked charm. It was evident that only this captivating figure could command the respect of both directors, who remained standing. Taking a deep breath, Qin Baiyuan stepped forward and knelt, declaring, I, Qin Baiyuan, pay my respects to your highness, the king of ghosts. Gong Weio cast a cold, disdainful glance at Qin Baiyuan and commanded, lift your head. As Qin Baiyuan met Gong Weio's gaze, he found himself captivated by the latter's extraordinary beauty. Gong Weio's eyes were unlike any other, his pupils as dark as the abyss. They were devoid of warmth, exuding a chilling madness that made Qin Baiyuan feel like a mere insect beneath a god's scrutiny, dismissive and unattainable. You are Qin Baiyuan? Gong Weio inquired, his tone laced with derision. Qin Baiyuan lowered his head once more, clasping his hands in salute. Indeed, I am. I have heard you dealt with a pack of mad horses in the marketplace and received the emperor's praise. Quite impressive, Gong Weio remarked, reclining comfortably in his seat as he casually played with the bow. Qin Baiyuan, uncertain of Gong Weio's intent, cautiously replied, I do not dare to claim such merit. Just now, my arrow went awry and nearly harmed General Qin. You don't harbor any resentment, do you? I do not dare.
So timid?
How dull.
Stand and speak.
Gong Weio ordered, compelling Qin Baiyuan to rise. As Qin Baiyuan observed Gong Weio toss the bow to Mu Zihan, he stepped closer, his cold, dangerous gaze fixed on Qin Baiyuan. I have heard of your prowess. I wish to witness it firsthand. Shall we engage in a spar? I do not dare. I detest the incompetent. Are you one of them, General Qin? Gong Weio's words struck a nerve in Qin Baiyuan, igniting a flicker of ambition within him. Throughout his life, he sought greatness, yet his achievements would only take him so far in the court, far from the heights he aspired to reach. Gong Weio was different. He was the king of ghosts, the favored son of the emperor, whose future position would remain unshaken by any new emperor, regardless of the tumultuous power struggles that plagued the court. If Qin Baiyuan could earn Gong Weio's recognition and become one of his subordinates, he would gain the power and influence he longed for, akin to Di Sun and Mu Zihan, who had transformed from mere white-robed figures into formidable forces. With newfound determination, Qin Baiyuan altered his demeanor, his eyes ablaze with fervor as he bowed deeply. "As it is your highness's command, I shall comply." "Please, your highness." "Very well." Gong Weio replied with a wicked smile, extending his hand to strike at Qin Baiyuan. Qin Baiyuan's body tensed as he instinctively dodged. Gong Weio approached leisurely, his strikes appearing casual, yet a palpable danger loomed over Qin Baiyuan, instilling a sense of pressure within him. From the very first exchange, Qin Baiyuan realized he was no match for the King of Ghosts. Despite Gong Weio's ability to dispatch him in mere moments, he held back, playing with Qin Baiyuan like a cat with a mouse, leaving him in disarray. As Qin Baiyuan panted, drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted, Gong Weio finally placed a hand on his shoulder. This single strike bore the weight of a mountain, sending Qin Baiyuan crashing to his knees. Thud! His knee struck the ground painfully, distorting his face in agony. Gong Weio, unfazed, returned to his seat, while Di Sun promptly offered him a handkerchief and Mu Zihan brought him tea to soothe his throat. Gong Weio, looking down at Qin Baiyuan, remarked, "You did well. Few can endure under my hand for so long." Qin Baiyuan, feeling the sting of humiliation, yet compelled by Gong Weio's praise, managed to maintain his composure, bowing once more. "Thank you for your recognition, your highness." Gong Weio smirked, his tone laden with meaning. "Recognition? There are many opportunities here, but they are only granted to those who are prepared. Do you understand?" Qin Baiyuan's eyes lit up. "The palace gates are closing soon. Are you not leaving?" "I shall take my leave at once, your highness." Overwhelmed with excitement, Qin Baiyuan bowed and attempted to rise. However, as he stood halfway, a sudden weakness seized his legs, causing him to collapse back to the ground with a thud. The sound echoed painfully, twisting Qin Baiyuan's face in distress. Despite his predicament, he clenched his fists and forced a smile, rising again with a straight back, though his limping gait rendered him comical. His heart raced with elation, believing he had caught the King of Ghosts' attention, with success within reach. In his fervor, he overlooked the issue with his legs. Once he hobbled back to the general's residence and sat down, he found himself unable to rise again. The Master's power from afar grows increasingly formidable. With this force, it will take Qin Baiyuan at least a month to recover, Mu Zihan remarked, relishing the situation. Di Sun, with a stern expression, inquired, "Did the master punish Qin Baiyuan for a transgression? Shall I investigate?" Gong Weio replied, "No need. This is merely a lesson for him." What Qin Baiyuan had done, whether past or future, was known to Gong Weio without the need for further inquiry. The lesson was a direct consequence of Qin Baiyuan causing displeasure to Shu'er. Should Shu'er be unhappy, Qin Baiyuan could expect no favor. While Ning Yueshu was occupied with embroidery under Ning Yueshu's watch, Gong Weio enlisted the assistance of the old doctor to obscure his actions, donning a mask as he returned to the palace. He had already informed the emperor, ensuring that his actions against Qin Baiyuan were conducted with transparency. Not only did he teach Qin Baiyuan a lesson, but he also instilled in him a fleeting sense of hope and ambition. Let him dream well. The higher he climbs in his dreams, the greater the fall when reality strikes. After imparting this lesson, Gong Weio donned his mask and addressed Di Sun and Mu Zihan. "I shall return to Ning Mansion. You will oversee matters here. Do not disturb my peace without cause." "Understood." Di Sun and Mu Zihan acknowledged, bowing deeply. As they raised their heads, they could only glimpse Gong Weio's retreating figure, having left in a swift manner. Mu Zihan couldn't help but exclaim, "How quickly he departs. Our master is clearly eager to return." He turned to Di Sun, noticing his indifferent demeanor. "Do you not wonder what our master intends to do at Ning Mansion?" "Our master has his reasons for his actions. As subordinates, we need not pry," Di Sun replied, cautioning Mu Zihan. Mu Zihan shrugged. "You really are far too serious, my good friend." Mu Zihan yearned to witness Dyson's transformation. Thus, he reached out, playfully tugging at Dyson's shoulder, and leaned in closely, whispering into his ear, "We are to have a mistress. What do you think? Exciting, isn't it? Hard to believe, right?" Dyson, however, pushed Mu Zihan away with an impassive expression. There was no shock, no excitement. Dyson regarded Mu Zihan as one might a fool. He coolly replied, "Our master is not a monk. Having a mistress is hardly remarkable." Chapter 43. The Trial of Ning Yueshu at the Baichao courtyard. The elder Yao resided alongside Gong Huio, providing convenience for Ning Yueshu to seek their guidance. After relocating to the imperial city, Ning Yueshu diligently trained day after day, learning medicine from elder Yao and martial arts from Gong Huio. On this day, Ning Yueshu was to face her trial. In the morning, she first faced Gong Huio's assessment, standing face to face in the courtyard. With elder Yao and Wan seated nearby, they observed with keen interest. During their time alone, Gong Huio did not need to wear a mask. His breathtakingly beautiful face broke into a radiant smile as he asked, "Sure, are you ready?" Taking a deep breath, Ning Yueshu nodded. Gong Huio declared, "Let us begin. You must strike 5 or more of my acupoints to pass." Ning Yueshu, holding a silver needle delicately between her fingers, stepped toward Gong Huio. As she brushed past him, she flicked her fingers, sending the needle flying. When she moved away, a silver needle was lodged in Gong Huio's waist, held there by his internal energy, caught within the fabric of his clothing. The primary focus of today's trial was Ning Yueshu's accuracy. Observing the position, Gong Huio urged her to continue. Subsequently, they frequently changed positions, simulating various scenarios she might encounter in daily life, often incorporating obstacles or unexpected circumstances to test Ning Yueshu's ability to defend herself and counterattack. An hour later, the trial came to a close. Despite months of rigorous training alongside Gong Huio, Ning Yueshu emerged from the test drenched in sweat, her lips pressed tightly together. Upon completion, Gong Huio was adorned with numerous silver needles, glinting in the sunlight. He remarked, "You hit a total of 11 acupoints. Quite impressive. Sure, you must now focus on your strength." Relieved to have passed, Ning Yueshu smiled broadly. Approaching Gong Huio, she extended her hand, saying, "Afu, let me help you remove the needles." Though Gong Huio could have easily used his internal energy to dislodge all the needles at once, he chose silence. Watching as Ning Yueshu gently extracted them, they stood close, sharing breaths, an intimate connection enveloping them. Gong Huio cherished the feeling of having Shu'er wholly devoted to him, akin to the intoxicating aroma of aged wine. "Does it hurt?" Ning Yueshu inquired softly. "Not at all," Gong Huio replied, shaking his head, his tone deep and gentle. "I have restrained it with my internal energy. There is no need for concern." Ning Yueshu nodded, carefully and tenderly removing each silver needle and storing them away. In the end, Gong Huio assessed Ning Yueshu's current abilities. Anyone unfamiliar with her skills would fall victim upon approaching her. With her current prowess, striking an enemy with a silver needle was straightforward, but the emphasis lay on the force and the medicinal coating on the needles. Elder Yao personally prepared a potent anesthetic for Ning Yueshu. A single needle could fell a fully grown tiger within 3 seconds, let alone a mere human. Armed with such capabilities, Ning Yueshu's safety was significantly assured, instilling her with newfound confidence in the face of danger. In the afternoon, Elder Yao tested Ning Yueshu. He had been imparting medical knowledge to her for several months, transitioning from widely recognized practices to the esoteric teachings of divine physicians. Ning Yueshu displayed remarkable intelligence, her talent in medicine earning Elder Yao's unreserved admiration. Her dedication and diligence were evident, as she devoted herself entirely to learning, committing every detail imparted by Elder Yao to memory. Regardless of the challenge presented, Ning Yueshu was always ready with a response. While Elder Yao assessed Ning Yueshu, Gong Huio and Wan observed from the side. Wan, cupping her face in her hands, exclaimed in admiration, "This is simply extraordinary. My lady must be the most formidable and intelligent in the world." "Indeed, Shu'er is the best," Gong Huio replied, his gaze following Ning Yueshu, filled with affection and warmth. Wan, catching his words, turned to him, her round face and almond-shaped eyes sparkling with anticipation as she asked softly, "Afu, when will you regain your memory? My lady thinks of you day and night, even calling your name in her dreams." "Is that so?" Gong Huio paused, lowering his gaze to Wan with curiosity. After ensuring Ning Yueshu was not watching, Wan nodded vigorously. She covered her mouth with her hand and whispered, "I heard it while keeping watch. With Elder Yao, the divine physician, and my lady tending to you, how come you still have not recovered your memory after all these months? It is so worrisome for my lady." Gong Huio glanced at Ning Yueshu and murmured, "Soon." "Soon?" Wan looked perplexed at Gong Wuyo, questioning how one could control their amnesia. She was bewildered. As Ning Yueshu completed her trial, Wan rushed over to offer tea and a fragrant handkerchief. Ning Yueshu looked expectantly at Elder Yao and asked, "Master, how is my medical skill now?" Elder Yao stroked his beard, contemplating. "My dear disciple, theoretically, your medical skills are comparable to those of the palace physicians. You merely lack practical experience, which will come with time." "Understood, Master." Ning Yueshu nodded. Elder Yao then retrieved a weathered book from his sleeve, the cover inscribed with the words "100 Poisons." Handing it to Ning Yueshu, he said, "After months of training, I have faith in your abilities. Though you are a woman, you shall become a renowned physician, revered through the ages. Medicine and poison are intertwined. You may now learn the toxicology of my divine physician lineage." "Master." Ning Yueshu gazed at Elder Yao in astonishment. Elder Yao smiled, stroking his beard, continuing, "While medicine can save others, it cannot save oneself. Whether in the imperial city or traversing the world, one must possess means of self-preservation. This book of poisons records over 500 varieties. Study it well. I trust you will not misuse this knowledge. Should anyone seek to harm or bully you, do not hesitate to employ your skills." Ning Yueshu earnestly committed Elder Yao's admonitions to memory, sensing an undertone of farewell in his words. Reluctantly, she looked at Elder Yao and asked, "Master, are you leaving? I have always cherished a carefree life, wandering through the vast world, where countless herbs await my collection. I have stayed here long enough, the patients have been treated, and you have been taught well. It is time for me to continue my journey." Elder Yao looked at Ning Yueshu with affection, teasing, "If you have any joyous news, write to summon me back for a drink. No distance is too great for me to return." "Master, such matters are still far off," Ning Yueshu replied, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Elder Yao stroked his beard, casting a glance at Gong Wuyo, smiling silently. Chapter 44. The arrival of Jiang Lanqin. As Elder Yao departed, he gifted Ning Yueshu a jade token, 2 thumbs in width and length, engraved with the ancient characters for Divine Physician on one side and her name on the other, accompanied by a number 9. Ning Yueshu was left puzzled. Elder Yao elucidated that the number 9 signifies the 9th successor of the Divine Physician lineage. Possessing this token is essential to substantiate Ning Yueshu's identity. Henceforth, Ning Yueshu shall embody the essence of the Divine Physician lineage, sharing both honor and shame. She carefully tucked the jade token close to her person before escorting Elder Yao out of the city. Accompanying them were Gong Wuyu, Ning Junmo, and Ning Yueshu. They watched as Elder Yao departed, lingering a moment longer primarily to support Ning Yueshu. Once Ning Yueshu had steadied her emotions of reluctance, they set forth back to Ning Manor. To their surprise, upon returning, they discovered an additional carriage awaiting outside the manor. Ning Yueshu and the others exchanged astonished glances, prompting Ning Yueshu to inquire with the gatekeeper, only to learn that the wife of Second Master Ning had come to visit. Accompanying her were Second Master Ning's legitimate son, Ning Junshan, and his cousin, Jianglan Xian.
Ning Yunmu and Ning Yueshu exchanged glances,
slightly furrowing their brows. The Ning Manor seldom entertained guests or participated in banquets. Thus, it was perplexing that some had taken the initiative to visit.
Ning Yunmu suggested,
"Let us see, mother." They proceeded. On the way, Ning Yueshu maintained a frosty demeanor. Lowering her gaze, she concealed the chill in her eyes. The very presence of Second Master Ning's family repulsed her. Upon arriving at Madame Ning's courtyard, they found only Second Madame Ning. Upon inquiry, they learned that Ning Junshan had gone to seek out Ning Junqi, while Jianglan Xian had been taken to visit Ning Yuru, allowing Second Madame Ning to engage in private conversation with Madame Ning. Second Madame Ning, upon seeing them, attempted to offer compliments and inquiries. Yet Ning Junmo and the others exhibited no interest, and politely took their leave.
Ning Yunmu and Ning Yueshu proceeded to for Ning Yunqi,
while Ning Yueshu hastened toward the Jade Ru courtyard where Ning Yuru resided. Jianglan Xian. The mere thought of her caused Ning Yueshu's delicate features to freeze, her hands clenched into fists within her sleeves, her eyes icy. Gong Wuyu grasped Ning Yueshu's hand. She halted, turning in confusion to ask, "Afu, why are you still here? Aren't you returning to Bai Chao courtyard?" Gong Wuyu sighed in resignation. The moment Jianglan Xian appeared, she monopolized Ning Yueshu's entire attention, rendering him forgotten. Though slightly displeased, he understood the situation. recognizing Jianglan Xian's position in Ning Yueshu's heart, akin to that of Qin Baiyuan, both being adversaries she intended to confront. Jianglan Xian had also caused her harm. Gong Wuyu held onto Ning Yueshu's hand, using his other hand to gently tuck away the stray strands of hair at her temple. His sudden intimate gesture left Ning Yueshu momentarily stunned. She felt no aversion, only confusion as she asked, "Ah Fu? This is Shu Er's home. No one can provoke her here, nor cause harm to those she cherishes." Gong Wuyu stated tenderly. Ning Yueshu's heart began to calm. Indeed, this was Ning Manor, not the general's residence. No matter how venomous Jianglan Xian might be, she would not dare to act recklessly here. The events of her past had been too overwhelming, casting long shadows that made it difficult for Ning Yueshu to adjust her instinctive reactions. Now at peace, she smiled at Gong Wuyu and said, "Ah Fu, thank you. No need for thanks. I shall always be by Shu Er's side. Whenever you call, I will respond and assist you eternally." Gong Wuyu gazed deeply into Ning Yueshu's eyes. His words were warm, instilling a sense of security. Ning Yueshu nodded, then withdrew her hand, stating, "Ah Fu, I must visit third sister. It would be inappropriate for you to accompany me. Please return to Bai Chao Courtyard, and I will seek you out should I require assistance." "Very well," Gong Wuyu nodded, watching as Ning Yueshu departed. As her figure faded from view, his eyes darkened, glimmering with a dangerous intensity.
Jiang Lanxin.
He murmured her name, fully aware of who she was. In a previous life, after Shu had slain her, she had taken her own life. Gong Wuyu could not fathom what Jianglan Xian had said to Shu that precipitated such despair. He had been so close to taking Shu away, to revealing everything to her, but now it was too late. Regardless, Jianglan Xian was undeniably one of the culprits responsible for Shu demise. Gong Wuyu would not let her escape unscathed. In the Jade Ru courtyard, Ning Yueshu and her maid were inside. Ning Yueshu sat at the table, where a maid served her tea and pastries. She neither drank the tea nor sampled the pastries, merely smiling quietly as she observed Jianglan Xian. Sitting before her dressing table, Jianglan Xian toyed with Ning Yueshu's hairpin and jeweled flowers, occasionally holding them up to her own reflection in the mirror. Jianglan Xian, of the same age as Ning Yueshu, was now 15, with a face akin to a lotus blossom and lips resembling cherry petals. Her demeanor was endearing yet irritating in every movement. Ning Yueshu, poised and graceful, chose not to engage in conflict with Jianglan Xian. However, Ning Yueshu's maid could hardly contain herself as Jianglan Xian circled the Jade Ru courtyard, showering compliments upon everything she saw. Initially, they found Jianglan Xian's sweet words charming, but upon witnessing her insatiable covetousness toward Ning Yueshu's garments and adornments, her true nature was revealed. While the fabric of the gown could be tolerated, when she reached Ning Yueshu's dressing table, Jianglan Xian became utterly entranced. She sat there, fiddling with Ning Yueshu's hairpin and jeweled flowers, trying them on. Picking up a jade butterfly hairpin, she exclaimed, "Sister Yueshu, your hairpin is exquisite. Such beautiful jade, and the butterfly is so lifelike. It must be quite expensive, crafted by a master artisan. I cannot say the price. It was a birthday gift from my elder brother," Ning Yueshu replied with a gentle smile. Jianglan Xi's expression turned envious as she examined the jade butterfly pin closely, murmuring, "I envy Sister Yueshu for having a brother who dotes on her. Unlike me, I have no brother, nor do my parents care for me. My cousin often bullies me, and I have never received a birthday gift." Ning Yueshu was not oblivious to Jianglan Xian's subtle implications that bordered on demanding the jade butterfly pin. Amused yet irritated, she struggled to maintain her composure. It was beneath her dignity to respond directly. Fortunately, her maid, quick-witted, interjected, "Miss Jiang, please be careful. Jade is delicate and easily broken. This butterfly pin is my lady's favorite." Reluctantly, Jianglan Xian set the jade butterfly pin down. Almost immediately, she picked up a red agate hairpin, marveling. "This must be from Jinyu Building. I have seen this hairpin before. It is stunning, though surely expensive. Sister Yueshu, you must have a generous allowance to afford such things. I envy you." Ning Yueshu was on the verge of losing her composure. Just then, Ning Yueshu's voice pierced through the air, playfully remarking, "Surely not. It is merely 2 taels of silver. Can someone truly think that expensive?" Jianglan Xian's expression froze as she glanced toward the door. Ning Yueshu breathed a sigh of relief, rising to greet her sister. "Shu you've returned." Chapter 45. Jianglan Xian flees in panic. Ning Yueshu entered the room, offering Ning Yuru a sweet smile as she called out, "Third sister, I'm back." Ning Yuru exchanged a knowing glance with her sister before introducing Jianglan Xian, who sat at the dressing table. This is Jianglan Xian, the daughter of second madam. Miss Jiang, this is Ning Yueshu. Ning Yueshu lifted her gaze, her icy stare fixed upon Jianglan Xian, who had become utterly paralyzed. This was due in part to Ning Yueshu's earlier words, which had deeply pierced her heart, and partly due to Ning Yueshu's beauty. Jianglan Xian had thought that as the elder sister, Ning Yuru was already stunning enough, graceful and elegant, surpassing even the noble ladies of the royal city, despite having grown up in a remote area. Upon encountering Ning Yueshu, Jianglan Xian realized the extent of her own ignorance. Ning Yueshu was stunningly beautiful, despite being of the same age. She possessed a beauty that could captivate a nation. In her youth, she had yet to fully bloom, akin to a delicate flower on the verge of blossoming, enticingly ripe for the picking. One could only imagine how breathtaking she would become as she matured, leaving the world in awe. Instantly, Jianglan Xian felt a pang of jealousy, her heart bubbling with bitterness. While she feigned a smile, she approached Ning Yueshu, sweetly calling out, "Oh, it is Sister Yueshu, greetings to you. Do not call me sister. My parents did not bestow upon me a younger sister," Ning Yueshu replied coolly, evading the encroaching Jianglan Xian and pulling Ning Yuru to a nearby bench. Jianglan Xian's expression stiffened as she looked at Ning Yueshu with a mixture of grievance and helplessness, resembling a wronged young bride. "All right, I understand. Sister Yueshu, please do not be angry. It is all my fault," Jianglan Xian said, her tone dripping with insincerity. Ning Yueshu rolled her eyes internally. Jianglan Xian excelled in the art of pretense. Having suffered at Jianglan Xian's hands in a previous life, Ning Yueshu was now armed with experience. With her chin propped on her hand, Ning Yueshu scrutinized Jianglan Xian with a playful glint in her eyes, making Jianglan Xian feel increasingly uncomfortable and anxious. Then, Ning Yueshu spoke, "The hairpin from Jin Yu Lu is worth 2 taels of silver, a considerable expense for an ordinary family. Yet, according to logic, Miss Zhang's monthly allowance should amount to at least 10 taels, is it not? How is it that you cannot afford even a hairpin?" Jianglan Xian was momentarily speechless. Ning Yueshu smirked, her tone growing more teasing. "Does the second madam not provide you with an allowance?" "No, she does not neglect me."
Jiang Lan Xin Vistetstongli.
Hastily shaking her head. To understand Jianglan Xian's circumstances, one must consider her lineage. Jianglan Xian was the daughter of the second madam's brother, and her family struggled in the Jiangnan region, relying on the second madam's support for their livelihood. The second madam, feeling pity for Jianglan Xian's family, raised her as if she were her own daughter, having only one son of her own. Initially, Ning Yueshu believed this to be the case, treating Jianglan Xian as a sister without suspicion. However, Ning Yueshu soon sent Jianglan Xian to the general's household, justifying it with the notion that Qin Bai Yuan and Jianglan Xian were a match made in heaven, urging her, as the elder sister, to not come between them. At that time, Ning Yueshu had been married to the general's household for less than 3 months. The audacity of Ning Yueshu left Ning Yueshu feeling utterly repulsed. Ning Junmo and Ning Junshu were equally infuriated, intent on confronting Ning Yueshu and Qin Bai Yuan, but Ning Yueshu intervened. In her previous life, she had convinced herself that her lack of affection for Qin Bai Yuan was to avoid entering the palace, and she married him out of gratitude for his assistance to her family. If Qin Bai Yuan had genuine love, she ought not to impede it. Upon reflection, Ning Yueshu recognized her naivety. She had invited a wolf into her home. Ning Yueshu and the second madam had nurtured Jianglan Xian to curry favor with the powerful. This upbringing rendered Jianglan Xian particularly hypocritical and affected, behaving one way in front of men and another in front of women. Jianglan Xian delighted in snatching away what belonged to others. Anything desirable was fair game for her to claim as her own. Ning Yueshu's gaze turned icy as she observed the hairpin in Jianglan Xian's possession. "Since the second madam has not treated Miss Jiang poorly, how is it that you cannot afford even a hairpin and consider it expensive?" My money has been spent elsewhere," Jianglan Xian stammered, her face flushed with embarrassment, appearing even more pitiful. Yet in that moment, only Ning Yueshu and Ning Yuru were present, along with their maidservants, and no one was inclined to support Jianglan Xian. Particularly after witnessing Jiang Lan Xian's repeated coveting of Ning Yuru's skirts and jewelry, Ning Yuru and the maidservants harbored only disdain for Jiang Lan Xian. Miss Jiang, might you kindly place my sister's hairpin down? I would not wish for it to be damaged. Very well, I shall set it down. Jiang Lan Xian reluctantly returned the hairpin to its box, muttering sadly, I was merely looking, I would not damage it. If it were to break, would you even be able to compensate? Ning Yueshu retorted bluntly. Jiang Lan Xian faltered, shocked and embarrassed by Ning Yueshu's response. Unlike other young ladies who, like Ning Yuru, would maintain decorum and avoid confrontation, Jiang Lan Xian had repeatedly succeeded in seizing what she desired, claiming it as her own. Jiang Lan Xian was unprepared for the stark contrast between Ning Yueshu and other young ladies, feeling utterly humiliated by Ning Yueshu's rebuttal. It was as if Ning Yueshu anticipated her words. Jiang Lan Xian's attempts at feigning innocence were utterly ineffectual. In a panic, Jiang Lan Xian concocted an excuse to seek the second madam and hurriedly fled the scene. Observing this, Ning Yuru looked at Ning Yueshu with a mixture of surprise and admiration. Sighing, Ning Yuru remarked, Oh dear, how fortunate you are. Or else she would surely have taken something from me. No one is allowed to take my third sister's belongings. Ning Yueshu held Ning Yueru's hand. Her tone gentle yet resolute. Ning Yuru smiled, reaching out to ruffle Ning Yueshu's hair. I truly did not expect the second madam's niece to be so insatiable, wanting everything and lacking the awareness of a guest. She plays the pitiful card, making it difficult to refuse her, and it leaves one feeling uncomfortable deep within. If it bothers you, then avoid her in the future, Ning Yueshu advised. Ning Yuru chuckled, shaking her head in resignation. Jiang Lan Xian is the second madam's niece, and the second madam is the wife of our uncle. With such a connection, it is impossible to completely reject her. Just like today, when the second madam came to visit, even if mother dislikes her, we must still receive her. As Ning Yuru pondered this, she grew concerned. I wonder what the second madam seeks from mother. It surely cannot be anything good. Ning Yueshu's expression turned cold, her voice equally frigid. She harbored a profound distaste for Ning Yueshu's family. Third sister, let us escort Jiang Lan Xian, lest she go to mother and complain, spreading falsehoods. Chapter 46. Ning Junmo's suspicion. Ning Yuru expressed her surprise. Surely she wouldn't do that? Yet, you are right, she is a guest. And we ought to see her off. Ning Yuru rose, and together with Ning Yueshu, they headed towards Madame Ning. Jiang Lan Xian arrived first. Her eyes slightly red, intending to speak sarcastically to Madame Ning and the second madam. Just then, Ning Yuru and Ning Yueshu arrived. Upon seeing Ning Yueshu, Jiang Lan Xian's heart raced with trepidation. She feared that whatever she said would be met with a sharp retort from Ning Yueshu, forcing her to shut her mouth. Looking down at her handkerchief in distress, Ning Yueshu regarded Jiang Lan Xian with a cool detachment. In her previous life, she had married at 18, and her confrontations with Jiang Lan Xian were still 2 or 3 years away. Over the years, Jiang Lan Xian had become more skilled, more vicious, and increasingly shameless. In comparison, the current Jiang Lan Xian seemed rather naive. Even so, Ning Yueshu would not underestimate her. And then there was Ning Junshan. In her past life, Ning Junshan was a mere sycophant to Qin Bai Yuan, executing many unsavory deeds against the Ning family. However, Ning Yueshu was not concerned about her eldest brother, second brother, or fourth brother at this time. At this moment, Ning Yueshu's family had yet to establish ties with Qin Bai Yuan, and Ning Junshan lacked his guidance, rendering him no match for her brothers. The Ning family possessed a small training ground for martial arts, primarily for Ning Junqi's training. At this moment, Ning Junshan had arrived, and Ning Junqi decided to bring him along for archery and horseback riding to pass the time. Ning Junshan was quite loquacious, inquiring about everything from Ning Junqi, from Yunxiu town to the imperial city, leaving no stone unturned. Though Ning Junqi possessed a hasty temperament, he was not foolish. He deflected Ning Junshan's questions with superficial responses, resolutely withholding the truth. Upon the arrival of Ning Junmo and Ning Junshu, Ning Junqi immediately felt a sense of relief, for the tide had turned. With the brothers' presence, Ning Junshan found himself deprived of the opportunity to prod further and was instead coaxed into divulging everything. Ning Junmo and his siblings quickly grasped the purpose of Madame Ning Er's visit, to investigate the Ning family's relocation back to the imperial city, as well as the matter of Ning Yuru's engagement. The left minister had even reached out to Ning Yueshu's side, aiming to persuade them to reconsider and continue the engagement. The three brothers were thoroughly repulsed by this notion. Ning Junmo looked at Ning Junshan and suddenly harbored a thought. He asked Junshan, "Are there any particularly outstanding contemporaries in the imperial city?" "Indeed," Ning Junshan replied, rattling off a list of names, none of which piqued Ning Junmo's interest. Ning Junmo subtly hinted, "Is there anyone with particularly remarkable looks?" Ning Junshan, bewildered, stared at him in confusion. A man, not inquiring about the beauty and virtue of the young ladies, but rather whether any peers possessed striking appearances? Ning Junmo calmly explained, "I have two younger sisters."
Ah.
Ning Junshan nodded in sudden comprehension. After pondering for a moment, Ning Junshan's expression turned hesitant and fearful as he said, "In the imperial city, if one were to speak of exceptional beauty, the Prince Yu is second to none. No one dares to claim the top spot. No woman can be compared to the Prince Yu." Ning Junmo frowned. Ning Junshu and Ning Junki exchanged glances, astonished. Ning Junki curiously probed, "Is the Prince Yu truly that handsome? Have you seen him?" Ning Junshan nodded and waved his hands, his contradictory gestures leaving Ning Junshu and the others perplexed. Ning Junshan anxiously explained, "Sho, do not speak ill of the Prince Yu. If the heavenly division hears of this, we shall be in dire straits. Everyone knows of the Prince Yu's beauty, but who dares to gaze upon his visage? Do they wish for death?" Ning Junki, bewildered, countered, "But how can one know of the Prince Yu's beauty without looking? The prince's mother was the most beautiful woman in the world." Ning Junshan hastily concluded, realizing his mistake and promptly covering his mouth. It was a taboo that should not be mentioned. The three brothers exchanged knowing glances. They had heard of the prince's mother, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the world. Regrettably, her beauty was fleeting as she passed away when the prince was still young. Since then, it had become a forbidden topic in the Tianjin kingdom. Those who mentioned it would face dire consequences. The prince, being the son of the most beautiful woman, naturally could not be lacking in charm. "Prince Yu, Gong Wu Yu," Ning Junmo murmured, his expression complex. Could he possibly be so? When Madame Ning Er was about to leave, she sent someone to summon Ning Junshan. After he departed, Ning Junmo remained lost in thought. Ning Junshu, puzzled, asked elder brother, "What are you pondering?" Ning Junmo replied, "I am contemplating the likelihood of a certain possibility. I cannot reveal it to you yet. I shall speak of it once I have verified my suspicions." Ning Junshu nodded in understanding. In the carriage departing from the Ning residence, Madame Ning Er sat gracefully, observing Ning Junshan and Jiang Lanxin as she inquired, "Have you come to any conclusions?" Both Ning Junshan and Jiang Lanxin stiffened, and Ning Junshan fixed his gaze on Jiang Lanxin, saying, "Jiang Lanxin, you speak first." Jiang Lanxin stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Upon witnessing this, Madame Ning Er sighed, her expression filled with disappointment. Jiang Lanxin immediately clutched her skirt, appearing utterly forlorn. "Auntie, I am truly sorry," she weakly apologized. Madame Ning Er furrowed her brow and asked, "You must know what sort of temper Ning Yueshu and Ning Yueshu possess?" Jiang Lanxin nodded. She described Ning Yueshu as dignified and graceful, exceptionally beautiful, rivaling the noble ladies of the imperial city. However, when it came to Ning Yueshu, driven by jealousy, Jiang Lanxin remarked, "The fifth miss is indeed beautiful, but she has a poor temperament and lacks refinement." Madame Ning Er's brows knitted in suspicion as she scrutinized Jiang Lanxin. She had seen both sisters and was most impressed by Ning Yueshu. Although hesitant, Madame Ning Er refrained from pressing Jiang Lanxin further and turned her attention to Ning Junshan, asking, "And you, Shaner?" Ning Junshan racked his brain, recalling only a fragment. Ning Junmo and the others asked me about the young talents in the imperial city, particularly those with striking appearances, as if they were seeking suitors for their two younger sisters. Madame Ning Er frowned, murmuring to herself, "So it is." She had accepted a gift from the left minister to gauge the Ning family's stance. After their discussion, it became evident that the Ning family was resolute in dissolving the engagement between Ning Yueshu and Cui Yuhai, with no room for negotiation. Once old Master Ning returned and personally approached the left minister, there would be no further delay. After the engagement was annulled, Ning Yueshu would naturally be free to seek a more suitable match. A pang of jealousy stirred in Madame Ning Er's heart as she reflected, the elder brother and sister-in-law have always enjoyed the emperor's favor. Not only does their son have a promising future, but their two daughters can also choose from the finest suitors in the imperial city. What great fortune! Jiang Lanxin softly agreed, feeling equally envious. Ning Yueshu is so beautiful and comes from such a fine family. Her future husband will surely be the best in the imperial city. I envy her so much. I wish I could take her place. Madame Ning then advised, Shatter, Lanxin, you should make an effort to cultivate a closer relationship with the Ning family. It will undoubtedly be of great benefit to you in the future. Do you understand? Understood. Ning Junshan replied perfunctorily, while Jiang Lanxin took the advice to heart, quietly devising her own plans. Chapter 47. Gong Wuyu's true identity revealed upon returning. Madame Ning relayed the outcome to the left minister's wife. The Ning family was determined to withdraw from the engagement, with no possibility of Ning Yueshu marrying Cui Yuhai, nor even the left minister's legitimate son. Upon hearing this, the left minister's wife's face darkened, and she indignantly complained to the left minister, does the Ning family truly believe they are of royal lineage? Their daughter marrying into our family would be a great honor for them, yet they dare to cancel the engagement. Silence. Such feminine sentiment. The left minister chided, his hands clasped behind his back, his expression stern. It is only because the emperor holds the Ning family in high regard that they were summoned upon their return to the imperial city. What an honor! Moreover, as long as Ning Junmo does not falter in the imperial examinations, the emperor will favor him, and his future will be boundless. The left minister paced back and forth in his study, troubled by the situation. The engagement between Ning Yueshu and Cui Yuhai was established out of sentiment by old Master Ning, and the emperor praised it highly, holding great expectations. And yet, that ungrateful child dares to act in such a manner. Do you think this merely offends the Ning family? There is also old Master Ning, a distinguished figure with countless disciples. The emperor may also blame me for raising such a wayward son. The right minister, who has always been at odds with me, will not let this opportunity slip by. Only by maintaining the engagement can this matter be quelled. Upon hearing the left minister's words, his wife's expression shifted. She had not anticipated that a mere engagement would prove to be so complicated. She began to complain about the Ning family, showing no regard for their feelings. The left minister continued, the affairs of the court have already worn me thin. As for the engagement, my dear wife, you must take charge and ensure the Ning family remains with us. Perhaps I should host a banquet and invite the Ning family daughters over for a proper discussion? That could work, the left minister replied irritably, conceding the matter entirely to his wife, no longer wishing to concern himself with it. Upon receiving his nod, the left minister's wife narrowed her eyes, contemplating, and she believed there was a rather simple way to preserve the engagement. In the winter, when plum blossoms were in full bloom, the lady of the left prime minister summoned her most trusted maid for a whispered conversation. The left prime minister's estate boasted a magnificent plum garden, and the lady had personally sent out invitations to the young gentlemen and ladies of the imperial city to come and admire the blossoms. The Ning family also received an invitation. Madame Ning held the invitation in her hands, feeling a mix of anxiety and irritation. The Ning family was in the process of dissolving their engagement with the left prime minister's family, and at such a crucial time, the lady's invitation to the three brothers of Ning Junmo, as well as Ning Yueshu and Ning Yueshu, felt unsettling. Madame Ning was reluctant to let her children attend the gathering, yet felt compelled to do so. Having previously declined invitations from other prominent families in the imperial city, she was now concerned about the impact on her children's reputations if they were to refuse this invitation. Especially with Ning Junmo preparing for the upcoming imperial examinations, their family would need to establish a lasting presence in the capital. Furthermore, when it came time to arrange marriages for her children, they could not afford to shun the influential families forever. Madame Ning called her three children to her. She informed them about the winter plum viewing banquet and inquired about their thoughts. Ning Yueshu remarked that the left prime minister's family, unwilling to annul the engagement, clearly aimed to reconcile. Ning Junki, with clenched fists, expressed his vehement opposition, declaring that they must not let the likes of Cui Yuhai lay claim to their third sister. Ning Yueshu firmly stated that the engagement must be dissolved regardless of the left prime minister's intentions. Ning Yueshu remained silent, her brow furrowed with concern and sorrow. Feeling that her engagement had become a burden on her family, Madame Ning gently patted her hand in comfort before turning to Ning Junmo, asking for his opinion. Absorbed in his thoughts, Ning Junmo only snapped back to reality when called upon. After some contemplation, he stated that they could not refuse the invitation to the left prime minister's winter banquet, and that they would protect Ning Yueshu and Ning Yueshu. Ning Junki nodded in agreement, asserting that no matter the left prime minister's schemes, they would not succeed. Ning Junshu reassured their mother, urging her not to worry. as they would take care of their sisters. With a warm smile, Madame Ning urged her children to remain united in their resolve. After leaving her courtyard, Ning Junmo called for Ning Yueshu to come over. She obediently approached him, joining him under the corridor while Ning Yuru and Wan waited outside. Curiously, Ning Yueshu asked about Ah Fu, who usually accompanied Ning Junmo. He explained that Ah Fu was not present as it was inappropriate for him to join them in their mother's quarters. After a brief conversation, Ning Junmo instructed Ning Yueshu to discuss their attire for the banquet with their third sister, emphasizing the importance of their first public appearance in the capital. Following their departure, he promptly made his way to the Baichao courtyard. Upon entering, he spotted Gong Weo seated in the corridor, unaffected by the swirling snow. His unmasked face strikingly beautiful amidst the flurries. Even a man could not help but be captivated by his extraordinary visage. Ning Junmo inhaled deeply, the cold air revitalizing him. Gong Weo, engrossed in his reading, remained undeterred by the harsh winter, keenly aware of his surroundings, waiting for any sign of Ning Yueshu. Upon noticing Ning Junmo's approach, disappointment flickered in his eyes. Ning Junmo stepped forward, standing before Gong Weo, who made no effort to rise or acknowledge him, instead regarding him with a cool demeanor and asking if he had business. Addressing him directly, Ning Junmo stated Gong Weo. The latter's expression remained unchanged, a glimmer of something inscrutable flashing in his eyes, indicating a silent acknowledgement without a verbal response. Taking a deep breath, Ning Junmo bowed respectfully, greeting him as Your Highness, the King of Ghosts. There is no need for such formality. Please take a seat, Gong Weo replied with a hint of a smile, inviting Ning Junmo to sit opposite him. The atmosphere was laden with complexity as Ning Junmo realized that Gong Weo had indeed confirmed his identity without hesitation, shattering the expectations he had held. Gong Weo, with a smirk, remarked, My identity is known to your father. Ning Junmo nodded, recognizing that his father's previous peculiar behavior was now explained by this revelation. Yet, he remained puzzled as to why someone of Gong Weo's stature would choose to remain by Ning Yueshu's side as a mere protector. Surely, such a debt of gratitude would not necessitate such a sacrifice. Gong Weo, perceiving Ning Junmo's internal conflict, continued, It is said that one should repay a drop of kindness with a fountain of gratitude. Ning Yueshu saved my life. It is only right that I shield her from any troubles or dangers. What troubles or dangers does she face? Ning Junmo inquired, furrowing his brow. Gong Weo's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he revealed, There are those investigating her, harboring intentions toward her. Ning Junmo's tension escalated at this revelation. Gong Weo elaborated. Your grandfather is the Emperor's tutor, and your father his companion. Their close relationship with the Emperor places your family in high regard, making the Ning family a coveted match among the elite of the imperial city. We will not sacrifice our sister or Ning Yueshu for political alliances. Their husbands must be of their choosing. Ning Junmo responded with determination, That is our stance, but others may not share our views. The winter plum viewing banquet is merely a setup, isn't it? What else do you know, Your Highness? Gong Weo's lips curled into a mischievous grin as he whispered several pieces of information that left Ning Junmo's face pale. Those who harbor ill intent will not be deterred easily. One scheme leads to another. The best course of action is to confront it head-on, Gong Weo advised, to which Ning Junmo nodded in agreement. I will ensure Ning Yueshu's safety. You need not worry, Gong Weo reassured him, adding that he believed Ning Junmo had already devised a plan concerning the third miss and offered his assistance, should it be required. Ning Junmo felt a disquieting sense of unease at Gong Weo's unexpectedly gentle demeanor, contrasting sharply with the ruthless reputation he had heard surrounding the King of Ghosts, known for his coldness and merciless nature in governing the realm. However, the impression that Gong Weo gave to Ning Junmo was entirely at odds with the rumors. On his way back, Ning Junmo pondered this matter deeply. As he reflected, he suddenly realized that Gong Weo consistently referred to Xu Bao as Xuer. Could it simply be gratitude for saving a life that would compel the Prince of Elegance to hold her in such high regard? To remain personally by her side as a protector? His declarations of safeguarding Xu Bao were so intimate and unreserved, lacking any semblance of concealment. Being a man himself, Ning Junmo quickly grasped Gong Weo's true intentions. Gong Weo was clearly harboring affections for Xu Bao. In that instant, Ning Junmo froze, struggling to comprehend this revelation. After a considerable pause, he turned back toward the direction of Baichao courtyard in disbelief. There, Gong Weo had a smile gracing his lips, gazing up at the swirling snowflakes. His spirit soaring. He had never intended to deceive his future brother-in-law. While the prospective father-in-law might cast him aside, his brother-in-law would not. Ning Junmo was astute and adaptable. Given Gong Weo's promise to protect Shuer, he would not hastily dismiss him. Gong Weo had openly declared his affection for Shuer. If he could somehow persuade his future brother-in-law to assist him in pursuing her, perhaps when the time came to reveal the truth to Shuer, he could spare himself some humiliation. Before long, the day of the Winter Plum Appreciation Banquet at the Left Chancellor's residence arrived. The Ning family had prepared 2 carriages, one for the 3 brothers, Ning Junmo, Ning Junki, and Ning Yueshu, and another for Ning Yueshu and Ning Yueshu. As Ning Junmo lifted the carriage curtain, he beheld Gong Weo personally harnessing the horses for Shu Bao, and his expression became animated. Ning Junki, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Elder brother, what is it? You've been acting quite strange lately." Ning Yueshu also looked toward Ning Junmo, aware that he was concealing a secret, yet unaware of its nature. Ning Junmo averted his gaze, inhaling deeply before responding, "It's nothing." Ning Junki pouted, "Elder brother, your expression clearly indicates something is amiss."
Do share.
Ning Junmo retorted, "What is there to discuss? We are almost at the Left Chancellor's residence. Junki, are you prepared? During every moment at the Left Chancellor's, we must ensure that our third sister and Shu Bao remain within our sight. Do you understand?" Ning Junki immediately adopted a serious demeanor, nodding solemnly. Ning Yueshu's expression grew grave as well. Upon arriving at the Left Chancellor's estate, they found the venue bustling with guests for the Winter Plum Appreciation Banquet. With carriages lined up outside, the Ning family had arrived later, relegated to parking their carriage at the back and proceeding on foot. Once inside, they were guided by the household servants to the plum garden. Ning Yueshu, disinterested in admiring the estate scenery, glanced over her shoulder. Noticing that Gong Weo had not followed, the guards could not accompany them, and thus she was compelled to part ways with him. Yet, she knew that her loyal companion, Afu, would always be by her side regardless. "What are you looking at, Shuer?" Ning Yueshu asked, holding her sister's hand. Ning Yueshu withdrew her gaze, smiling as she shook her head. Then, she caught the eye of her elder brother, Ning Junmo, who had been observing her for some time. His expression a mixture of complexity and hesitation. Ultimately, Ning Junmo found himself without the opportunity to speak. Upon reaching the plum garden, the 5 siblings became the focal point of attention. Everyone was aware that the emperor held the Ning family in high regard, having returned to the capital. The young gentlemen and ladies present had received instructions from their families to avoid enmity, even if they could not forge alliances. Curiosity animated their gazes as they scrutinized the 5 siblings of the Ning family. It must be acknowledged that the Ning family was exceptionally handsome. Ning Junmo was strikingly handsome. Ning Yueshu exuded scholarly elegance, and Ning Junki possessed an extraordinary youthful vigor. Ning Yueshu was poised and graceful, while Ning Yueshu bloomed with unparalleled beauty, captivating the eyes of all who beheld her. After initial assessments, the young gentlemen and ladies eagerly approached to engage with the Ning siblings. Jiang Lanxin found herself abandoned. Left alone in her solitude, her grip on her handkerchief tightening with envy as she glared at Ning Yueshu. At this moment, the Left Chancellor's wife had yet to make her entrance. She was still in the chamber of Cui Yuhai, reiterating her instructions to him. "Yuhai, have you remembered? You must not make a misstep. You must wait for the signal before you go out. If you can secure Ning Yueshu, the engagement will be preserved, and your father will no longer harbor anger towards you." Cui Yuhai replied, "Mother, rest assured, I will not disappoint you." As the Winter Plum Appreciation Banquet commenced, the Left Chancellor's wife hosted a multitude of guests, creating an atmosphere of great merriment. Initially, Ning Junmo and his sisters, Ning Yueshu and Ning Yueshu, remained together. However, the throngs of admirers soon encircled them, leading to their unintentional dispersion. The fervor of the young gentlemen and ladies proved insurmountable, rendering it difficult for Ning Yueshu and her siblings to regroup. Moreover, the expanse of the plum garden and the falling snow made movement cumbersome, causing them to drift further apart. Sensing the looming danger, Ning Yueshu swiftly instructed Wan Wan to seek out Ning Yueshu. However, Wan Wan did not return. Frowning, Ning Yueshu felt increasingly unsettled in her interactions with the noble young ladies. Rising to depart, she addressed the gathering. "I wish to go outside to enjoy the snow. Please do continue without me." Just then, the voice of a maid echoed from outside. "The madam has arrived." The Left Chancellor's wife had made her entrance. Everyone stood, smiling as they turned to the doorway. Ning Yueshu also looked up, observing the left chancellor's wife and Madame Ning entering, surrounded by attendants. A frown creased her brow. She had not anticipated Ning to be present. A wave of indescribable aversion washed over her, mingled with concern for Ning Yueshu. "Good day, Madam Left Chancellor." The noble young ladies greeted her warmly, some also acknowledging Madame Ning. Ning Yueshu's gaze remained cold and distant as she regarded the Left Chancellor's wife. Cui Yuhai had been raised by her, and she was acutely aware of his character. The tragic fate of her third sister in her past life could not be absolved from the Left Chancellor's wife's responsibility. With an air of regal elegance, the Left Chancellor's wife smiled warmly. "I trust everyone has rested within? There is a 30-year-old plum tree in the garden that I believe many of you have not yet seen. Shall we go take a look together?" Enthusiastic nods filled the room, as everyone was eager to behold the blossoms of the 30-year-old plum tree. Ning Yueshu internally agreed. She had no interest in the plum tree. This was an opportune moment to seek out her third sister and her brothers. An unease settled in her heart at the thought of being separated from Ning Yueshu. Is this not the fifth miss of the Ning family? At that moment, the Left Chancellor's wife turned her gaze toward Ning Yueshu, her expression one of admiration as she inquired kindly. Madame Ning smiled and nodded. "Indeed. It is Ning Yueshu." She then extended her hand toward Ning Yueshu, encouraging, "Shuer, come greet the Madame Left Chancellor." Composed and poised, Ning Yueshu approached amidst the attention of the crowd. Bowing respectfully, Ning Yueshu greets the Madame Left Chancellor, and good day to Madame What a delightful child. So beautifully grown. Would you accompany me to admire the plums? The Left Chancellor's wife regarded Ning Yueshu with warmth and kindness. All Ning Yueshu desired was to exit this gathering swiftly. Without refusing her invitation, she nodded. "Yes, Madame Left Chancellor, please lead the way. Let us go." The Left Chancellor's wife beckoned, guiding Ning Yueshu and the other ladies for a stroll through the plum garden. Accompanied by the male guests, they proceeded to admire the 30-year-old plum blossom tree. Ning Yueshu caught sight of the three brothers, Ning Junmo, and exchanged glances, filled with concern with her siblings. They had not noticed Ning Yueshu's absence. Where had Ning Yueshu gone? The Left Minister's wife remarked, "Behold, this splendid 30-year-old plum blossom tree is just ahead. Surely, you can already perceive its delightful fragrance? Indeed, it is exquisite. The aroma of the plum blossoms is refined, distinct from others." The crowd eagerly concurred, showering praises even before laying eyes on the tree. The Left Minister's wife beamed with satisfaction, her eyes glinting with pride as she subtly observed Ning Yueshu and the Ning brothers. A deeper smile of anticipation graced her lips, layered with meaning. Leading the way, the Left Minister's wife and Ning's wife walked leisurely, ensuring the guests behind could not hasten their pace. Sensing the time was ripe, they exchanged a glance, slightly quickening their steps. Upon passing through the diamond-shaped archway, the Left Minister's wife announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 30-year-old plum blossom tree. Its blossoms are unlike any other." Before she could finish her sentence, she seemed to glimpse something, exclaiming in astonishment. Ning's wife echoed her surprise, "Cui Gongzi. What are you doing?" The two exclamations of shock immediately piqued the curiosity of the crowd, prompting them to lean forward to catch a glimpse. Ning Yueshu, standing beside the Left Minister's wife, looked up to see two figures entwined beneath the magnificent plum blossom tree. Cui Yuhai faced them, cradling someone in his arms. Their back turned to the onlookers, draped in a light blue fox fur cloak. This cloak was identical to the one Ning Yueshu wore, save for its color. As the weather turned increasingly frigid, Ning Furen had gifted her daughters fox fur cloaks. Ning Yueshu's was a bright, warm yellow, while the softer blue belonged to Ning Yueshu. At that moment, it was evident who leaned against Cui Yuhai. Ning Yueshu's heart ached profoundly. Third sister, she thought, yearning to rush over and separate them, but before she could move, the Left Minister's wife had already seized her wrist. Ning's wife approached subtly, blocking Ning Yueshu's path. They had effectively confined her in place. Unable to break free, Ning Yueshu anxiously turned her head, signaling to Ning Junmo and the others.
Ning Yunmu, Ning Yueshu, and Ning Yunki lagged behind.
As they squeezed through the crowd, all the guests witnessed the scene, astonished and abuzz with speculation about the identity of the woman in Cui Yuhai's arms. The Left Minister's wife feigned anger, exclaiming, "Yuhai, aren't you under house arrest? How did you get out?
Who is this?
Cui Gongzi, you are betrothed. How can you openly embrace another woman?" Ning Er's wife exaggeratedly proclaimed. ISN Chui Yu Hai engaged to Ning Jiayuru? I heard Ning Jia plans to annul the engagement. The crowd murmured, glancing at Ning Yueshu and the Ning brothers. At last, Ning Junmo and the others managed to push forward. Upon seeing Chui Yu Hai still holding Ning Yuru, their expressions shifted dramatically. Chui Yu Hai, relishing in his triumph, called out to Ning Junmo and Ning Yueshu, I have not betrayed my fiancé. The one in my arms is none other than my betrothed, Ning Yuru.
What?
A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. Chui Yu Hai embraced Ning Yuru? The left minister's wife exhaled in relief, smiling as she said, Ah, it is indeed Yuru. Then all is well. It cannot be my third sister. Ning Yueshu gritted her teeth, fixated on the woman in Chui Yu Hai's arms. Her third sister would never remain in his embrace. Chapter 50. How can it be her initially? Ning Yueshu felt an overwhelming mix of heartache and fury. Yet, gradually, she began to sense something amiss. Her third sister was well aware of Chui Yu Hai's true nature as a scoundrel. How could she possibly meet him privately? How could she embrace him? Moreover, how could she remain in his arms without resistance? Exchanging glances with her brothers, Ning Yueshu noted that both eldest brother and second brother had regained their composure, while Ning Junqi remained agitated. However, held back by Ning Junmo and Ning Junshu, he refrained from confronting Chui Yu Hai. In their silent communication, the siblings shared a common understanding. Ning Yueshu spoke again, her tone resolute. That is not my third sister. Ning Junmo affirmed, indeed. That is not my third sister. Ning Junshu nodded, absolutely not. Though Ning Junqi felt slightly bewildered. Hearing his brothers and Ning Yueshu assert that it was not her calmed him somewhat, easing his anger. Still, he yearned to confront the scoundrel, Chui Yu Hai. The left minister's wife gazed at them in astonishment. Not her? She feigned shock while still gripping Ning Yueshu's hand. Are you certain? I remember that Yuru is wearing that very cloak today. There can be no mistake, Ning Er's wife stated. Chui Yu Hai smugly added, Sister Yuru is my fiancée, my beloved. How could I mistake her? The guests were left in a state of bewilderment. Chui Yu Hai continued, Sister Yuru knows I am under house arrest. She took this opportunity to invite me for a clandestine rendezvous, yearning for each other. Our love is genuine. No one can tear us apart. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into whispers. It seemed that Ning Yuru and Chui Yu Hai were indeed in love, and it was the Ning family's disapproval that prompted the annulment of their engagement. Ning Junqi angrily shouted, You're talking nonsense. Junqi, calm down. Ning Junmo urged softly, restraining him. Ning Yueshu grew increasingly composed and assured, further convinced that it could not be her third sister. She fixed her icy gaze upon Chui Yu Hai. If it is not my third sister, release her, so we may see for ourselves. Indeed. If it is not Ning Yuru, we shall know. The crowd echoed in agreement. Initially, the left minister's wife felt a twinge of anxiety at their attitude, sensing something was amiss. Yet, she believed firmly that there could be no mistake. Everything had been calculated perfectly. As long as Chui Yu Hai and Ning Yuru were seen embracing in front of the young ladies and gentlemen of the imperial city, regardless of Ning Yuru's willingness, they had effectively bound her in the eyes of the public. If Ning Yuru refused to marry, her reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. The left minister's wife pondered this and exchanged glances with Ning Er's wife, both convinced that there was no room for error. With renewed confidence, the left minister's wife raised her chin and feigned reproach. Yu Hai, why haven't you released Yuru yet? Even if she is your fiancé. You are not yet wed, and such behavior is inappropriate. Chui Yu Hai opened his mouth, Mother. It is all my fault. I love Yuru too dearly to let her go. As he spoke, he attempted to push away the person in his embrace, only to realize something was amiss. The figure in his arms was limp, lacking support, merely leaning against him. Initially, when Chui Yu Hai had embraced her from behind, he had been too smug to notice the details. Soon, the left minister's wife and the guests arrived. The person in his arms did not struggle, leading Chui Yu Hai to assume it was Ning Yuru's shyness that rendered her speechless. He reveled in his perceived charm, believing that Ning Yuru was infatuated with him, basking in the glow of his own allure. At that moment, as they urged him to release the person in his arms, Chui Yu Hai finally realized that the figure he held had been motionless and soft for quite some time. What was happening? He lowered his head and softly called out, Yuru, is that you? Yuru. As he shouted, he began to shake the figure. In the process, The person revealed her face, and Cui Yuhai let out a horrified scream, instinctively pushing her away. With a thud, the woman clad in a light blue fox fur cloak fell limply to the ground, utterly still. The cloak slipped away, exposing her face clearly to everyone. Instantly, the crowd erupted in confusion. It was not Ning Yueshu. This was not the niece of Madame Ning, but Jiang Lanxin. What was going on? How had Ning Yueshu transformed into Jiang Lanxin? The crowd buzzed with shock, bewilderment, and curiosity, glancing back and forth between Jiang Lanxin on the ground, Cui Yuhai, Ning Yueshu, and the two matrons, Madame Zhua and Madame Ning. Madame Zhua and Madame Ning stood in stunned disbelief, staring at Jiang Lanxin. In contrast, Ning Yueshu and her brothers, Ning Junmo and Ning Junshu, sighed in relief, feeling reassured. Although they were puzzled about how Ning Yueshu's fox fur cloak had ended up on Jiang Lanxin, the absence of Ning Yueshu meant that all was well. The trouble lay with Madame Zhua and the others. Ning Yueshu smirked, raising her voice to the crowd. Everyone, take a good look. This is not my third sister. The one in Cui Yuhai's embrace is Jiang Lanxin. How could this be? Madame Zhua, Madame Ning and Cui Yuhai all wore grim expressions. Ning Yueshu continued. How strange. Young Master Cui, you were clearly indulging in tender moments with Jiang Lanxin. Why do you slander my third sister's honor and reputation? Ning Junmo interjected. Indeed. Many in the royal city are aware of my third sister's broken engagement with you. If the engagement has been severed, how could my sister be with you? Ning Junshu took over, angrily reproaching Cui Yuhai. You are having an affair with another woman and yet defaming my sister's purity. What a vile person you are. Cui Yuhai protested. No, it's not like that. He was utterly confused. Seizing the opportunity, Ning Yueshu pressed him further. Young Master Cui, what have you done to Jiang Lanxin? She appears to have fainted. I don't know. When I arrived, she was already here. I held her without resistance, thinking she was Yueshu. Cui Yuhai defended himself, glancing at Madame Zhua for guidance on how to proceed. It was not Ning Yueshu, and all his plans had crumbled. Now he had to explain what had happened with Jiang Lanxin. How could he possibly know? Wasn't it supposed to be Ning Yueshu waiting for him here? Are you calling for me? A soft female voice reached the crowd's ears. Everyone turned to see Wan supporting Ning Yueshu as she approached. Ning Yueshu looked around in curiosity and confusion, asking, what is happening? Is there a problem? Third sister. Ning Yueshu beamed at Ning Yueshu, a smile gracing her lips. Madame Zhua, taken aback, released her grip just as Ning Yueshu darted around Madame Ning to reach Ning Yueshu. Where have you been? Ning Yueshu inquired. We can discuss it later. Ning Yueshu replied with a smile, then turned to the crowd, whose expressions were filled with intrigue. Chapter 51. Lord Duan rescued me. Ning Yueshu first bowed to Madame Zhua, saying, Ning family Yueshu greets you, madam. Where have you been? Madame Zhua asked, her face pale with concern. Ning Yueshu explained apologetically, the plum garden is vast. I inadvertently lost my way. It was fifth sister who sent Wan to find me and bring me back. Wan nodded vigorously in agreement. Once she finished her explanation, Ning Yueshu turned the question back to Madame Zhua. Madam, what is going on here? Madame Zhua, gritting her teeth, whispered to a maid, quickly take Jiang Lanxin away. At that moment, Cui Yuhai strode over, only to be blocked by Ning Junmo and Ning Junshu. Cui Yuhai could only shout at Ning Yueshu, Yueshu, it's me. Upon seeing Cui Yuhai, Ning Yueshu maintained her poised demeanor, but her gaze instantly turned cold. She turned her side, ignoring him completely. Ning Yueshu shielded Ning Yueshu, coldly regarding Cui Yuhai. Young Master Cui, are you here to discuss the dissolution of the engagement? If so, we can converse. If not, please take your leave. It seems you are still under house arrest, which isn't suitable for you. Ning Junmo regarded Cui Yuhai with indifference, saying, Young Master Cui, you should contemplate how to explain your association with Jiang Lanxin, as everyone has witnessed it. Cui Yuhai, both furious and panicked, stammered. I don't know how this happened. I mistook her for someone else. You held her for so long without letting go, and you still mistook her? Young Master Cui, you are quite remarkable, Ning Yueshu remarked with a mocking tone. The guests murmured amongst themselves, realizing that Ning Yueshu could not possibly be involved with Cui Yuhai in any romantic capacity. It was evident that she found him repulsive. The fact that Cui Yuhai had been embracing Jiang Lanxin was indisputable, witnessed by all. Although the reasons for Jiang Lanxin's fainting remained a mystery, the embrace itself could not be denied. With the engagement still intact, Cui Yuhai was seen embracing another woman, and rumors of his mistreatment of women circulated, drawing sympathetic glances from the onlookers towards Ning Yueshu. No wonder the Ning family sought to dissolve the engagement. Yuhai, you should return, Madame Zhua commanded, her head pounding with the turn of events. She needed to strategize on how to silence the guests to prevent any gossip from spreading. And then there was Jiang Lanxin. Casting a disapproving glance at Madame Ning Er, she thought, it's all Jiang Lanxin's fault. Madame Ning Er's expression mirrored her displeasure. Mother, you should return. Quickly. It seemed that young Master Cui could not leave. A cold, melodious voice cut through the tension. A chilling breeze swept through the plum garden, causing everyone to shudder. They looked up to see a man emerging from the crowd, dressed in flowing white robes, exuding an ethereal presence. He was tall and remarkably handsome, his icy gaze fixed upon the assembly. It was Duan Zhao. Ning Yueshu recognized him immediately. Duan Zhao, the Minister of Justice, and the legitimate son of the right minister. As Duan Zhao approached, the crowd parted instinctively, all the noble young men and women regarding him with trepidation.
Yuai.
Equally perplexed, questioned, Duan Zhao, why can't I leave? What business do you have here? Madam, I have not summoned you. You trespass upon the Zwar residence so brazenly. Do you not fear that I will report your misconduct to His Majesty? Madame Zwar retorted, her voice laced with anger. Duan Zhao regarded them coolly, responding, the Minister of Justice does not require prior notice to conduct investigations. Cui Yuhai glared at Duan Zhao. Investigate? What case? This is the Zwar residence, not your jurisdiction. Duan Zhao replied, several young men have come to the Minister of Justice to report that Cui Yuhai has violated, tortured, imprisoned, and even killed their companions. The Minister of Justice is here to apprehend and clarify these matters. Upon finishing, Duan Zhao raised his hand, and immediately, officers from the Minister of Justice surged forward.
Surrounding Cui Yuai.
Duan Zhao coldly inquired, young Master Cui, will you walk with us, or shall we take you by force? Cui Yuhai stood rigid, his face pale with terror. Madame Zhua was equally stunned, murmuring slander. This must be a fabrication to frame my Yuhai. Duan Zhao replied, whether it is slander or a frame-up, the Minister of Justice will ascertain the truth. Take him away. The officers advanced, and Cui Yuhai's feeble resistance was futile against their stronghold. Cui Yuhai could only cry out to Lady Zhua, Mother, save me. Mother, save me. Lady Zhua watched helplessly as Cui Yuhai was taken away, trembling with rage, and glared fiercely at Duan Zhao, threatening, Duan Zhao, if anything happens to my Yuhai, the Zhua family will not let you off easily. Not wishing to disrupt Lady Zhua's banquet for her guests, Duan Zhao took his leave first. He bowed gracefully, his demeanor cool and elegant, quite captivating. As he turned to leave, he exchanged a glance with Ning Yueshu, who responded with a gentle, radiant smile. This scene was witnessed by Ning Yueshu and Ning Junemo, who exchanged bewildered glances. The guests, having observed Cui Yuhai's intimate embrace with Jiang Lan Xian, were perplexed by his subsequent apprehension by the Dali Temple. Hearing the Dali Temple's accusations that Cui Yuhai had abused and tormented men, they were left astounded. Was he even human? The expressions of the guests were vividly animated, far more entertaining than 30 years of plum blossoms. Lady Zhua, in the midst of this chaos, suffered a splitting headache, all the while maintaining a forced smile to explain and appease her guests, asserting that it was a misunderstanding, a malicious slander, and that Cui Yuhai had done nothing wrong. Whether the guests believed her or not was beyond Lady Zhua's control. After sending the guests away, Lady Zhua fell ill. When Zhua Xiang returned from court, the Zhua residence was in disarray, but that was a matter for another time. After Ning Yueshu and the others departed from the Zhua residence, they all climbed into a carriage, their eyes filled with countless questions directed at Ning Yueshu. Understanding their thoughts and now free from outsiders, Ning Yueshu began to explain, it was Lord Duan who saved me. Duan Zhao? Ning Junemo asked in surprise. Ning Yueshu nodded. Had it not been for Duan Zhao, she would have been the one in Cui Yuhai's embrace. If they had been caught in such a compromising position, not only would the engagement have been irreparably damaged, but Ning Yueshu's reputation would have been ruined as well. Reflecting on it now filled Ning Yueshu with dread, and she felt immense gratitude towards Duan Zhao. Third sister, if Lord Duan saved you, then what of Jiang Lan Xian? Ning Yueshu inquired, perplexed. Ning Yueshu replied, I will tell you everything. She then recounted how, after they had been dispersed by the guests, she found herself alone, aware that this winter plum blossom banquet was fraught with danger. and resolved to seek out Ning Yueshu and the others. No matter who she found, she could not allow herself to be alone. At that moment, a maid from the Zwar residence hurriedly approached her, panic-stricken, saying, Ning Yueshu has fallen and is injured. Upon hearing this, Ning Yueshu was consumed by urgency and fear, hastily urging the maid to lead her to Ning Yueshu. Chapter 52. Afu. Thank you, the maid led Ning Yueshu further away, and as she began to sense something amiss, she realized she had strayed far from the crowd and was unsure how to return. She had no choice but to slow her pace and hold the maid back. At that moment, she encountered Duan Zhao. With a tone that was both tender and slightly elated, Ning Yueshu said, It was Lord Duan who ordered the maid to be apprehended and saved me. Ning Junqi pressed on, and then, his heart raced with apprehension, his fists clenched tightly. Lord Duan informed me that the Zwar residents intended to tarnish my reputation. He even took my cloak, saying he wanted me to see what vile schemes the Zwar family would employ. As for Jianglan Xian, Ning Yueshu's eyes filled with disdain as she continued. Jianglan Xian had been following me all along. She clearly saw me being led astray by the maid and remained silent, not calling for help.
Jiang Lanxin was up for hand.
Had she not been captured, I would have remained oblivious to her lurking presence. Putting aside why she was tracking me, it is infuriating to think that when I was frightened and in need of assistance, she merely watched without intervening. Thus, when Duan Zhao threw my cloak at Jianglan Xian, I said nothing. Subsequently, Duan Zhao commanded the Dali Temple guards to knock Jianglan Xian unconscious and leave her beneath the plum tree. He then accompanied Ning Yueshu, waiting in a secluded corner, safe from detection. Ning Yueshu witnessed the entire ordeal. Reflecting on it now filled her with fear, anger, and a sense of injustice. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she choked out, The Zwar family has a heart of malice. Third sister, Ning Yueshu said, her heart aching, her own eyes reddening. She reached out to embrace Ning Yueshu, comforting her. Do not fear, for my brothers, our mother, and father will protect you. You can rest assured, this matter shall be reported to father, and we will not let it rest.
Ning Yueshu declared angrily.
Ning Yueshu and Ning Junqi also fumed with indignation. The Zwar family's refusal to dissolve the engagement was one thing, but resorting to such vile and shameless methods was utterly repugnant. Thankfully, Duan Zhao had arrived just in time to rescue Ning Yueshu.
Ning Yueshu spoke up.
Lord Duan has done our family a great favor. We must express our gratitude.
Ning Yueshu nodded vigorously.
Ning Yueshu also nodded and then turned to Wan Wan, asking, Wan Wan, how did you find third sister? Fu led me to her. Wan Wan replied. Ning Yueshu was momentarily taken aback, then immediately lifted the curtain of the carriage to glance at Gong Wuyu, who was riding alongside. As if sensing her gaze, Gong Wuyu turned to look at Ning Yueshu. Beneath his mask, his eyes were warm and gentle, sending a wave of warmth to Ning Yueshu's heart. She smiled softly, silently expressing her gratitude. Fu, thank you. Gong Wuyu's lips curved into a subtle smile, his gaze towards Ning Yueshu growing ever more tender. Ning Junmo, seated inside the carriage, witnessed the interaction between Ning Yueshu and Gong Wuyu. A sudden realization dawned upon him, and everything began to connect in his mind. How fortuitous that Duan Zhao chose today, of all days, the Winter Plum Blossom Banquet, to apprehend Cui Yuhai. Renowned for his cold demeanor and impartiality towards both genders, how could he possibly assist his third sister? Why was he accompanying her? And what of Gong Wuyu? How did he know precisely where she was? All these thoughts coalesced in Ning Junmo's mind, and he felt he had uncovered the truth. This was all orchestrated by Gong Wuyu. Unbeknownst to them, he had already taken significant actions. Such cunning tactics both impressed and concerned Ning Junmo. Would his sister find happiness with Gong Wuyu? As Ning Junmo wrestled with his worries, at a tea house along the street, others were equally shocked. Staring in disbelief at Gong Wuyu on horseback, a young man clad in resplendent attire called out, waving towards the interior, Third Prince, come quickly to see. Hurry, what is it that has you so agitated? The third prince, Gong Qian, approached leisurely. Xia Yan, anxious, seized his arm and pulled him to the window. As the young lord of the Xia family, he pointed at the street, exclaiming, Third Prince, look. Does that person not resemble King Yu? Upon hearing the name King Yu, Gong Qian's expression immediately changed. His piercing gaze fell upon the man sitting on horseback, whose silhouette indeed bore a striking resemblance to King Yu, sending a chill through him at just one glance. The man seemed to sense their scrutiny, glancing coldly back at them before turning away. Why is he still wearing a mask? Xia Yan exclaimed. Gong Qian remained silent, his expression slightly shifting. As the figure moved away, Xia Yan turned to him. Third prince. Do you think it could be King Yu? Impossible, Gong Qian replied.
True.
That man is clearly a guard accompanying the carriage. How could he be His Highness, King Yu? I must have been foolish to suspect a guard, Xia Yan said, shaking his head as he stepped away from the window. Gong Qian remained there, his expression somber. While it was indeed improbable for King Yu to be acting as a guard, the resemblance was too uncanny and the gaze too reminiscent. A gaze of indifference and disdain caused Gong Qian to grip the window frame tightly. He spoke. Xiayan, do you know whose carriage that is? It seems to belong to the Ning family. Xiayan scratched his head and replied, not the Ning family of the Minister of Rites. That's the second Master Ning. This carriage must belong to old Master Ning's family, just returned from Yunxiu town. He serves as a companion to the emperor. My father and brother have mentioned him several times. Gong Qian inquired, the Ning family, is that near the Left Chancellor's residence? Exactly. I heard that the Left Chancellor's wife is hosting a winter plum appreciation banquet today and invited me. However, I despise such meaningless gatherings and chose not to attend. The Ning family must be going to the banquet, Xiayan said while sipping tea. Gong Qian remained silent, lost in thought by the window. His brother, Gong Wuyo, though not vying for the throne, posed a significant threat. Just a celestial officer could keep them in a state of unease. Gong Qian, in collusion with other princes, had orchestrated a risky plot to eliminate Gong Wuyo. They dispatched their men, yet received no word, leaving them anxious for months. Gong Wuyo had not shown himself, and the celestial officer remained as elusive as ever, leaving them in the dark about the success of their scheme. After months of uncertainty, Gong Wuyo finally appeared. Though he did not retaliate immediately, the recent unrest among Gong Qian and the other princes suggested he was well aware of their machinations. It felt as if a sharp sword hung over Gong Qian's head, making it hard for him to breathe. Reflecting on the timing of Gong Wuyo's appearance, Gong Qian noted it coincided with the Ning family's relocation to the imperial capital. Was it mere coincidence? He promptly decided to investigate the Ning family. Every single member must be scrutinized, particularly that guard who bore a striking resemblance to Gong Wuyo.
Meanwhile,
Gong Wuyo had noticed Xiayan and Gong Qian, but paid them no mind. His orders had already been dispatched. None would escape. Chapter 53. A done deal splash. Jiang Lanxin was startled awake by a splash of water. Disoriented and furious, she wiped her face and shouted, "Who did this? Who is responsible?" Jiang Lanxin. Came the cold voice of second Mistress Ning. Upon recognizing her aunt's voice, Jiang Lanxin immediately came to her senses and timidly called out, "Aunt."
Slap.
Second Mistress Ning stepped forward and struck Jiang Lanxin, leaving her dazed as she clutched her face in bewilderment. "Aunt, why did you hit me?" she questioned, feeling wronged. "Look at the mess you've made." Second Mistress Ning retorted, her fury palpable. It had taken her considerable effort to cultivate a relationship with the Left Chancellor's wife, only for Jiang Lanxin to ruin it without a clue how to remedy the situation. Second Mistress Ning, her headache intensifying, glowered at Jiang Lanxin. "How could you be wearing Ning Yueshu's cloak and embracing Cui Yuhai?" "I didn't," Jiang Lanxin protested.
You didn't?
Everyone at the Winter Plum Appreciation Banquet saw it. "You've brought shame upon us." Hearing her aunt's words, Jiang Lanxin recalled her encounters at the Left Chancellor's residence. "I was following Ning Yueshu to see where she was going. I saw her meet with a stranger, and then I was knocked out. I don't know anything that happened afterward," she explained.
Knocked out?
Second Mistress Ning raised an eyebrow. Jiang Lanxin nodded repeatedly. Second Mistress Ning's expression hardened. It was too late to clarify matters with Jiang Lanxin still unconscious at the time. With Cui Yuhai apprehended and chaos reigning at the Left Chancellor's residence, they had no time to address their issues. "From now on, you are grounded at home. You are not allowed to go anywhere," she commanded. "Aunt." Silence. "You better pray the Left Chancellor's residence is too preoccupied to discuss you, or your reputation will be ruined, leaving you with no choice but to marry Cui Yuhai." Second Mistress Ning scolded angrily. Jiang Lanxin panicked and shook her head vehemently. She did not want to marry Cui Yuhai. "Then stay quietly at home," Second Mistress Ning ordered before leaving to inquire about the situation outside. Upon learning that Ning Yueshu and the others had returned to the Ning residence, Old Master Ning and Mistress Ning rushed to the palace to seek an audience with the emperor. Before long, News spread from the palace that the emperor was furious and demanded a thorough investigation into Cui Yuhai's misconduct. Subsequently, the left chancellor was summoned to the palace and reprimanded harshly, even facing a year's salary penalty. After exiting the palace, the left chancellor hurriedly brought his wife to the Ning residence, hoping to negotiate the matter, but they were left ignored outside the gates. The people of the imperial capital felt the left chancellor's family deserved it. Cui Yuhai's fate seemed sealed. At the Ning residence, Ning Yueshu, Ning Yueru, and Ning Junmo anxiously awaited in the front courtyard. Gong Weio comforted Ning Yueshu, saying, "Do not worry. Everything will be all right. I cannot rest easy until our parents return." Ning Yueshu shook her head, her heart in turmoil. In her previous life, there had been no incident of Cui Yuhai being taken to the Dali Temple, and she was uncertain whether the outcome would be favorable or not. With the engagement between her third sister and Cui Yuhai still intact, Ning Yueshu found it hard to relax. Ning Junmo glanced over, casting a subtly meaningful look at Gong Weio, and reassured her, "Sister, do not fret. Everything will turn out well." With Gong Weio's involvement, Cui Yuhai could not escape his fate. He would either die or be thoroughly disgraced. As for the engagement between the third sister and Cui Yuhai, their parents' visit to the palace would surely address this issue. "Dad and Mom are back,"
Ning Yueshu exclaimed excitedly.
Immediately, Ning Yueshu and the others sprang up, surrounding old Master Ning and Mistress Ning. "Father, Mother, how is it? What did the emperor say?" They eagerly inquired, their expressions a mix of anticipation and anxiety. "Sit down first," old Master Ning said. "It is good news. Let us sit and talk," Mistress Ning added. Hearing this, Ning Yueshu and the others released their pent-up anxiety and took their seats. Old Master Ning sipped his tea, casting a discreet glance at Gong Weio standing behind Ning Yueshu. "The matter concerning Cui Yuhai has been handed over to the Dali Temple and the Celestial Officer for joint investigation." "The Celestial Officer?" Ning Yueshu and the others were taken aback. "Does the Celestial Officer involve himself in such matters?" Ning Junqi asked, astonished. "The Celestial Officer has already taken charge. If Cui Yuhai is guilty, he will face consequences, and the left chancellor cannot save him." Moreover, old Master Ning paused, his gaze turning to Ning Yueru with a pleased expression. "There is more good news. If Cui Yuhai's wrongdoing is confirmed, the emperor will take charge and annul your engagement." Ning Yueru froze. "Really? That is wonderful." Ning Yueshu beamed with joy, knowing that with the emperor's support, the left chancellor's residence could no longer delay the matter. "Congratulations, third sister." "Congratulations, third sister." Ning Junqi cheered, filled with delight. Ning Junmo and Ning Yueshu also smiled broadly. They all recognized Cui Yuhai's character. With the emperor's word, it was a foregone conclusion that Ning Yueru would be freed from her engagement, sparing them from the left chancellor's family's machinations and eliminating the need to wait for old Master Ning's long journey back to resolve the issue. Ning Yueru momentarily stunned, soon regained her composure, letting out a relieved breath and displaying a bright, happy smile. "Thank you, Father and Mother. I believe this is worth celebrating." Ning Yueshu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she spoke. Old Master Ning nodded in agreement. The prospect of Ning Yueru's engagement being annulled brought relief to the entire family, filling them with genuine happiness. Old Master Ning turned to Mistress Ning and asked, "What do you think, my dear? Celebrations are in order, but as both Ru and Shu are young ladies, they must not drink too much. You four, father and sons, must exercise restraint. Otherwise, it shall not reflect well upon us," Lady Ning gently admonished. "Lord Ning, Ning Yunmo and Ning Yueshu all concurred." Immediately, they commanded the cook to prepare a sumptuous feast and fetched several jars of wine to celebrate together as a family. As Ning Yueshu's family rejoiced, Gong Weio cast a glance at her and quietly withdrew. He positioned himself at the corner of Ning Manor, and in the next moment, Mu Zihan climbed over the wall and entered. Mu Zihan bowed, "My lord, you have executed this task splendidly, and rewards shall be ample. Inform Duan Zhao that I shall invite him for a drink another day," Gong Weio stated coldly. Mu Zihan nodded in acknowledgement. Gong Weio's gaze turned icy and menacing as he added, during the interrogation, "Ensure that Cui Yuhai does not perish. However, while the death penalty may be avoided, he must not escape punishment. Do you understand?" "Understood. Continue to monitor Qin Buyuan and Jiang Lanxin. You may go." Mu Zihan bowed again in compliance, but hesitated before departing. He spoke, "My lord, the emperor wishes to see you." Gong Weio frowned slightly. After Mu Zihan conveyed the message, He discreetly slipped away, leaving Gong Weo to stand in the corner for a moment before he took his leave. Chapter 54. Is there a noble benefactor? Ah Fu, where are you? After the celebration, Ning Yueshu sought Gong Weo. He approached her immediately, his voice tender as he called, "Shuer, I am here." Ning Yueshu turned and was momentarily taken aback by his presence. After a few drinks, with Wan supporting her, she leaned against her. Her cheeks flushed, and her eyes glistened like dewy blossoms after rain, enticing to the touch. Her lips appeared even more vibrant, causing Gong Weo to momentarily catch his breath, his heart fluttering. "Ah Fu, where have you been?" "I've been looking for you," Ning Yueshu pouted, her voice sweetly sulky. Gong Weo suddenly hesitated to approach her. Wan, help me over there." Ning Yueshu took the initiative to walk toward him, standing directly before him. The fragrance of wine mingled with her alluring scent, causing Gong Weo to hold his breath. Gong Weo gazed at her, his eyes darkening, his voice deepening. "Shuer, what are you doing?" Ning Yueshu reached out and tugged at Gong Weo's sleeve, smiling brightly. "I am happy now, and I want you to accompany me for a stroll."
Chaya.
"It is nearly dark. And so what? Will you accompany me, Ah Fu?" "Sure, you are intoxicated." Ning Yueshu shook her head, her eyes stubbornly locked onto him. Gong Weo found himself at a loss against her willfulness. His heart softened beyond reason, and he nodded. "Very well, I shall accompany you." A delighted hum escaped Ning Yueshu as she released Ruan's hand and steadied herself. Ruan, you may return first. Ah Fu will escort me back."
Miss.
Ruan shook her head repeatedly. On ordinary days, it might be acceptable, but now that the miss was inebriated, how could she allow her to be alone with Ah Fu? After all, Ah Fu was a man. Ruan urged quietly, "Miss, the master and mistress would not consent. Could this not wait for another day?" Ning Yueshu insisted. Ruan, be obedient." Gong Weo interjected, "I will ensure Shuer returns safely." Ruan met Gong Weo's gaze and felt a chill run down her spine. He appeared so formidable. Unable to voice her concerns, she could only watch helplessly as her miss willingly took Gong Weo's hand. After leaving Ruan behind, Ning Yueshu's steps slowed. She walked unsteadily, her cheeks flushed and clearly tipsy, yet her eyes sparkled with joy. Gong Weo walked beside her, slightly leaning toward her, carefully shielding her. Snowflakes danced down from the sky. Gong Weo extended his arm, shielding Ning Yueshu's head with his sleeve, then lowered his gaze upon her, gently coaxing, "Shuer, it is cold on this snowy night. Shall we find a place to sit?" Ning Yueshu obediently nodded. Such a good girl. Gong Weo's gaze deepened, the wild beast within him, long restrained, stirred with a desire to devour the one he cherished. He closed his eyes, suppressing his cravings, extending his hand to Ning Yueshu. "Come, Shuer." Ning Yueshu extended her hands, and as their fingers intertwined, Gong Weo gently enveloped her hands within his. With a slight tightening of his grip, he said, "Let us go."
All right.
Ning Yueshu nodded, following his lead. The path was silent, with only Ning Yueshu and Gong Weo's presence. Ning Yueshu observed their shadows beneath the lantern light and smiled brightly. "Ah Fu, I am so happy. Do you know why? Because the third young lady can dissolve her engagement. Indeed, that scoundrel, Cui Yuhai, is unworthy of my third sister. She deserves far better. Finally, at long last, she shall soon be free from him." Ning Yueshu had yet to voice another thought, concealed deep within her heart. Finally, she has successfully altered her fate. The dissolution of the engagement meant that the third young lady would no longer be bound to Cui Yuhai and would be spared from his ruinous grasp. Moreover, the process had unfolded far more swiftly and smoothly than Ning Yueshu had anticipated, without the need for her grandfather to return. Ning Yueshu tilted her head to gaze at Gong Weo, pondering, "Does this have anything to do with you, Ah Fu?" She noticed that her elder brother and father had exchanged several glances with Gong Weo, which was decidedly unusual. With boldness, Ning Yueshu sought to test Gong Weo. Fueled by the effects of alcohol, she inched closer to him. "Ah Fu, do you think our success is due to a noble benefactor's assistance?" Gong Weo's eyes glimmered. Was Shuer referring to Duan Zhao? Ning Yueshu nodded. "Indeed, Lord Duan is one. We must express our gratitude to him when the opportunity arises. Additionally, if Tianxi can collaborate with Lord Duan to expose Cui Yuhai's misdeeds, Tianxi would also be a benefactor to the Ning family. Here we are, Shuer, please enter." Gong Weo led Ning Yueshu back to his residence at Baichao Courtyard. He first guided her to a seat, cautious of her balance, before fetching his coat to drape over her shoulders. He then poured her a cup of hot tea for her to hold, executing the series of actions with fluid grace, denying her any opportunity to speak. Ning Yueshu cradled the warm tea, blinking as she looked at Gong Weo, her tone filled with confusion. Ah Fu. Why are you so kind to me? Because Shuer saved my life. Is it merely due to the debt of gratitude? Gong Weo was momentarily taken aback by her inquiry. Unable to respond right away, sitting across from her, he gazed deeply into her eyes. At that moment, Ning Yueshu reached out, and Gong Weo did not shy away, allowing her to remove his mask. Ning Yueshu smiled brightly. Ah Fu, you are truly handsome. Do you like it, Shuer? Gong Weo countered. Ning Yueshu blinked without answering, her cheeks flushed and eyes glistening with a blend of confusion and endearing allure. She posed another question. Ah Fu, when you regain your memories, will you leave me? I will not. Gong Weo's response was immediate, unwavering, and resolute. Ning Yueshu pressed further. Why not? Will you not seek your family? You have relatives and friends. Do you not miss them? Gong Weo's gaze remained profoundly fixed on her, and after a long moment, he softly replied, in my heart, they are not as important as you, Shuer. I do not believe it. Ning Yueshu, feeling drowsy, rested her head on the table and shook her head. You only say that because you have not regained your memories. Gong Weo chuckled softly, gazing at the little inebriate before him with a mix of affection and a hint of longing. Shuer was weary, yet he couldn't bear to send her back. He yearned to gaze upon her for just a bit longer, to prolong their time alone together. He longed to caress her rosy cheeks and share countless experiences with her. He wished to meld Ning Yueshu into his very essence, ensuring that no force could ever separate them across lifetimes and realms. In his eyes, the shadows deepened as he softly coaxed, What must I do for you to believe my words, Shuer? Chapter 55. A Fu is Gong Weo. I will wait for you to regain your memories, for you to reveal your true name to me, Ning Yueshu murmured, her head resting on the table, her eyes barely open. Gong Weo's gaze flickered with emotion, his eyes dark and unfathomable. He observed her in silence, and after a lengthy pause, she remained quiet, just as he did. Then, he reached out, gently patting her shoulder, calling her name, Shuer. Ning Yueshu mumbled incoherently, still refusing to open her eyes. Was she asleep? His heart stirred as he continued to tenderly call, Shuer, wake up. I will take you back to Yueshu Courtyard. Only then did she struggle to prop herself up, squinting as she drowsily confessed, A Fu, I had such a wonderful day. I know. Gong Weo sighed helplessly. Shuer was thoroughly intoxicated, rambling in her stupor. He dared not leave her alone, for as a normal man, having the love of his life before him, so adorably inebriated, it was difficult to resist the temptation of a night without restraint. Acknowledging his desires, he nonetheless cherished her youth. Shuer, may I escort you home? He gently inquired. I don't want to walk, she pouted, cradling her face in her hands, playfully sulking. Gong Weo smiled softly, taking her arm and lifting her with tender strength before carrying her on his back. Then I shall carry you home. As she nestled against him, the biting winter wind and swirling snow were mostly shielded by him. The remnants were blocked by the cloak he draped over her, leaving only a whisper of chill against her face. Ning Yueshu was taken aback. She had feigned drunkenness to elicit information, never expecting a Fu to carry her back. Thus, she continued her pretense, enjoying the sensation of his robust back, which offered a sense of security. His hands gripped her legs firmly. Even through the thick layers of winter garments, she could feel his strength. Until now, she had always regarded a Fu as a younger brother, but for the first time, she realized he was a grown man. Her cheeks flushed, and she buried her face against his back, grateful he was carrying her. Otherwise, her rosy embarrassment would have been impossible to conceal. Silence enveloped them as Gong Weo's strides were steady and firm, without a hint of jostling. As they neared Yueshu Courtyard, his pace gradually slowed, each step weighed down by the shadows of his past. In this life, and the last, he bore too many regrets and a multitude of things he wished to share with Shuer. Carrying her on leisurely strolls was just one of them. Yet, having fulfilled this small desire, he felt a growing emptiness within, his yearning insatiable. Gong Weo was nearly driven to madness. He did not wish for mere sweetness. He craved more. He spoke softly, Shuer, do you truly wish to know my name? Ning Yueshu blinked but remained silent and still, pretending to be asleep. Gong Weo, unable to see her face, was unaware of her state. It mattered little, as he had not anticipated a response from her. In the stillness of the night, he continued, Sure, I will always be by your side, never depart. I will forever be your fu. My name is Gong Wuyo. The night was filled only with the howling wind and the steady rhythm of his footsteps. As they reached the entrance of Yueshu courtyard, the waiting Wen Yuan quickly rushed out upon seeing them. She tiptoed to catch a glimpse of Ning Yueshu and anxiously asked Gong Wuyo, what happened to the young lady? Sure, she is asleep. I will carry her inside. Please do not wake her, he replied gently, his enchanting visage causing the other maidservants to blush. Wen Yuan promptly led the way, and Gong Wuyo carefully laid Ning Yueshu down within the room, entrusting her to Wen Yuan's care. With a final, profound glance at her chamber, he silently departed. Once Wen Yuan had settled Ning Yueshu, she turned only to find Gong Wuyo had vanished. A fu is quite considerate, returning the young lady safely, she murmured, glancing at Ning Yueshu with a mix of worry and resignation. Oh dear, how reckless of you. What if you had encountered a different man who might have taken advantage of you? Ning Yueshu wished to retort, knowing she only employed such tactics with a fu. She wouldn't spare a glance for any other man. Yet her emotions were tangled, and she needed a moment of solitude. Wen Yuan, believing Ning Yueshu to be asleep, remained for a while before taking her place on the small couch outside to keep watch. As soon as Wen Yuan departed, Ning Yueshu quickly pulled the covers over her head, curling up on her side with her hand pressed against her heart, which raced wildly, thudding as if it might leap from her chest. She felt fortunate to have lived a previous life, having tempered her temperament, no longer the naive 15-year-old girl. Otherwise, upon hearing a fu's true name, she might have leaped from his back and fled in panic. Gong Wuyo, the Prince of Shadows, Gong Wuyo. The true identity of a fu was something Ning Yueshu had never anticipated. She had dismissed him from her suspicions time and again, only to discover that the very answer she least believed was the correct one. Her heart raced, turbulent and chaotic. How could it possibly be Gong Wuyo? Yet upon realizing a fu was Gong Wuyo, everything fell into place. She understood why Tianzi Muzihan fortuitously encountered them, escorting them to the imperial city, and why her father recognized a fu, often hesitating to speak of his identity. She also comprehended why Tianzi had intervened with the investigation alongside the Dali Temple regarding Cui Yuhai, likely due to a fu's influence. Unbeknownst to her, she had brushed past the truth on several occasions. Ning Yueshu recalled her previous life, where Qin Baiyuan had gone to great lengths to ingratiate himself with Gong Wuyo, persistently urging her to approach the powerful factions aligned with Gong Wuyo to forge connections. Had it not been for the Prince of Shadows' aversion to women, she might have suspected that Qin Baiyuan intended to offer her to a nobleman, who could very well have been Gong Wuyo. To her astonishment, the man she had saved, a fu, was indeed Gong Wuyo. Suddenly, a realization struck her. She could now ascertain with certainty that throughout her past and present, she had saved a fu. Who was Gong Wuyo? How had Qin Baiyuan known? Did his desire to align himself with Gong Wuyo have anything to do with this? As one question found resolution, a multitude of others sprang forth. And one crucial question remained. A fu already knew her name. Had he fully regained his memories? Chapter 56. Devotion to only sure if a fu has indeed regained his memories and recollected everything, what remains of his presence beside her, along with the words he spoke. Ning Yueshu opened her eyes beneath the covers, her heart pounding fiercely. She had an instinct that sleep would evade her tonight. On the other side, Gong Wuyo returned to the palace after escorting Ning Yueshu back. Within the Yangxin Hall, the emperor of Tianjin Kingdom, Gongsheng, was still engrossed in reviewing memorials. At this hour, no one dared to disturb the sovereign, except for the Prince of Yu. Without needing to announce himself, Gong Wuyo strode directly into the hall, his gaze cold and distant as he regarded the emperor. Gong Wuyo spoke in a flat tone, "Father, do you require my presence?" Gongsheng, with a solemn and authoritative demeanor as he reviewed the documents, glanced up upon hearing his son's voice. Instantly, a warm and benevolent smile spread across his face. He tossed aside the memorial and approached Gong Wuyo, cheerfully exclaiming, "Yuer has arrived." Gongsheng immediately commanded the chief eunuch to prepare tea and snacks, eager to engage in a heartfelt conversation with his son. However, Gong Wuyo coldly rejected the offer. His eyes remained indifferent, his tone devoid of warmth. "If you have matters to discuss, then speak. Do not waste my time. Yuer, what is the harm in conversing about family matters? How could this possibly delay you? Are you busier than your father, the emperor?" Gongsheng inquired, feigning displeasure as he furrowed his brow. Gong Wuyo regarded him with a stony expression. The emperor? More than anyone, understood his son. Should he fail to discuss something of significance, Gong Wuyu would promptly turn to leave without a shred of regard for his father's status. Seeing his son's unyielding demeanor, Gong Sheng was left with no choice but to bait him with a question. Which young lady from the Ning family do you favor? Gong Wuyu looked at the emperor with a frigid gaze, unperturbed that Gong Sheng had knowledge of this matter. The entire realm belonged to him. As the sovereign, he commanded his own network of spies. The figures by Gong Wuyu's side, Dark 1, Dark 2, and Dark 3, hailed from the emperor's own secret service, making it impossible for any affairs to remain concealed from him. Gong Wuyu had never considered concealing his feelings. He met the emperor's gaze with sincerity and replied, "It is Ning Yueshu, the fifth miss of the Ning family." Oh, Gong Sheng mused, recalling that the Ning patriarch had a young daughter, though he had never laid eyes upon her, rendering him curious about her appearance. He pressed further, "Is it merely because she saved you that you have taken a liking to her?" "Certainly not. It was through her act of saving me that we became acquainted. My love for her blossomed from our shared understanding and the connection of our hearts. I possess but one heart, destined to love only Shuer for all my lifetimes," Gong Wuyu declared, his eyes softening and his tone unwavering as he spoke of Ning Yueshu. The emperor was taken aback by Gong Wuyu's declaration, his expression momentarily lost in reminiscence. After a brief pause, he asked, "Have you made your decision?"
Yes.
"Very well then," Gong Sheng nodded, a smile illuminating his features as he repeatedly murmured his approval. Throughout his life, Gong Wuyu had never bestowed more than a passing glance upon any noblewoman within the capital, let alone offered a smile. Thus, Gong Sheng had long harbored concerns that his son's upbringing in an unfulfilled marriage would cast a shadow over his ability to embrace love.
Now,
with the knowledge that Gong Wuyu had someone he cherished, especially the daughter of the Ning patriarch, Gong Sheng felt a mix of relief and joy. Excellent. The Ning family has grown alongside me. They are my most trusted allies and dearest friends. Our families joining through marriage would be a blessed union, a match made in heaven. I shall arrange your betrothal forthwith." "Absolutely not." Gong Wuyu frowned, his voice cold as he firmly rejected the proposal. The emperor, perplexed, questioned, "If you hold affection for her, why refuse the betrothal? The greatest honor in the realm is to have the emperor himself bestow a marriage. Why would you decline?" Gong Wuyu's brow furrowed deeply, his eyes glacial, suffused with a sense of hostility and displeasure. Memories of his past life surfaced. In that existence, upon revealing his sentiments, Gong Sheng had also sought to arrange his marriage. Gong Wuyu had not turned him down then. The emperor, under the pretext of selecting a bride for the prince, had summoned Ning Yueshu and numerous eligible young ladies to the palace. Consequently, this very event led to Ning Yueshu's swift marriage to Qin Baiyuan. The Ning family and the general's household had acted too swiftly. By the time Gong Wuyu learned of it, the engagement was already sealed with formalities. Though he was a noble prince capable of intervening, Gong Wuyu once believed that Ning Yueshu had already fallen for Qin Baiyuan, convinced that she could not be with anyone else. He did not wish to resort to forceful measures, fearing to earn her lifelong resentment and confine her to a life of bitterness. Thus he withdrew. One step back led to multiple missteps, and Gong Wuyu was haunted by the shadows of betrothal. Despite the assurance that he would protect Ning Yueshu in this lifetime, preventing Qin Baiyuan from succeeding, he was still consumed by greed. He longed for Ning Yueshu to reciprocate his feelings, for them to be united in love, with her heart and mind solely belonging to him. Looking at the emperor, Gong Wuyu stated, "I am still pursuing Shuer." Very well, Gong Sheng understood, momentarily relinquishing the notion of a betrothal. The emperor then inquired, "So, your involvement in the matter concerning the left chancellor, Cui Yuhai, was also your intention? You wish to assist the Ning family in dissolving this engagement?" "Indeed." The emperor nodded in contemplation, his understanding deepening. With no pressing matters at hand, Gong Wuyu had no desire to linger in the Yangxin hall. He fabricated an excuse and turned to leave. This time, the emperor did not attempt to stop him, watching as his son departed, a smile of nostalgia lingering in his eyes. Gong Sheng murmured to himself, "Ah Yao, our son has found someone special. Are you pleased?" In the next moment, a sharp pain pierced his heart, draining the color from his face as cold sweat poured down. The chief eunuch, witnessing this, swiftly produced a vial of medicine and administered it to the emperor, alleviating his suffering. Waving his hand to dismiss the chief eunuch, Gong Sheng placed a hand over his heart, offering a bitter smile. After a long sigh, He concealed his hand behind him. He then summoned the deputy chief eunuch, ordering him to prepare invitations for the palace banquet scheduled in half a month, inviting the entire Ning family to celebrate the new year. Thus, he would have the opportunity to meet Ning Yueshu. The emperor remained keenly interested in the woman who had captured his son's heart. The following day, when Wan arrived to awaken Ning Yueshu, she was startled upon entering the room. Ning Yueshu lay still, her eyes wide open, staring blankly at the ceiling. "Miss, when did you awaken? Why did you not call Wan to assist you with your morning routine?" Wan approached the bedside, perplexed. Ning Yueshu, reluctant to speak, let out a long sigh. She had not slept a wink. Thoughts of a Fu filled her mind, the names A Fu and Gong Wuyu dancing back and forth in her consciousness. She had yet to decide how to face a Fu. Chapter 57. A Fu's inner turmoil. Ning Yueshu remained uncertain. Before long, the deputy chief eunuch delivered news that the Ning family must attend the palace banquet in half a month. The Ning family sprang into action, and Ning Yueshu found herself too occupied to ponder, as she needed to accompany Ning Yuru to learn the court etiquette. Madame Ning had specifically invited an elderly matron from the palace to instruct Ning Yuru and Ning Yueshu. With her prior life's experience, Ning Yueshu required no instruction. Her poise and etiquette were flawless, leaving no room for error. However, Ning Yueshu seized this opportunity to avoid encountering Gong Wuyu. She needed to take her time. In addition to mastering the etiquette of the court, there was a need to acquire new garments and jewelry, as well as to entertain guests. The Winter Plum Appreciation Banquet hosted by the Left Chancellor's wife, which the siblings Ning Yueshu and her brother attended, served as a significant indication. Subsequently, the imperial city saw a continuous influx of visitors, with daily visits becoming routine, leaving Ning Yueshu busily occupied. During this period, she also formed a close friendship with a confidant, Duan Shuang, the legitimate daughter of the Right Chancellor and younger sister of Duan Zhao. Ning Yueshu met her when accompanying Ning Yuru and Madame Ning to express gratitude for Duan Zhao's timely rescue. The Right Chancellor had only this pair of children, whom he cherished immensely. Duan Zhao, at a young age, held the esteemed position of Chief Justice, while Duan Shuang was renowned throughout the imperial city for her exceptional talents. In her previous life, Ning Yueshu had encountered Duan Shuang as well. Like her brother, Duan Shuang possessed a cool demeanor and had little interest in attending banquets. Their interactions had been brief, offering scant opportunity for conversation. However, upon becoming acquainted, Ning Yueshu discovered that despite their differing personalities, their preferences and tastes aligned splendidly. Their companionship was devoid of awkwardness and flowed comfortably, leading them to forge a bond as intimate friends. In her past life, Ning Yueshu had been consumed by anxiety over her family's misfortunes, lacking the heart to cultivate friendships. After her marriage, her associations were solely for the sake of Qin Bai Yuan's future, embroiled in the intrigues of the noble women, devoid of sincerity. Thus, Duan Shuang stood as Ning Yueshu's first true friend across both her lives. Whenever she found a moment's respite, Ning Yueshu would visit the Right Chancellor's residence to see Duan Shuang. Consequently, Gong Wuyu was left to languish in forgetfulness. While Ning Yueshu was preoccupied, Gong Wuyu busied himself with his own affairs. When she had leisure time, she sought out Duan Shuang, leaving Gong Wuyu unseen. Days turned into weeks, and Gong Wuyu could no longer contain himself. He feared that if this continued, he would succumb to the torment of his longing for Ning Yueshu. One day, he took it upon himself to wait at the entrance of Yueshu courtyard. While waiting, he pondered whether Ning Yueshu had discovered his identity and was deliberately avoiding him. That night, he had sincerely wished to reveal his true self to her, without hesitation. Yet, after doing so, he received no response, leaving him uncertain whether she had truly fallen asleep or was merely in a daze. Since that fateful night, Gong Wuyu had not encountered Ning Yueshu again. He was filled with yearning, agitation, and frustration. He would rather Ning Yueshu knew of his identity, even if it meant being scolded, than to coexist in Ning Manor without ever meeting her. It felt akin to living a life of solitude, and his heart ached.
"Miss, look."
A Fu is at the courtyard entrance. The exclamation from Wan caught his attention, and Gong Wuyu immediately lifted his gaze to Ning Yueshu, who had just returned from the Right Chancellor's residence. Duan Shuang had gifted her homemade pastries and paintings, which Ning Yueshu cherished dearly. Her spirits lifted. Upon hearing Wan Ruan's words, she paused and looked toward the entrance of Yueshu courtyard. The tall and striking figure stood out distinctly. Although a Fu held the position of a guard at Ning Manor, the elder Ning did not skimp on his attire. While not ostentatious, it was undoubtedly not what a mere guard would wear, exuding a refined elegance. Yet, upon seeing a Fu's face, the choice of clothing became inconsequential. His stunning beauty was breathtaking. Regardless of gender, anyone who caught sight of a Fu would be mesmerized. It had been a considerable time since Ning Yueshu had last seen a Fu, and his sudden appearance left her momentarily speechless, not due to his beauty, but rather because he seemed so forlorn and wronged, resembling an abandoned puppy quietly waiting for her. A wave of guilt washed over her. It seemed she had thought of him often yet failed to reach out or see him again. Wan, let us go over, Ning Yueshu said, leading Wan to deliver her gifts to the courtyard before stepping outside to stand face to face with Gong Wuyu. Taking a deep breath, she feigned calmness, as she usually did, and smiled at him. A Fu, do you need something from me? Gong Wuyu, with a downcast tone, replied, Did I upset you, Shu Air? His exquisite face appeared even more pitiable, evoking sympathy. Ning Yueshu quickly shook her head. No. A Fu, how could you think that? Then why has Shu Air not come to find me even once in such a long time?
I have been waiting for you.
A Fu, I've been exceedingly busy lately. Truly. Gong Wuyu observed Ning Yueshu in silence. Being in Ning Manor, he was well aware of her daily activities, half of which were genuine busyness, while the other half involved visiting the Right Chancellor's residence to spend time with Duan Qing Shuang. He found himself regretting having Duan Zhao facilitate their acquaintance. Ning Yueshu felt guilty under Gong Wuyu's gaze. Suddenly inspired, she hastily retrieved a fragrant sachet from her sleeve and handed it to him. Clearing her throat, she said, Though I have been busy, I have not forgotten you, A Fu. This is a new sachet I recently embroidered. Adorned with 9 plum blossoms and filled with petals I personally gathered and crafted. Its fragrance is elegant and soothing, perfect for winter attire. Is this for me? Indeed. Gong Wuyu accepted the plum blossom sachet, his heart softening, a smile gracing his lips, and a twinkle of joy in his eyes. Then, Ning Yueshu extended her hand. A Fu, I have prepared an even better and more exquisite sachet for you. Would you kindly return the last one I gave you? It was too plain. It is not plain. I quite like it. Gong Wuyu held the plum blossom sachet in one hand while concealing the lotus sachet at his waist with the other. Ever since she gifted it to him, he had worn it continuously, and each time Ning Yueshu saw it, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Hence, she had taken the time to create a new one, hoping to retrieve the previous gift. To her surprise, Gong Wuyu cherished it so much that he refused to part with it. Ning Yueshu looked at Gong Wuyu in confusion. As the King of Shadows, he could possess anything he desired. Surely, he could acquire countless opulent sachets. Why would he hold on to this half-finished one? Gong Wuyu gazed deeply into her eyes, his tone gentle yet firm. Shu Air, once a gift is given, one should not ask for its return. But there are no buts. Gong Wuyu swiftly interrupted Ning Yueshu, immediately shifting her focus.
Shatter.
I have heard news regarding Cui Yuhai's situation. It seems a resolution is at hand.
What?
Ning Yueshu's expression shifted instantly. Her gaze fixed on Gong Wuyu with urgency. The actions of Cui Yuhai have been thoroughly investigated by the Chief Justice and Tianxi with irrefutable evidence. It has been reported to the Emperor, awaiting his decree, Gong Wuyu explained. Ning Yueshu's eyes sparkled, her breath quickening. Gong Wuyu added, Shu Air. I also heard this from outside. We should soon see a conclusion. That is not what matters. Although Gong Wuyu wished to conceal his identity, Ning Yueshu refrained from exposing him, for she herself had not yet decided. They would continue to feign ignorance together. Ning Yueshu felt a surge of satisfaction, her heart brimming with the good news Gong Wuyu shared. The wheel of fate had turned. Cui Yuhai was destined to face dire consequences. Ning Yueshu looked at Gong Wuyu with excitement, exclaiming, A Fu, thank you. My spirits have lifted immensely today. Gong Wuyu's gaze brightened, and he promptly inquired, Since Shu Air is in such good spirits, would you like me to accompany you for some sparring? It has been quite a while since you trained. Ning Yueshu shook her head. My attire with third sister is ready. I shall soon visit my mother to finalize the attire for the upcoming palace banquet, ensuring that everything is flawless. Very well. Gong Wuyu can say nothing but comply. He watched as Ning Yueshu returned to Yuzhu courtyard with a light step, shortly afterward emerging with Ruan, waving goodbye as they headed towards Madame Ning. Gong Wuyu stood motionless for a long while, gazing at the direction in which Ning Yueshu had departed, resembling a stone longing for his beloved. It is all due to the palace banquet that she is so occupied. Deep in his heart, Gong Wuyo made a note of the Emperor Sheng. For he was not oblivious to the fact that the emperor sought to catch a glimpse of his future daughter-in-law amidst the festivities. Yet, another suspicion lingered in Gong Wuyo's mind, that Yuan Shu was aware of something and was deliberately avoiding him. Although he was reluctant to entertain such thoughts, he felt compelled to prepare for the possibility. Should Yuan Shu truly be aware, he would need to adopt a different demeanor in her presence. Regardless of his role as the Prince of Ghosts or as a guardian, he would never leave her side. The following day, Minister Duan Zhao of the Supreme Court and Di Sun, the left minister of the Celestial Office, publicly documented the misdeeds of Cui Yuhai before Emperor Sheng. Upon review, the emperor was filled with rage and commanded Duan Zhao to recite each of Cui Yuhai's transgressions aloud. The exploitation of young boys and girls, leading to fatalities, was but one of many offenses. Additionally, Cui Yuhai had, over the years, covertly bestowed gifts upon certain noble families within the imperial city, indicating ulterior motives. Such acts of collusion for personal gain were deemed heinous crimes. The list of Cui Yuhai's misdeeds included the appropriation of arable land and the oppression of the weak, effectively exposing all his transgressions from childhood to the present. The left minister, upon hearing this, knelt in supplication, appearing to age a decade in an instant. Emperor Sheng's fury escalated, and he sought to execute Cui Yuhai as a warning to others. However, Di Sun stepped forward, bowing respectfully, and spoke. "Your Majesty, my master wishes to convey a message." The emperor, somewhat displeased, nonetheless nodded for Di Sun to proceed. Di Sun continued. "In response to your Majesty, my master believes that executing Cui Yuhai would indeed instill fear throughout the court. However, a death merely serves as a temporary deterrent. There will always be those who dare to conspire for power and profit. It would be more prudent to spare Cui Yuhai's life, considering the left minister's decades of diligent service to the kingdom, and impose an alternative punishment." This statement sent shockwaves through the court, eliciting expressions of confusion, doubt, and anxiety. The Prince of Ghosts was known for his ruthless and unyielding nature. It was believed he would never show mercy to Cui Yuhai. Surely, he could escape the death penalty, but not the suffering that awaited him. Emperor Sheng, intrigued, inquired, "What did the Prince of Ghosts propose?" Di Sun replied, "Given that Cui Yuhai has already suffered the loss of both legs, why not sever his hands as well and break his spine, rendering him bedridden for life? Such a fate would serve as a true punishment, and I believe that once word spreads, anyone contemplating treachery would reconsider their actions." A collective gasp resonated through the court. The left minister trembled, feeling both angered and terrified. Such cruelty would subject Cui Yuhai to a lifetime of torment worse than death, and the left minister's reputation would forever be stained, leaving him unable to hold his head high again. Unable to contain himself, the left minister fell to his knees, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, this ungrateful wretch deserves death. I implore you to punish him according to the law, without sparing the old minister's feelings." Emperor Sheng smiled and replied, "The left minister has contributed greatly to our nation. How could I allow you to suffer the loss of your beloved child? I find the Prince of Ghosts' suggestion quite agreeable, and thus we shall proceed as he advises. Your Majesty, with the new year approaching, it would be wise to postpone matters of bloodshed until after the festivities," the emperor added. The left minister's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the cold smile on the emperor's face, cold sweat trickling down his spine, leaving him speechless. The emperor was sending him a clear message. Cui Yuhai was not to be executed. He must live. This new year would be spent in prison. After the celebrations, appropriate penalties would be administered, and upon his return to the left minister's residence, he would need to be well cared for. Cui Yuhai would serve as a warning to others, and he must endure. The left minister trembled as he prostrated himself in gratitude, thanking the emperor for his merciful favor. Furthermore, I have previously stated that if Cui Yuhai's actions are proven true, his betrothal to the third miss of the Ning family will be annulled. The third miss of the Ning family is a virtuous young lady who has encountered misfortune. My heart goes out to her. The engagement is hereby dissolved. With all present as witnesses." The emperor gestured to the chief eunuch, instructing him to select some precious gifts as tokens of appreciation for Ning Yueshu. The chief eunuch beamed with delight as he bowed, while the left minister felt a chill in his heart. It was over. All was lost. Cui Yuhai would spend the new year in prison, and the left minister's household would not fare well either. After the court adjourned, the emperor's decree spread swiftly throughout the imperial city. Though the fate of Cui Yuhai was harsh, it was deserved. Everyone spoke of him with scorn. Conversely, when discussing Ning Yueshu, envy was palpable. With the emperor himself annulling the engagement and publicly praising Ning Yueshu, she received gifts as well. Such honor was rare among the noble ladies of the imperial city. With the engagement annulled, Ning Yueshu bore no stain upon her reputation. Instead, the emperor's commendation elevated her status in the eyes of countless noble matrons, leading to a flood of suitors. However, that was a matter for another time.
Now,
Upon receiving the news, all members of the Ning family gathered in the front courtyard, joyfully celebrating once more. This year was the most joyous for the Ning family. As the festivities unfolded, Gong Weo stood outside, leaning against the wall, a faint smile gracing his lips as he observed the scene within. His gaze, filled with tender affection, followed Ning Yueshu, lost in reverie, his heart tranquil and soft. Gong Weo's intense and fervent gaze did not go unnoticed by Ning Yueshu, who felt it even without turning around. She knew who it was. Gripping her wine cup tightly, she lowered her gaze to conceal her thoughts. Had a Fu done all this out of affection for her? When had it begun? Chapter 59. Entering the palace after celebrating with her father, mother, brothers, and sisters. Ning Yueshu turned around to find Gong Weo had vanished. Not seeing him, she felt a peculiar emptiness in her heart on her way home. Unsure whether to feel relieved or despondent, her thoughts were in disarray, for she had yet to determine how to regard Gong Weo. Ning Yueshu had never harbored feelings for any man. In her past life, to avoid entering the palace and becoming embroiled in royal conflicts, she had married Qin Baiyuan. There was no love, no joy, only a dutiful commitment to be a competent general's wife. Having experienced so much in her previous life, she had never known the stirrings of love or affection for anyone. Gong Weo had deceived her. Despite having regained his memories, he continued to feign amnesia, willingly remaining by her side as her guardian A Fu. As Ning Yueshu pondered, only one conclusion emerged: Gong Weo must have feelings for her. He chose to stay, teaching her martial arts, gifting her tokens of affection, arranging for the celestial office to escort the Ning family back to the imperial city, and facilitating the annulment of her sister's engagement to Cui Yuhai. Gong Weo had done so much for her, and she could feel the sincerity of his heart. Warm and fervent, with eyes brimming with earnestness. Thus, upon learning of Gong Weo's true identity, she felt no anger, only a complex array of emotions needing time to settle and reflect upon. After half a month, when Ning Yueshu encountered Gong Weo again, she felt neither aversion nor rejection, but rather a sense of familiarity. Yet, when it came to responding to Gong Weo's affections, she found herself incapable. Ning Yueshu was terrified of love. In her previous life, she had not fallen for Qin Baiyuan. She had merely married him, leading to a tragic end. What if she were to fall in love this time and suffer even greater heartache? Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes, resolutely deciding that as long as Gong Weo did not confront the matter directly, they could maintain their previous relationship. With this decision, Ning Yueshu felt an immediate release, her spirit lightening. In the blink of an eye, the day of the palace banquet arrived. Early in the morning, Ning Yueshu was roused by Wan, who helped her wash her face, style her hair, apply makeup, and don a new outfit. Today, Ning Yueshu wore a dress of lotus red, vibrant and festive, yet not overly garish. The collar and cuffs were adorned with a fluffy white trim, serving both warmth and adding a touch of charm and vivacity to Ning Yueshu, perfectly suiting her youthful age. Wan had seen Ning Yueshu try on the dress before, but today, with her hair styled in exquisite lotus buns and embellished with delicate pearl flowers, Ning Yueshu appeared strikingly radiant. Wan, entranced, clasped her hands and exclaimed, "Miss, you look so beautiful. I shall go seek Sister Sin now." Wan, be good and wait for my return, Ning Yueshu advised with a smile. Wan nodded eagerly. Entering the palace was unlike any usual outing. Maids and guards were not permitted. Wan could not accompany her, nor could Gong Weo. However, Ning Yueshu contemplated whether Gong Weo could leverage his identity as Prince Yu to enter, pondering what expression she should wear if they were to cross paths. "Sister Bao, what are you thinking? You've been staring blankly?" Ning Yuelu, holding Ning Yueshu's hand, inquired with a hint of exasperation. Ning Yueshu snapped back to reality, realizing their family was already in the carriage heading to the palace. With a blink, she offered a shy smile to Ning Yuelu and Madame Ning, explaining, "Mother, Sister San, I am just nervous about entering the palace. Do not fear. I am here, Ning Yuelu reassured her with a comforting smile. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could see the flicker of anxiety in Ning Yuelu's eyes. Madame Ning smiled gently and said, "Do not be tense. Once inside, your father and I will meet some old acquaintances, and you will be with your brothers. Moer and the others will take good care of you." Yes, yes. Upon arriving at the Vermilion Palace gates, they had to disembark and walk into the palace. Today, Emperor Sheng was hosting a banquet for civil and military officials to celebrate the new year, and a throng of people gathered at the entrance. Upon seeing the Ning family arrive, regardless of their inner thoughts, everyone greeted them with cheerful smiles. The Ning family enjoyed Emperor Sheng's favor, and no one wished to offend him. Once inside the palace, Lord Ning and Madame Ning departed first, instructing Ning Junmo and Ning Yueshu to look after their younger siblings. The banquet was held in Mingyuan Hall, bustling with lively crowds, while Ning Yueshu and her siblings remained in a corner. Although the Ning family was favored by Emperor Sheng, they held no official title, and Ning Junmo and his brother were reluctant to draw attention to themselves. However, some matters could not be avoided merely by standing in the shadows. The 5 siblings were exceptionally striking. Ning Junmo was extraordinarily handsome, Ning Yueshu refined and cultured, Ning Yuelu graceful and elegant, Ning Junki charismatic and vigorous, and Ning Yueshu possessed unparalleled beauty. The 5 of them standing together made the corner shimmer with brilliance. Soon, someone approached them. The leading man was dressed in splendid garments embroidered with a 4-clawed azure dragon, exuding a gentle and refined demeanor, accompanied by a strikingly handsome young man. Ning Junmo glanced at them and quietly introduced, "It is the 3rd prince and the young marquis of the Xia family. Young Master Mo, young Master Shu." "It has been a long time," Gong Qian greeted with a warm smile. Lord Ning had resigned from his position and moved to Yunqiu town before Ning Junmo and Ning Yueshu could run about. In their childhood, they had encountered the princes of the palace, so Gong Qian's remark was not out of place. Ning Junmo and Ning Yueshu returned the greeting with calm smiles, maintaining a respectful demeanor. Ning Yueshu and the others followed suit, bowing to the 3rd prince and the young marquis. "You siblings of the Ning family ought not to stand idle in a corner. How dull. Allow this prince and the young marquis to guide you on a tour of the palace. There is still ample time before the banquet begins," Gong Qian suggested with a gentle tone, hinting at his intentions. Ning Junmo's eyes flickered slightly, about to respond, when someone interjected. "3rd prince, the Ning siblings prefer tranquility. Why must you be so bothersome?" The mocking tone carried an air of superiority. Everyone turned to look, and Ning Junmo led the way in greeting. "We pay our respects to the 2nd prince." It was none other than the 2nd prince, Gong Yi. Gong Yi and Gong Qian had always been at odds, engaging in subtle rivalry. Upon seeing Gong Yi, Gong Qian's expression grew cold, but he quickly masked it with a smile. "Second brother jokes. I am merely reminiscing with young Master Mo and young Master Shu. How could that be bothersome? Reminiscing? How delightful. Allow this prince to join. We have met in our youth as well," Gong Yi asserted domineeringly, refusing to budge, as both princes were the center of attention. With the added presence of the Ning siblings, all eyes were drawn to them. This could not continue. Ning Junmo stepped forward with composure, interrupting the standoff between Gong Yi and Gong Qian. "2nd prince, 3rd prince, please allow me to introduce my 2 sisters to you," he said, his tone polite yet firm. "It would be my honor." Gong Yi, with an imperious demeanor, insisted, "Bring your 2 sisters over. Introduce them to this prince." Ning Junmo's countenance darkened as he exchanged a glance with Ning Yueshu. Initially, he had planned to keep Ning Yuelu and Ning Yueshu behind while they resolved the situation, but now it seemed inevitable for all of them to face these 2 enigmatic princes together. Chapter 60. Prince Yu appears familiar outside Mingyuan Hall, even in winter. The palace was adorned with vibrant beauty and splendor. Gong Yi and Gong Qian walked ahead, engaging in verbal sparring, while Ning Junmo and Ning Yueshu followed closely, standing protectively in front of Ning Yuelu and Ning Yueshu, cautiously diverting Gong Yi and Gong Qian's attention away from their sisters. Ning Junki, usually lively and spirited, maintained a vigilant posture, standing guard beside his sisters. Xia Yan observed with amusement. "Is it really necessary? They are not unfamiliar with women. Why be so worried about them being around Ning Yuelu and Ning Yueshu?" Nevertheless, as Xia Yan watched the sisters, accustomed to various noble young ladies, He could not help but acknowledge Ning Yuelu's elegance and grace, which were undeniably pleasant to behold. Such a fiancée should be cherished, yet instead, she was entangled in trouble. Cui Yuhai was truly blind to have let her suffer such a fate. Ning Yueshu, too, was breathtakingly beautiful. In the entire imperial city, only Prince Yu's beauty could rival hers. The mention of Prince Yu reminded Xia Yan of his encounter on the street that day, causing his eyes to flicker. Observing Ning Yueshu and the others, he leaned closer and inquired, "Does your family have a masked guard? What is his name, and where is he from?" 3 questions in quick succession made Ning Yueshu, Ning Yuelu, and Ning Junqi exchange glances. They all understood Xia Yan was referring to a fu. However, Ning Yuelu and Ning Junqi were puzzled about why Xia Yan was asking about a fu. Only Ning Yueshu grasped the implications. Xia Yan was allied with the third prince. As the young marquis, he undoubtedly had encountered Gong Wuyo numerous times. Even if he did not recognize him, he might harbor suspicions. Maintaining her composure, Ning Yueshu replied, "In response to the young marquis, we do have a masked guard named Afu, hailing from Yunxiu town. Not from the imperial city?" Xia Yan pressed further. Ning Yueshu shook her head. Although Ning Yuelu and Ning Junqi were perplexed, they unreservedly supported Ning Yueshu and affirmed her words. Xia Yan appeared puzzled and dubious. Could he have mistaken the identity? Yet, that guard's physique bore a striking resemblance to Prince Yu. Xia Yan's suspicions lingered as he opened his mouth to speak again. "Why does he wear a mask?" "You are too inquisitive," a cold and unfeeling voice interjected, causing Xia Yan to shudder slightly. Gong Qian and Gong Yi, who had been ahead, turned in surprise to look back. They all stared at Ning Yueshu's back, their faces pale and unsettling. Ning Yueshu's heart raced. Turning around, she looked up to see a man standing 3 steps behind her. He was tall and imposing, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. Clad in luxurious black attire adorned with a golden dragon. His face was concealed behind a golden dragon mask, exuding an air of arrogance and dominance, strikingly radiant. Yet, upon meeting his icy, bloodthirsty gaze, one felt an immediate chill, rendering them hesitant to look any longer. The intensity of his stare felt predatory, akin to a hungry wolf fixating on a delicate rabbit, as if he longed to devour her whole. Ning Yueshu bit her lip, a figure flashing in her mind. Yu Wang, the king of the underworld. Xia Yan's voice trembled. Gong Wuyu turned his cold gaze towards Xia Yan, his tone dripping with disdain as he said, "You are too noisy. Should I have your tongue cut out?" "And no." Xia Yan hastily retreated 5 steps, terror etched across his face. After several days apart, Yu Wang had become even more terrifying. Gong Wuyu scoffed, then turned his attention to Gong Qian and Gong Yi, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "My dear brothers, it has been a while." Neither Gong Yi nor Gong Qian replied, their expressions tense as they regarded Gong Wuyu as if he were a formidable foe. Normally, they were at odds, but before Gong Wuyu, they united against him. However, their meager tactics were hardly worth consideration. Gong Wuyu paid no mind to their silence and continued coldly, "You are blocking my path."
Gong Yese lips tightened.
His fists clenched tightly. Gong Qian took a deep breath, stepping back to clear the way. "Please, Yu Wang." Gong Wuyu strode past Ning Yueshu, not sparing her a second glance. Yet, as he brushed by, an overwhelming aura of dominance enveloped her, and she faintly caught the scent of plum blossoms, elusive and well hidden. As he passed Gong Yi and Gong Qian, he paused slightly, his voice icy. "The emperor has just dealt with Cui Yuhai. My brothers would not want anyone to misinterpret your intentions as collusion, would you?" Gong Yi and Gong Qian remained silent. Gong Wuyu let out a cold laugh and departed. Once he left, Di Sun and Mu Zihan approached. Mu Zihan winked at Ning Yueshu and the others, waving cheerfully, "Hi." Di Sun cleared his throat, cautioning Mu Zihan. The trio moved swiftly. Yet as they walked, everyone in the court, regardless of rank, bowed their heads to avoid confrontation, all too aware of Yu Wang's formidable presence. Only when Gong Wuyu had gone did they dare to speak in hushed tones. With his arrival, Gong Yi and Gong Qian lost interest and quickly departed, with Xia Yan trailing behind.
Phew.
Although Yu Wang is terrifying, his presence is a relief. With him here, those 2 princes have left, Ning Junqi murmured, patting his chest. Both Ning Yueshu and Ning Yuelu nodded in agreement. Only Ning Junmo wore a complex expression. Ning Yueshu took a deep breath. Her heart was still racing. "Sister, do you not find Yu Wang somewhat familiar?" Ning Junmo inquired quietly, unable to suppress his concern. He hoped Ning Yueshu would recognize the danger and keep her distance from Gong Wuyu. Before she could respond, Ning Junshi interjected, "Of course, he looks familiar. Yu Wang and our dear A Fu both wear masks. At first glance, they do resemble each other." Junshi, what nonsense are you spouting? Are you courting death?
Ning Yueshu admonished, frowning.
Ning Junshi stuck out his tongue and waved dismissively. "I was just joking. Don't take it seriously." Ning Junmo and Ning Yueshu were momentarily at a loss for words. Although the siblings had not communicated, they were both aware that A Fu was indeed Gong Wuyu. A loud clang reverberated from the Mingyuan Hall. Sighing, Ning Junmo looked up and said, "The imperial banquet is about to commence. We should return to our seats."
All right.
The group made their way to the Mingyuan Hall. Upon arrival, they found the deputy chief eunuch waiting at the entrance. Spotting them, he approached with a smile. "Come, I will escort you to your seats."
Thank you, Deputy Chief.
Ning Junmo replied. As they followed the deputy chief, the expressions of the siblings grew uneasy. Normally, as their father held no official title, they should be seated in a corner. Why were they being brought closer to the imperial presence? The deputy chief, beaming, explained, "The emperor wishes to see you." Chapter 61. Could it be the same person? Ultimately, the deputy chief led the 5 siblings to the front, right beside the princes and princesses. Inside the Ming Yuan Hall, all eyes were on them, expressions filled with astonishment. The deputy chief's arrangement for the Ning siblings revealed the emperor's favoritism towards them, evoking envy and irritation among the onlookers. Many cast wary glances at Ning Junmo, their eyes filled with jealousy. With the spring examination approaching, should Ning Junmo succeed, it remained uncertain what advantageous position the emperor might grant him. Despite their efforts, they had failed to capture the emperor's attention. The disparity was infuriating. Others fixated on Ning Yueshu and Ning Yueshu, their eyes darting with scheming thoughts. Amidst the multitude of gazes, Ning Yueshu felt an intensely burning, uncomfortable stare. Following its source, she spotted Qin Bai Yuan, her expression darkening instantly. Qin Bai Yuan had also arrived. Though still recovering, he hobbled in with the aid of a cane. He had no choice but to attend. Having barely healed from his prior injuries, he now faced the aftermath of the recent events. Last time, Cui Yuhai had been beaten to a pulp, and this time, he had been utterly disgraced, rendered a cripple, and his engagement with Ning Yueshu annulled. This news had spread throughout the imperial city. Qin Bai Yuan never anticipated such turmoil during his recuperation. Panic and unease filled him. He needed to gauge the external situation. Thus, he stubbornly attended the banquet, albeit with difficulty. Limited by his mobility, he could only sit and engage in idle chatter with colleagues to gather information. The moment Ning Yueshu entered, his heart raced, breath quickening. She was to be his future wife. Qin Bai Yuan's gaze fixated on Ning Yueshu as she and her siblings took their seats beside the princes and princesses. His desire intensified. The Ning family enjoyed the emperor's favor, and marrying Ning Yueshu could propel him to greatness.
Generalin Mu Xian approached.
Standing between Qin Bai Yuan and Ning Yueshu, obstructing his view. Startled, Qin Bai Yuan composed himself, adopting a serious expression as he asked, "Right, Minister. Does His Highness have any instructions?" "Indeed," Mu Zihan nodded, a teasing glint in his eyes. "My master remarked that General Qin's indomitable spirit, despite your injuries, is commendable. However, bringing a cane to such a joyous occasion is rather unbecoming." Qin Bai Yuan stiffened, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Mu Zihan continued, "Should the emperor see you, it might dampen his festive spirit. My master is considerate of your situation and has arranged an alternative seat for you. Would you like to switch?"
Certainly.
Qin Bai Yuan replied eagerly. Mu Zihan gestured, and 2 eunuchs promptly approached, assisting Qin Bai Yuan in relocating to a more suitable position. After Qin Bai Yuan took his seat, he realized that the distance was somewhat considerable. Stretching his neck, he could only catch a glimpse of Ning Yu's slender back. At that moment, a cold, merciless gaze swept over him, sending a shiver down his spine and causing him to instinctively clench his fist, yearning for his weapon. Startled, he took a deep breath and looked up, meeting the chilling eyes of Gong Wuyu beneath his mask. In that fleeting instant, Qin Bai Yuan felt as though his throat had been constricted, making it difficult to breathe, and a wave of fear washed over him. As Gong Wuyu shifted his gaze away, Qin Bai Yuan gradually regained his composure, gasping for air. He sensed that Gong Wuyu was issuing a warning. Though the reason eluded him, he became subdued, refraining from casting furtive glances. Ning Yu observed all of this with keen interest, her mind swirling with confusion. Why was Gong Weio targeting Qin Baiyuan? Surely, Qin Baiyuan, who had long sought to curry favor with Gong Weio, would never dare to offend him. Something must have transpired that Ning Yu was unaware of. She did not indulge in self-reflection, as she was not so narcissistic. Her attention remained fixed on Gong Weio, the king of darkness, who stood aloof and proud, exuding an icy ruthlessness that instilled fear with merely a glance. Despite wearing a mask, Gong Weio and Afu appeared to be entirely different beings. A voice echoed in her mind, "Beautiful maiden, I have saved you. Will you offer yourself to me?" Gong Weio evoked memories of that mysterious man who had slain bandits to rescue her, also masked, with similar eyes that bore into her like a ravenous wolf eyeing a tender rabbit. Could they be one and the same? Ning Yu's heart rebelled against such a notion. How could one person save her, and then turn and be grievously wounded, awaiting her aid? Perhaps she was overthinking it. "The Emperor has arrived," called the chief eunuch, instantly silencing the Mingyuan hall, as everyone rose to kneel. The crowd chanted, "Long live the Emperor! Long live!" In that grand assembly, only Gong Weio remained standing, casually bowing his head slightly, which sufficed as a gesture of respect towards Emperor Sheng. Gong Weio's blatant disregard for protocol was a grave offense, yet none dared to voice their discontent. Even the Emperor seemed unperturbed, leaving them to wonder who would be bold enough to question him. Seated upon the dragon throne, Emperor Sheng smiled and nodded. "Rise, be seated. Today we gather to celebrate the new year, treat it as a family feast, free from restraint." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The guests responded as they rose and took their seats. The Emperor was in high spirits, and the officials along with their families appeared markedly more relaxed. As the atmosphere of the banquet unfolded, it grew increasingly lively. After exchanging pleasantries with Gong Weio, the second prince and the third prince, the Emperor called out with a warm smile, "Where is Ning Qing?" "I am here," replied Lord Ning, quickly rising to pay his respects. The Emperor furrowed his brow at them and shook his head. "I did not call for you." Instantly, Lord Ning and his wife felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them, forcing smiles as they returned to their seats, consumed by jealousy. Clearing his throat, Lord Ning stood again and said, "Your Majesty, I am present." The Emperor, surprised, glanced toward the back of the crowd and inquired, "Ning Qing, why are you seated so far away?" The Right Chancellor smirked and beckoned. "Ning brother, you should have mentioned this sooner. Come sit here. There is ample space beside me for us to reminisce with His Majesty." The Emperor, silent yet in agreement, conveyed the same sentiment through his gaze. Left with no choice, Lord Ning moved with his wife to sit beside the Right Chancellor, significantly narrowing the distance between Ning Yu and her siblings. This preferential treatment drew envious glances from many in attendance. The Emperor engaged Lord Ning in casual conversation, eventually steering the discussion toward his children. With a beaming smile, he asked, "Ning Qing, where are your son and daughter? Since you have brought them, why not introduce them to me?" Lord Ning's lips twitched. He could see that the Emperor and Gong Weio were indeed cut from the same cloth. With the children arranged before him, there was no pretense left to uphold. Uncertain of the Emperor's intentions, Lord Ning turned to his 5 children, prompting them to rise and bow before the Emperor. Lord Ning introduced each of them in turn. "Your Majesty, this is my eldest son, Ning Junmo, my second son, Ning Yueshu, my youngest son, Ning Junki, and my third daughter, Ning Yu, and finally my youngest daughter, Ning Yueshu. Let me have a good look at you," the Emperor said with a smile, fixing his gaze upon the siblings. Gong Weio's brow furrowed, his eyes narrowing as he directed a sharp glare at the Emperor. However, the Emperor was too engrossed in observing his potential future daughter-in-law to pay him any mind. He had already met Ning Junmo and Ning Yueshu, and he commended them warmly. Upon seeing Ning Junki, he remarked favorably on the youth's handsome appearance. Then, he turned his attention to Ning Yu and Ning Yueshu. The stark age difference between the sisters made it evident who would be the future bride. A glance at them brought immense satisfaction to the Emperor, who praised, "Ning Qing, your daughters are truly remarkable, strikingly beautiful. They possess the finest qualities of both you and your wife." "Thank you for your generous words, Your Majesty." Lord Ning bowed, his expression radiating pride. Ning's wife felt a twinge of shyness. The Emperor continued, "As for the upcoming spring examination, Ning Junmo, are you prepared?" Straightening his back, Ning Junmo gracefully replied, "Your Majesty, I am nearly ready." "Excellent. I eagerly await your writings from the spring examination. Do not disappoint me." After commending Ning Junmo, The emperor inquired of Ning Yueshu and Ning Junki about their aspirations for official titles. Ning Yueshu humbly replied that he still needed further preparation, while Ning Junki boldly declared his ambition to become a general. Despite Lord Ning's disapproving glare, he could not silence Ning Junki's enthusiasm. The emperor laughed heartily, delighted by the three brothers, before turning his gaze to Ning Yueshu and Ning Yueshu. He had intended to offer them praise, but felt as though his back was being pierced by his own son's gaze, sending a chill down his spine. With a blend of melancholy and amusement, he addressed the sisters. "I cannot reward you with much, but I promise that when you find your heart's desire, you may come to me for a marriage decree. I shall provide you with a dowry." A collective gasp filled the hall. Court officials were taken aback, and Ning Yueshu and Ning Yueshu stood frozen in disbelief. Ning Yueshu held her breath, recalling how in her previous life she was summoned to the palace to be married to a prince. In a desperate bid to escape that fate, she hastily wed Qin Baiyuan. But now, everything had changed. She could request a decree herself, free to choose her own path. A sigh of relief escaped her lips, mingled with excitement and confusion. Why would the emperor extend such an offer? Unconsciously, Ning Yueshu glanced towards Gong Wuyo, who was also observing her. Their eyes met, hers filled with confusion and his dark and profound, solely focused on her. Gong Wuyo's gaze was not fervent, nor did it possess the genuine warmth of a fu, but rather was deep and enigmatic, drawing her in like a bottomless abyss from which there was no escape. Ning Yueshu's heart raced, and she took a deep breath, forcing herself to avert her gaze. The emperor's proclamation had placed Ning Yu and her siblings at the center of attention, all eyes scrutinizing them, especially those of the second prince, Gong Yi, and the third prince, Gong Qian, whose gazes were particularly intense, as if pondering something profound. Throughout the latter half of the banquet, Ning Yu found herself somewhat distracted. The gathering was far from a mere meal shared by the emperor and his officials. It was laden with significance. As the clinking of goblets and the harmonious sound of drums and music filled the air, the festivities unfolded with lively activities and games that continued into the night. Only after partaking in another sumptuous banquet would the attendees disperse from the palace. The event could be broadly categorized into three segments. First, the Emperor Sheng and the ministers, along with the princes, would share tales of the year's fortunate events. Second, the wives of the officials would engage in socializing with the concubines of the imperial harem. And lastly, the unmarried young ladies and gentlemen would revel in the winter scenery and partake in games. This particular segment also provided an opportunity for young bachelors and maidens to discreetly observe one another, perhaps even forging a delightful match, thereby enhancing the jubilant atmosphere. However, Ning Yueshu and Ning Yueshu found little interest in such affairs. The sisters decided to wander through the garden, appreciating the palace's winter beauty. Due to the Emperor Sheng's remarks, they attracted considerable attention, with people approaching them wherever they went. In an attempt to evade the superficial affections and hidden motives of those who surrounded them, the sisters discreetly moved to a more secluded area. Yueshu, a familiar voice called out to them. Turning around, they saw Madame Ning Er striding towards them, her steps hurried, and a sheen of perspiration gleaming on her forehead. After considerable effort, Madame Ning Er had finally located the sisters. "There you are. I've been searching high and low for you too," she exclaimed with a beaming smile. "Is there something you need from us, Madame Er?" Ning Yueshu asked, slightly shifting to protect Ning Yueshu, her demeanor calm and detached. "Do not call me Madame Er. I am your uncle's wife, so you may refer to me as Aunt Er. We are family after all, so let us not speak as if we are strangers," Madame Ning Er replied with a hint of annoyance. Sharing a glance, the sisters exchanged silent communication. Ning Yueshu then addressed Madame Ning Er, stating, "If you have something to discuss with us, please speak plainly." Madame Ning Er, dropping the pretense, said, "Could you persuade your mother to inform the left minister's residence that the incident was a misunderstanding?" Which led to her being taken advantage of by Cui Yuhai and tarnishing her reputation. Lan Xian is innocent in this matter. My heart aches for her. She feigned tears, wiping non-existent ones from her eyes. Upon hearing this, Ning Yueshu's expression turned cold. "Madame Er, have you inquired with Jiang Lan Xian? Is she truly innocent?" Ning Yueshu retorted, her gaze piercing. Madame Ning Er faltered, her confidence wavering. Jiang Lan Xian's clandestine following of Ning Yueshu was hardly honorable. Yet, considering Jiang Lan Xian's reputation, Madame Ning Er was reluctant to see the well-bred young lady's potential squandered before she could be utilized. With a cunning glint in her eye, Madame Ning leaned closer and whispered, Lan Xian confided in me that she was knocked unconscious and framed. If this matter were to be made public, it would bring disgrace to everyone involved. What do you think, Yueshu? Her words carried an undercurrent of threat, causing Ning Yueshu's expression to grow colder still. Ning Yueshu's face also soured, her anger palpable. Observing their reactions, Madame Ning felt a surge of triumph and declared, if you help Lan Xian restore her reputation, I assure you, Aunt will keep this matter from reaching anyone's ears. Is Madame threatening the third and fifth misses? A sudden voice interjected, startling Madame Ning. Turning to see Duan Zhao and Gong Wuyu, her countenance paled. Duan Zhao regarded her coldly and continued, Zhang Lan Xian was spying on the Dali Temple's operations, and I ordered her subdued. Had it not been for this, she would have been imprisoned in the Dali Temple. What say you, Madame Ning? Madame Ning's lips trembled, leaving her speechless. Ning Yueshu beamed at Duan Zhao, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Lord Duan, for assisting me once more. Let us keep matters straightforward, Duan Zhao replied coolly, his tone markedly more benevolent compared to his earlier demeanor towards Madame Ning. Ning Yueshu sensed the subtle shift in his attitude, her eyes brightening with newfound admiration for him. Ning Yueshu observed the exchange, a peculiar thought flickering in her mind. Fifth miss, would you like me to accompany you on a stroll? Gong Wuyu proposed, his voice deep and magnetic, sending a shiver down her spine. Ning Yueshu turned her gaze to him. Their eyes met, and she understood his unspoken message. Their presence was somewhat superfluous. Hesitating only for a moment, she swiftly made up her mind. Nodding at Gong Wuyu, she then informed Ning Yueshu, elder sister. I shall take a walk for a while, and will join you shortly. Ning Yueshu felt a pang of apprehension for her sister, harboring worries about her encounter with Gong Wuyu. Yet, seeing Ning Yueshu's resolute demeanor, she could only watch with concern as they departed together. Behind her, Duan Zhao remarked, Do not worry. Lord Yu is a good man. He knows the palace well and will guide her safely. Unbeknownst to them, Gong Wuyu intentionally led Ning Yueshu along paths devoid of other people, their surroundings filled with the distant sounds of merriment, preventing an overwhelming silence that might incite anxiety. Ning Yueshu studied Gong Wuyu as he walked ahead, struggling to reconcile this figure with the identity of a Fu. If not for a Fu's own words, she would have never guessed. Why do you keep staring at me, fifth miss? Gong Wuyu halted and turned to face her, his penetrating gaze fixed upon her beneath the mask. Leaning slightly, he flashed a devilish smile, teasingly inquiring, Could it be that you have fallen for me at first sight? Captivated by my presence? Ning Yueshu found amusement in his words, unperturbed by his playful banter. Captivated? Your Highness, perhaps you are under a misapprehension, she replied candidly, meeting his gaze without flinching. He questioned, intrigued. Even if I were to swoon, it would not be for a man whose visage remains concealed, she asserted boldly. Gong Wuyu straightened his posture, reaching up to touch the mask that obscured his face. Before attending the palace banquet, he had wrestled with the dilemma of whether to don the mask. Revealing his identity would expose him, yet wearing it would raise suspicions about a Fu. His demeanor and tone were so distinct that no one would believe he could be a Fu. Should Ning Yueshu harbor doubts, he had devised a strategy to quell her concerns. Lowering his hand, he smirked at her. Are you worried that I am a hideous creature, fifth miss? The matter of your appearance is of no concern to me, Your Highness, she replied, maintaining her composure. No concern? How heartless of you. To forget your savior in such a short span of months, he quipped, his tone light yet laced with a hint of seriousness. Gong Wuyu sighed and said, I have constantly thought of you, longing for the moment we would meet again, to share my name with you. Ning Yueshu was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening slightly as she gasped, Is it you? Have you remembered, fifth miss? Gong Wuyu continued, his tone cheerful, Since our parting on the mountain, I have been unable to forget the beauty. I wonder if the fifth miss has any interest in becoming my princess? Ning Yueshu pressed her lips together, her mind in a daze. Gong Wuyu was indeed the mysterious man who had slain the bandits to save her. However, it did not make sense. How could Gong Wuyu have rescued her in such a brief span of time after she had fallen, gravely injured? Was it a technique of duplication? She had not traveled slowly, nor had she heard any cries for help along the way. Something felt amiss. Gong Wuyu. Fifth miss? Beauty? Ning Yueshu? Gong Wuyu noticed Ning Yueshu standing there in a daze, causing him to frown slightly as he leaned in closer. Ning Yueshu instinctively took 2 steps back. A shadow flickered in Gong Weio's eyes before he straightened up and smiled. I was merely jesting. Has the fifth miss been frightened? Ning Yueshu shook her head, her gaze penetrating as she asked, was it truly you, King Yu, who saved me? Gong Weio nodded, naturally. I happened by chance to pass through and saw you in trouble, so I dispatched a few bandits. This matter is known only to us, is it not? Ning Yueshu's gaze toward Gong Weio became increasingly complex, her thoughts awhirl. She felt incapable of facing Gong Weio any longer, at least not at that moment. She needed some solitude. With a slight bow, she said, Your Highness, I must return to seek out my third sister. I take my leave now. Wait, Gong Weio interjected, extending his hand to stop her. His eyes, shadowed beneath the mask, bore down on Ning Yueshu as he inquired, There are many beautiful sights to behold. Would you not care to take a look? Ning Yueshu shook her head. Gong Weio frowned, unable to suppress the disappointment and reluctance within, and said, What if I do not permit you to leave? His voice dropped, dark and oppressive. Yet, Ning Yueshu was unafraid. She smiled at Gong Weio, her smile blooming like spring, captivating and enchanting. She even reached out to grasp the hand that had halted her, though the touch was fleeting. The softness and warmth were enough to quicken Gong Weio's heartbeat, causing him to momentarily disregard the slight sting he felt in his hand. In the next moment, a tingling sensation spread from his hand to his arm, then throughout his body. Gong Weio was all too familiar with this sensation. After all, he had witnessed Ning Yueshu applying the sedative to the silver needle. Gong Weio gazed at Ning Yueshu quietly and said softly, Fifth miss. Administering poison to me is a grave offense. Yet, Your Highness would not disclose this, would you? I shall take my leave now. Please allow me a moment for the effects of the medicine to wear off, and I shall be able to move. Ning Yueshu bowed respectfully and walked around Gong Weio, not looking back. Gong Weio could only stand rooted in place, unable to move. Unseen by Ning Yueshu, he blinked and suddenly smiled, pleased with himself. Surely, he must be the first to have brought her down, and how delightful it was. Chapter 64. Is the sensation pleasant?
Shia?
Having taught his apprentice, the first to fall victim was the master himself, and Gong Weio was utterly satisfied and elated. It proved that his teachings had not been in vain. Yet, reflecting on Shuer's attitude towards him, Gong Weio felt a pang of disappointment. Her demeanor towards a Fu was entirely different from her treatment of him. It was evident that Shuer did not harbor affections for him. Gong Weio could not help but feel envious of his other identity. Why could a Fu hold her hand, embrace her waist, and carry her, while he, merely attempting to stop her, was pricked by a needle? Was his identity as King Yu so detestable? Fortunately, he had refrained from revealing the truth. Shuer was unaware. Thankfully, she had fallen asleep last time and did not hear his words. He would continue to be a Fu. Not far away, Mu Zihan kicked Di's son and whispered,
Did you see that?
Our master is sometimes joyful, other times glum. Could he be possessed? He is not possessed. It is Ning Yueshu who has influenced his mood.
Disen replied coldly.
Mu Zihan rolled his eyes. Of course I know. I just don't understand why our master, who previously did not spare a glance at any other woman, is so different since Ning Yueshu appeared. Disen remarked because of love. Upon hearing Disen's response, Mu Zihan was taken aback, staring at him in disbelief. He had noticed his master's admiration for Ning Yueshu. It was evident. But Disen understood it as well.
Curiosity piqued. Mu Zihan pressed. Hey.
You understand so well. Have you ever loved someone? Disen, with a stoic expression, brushed past Mu Zihan and moved forward. I must report to the master.
Wait.
Mu Zihan, filled with curiosity and gossip, swallowed his words and stood properly, bowing before Gong Weio. Disen reported, Master, Qin Baiyuan is attempting to ingratiate himself with Lord Ning. I attempted to intervene, but Qin Baiyuan persistently approached Lord Ning. In the presence of officials and the emperor, I could not take action and had to allow him to proceed. Returning to the matter at hand, Mu Zihan reported seriously. Gong Weio smiled coldly, his gaze dark and dangerous, resembling a chasm ready to devour. He stated, Let him prance about for now. He won tea last long. Cui Yuhai has already been dealt with, he is next. On the other side, Ning Yueshu found Ning Yuru, reluctantly becoming a third wheel. Observing Ning Yuru and Duan Zhao engaged in lively conversation. It was not overly joyful or exuberant. Ning Yuru was composed and demure, her every smile and frown exuding grace and restraint. Duan Zhao remained indifferent, his words lacking warmth, maintaining a gentlemanly distance from Ning Yuru. However, to Ning Yueshu's eyes, the more she looked, the more she felt that Ning Yueru and Duan Zhao were remarkably well matched, possessing a bond that others could not penetrate. If her third sister and Duan Zhao could become a couple, Ning Yueshu would be delighted. Duan Zhao was known as the cold-faced judge, impartial and fair to both men and women. He had performed many good deeds, rectifying numerous wrongful convictions, and held a high status as the son of the prime minister. Even with his cold demeanor, he remained the object of affection for countless unmarried ladies in the capital. In her previous life, until her death, Ning Yueshu had never heard of him being involved with anyone romantically. At a gathering of noble women, she had once heard ladies remark that Duan Zhao was destined to accompany only the ancient Buddha's light. Ning Yueshu found Duan Zhao quite admirable, but most importantly, her third sister liked him. After the banquet, Ning Yueshu could not resist quietly asking Ning Yueru, "What do you think of Lord Duan?" "Lord Duan is very fine. I cannot quite articulate how, but I feel very comfortable speaking with him, and it brings me joy." Ning Yueru replied after a moment of thought, smiling. Ning Yueshu nodded, becoming pensive. Then Ning Yueru pinched Ning Yueshu's cheek and admonished, "Little girl, do not indulge in wild thoughts, and you mustn't speak of this to father, mother, or your brothers." Ning Yueshu blinked innocently, asking, "What do you mean? Third sister? Is it about you and Lord Duan?" Ning Yueru's face flushed instantly. Ning Yueshu smirked inwardly, intending to say Ning Yueru. But upon raising her head, she noticed Qin Baiyuan speaking with their father near the carriage outside the palace gates, appearing quite amiable and engaged in hearty conversation. A feeling of dread washed over her, and Ning Yueshu furrowed her brow. What scheme was Qin Baiyuan concocting now? "Ruer, Shuer, this is General Qin." As Lord Ning observed the two sisters approaching, he smiled and made the introductions. Ning Yueru and Ning Yueshu performed their courtesies, acknowledging General Qin. Qin Baiyuan clasped his fists and greeted, "Third Miss, 5th Mississippi." His gaze lingered on Ning Yueshu with a covert intensity. Aware that haste would not yield desirable results, he reluctantly withdrew his eyes. Subsequently, he turned to Lord Ning to take his leave. Qin Baiyuan chose to ride, despite his need for a cane while walking, attempting to present an air of elegance and charm. If not for his slight stumble while mounting, his equestrian prowess might have impressed any naive young maidens. Upon seeing Qin Baiyuan, Ning Yueshu felt a wave of nausea, her mood soured. With no desire to tease her older sister, she hurried into the carriage, urging, "Let us return home." "Very well, let us go home." The Ning family's carriage departed from the palace, traversing the bustling market before arriving back at Ning Manor. After partaking in the palace banquet and feeling fatigued, the family members dispersed to their respective courtyards for rest. Wan came to fetch Ning Yueshu, her innocent curiosity prompting her to ask about life in the palace. Ning Yueshu omitted any unpleasant details, simply stating it was good, which elicited a sense of yearning from Ruan, who exclaimed in awe. Ning Yueshu couldn't help but pinch Ruan's soft cheeks, relishing the delightful texture, causing her own lips to curve into a smile. However, at the entrance of the Yueshu courtyard, Ning Yueshu spotted the forlorn figure of a Fu waiting for her. The smile faded from her face. One question lingered in her mind. Could Gong Wuyu truly possess the ability to be in two places at once? Just moments after the banquet, she had seen him standing beside Emperor Cheng, yet upon returning home, he had arrived before her, already changed into different attire, appearing entirely transformed. After a moment of confusion, Ning Yueshu felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. The enigmatic savior who had come to her aid was none other than him, A Fu, the Prince of the Shadow. As she touched the warm jade bracelet on her wrist, a gift from Gong Wuyu, she felt an urge to poke fun at him once more. Stepping towards him, Ning Yueshu stood before Gong Wuyu, gazing at his dangerously captivating visage, which was both strikingly beautiful and disarmingly vulnerable. This time, however, she would not yield to sentimentality. With a stoic expression, she inquired, "A Fu, what brings you here?" Gong Wuyu responded earnestly, "I have been waiting for you, Shu Air, for an entire day." His sincerity was evident, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Ning Yueshu couldn't resist reaching out to pinch his face, pulling and kneading it in disbelief at the stark contrast between their appearances. Gong Wuyu allowed her to indulge in this playful torment without resistance, even asking, "Shu Air, how does it feel?" Chapter 65. The most disliked deception. Ning Yueshu withdrew her hand, letting out a discerning huff. "It's passable." Gong Wuyu gazed at her with gentle eyes, a benign smile gracing his lips, entirely at odds with his otherwise alluring demeanor. Ning Yueshu blinked, then invited. A Fu, come inside. I have something to discuss with you. Very well, Gong Wuyu nodded. Once inside the Yueshu courtyard, Ning Yueshu concocted a casual excuse to send Ruan and the other maids away. Ruan, accustomed to her mistress's ways and feeling reassured about a Fu, complied and stepped outside to guard the door. Though she was curious about what her mistress wished to share, she refrained from eavesdropping. Within the room, as Ning Yueshu settled down, she expressed her frustration to Gong Wuyu. A Fu, today in the palace, I encountered someone exceedingly unpleasant. Gong Wuyu paused, his body momentarily stiffening. His gaze flickered before he composed himself, taking a seat opposite her and calmly asking, was it a man or a woman? A man. Gong Wuyu's heart tightened, yet he maintained his composure, pressing on. What did he do to anger Shu Er? Ning Yueshu pondered for a moment, propping her chin on her hand while regarding Gong Wuyu, her fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. She had resolved to hold Gong Wuyu accountable. With his mask absent, every expression was laid bare before her keen observation. Ning Yueshu declared, he is not just unpleasant in one regard, but in many. Although he saved my life, he continues to provoke me. To think he believes I would owe him my body for such a trivial act of heroism. Do you not agree he is rather delusional, a Fu? Gong Wuyu remained silent. Ning Yueshu continued, a man who dares not reveal his face wishes to marry me. Is that not laughable, a Fu? Gong Wuyu still said nothing. Ning Yueshu added, furthermore, he was domineering and unreasonable, preventing me from leaving. Thankfully, I employed the techniques you taught me to subdue him. Otherwise, who knows what might have transpired. Men like him, do you not agree, are simply detestable? Gong Wuyu clenched his fists, suppressing his inner turmoil to avoid damaging the fine rosewood table. Taking a deep breath, he replied, everything Shu Er says is correct. He is indeed loathsome. Precisely. He is particularly detestable. Ning Yueshu emphasized, articulating her disdain with fervor. Her unwavering gaze bore into Gong Wuyu's face, determined not to miss any flicker of emotion. Gong Wuyu, however, merely nodded in agreement, his face a mask of anger. Ning Yueshu frowned, pressing further, a Fu. How do you suggest I teach him a lesson? Merely pricking him once does not suffice. It leaves me unsatisfied. In an instant, Gong Wuyu's mind conjured various means of self-preservation. A sudden spark of inspiration led him to say, Shu Er, why not tell me who he is? I shall ensnare him and give him a thrashing on your behalf. Ning Yueshu paused, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into laughter. Cradling her face in her hands, she gazed at Gong Wuyu with affectionate concern. That won't do. He holds a high position and is surrounded by heavy security. How could I let you take such a risk? Perhaps next time, I shall handle it myself.
Afu.
Why not teach me a few particularly painful techniques over the next few days? Her tone brimmed with anticipation. Gong Wuyu's heart fluttered. He realized he had dug a hole for himself that he must now navigate, all while burying it too. The bittersweet feeling of being unable to express his struggle resonated within him. Yet, as he contemplated teaching her, he envisioned moments of closeness. The warmth of her hand in his. As she learned, her thoughts would be of him, and the prospect of her striking others would be a reflection of her care for him. In that moment, Gong Wuyu felt a surge of happiness. With a tender gaze, he looked at Ning Yueshu and replied, very well. Starting tomorrow, I shall teach you how to fight. Ning Yueshu stared at him in disbelief. Is that truly permissible? The esteemed Prince of Shadows, stooping to such levels? The world perceives Gong Wuyu as cold-hearted and ruthless, a figure of terror devoid of compassion. In her previous life, Ning Yueshu had witnessed this firsthand. How had this changed in this lifetime? Then, Gong Wuyu inquired, Shu Er, if you despise him so, what sort of person do you favor? I do not know. I have no one I particularly like, Ning Yueshu replied without hesitation. She had never cherished anyone, only her own sincerity. Gazing at Gong Wuyu, her expression darkened as she confessed, a Fu, you know, I absolutely loathe being deceived. Gong Wuyu fell silent, his eyes shadowed. Before he could respond, Ning Yueshu stood and waved her hand. I am tired. You should return to rest as well. Tomorrow, I shall certainly seek you out to learn the art of combat. Very well, Shuer, do take good care of yourself. Gong Wuyu nodded slightly and departed. Ning Yueshu gazed quietly at Gong Wuyu's retreating figure, her eyes filled with complexity, her red lips pursed. Ning Yueshu truly detested being deceived. Qin Baiyuan had deceived her, leading to her family's ruin and her own tragic demise. Ah Fu had also misled her, The mysterious man who rescued her and the severely injured man were, in fact, the same person. How could such events transpire within such a brief span of time? Ning Yueshu was reluctant to confront the truth, unwilling to investigate whether Gong Guio had truly lost his memory. She reflected on the series of events that unfolded after she had saved Gong Guio, apprenticing under the esteemed elder Yao, successfully teaching Cui Yuhai a lesson and annulling their engagement, learning self-defense, and her family arriving safely in the imperial city. These were all positive developments. Ning Yueshu was perceptive and aware, recognizing that these accomplishments were all due to Gong Guio's efforts. Despite having done so much, he had never boasted about it, nor sought recognition. As Ah Fu, he had devoted himself to her protection, adhering to her every word. Upon regaining his identity, his seemingly playful banter concealed a constant restraint. With his status, he could have easily taken what he desired, forcefully claiming and indulging in pleasures as the king of you. Yet he refrained from such actions. Upon returning, Ning Yueshu deliberately scolded him in his presence, threatening to strike him, yet he indulged her whims. After freshening up and changing, Ning Yueshu lay in bed, her eyes wide open in confusion, pondering what to do about Ah Fu. At that moment, Gong Guio stood by the window, holding a small box. Inside were Ning Yueshu's hairpin and 2 fragrant sachets, worn smooth from frequent handling. Gong Guio pondered whether Shuer's words tonight hinted at her awareness of something. Perhaps he should seek assistance to inquire further. Several names flashed through his mind. Chapter 66. Do I detest him? Or do I harbor feelings for him? This year, the Ning residence was vibrant and festive. Ning Yueshu had only returned from the palace that night, uttering words that left Gong Guio anxious. Subsequently, life resumed its normalcy. She celebrated the new year while diligently studying medicine and poison techniques, alongside training with Gong Guio in combat. Ning Yueshu was resolute and committed to fulfilling her promises. Before long, the Lantern Festival arrived. The Lantern Festival is a renowned celebration. On this day, the city glimmered with lights, allowing everyone to enjoy the lanterns, solve riddles, savor sweet dumplings, and explore the night market. Before dusk set in, Ning Junmo and Ning Junshu took their younger siblings out. They were invited to a banquet. Having made acquaintances in the imperial city, some of whom were also preparing for the upcoming imperial examinations, Ning Yuru had also made plans. But she remained secretive about her companion. Accompanied by maidservants and guards, Ning Yuru felt no concern and proceeded on her way. Ning Yueshu had arranged to meet her close friend, Duan Qingshuang. Also accompanying her was Gong Guio, disguised as Ah Fu. As her protector, he followed her wherever she went. Ning Junmo and Ning Junshu first escorted their 2 younger sisters to their appointment, first sending Ning Yuru, then Ning Yueshu. Along the way, Ning Junmo caught a glimpse of the masked Gong Guio, who remained silent and followed 3 steps behind Ning Yueshu, resembling a towering pine, tall and reassuring, like a great tree providing shade and protection. Ning Junmo recalled Gong Guio's discreet words to him and felt a sense of unease. However challenging the situation, he knew he must proceed. After gathering his thoughts, Ning Junmo approached Ning Yueshu and said, Shuer, I have a few questions for you. Ask away, elder brother. Ning Yueshu replied obediently, her smile radiant. Ning Junmo cleared his throat and lowered his voice, inquiring, What are your thoughts on the king of you? Gong Guio, 3 steps behind, immediately perked up his ears. Ning Yueshu did not answer, but blinked in curiosity. Puzzled as to why her brother was asking her opinion on the king of you, Ning Junmo explained, After the imperial examinations, if I succeed, I shall enter the court. Currently, the court is largely divided into 3 factions led by the 2nd prince, the 3rd prince, and the king of you. I wish to remain neutral in the power struggle, but must choose a side.
Ning Yueshu understood.
Entering the court meant power struggles, and intrigues would follow. In her previous life, her brother had chosen neutrality, and even though he possessed the strength to vie for the position of prime minister, he fell short due to his unwavering integrity, ultimately leading to his demise at the hands of those he refused to ally with. In this life, without a moment's hesitation, Ning Yueshu declared, Elder brother can choose the king of you. He wields great power and has a stable foundation that no one can shake. Ning Junmo replied, I am aware of this, yet I cannot ascertain whether the king of you himself is a worthy choice. What do you think? He is indeed a viable option.
Ning Yueshu affirmed steadfastly.
Ning Junmo fell silent, his heart heavy as he regarded Ning Yueshu, internally lamenting that she had fallen into a precarious situation. Gong Wuyo's lips curved into a smile. But the next moment, Ning Yueshu continued, though I do not harbor affection for the king of you. It does not detract from the fact that he is a commendable choice. I have heard he treats his subordinates well. Very well, Ning Junmo replied, his spirits lifting instantly. Gong Wuyo, however, maintained a stoic expression, his steps weighed down. Ning Yueshu halted, gazing at the Wangchun pavilion by the river. Then turned to her three brothers with a smile. All right, I have arrived. You need not accompany me further. Go on, Shuer, have a wonderful time. Ning Junmo said with a smile. Ning Junshu and Ning Junki echoed the sentiment, wishing Ning Yueshu a delightful outing with Duan Qingshuang. As they watched Ning Yueshu and Gong Wuyo enter the Wangchun pavilion, Ning Junmo retracted his gaze and said, Let us go. It is time for us to attend our appointment. Elder brother, why bring up the king of you? And inquire about Shuer's thoughts? Such matters should not concern a young lady, Ning Junshu remarked, frowning at Ning Junmo. Ning Junmo first shushed him and glanced at Ning Junki, who was lively and engrossed in exploring the stalls, oblivious to their conversation. Ning Junmo said, Let us proceed to our appointment. Once we return, I will disclose everything to you. Why not say it now? I fear that if I say it now, you will lose your enthusiasm for the festivities. Ning Yunmo smilet. His words carrying deeper implications. Ning Junshu appeared perplexed but, seeing Ning Junmo's determination to remain silent, he could only hold back his questions, waiting to uncover the truth upon their return. At the Wangchun pavilion, Duan Qingshuang, who had previously found excuses to avoid attending court banquets, finally agreed to venture out for the Lantern Festival. Ning Yueshu could not help but feel intrigued. Upon entering the reserved room and seeing Duan Qingshuang, Ning Yueshu voiced her curiosity. Duan Qingshuang, an ethereal beauty, exuded an air of aloofness, her demeanor reminiscent of her older brother, Duan Zhao. The two siblings bore a striking resemblance. Only after becoming well acquainted with Duan Qingshuang could one discern the languid nature hidden beneath her frigid exterior. At present, she reclined languidly against a beauty couch, exuding a sense of relaxation, her eyes sparkling with warmth as they met Ning Yueshu's. Duan Qingshuang explained, If I do not venture out soon, my parents will truly cast me out. Surely not? Indeed. Duan Qingshuang lazily rested her hand on Ning Yueshu's, her tone earnest. Yueshu, should the day come when I am truly expelled from my home, you must take me in. Of course. Ning Yueshu nodded with a faint smile, her eyes crescent-shaped. Duan Qingshuang, however, displayed little interest in the lively lantern festival outside the window. Instead, her gaze drifted past the screen to the waiting Gong Wuyo. Duan Qingshuang inquired of Ning Yueshu, Yueshu, is that your bodyguard? Ning Yueshu confirmed, yes, his name is Fu. Duan Qingshuang responded with an oh, then turned her gaze back, quietly smiling at Ning Yueshu. Her look was straightforward and sincere, merely admiring her friend's beauty. Ning Yueshu returned Duan Qingshuang's gaze, feeling a question stir within her for her closest confidant. Holding a cup of hot tea, she casually asked, Qingshuang, what would you do if someone deceived you? That depends on what the deception entails, Duan Qingshuang replied, propping her chin in her hand. If it were a matter of money, I would certainly have my brother arrest him and demand he return double the amount. If it were about emotions, I would break his third leg. Ning Yueshu took a sip of her tea, nodding in agreement. It was indeed rather harsh, but quite effective. Then, with a complex expression, Ning Yueshu continued. But what if this person who deceived you did so for your own good and never meant you harm? Duan Qingshuang reacted promptly, sitting up straight to look at Ning Yueshu, coldly asking, Yueshu, who has deceived you? I am merely speaking hypothetically. Ning Yueshu clarified. Duan Qingshuang's lips curled slightly, understanding without needing to say more. She then leaned back, teasingly remarking, that would depend on whether you dislike him or have feelings for him. Ning Yueshu fell into silence. Duan Qingshuang was her first friend, her closest confidant, completely unaware of her inner turmoil. In front of her, Ning Yueshu felt free to express herself without reservations. However, Ning Yueshu first asked Duan Qingshuang, what does it mean to like someone? Duan Qingshuang was taken aback. She had never truly liked anyone and was unsure of what it felt like. Yet, seeing her friend's confused expression, she straightened up, her demeanor turning serious as she pondered the knowledge she had gleaned from books. Duan Qingshuang finally had an answer. She spoke, to like someone means that upon seeing him, your heart fills with joy. When he is not around, you find yourself missing him. Ning Yueshu reflected on Fu. Indeed, she felt happiness upon seeing him. And when he was absent, she truly missed him. Understanding dawned on her. Ning Yueshu replied, I do not dislike him. I like him. But I am unhappy that he deceived me. I cannot comprehend why he would do so. Then, be direct. Duan kingswang sat beside Ning Yueshu. The faint scent of orchids wafting towards her, soothing her spirit and sharpening her clarity. Duan Qingshuang grasped Ning Yueshu's hand, her voice both cool and melodious. Laced with a smile, if he truly acts for your benefit and has never harmed you, it signifies that he holds you dear in his heart. Yueshu. Just ask him for an answer. What if he continues to conceal the truth from me? Ning Yueshu furrowed her brow in inquiry. Duan Qingshuang cupped Ning Yueshu's face in her hands, enunciating proudly, then kick him to the curb. Ning Yueshu blinked in astonishment, gazing at Duan Qingshuang. Duan Qingshuang smiled lightly. Her cool voice protective, Our Yueshu is both beautiful and delicate. Anyone who causes you distress is a villain. Why keep him around for the new year? Ning Yueshu tuklet. Nodding in agreement, you are right, Qingshuang. Outside, Gong Wuyo, hearing Ning Yueshu's laughter, felt a tingle of curiosity about the conversation she was having with Duan Qingshuang. Unfortunately, the spacious private room of Wangchun Pavilion prevented him, as her bodyguard, from entering, leaving him unable to catch their dialogue. Duan Qingshuang then asked, Yueshu, who is the person you mentioned? Ning Yueshu instinctively looked up towards Gong Wuyo. Following her gaze, Duan Qingshuang was taken aback upon seeing Gong Wuyo. A mere bodyguard could capture Ning Yueshu's attention to such an extent? How audacious to deceive her. Duan Qingshuang felt a mix of anger and curiosity. She wished to see if this bodyguard possessed extraordinary attributes. Considering that Ning Yueshu was present, Duan Qingshuang refrained from summoning Gong Wuyo inside for scrutiny. But soon conceived an excellent idea. Grasping Ning Yueshu's hand, she proposed, Yueshu, let us go outside and release a few lanterns for fun, shall we? Ning Yueshu replied. I share the same sentiment, but I worry that you may not enjoy the crowd. Not at all. Festivities are meant for enjoyment, Duan Qingshuang reassured. They then adjusted their dresses and hairstyles, calling for their bodyguards and maidens to accompany them as they stepped outside. Upon exiting Wangchun Pavilion, Duan Qingshuang seized the opportunity of the bustling crowd to observe Ning Yueshu's bodyguard with a discerning yet haughty gaze. As she scrutinized him, Duan Qingshuang found herself momentarily stunned. He looked strikingly familiar. The more she stared, the more she felt he resembled someone she knew. Duan Qingshuang's prolonged and unabashed gaze finally prompted Gong Wuyo to shift his attention from Ning Yueshu, offering a cold, indifferent glance at Duan Qingshuang. Even through his mask, that single look confirmed his identity to her. Duan Qingshuang stood there, mouth agape in astonishment, but a cough from Gong Wuyo stifled the impending word on her lips. Ning Yueshu turned her head, curious, Qingshuang. What were you just about to say? Feeling unexpectedly pleased, Duan Qingshuang amended, explaining to Ning Yueshu. It seems I should indeed venture out more often for some fresh air. Ning Yueshu, unsuspecting, nodded with crescent-shaped eyes, agreeing, yes. Qingshuang, you truly should get out more. Staying indoors can be stifling. Let us first go buy some lanterns. Very well. Though Duan Qingshuang was led away by Ning Yueshu, her thoughts lingered behind. While accompanying Ning Yueshu in selecting lanterns, she could not help but steal glances at Gong Wuyo, her heart racing with astonishment. How had her sworn brother become Ning Yueshu's bodyguard? Watching him silently shield Ning Yueshu from the throngs of people, she reveled in the space it afforded her. Her sworn brother, known for his cold-blooded ruthlessness, had never displayed such warmth and attentiveness before. Duan Qingshuang, being astute, had an epiphany. Her sworn brother was pursuing Ning Yueshu. Memory surfaced of when Ning's family first visited to express gratitude. Her brother had suggested she befriend Ning Yueshu, hinting that it wouldn't be long before she might become her sister-in-law. Duan Qingshuang's curiosity ignited. It was only after leaving her courtyard that she met Ning Yueshu, and their immediate rapport blossomed into friendship. However, upon closer inspection, there seemed to be no chemistry between Ning Yueshu and her brother. They had hardly exchanged a few words. How could she possibly become her sister-in-law? Her brother was deceiving her. Yet Duan Qingshuang genuinely cherished Ning Yueshu, and even if she could not become her sister-in-law, being her close friend was equally delightful. Now, Duan Qingshuang finally understood. This sister-in-law was not the same as that one. Gong Wuyo, the prince of the underworld, was her sworn brother, and she too referred to his wife as sister-in-law. How vexing. Could her brother not have clarified this matter better? As she mulled over her frustration, she recalled Ning Yueshu's words about her brother deceiving her. Surely, it was a deception. The esteemed prince of the underworld masquerading as a bodyguard was an identity that misled Ning Yueshu. Wait, if Ning Yueshu was aware of her brother's deceit, did that mean she was privy to his true identity? Did her brother know? Qing Shuang? Ning Yueshu called out twice before rousing Duan Qing from her reverie. Regaining her wits, Duan Qing gazed at Ning Yueshu, her beautiful, cool face tinged with bewilderment, and asked, "What is it?" "Qing, how many lanterns do you desire?" Ning Yueshu inquired with a smile, extending a hand adorned with colorful lanterns. The lanterns were crafted in various shapes, including lotus, peony, and rose, each vibrant and captivating. One could not only release the lanterns, but also inscribe messages upon them, invoking blessings and wishes. At that moment, a spark of inspiration ignited within Duan Qing. "I shall take 3, she declared. "Qing, you may select the styles," Ning Yueshu suggested before turning to approach Gong Wuyu, asking, "How many would you like?" "1, Gong Wuyu replied, gently grasping a lotus lantern, his gaze tender and profound as he regarded Ning Yueshu. In both this life and the last, his sole desire was for her, thus 1 lantern sufficed. Chapter 68. Releasing lanterns at the Mandarin Duck Bridge. There are numerous locations for releasing lanterns, each imbued with its own significance. However, Duan Qing led Ning Yueshu to the Mandarin Duck Bridge. As the name implies, this is a spot frequented by young couples, embodying romance and affection, while also attracting solitary youths with hopeful eyes. Puzzled, Ning Yueshu asked, "Qing, what brings us here?" "I wish to release a lantern for my brother, hoping he finds a suitable partner and marries soon," Duan Qing replied, a hint of disdain crossing her features at the mention of Duan Zhao. Yet, this was merely a pretext. Her true intentions lay deeper. She glanced at Ning Yueshu and subtly at Gong Wuyu, continuing, "You too, Yueshu, could invoke blessings for your siblings and for yourself." "I'm not in a rush. I prefer to focus on my siblings first," Ning Yueshu smiled in response. Duan Qing blinked knowingly, but said nothing, merely nodding to her. When purchasing lanterns, the vendor provides paper and pens for writing wishes, and they often offer a complete set as a gift. Duan Qing and Ning Yueshu received such a gift. After penning their desires, they rolled the notes and placed them inside the lanterns, gently pushing them onto the lake's surface. The lanterns swayed and drifted, gradually merging with others, twinkling like stars until they formed a resplendent sea of light. Ning Yueshu, with 3 brothers and 1 sister, took considerably longer to release her lanterns than Duan Qing. Seizing the opportunity, Duan Qing hastily scribbled a message and approached Gong Wuyu. Clearing her throat with an air of quiet pride, she caught his attention. Gong Wuyu had been quietly observing Ning Yueshu, exuding a gentle aura. Upon hearing Duan Qing's commotion, he cast a cold glance in her direction, devoid of warmth. Duan Qing, his adopted sister, had been thrust upon him after losing a childhood bet with Duan Zhao. Without uttering a word, she fiddled with her lantern, drawing Gong Wuyu's eyes to a slip of paper within. It read, "Adopted brother, Yueshu claims you deceived her." Gong Wuyu's gaze darkened. Duan Qing swiftly snatched the paper away, destroying the evidence, and noticed Ning Yueshu still placing her lanterns in sequence. She quickly scribbled another note and placed it in the lantern. This one stated, "Yueshu confessed her affection for you. If you are honest, I shall have a sister-in-law." With a flash of movement, Gong Wuyu snatched the paper from her grasp before she could react, but rather than destroy it, he tucked it into his sleeve. "Do you still have 2 lanterns left to release?" Ning Yueshu's curious voice interrupted, prompting Duan Qing to respond, "Yes. I shall now place my 2nd lantern." As she crouched beside Ning Yueshu, the latter teased, "Qing, are you seeking your own romantic fortune?" "No, I am invoking blessings for my 2nd brother."
Ah?
"You have another brother?" "I was unaware. He is not a blood relative, but an adopted brother. In our youth, we were often at odds. He preferred his books over playing with me, so he left me in the care of my adopted brother," Duan Qing replied coolly. Ning Yueshu nodded, then inquired, "You must have a close bond with your adopted brother?" Duan Qing inhaled deeply, her lovely features growing colder as she replied, "My adopted brother handed me over to the Empress." In the treacherous court, Duan Qing gained a maturity beyond her years, ultimately developing a social anxiety. Crowds became bothersome, and she longed for solitude, wishing to avoid all gatherings. Nevertheless, she harbored no resentment towards her biological brother or adopted brother, as they cared for her in many ways. despite not engaging her in play. It was thanks to her adopted brother that she could successfully decline invitations to court banquets. Let us not dwell on this. I intend to use the remaining lanterns to pray for my parents' health. What of you, Yueshu? How many lanterns remain for you? I have 2 left, one for my parents' blessings, and another for my eldest brother's success in the spring examinations, Ning Yueshu replied. Duan Qingshuang turned to Gong Wuyu, questioning Ning Yueshu. What of your adopted brother? Will you not inquire about his lantern? Ning Yueshu felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks, sensing the implication in Duan Qingshuang's words. I shall ask him, she said, rising hurriedly. Duan Qingshuang, eager to eavesdrop, caught sight of something out of the corner of her eye, prompting her to stand in shock. Among the sea of people, she spotted her biological brother walking alongside a young lady. This was a revelation, more scandalous than discovering her adopted brother's pursuit of Ning Yueshu. Excitedly, Duan Qingshuang rushed to Ning Yueshu, exclaiming, Yueshu, I believe I have seen my brother. I will seek him out. You all continue releasing your lanterns. Wait. Qingshuang. Ning Yueshu called after her, watching helplessly as Duan Qingshuang hurried away. Turning to Gong Wuyu, Ning Yueshu quietly remarked, Afu. You should release your lantern. Do you not wish to know what I am invoking? Gong Wuyu asked. Their eyes met. Ning Yueshu's were bright and calm, while Gong Wuyu's were profound and enigmatic, a dance of light and shadow. Ultimately, it was Ning Yueshu who averted her gaze, speaking steadily. We are at the Mandarin Duck Bridge. Is there a need to inquire about one's wishes? You speak wisely, Gong Wuyu replied, a faint smile gracing his lips, filled with indulgence and affection. Holding the lantern, he approached the riverside. As he passed by Ning Yueshu, he lowered his voice, playfully teasing. I am imploring for a worthy match for you, Yueshu. At that moment, fireworks erupted in the sky, illuminating the night with a breathtaking spectacle. Ning Yueshu's heart raced, astonished as she watched Gong Wuyu, kneeling by the lake, gently placing the lantern. His long fingers stirred the water, sending ripples that propelled the lantern further into the lake. In her heart, waves of emotion began to stir. 5th Mississippi. A familiar voice pierced the moment, causing Ning Yueshu's heart to settle, her expression cooling as she turned to face Qin Baiyuan. His gaze was filled with surprise and intensity as he approached. Just as he was about to reach her, Gong Wuyu returned, positioning himself protectively in front of Ning Yueshu, blocking Qin Baiyuan's path. Not you again. Qin Baiyuan recognized Gong Wuyu, recalling their previous encounter and his obstructive presence now. Discontent flashed momentarily in his eyes. Gong Wuyu's gaze, concealed beneath his mask, turned icy as he glared at Qin Baiyuan, his voice cold enough to freeze. Keep your distance from Yueshu. Yueshu? Qin Baiyuan was both shocked and envious, exclaiming in anger, You, a mere guard, dare to call the young lady by her given name. How audacious. Is it not I who permitted it? Ning Yueshu retorted coldly. Qin Baiyuan, filled with greater astonishment and fury, felt his jealousy surging. After all, Ning Yueshu was to be his future wife. Chapter 69. A soak in the lake. Qin Baiyuan could not allow his future wife to be addressed so intimately by a guard. He shot a fierce glare at Gong Wuyu, then took a deep breath to suppress his rage, feigning concern as he spoke to Ning Yueshu. 5th Miss. You have been deceived by him. Ning Yueshu regarded him with icy disdain. General Qin, my affairs are of no concern to you. Panic surged through Qin Baiyuan. 5th Miss. I am merely looking out for you. How can an unmarried woman allow another man to address her so familiarly? Moreover, he is but a servant. You are the master, and he is the servant. The more he spoke, the more enraged he became. To any observer, it might seem that Ning Yueshu had a special relationship with Gong Wuyu. He absolutely would not tolerate being cuckolded. Qin Baiyuan glared at Gong Wuyu once more, his voice dripping with malice. Such a lowly servant would be dealt with severely in the General's household. Ning Yueshu and Gong Wuyu exchanged cold smiles. Ning Yueshu rolled her eyes inwardly. She had once thought Qin Baiyuan too domineering, but now she simply believed him to be irrationally meddlesome. She had no desire to regard him any further, and coldly asked, General Qin, could you please step aside? You are blocking our path. Wait. Qin Baiyuan couldn't bear to let Ning Yueshu walk away without having said anything. Realizing his words had displeased her, he swallowed his jealousy and anger, racking his brain to find a way to retain her attention. As he thought, he waved dismissively at Gong Wuyu. This general wishes to speak with your lady. Kindly step aside. If you are perceptive, I might reward you with a bit of silver. Gong Weo's patience had reached its limit. Lowering his gaze, he gently addressed Ning Yueshu. He has troubled you, has he not? Would you mind if I intervened on your behalf? Ning Yueshu nodded. Yes, but do not take his life. Gong Weo's eyes darkened slightly. Hearing Ning Yueshu's reasoning, he understood that should anything happen to Qin Baiyuan, it would bring trouble for him as well. A faint smile graced his lips. Ning Yueshu was concerned for him. Even without her saying it, Gong Weo had no intention of killing Qin Baiyuan, at least not at this moment. Gong Weo turned his gaze upon Qin Baiyuan, and beneath his mask, his eyes turned cold and merciless, devoid of warmth. The chill was so intense that it caused Qin Baiyuan to shudder, surprised and enraged. He was taken aback by the guard's fierce demeanor, angered that a mere guard dared to confront him, a general. Had he lost all sense of self-preservation? His previous jealousy now morphed into a murderous intent as he glared at Gong Weo. This reckless fool would meet his end. In a swift motion, Qin Baiyuan struck first. His fist aimed at Gong Weo's chest, unleashing his full power with the intent to kill. Gong Weo remained unmoved, standing protectively in front of Ning Yueshu. As Qin Baiyuan's fist approached, he gracefully sidestepped, effortlessly catching Qin Baiyuan's wrist, rendering him powerless to retract his attack. Enraged, Qin Baiyuan lifted his leg, delivering a fierce kick aimed at Gong Weo's waist. However, within moments, it was Qin Baiyuan who found himself sent sprawling, as Gong Weo retaliated with a kick that sent him flying in an arc, crashing into the lake below. Although Qin Baiyuan was a proficient swimmer, the icy waters of the lake during the Lantern Festival were shockingly frigid. The splash echoed as onlookers gasped in astonishment. Gong Weo paid no heed to him, turning to take Ning Yueshu's hand, his earlier hostility dissipating. Shall we find another place to release the lanterns, my dear? Very well, Ning Yueshu replied, her lips curving into a gentle smile as she looked at Gong Weo, hand in hand, leaving behind the floundering Qin Baiyuan without a backward glance. At the other end of the bridge, Duan Qingshuang was drawn to the commotion of Qin Baiyuan's fall. Approaching the lakeside, her frosty demeanor transformed into one of surprise as she turned to her companion, saying, Brother, it is General Qin who has fallen into the water. Qin Baiyuan? Duan Zhao's eyes flickered with interest, though he did not look towards the lake. Instead, he scanned the crowd for a glimpse of the departing figures. There, he spotted Ning Yueshu and Gong Weo walking away hand in hand. As expected, Duan Zhao needed no further evidence to ascertain Gong Weo's involvement. Beside him, the young woman, unaware of the context, gazed at the flailing figure in the water with concern. What happened? Should we rescue General Qin? Not necessary, he can swim back on his own. Duan Zhao replied coldly, then turned to the young woman. Third miss, let us find another spot to release the lanterns. Very well. Wait for me. I wish to join you. Duan Qingshuang approached with an air of haughty confidence, intentionally placing herself between them, thereby separating them. She linked arms with the young woman, her frosty voice laced with a hint of amusement. Sister Yuru, you do not mind, do you? The young woman accompanying Duan Zhao was Ning Yuru. Duan Qingshuang could hardly believe her eyes upon meeting her. She was determined to uncover the nature of her brother's relationship with Ning Yuru. Surely, there must be something amiss. Either he had no fiancé, or he had unexpectedly gained two. Duan Qingshuang raised her chin, pretending to be aloof as she asked Duan Zhao. Sister Yuru has already agreed. You have no objections, do you? Do as you wish, Duan Zhao replied indifferently. My brother has agreed. Sister Yuru, let's depart. Very well. Duan Qingshuang led Ning Yuru ahead, while Duan Zhao found himself trailing behind, unable to interject a single word. His icy gaze was fixed upon his sister. Normally reserved and silent, she now babbled incessantly. Their parents would surely be pleased to hear of this, yet he felt no joy at all. Meanwhile, Ning Yueshu and Gong Weo were enjoying a pleasant time together, strolling through the night market and releasing lanterns. Fireworks erupted above them, creating a scene as enchanting as a painting. Chapter 70. My dear, I am Gong Weo, Ning Yueshu declared. That's enough. Rising to her feet, she clapped her hands as all the lanterns had been released. With a smile, she watched the lanterns drift away, merging into a luminous sea. A breathtaking sight that brought peace to her heart. Despite her earlier encounter with Qin Baiyuan dampening her spirits, Gong Weo's decisive action had lifted her mood. Ning Yueshu was in an exceptionally good mood. Turning around, she gazed at Gong Weo, who stood quietly, his eyes beneath the mask serene and gentle. fixated solely on her. Seeing her joy, his enticing lips curled slightly, a subtle yet captivating smile gracing his features.
Ning Yueshu blinket.
Acutely aware at that moment that this person before her was both a Fu and Gong Wuyu. Just looking at him brought her happiness and a sense of safety. Is this what it means to like someone? She suppressed her emotions and stepped forward, saying, "A Fu, let us find Xing Shuang. We rushed earlier. And she must be worried, not knowing we are here." "All right," Gong Wuyu nodded, then reassured her. "Do not fret, I saw Miss Duan with Lord Duan earlier." Ning Yueshu breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that Duan Shuang had gone to seek Duan Zhao. Yet it was hard to believe that someone as cold and unfeeling as Duan Zhao would attend the Lantern Festival. She wondered if he was alone or accompanied by someone. A fleeting curiosity crossed her mind, but she quickly set it aside. Ning Yueshu and Gong Wuyu walked side by side, traversing through the bustling crowd and the vibrant night market, where the lanterns dazzled and enchanted. As she casually turned around, a small rabbit lantern was presented to her. The lantern, crafted with exquisite detail, depicted a pair of rabbits, one large and one small, with the larger rabbit cradling the smaller one affectionately. Gong Wuyu spoke gently. "Sure, this is for you." "How adorable!" Ning Yueshu exclaimed, accepting it with delight and curiously inquiring, "A Fu, when did you buy this?"
Just now.
"Do you like it?" he replied. Ning Yueshu nodded, recalling the tradition of gifting lanterns during the Lantern Festival, which symbolized blessings and the expression of longing. Gifting a lantern often represented a heartfelt sentiment between young couples, signifying the offering of one's heart. As she held the charming rabbit lantern, she felt an unexpected warmth. "Be careful, Shuer," Gong Wuyu cautioned as the crowd surged forward, instinctively shielding her with his body. Once the throng passed, he took her hand, suggesting, "There are too many people here. Let us find a quieter place to enjoy the lanterns." Without a word, Ning Yueshu glanced at Gong Wuyu's back, then down at their intertwined hands. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and an impulse surged within her, prompting her to gently tug at him. Gong Wuyu turned back, his expression a mixture of confusion and tenderness as he called, "Shua? A Fu, do you have something to say to me?" Ning Yueshu asked, her eyes calmly fixed on him. Gong Wuyu hesitated, his gaze darkening. After a brief silence, he finally nodded, "I do." They stood in a relatively secluded spot, shielded by a tree, away from prying eyes. Gong Wuyu took Ning Yueshu's hand in one of his, while the other removed his mask, revealing his strikingly handsome face. In that moment, his demeanor shifted dramatically. He no longer concealed his true self. His eyes became deep and alluring, exuding a captivating intensity. The way he looked at Ning Yueshu was filled with profound emotions and desires, revealing his affection for her without reservation. The transformation in Gong Wuyu was striking, shifting from a harmless protector to an enigmatic figure of danger. Ning Yueshu observed silently, unperturbed and unafraid. In contrast, Gong Wuyu felt a wave of anxiety, instinctively tightening his grip on her hand, as if fearing she might slip away. Their eyes locked, and he declared, "Sure, I am Gong Wuyu, the prince of the ghostly realm, and also the lord of the celestial divinity."
Ning Yueshu replied, "Ise."
Her composed reaction caught Gong Wuyu off guard, as if she had anticipated this revelation. Immersed in his own thoughts, he reflected on the events that had transpired, finding clarity in her calmness. Gong Wuyu inquired, "That night, you weren't asleep, were you?" "Yes, I heard everything," Ning Yueshu acknowledged. Following this admission, a silence enveloped them. Gong Wuyu was taken aback by her response. He had expected anger, perhaps even her rejection. He had rehearsed various scenarios in his mind, yet none of his contemplations seemed applicable. Ning Yueshu's tranquil demeanor only heightened his unease, compelling him to hold her hand tighter. Ning Yueshu, too, was taken aback. She had anticipated Gong Wuyu would evade the truth, continuing to deceive her. Never did she imagine he would be so forthcoming. Both found themselves momentarily at a loss, uncertain of how to proceed. "Sure, I can explain," Gong Wuyu proposed, embracing honesty. Ning Yueshu remained silent, her gaze fixed on him, awaiting his words. Taking a deep breath, Gong Wuyu transformed his hold into a more gentle grasp and extended his other hand to intertwine with hers. He prepared himself to speak. "Sure, you saved me, and I wish to repay you. During my time by your side, I fell in love with you, which is why, even after regaining my memories, I could not bear to leave. I feared you would distance yourself from me if you learned of my identity as the ghostly prince, which is why I have kept it hidden until now." As he spoke, he placed her hand against his heart, allowing her to feel the warmth and the steady rhythm of his heartbeat through the fabric. His gaze was intense, a blend of sincerity and fervor, as he continued. My love for you, Shuer, is eternal. Should it ever change, you may extract my heart and feed it to the dogs. Are you certain? Ning Yueshu asked, her eyes wide with seriousness. Gong Wuyu smiled, a hint of delight gracing his lips as he nodded. I am certain. To perish at your hands would be my greatest happiness. Chapter 71. I await your explanation. Gong Wuyu's eyes were profound and shadowy, enveloping Ning Yueshu in an inescapable web. Strangely, she felt no fear, only an overwhelming sense of security, which emboldened her to remain steadfast and resolute. Thump, thump, thump. As she absorbed the rhythmic sound of his heartbeat beneath her palm, she asked, the mysterious man who saved me, was it you? Indeed, he confirmed. The man I later saved was also you. Then a question arises, Ning Yueshu said, her lips curving into a radiant smile as she blinked.
Afu.
How did you change your clothes and end up gravely injured in such a short time after we parted? Gong Wuyu faltered, his body stiffening as his gaze shifted. As Ning Yueshu attempted to withdraw her hand, Gong Wuyu reacted swiftly, gripping it firmly, yet gently, preventing her escape. A flicker of panic crossed his eyes as he implored, Sure, let me explain.
Sure.
Ning Yueshu smiled and gently shook her head, saying, there is no rush. Afu. Take your time to think. Whenever you have reached a conclusion, feel free to explain it to me. Sister, are you not angry? Of course, I am angry. Ning Yueshu frowned as she looked at Gong Wuyu, stating, the injuries you bear are genuine. They cannot be feigned. Is sister concerned for me?
Gong Wuyu inquired.
Ning Yueshu avoided answering and withdrew her hand, yet it remained within his grasp. A slight furrow formed on her brow, and her red lips pressed together. Before Ning Yueshu could speak, Gong Wuyu released her hand, his tone somber as he remarked, Sister, I will provide you with a satisfactory explanation. I shall await it, Ning Yueshu replied, retracting her hand and turning away while holding a rabbit lantern. I must return home. Please convey a message to Qing Shuang on my behalf. Understood. Gong Wuyu nodded with a smirk. Ning Yueshu walked ahead, while Gong Wuyu maintained a distance of 3 steps behind her. He donned his mask once more, his gentle and profound gaze following her figure, his heart in turmoil. In this rebirth, Gong Wuyu returned to this realm earlier than Ning Yueshu. He thwarted the conspiracy of the second and third princes, who conspired to hunt him down, yet he refrained from dealing with the mountain bandits, for this was the pivotal moment of his encounter with Sister, which he could not jeopardize. Without the bandits, Sister would not have fled and met him. She would not have rescued him. Although Gong Wuyu could have enlisted the help of the Heavenly Division to save Ning Yueshu from danger, he ultimately chose to intervene personally. After enduring a decade of separation and heartache, he discovered a means to return. His longing for Sister was profound. He could hardly wait to see her again. Upon witnessing Ning Yueshu descend the mountain accompanied by a group of martial monks, Gong Wuyu realized that she too had returned with her memories intact. At that moment, retreating and allowing the Heavenly Division to step in was no longer an option. After personally slaying the bandits and ensuring Ning Yueshu's safety, he hurried to the location where their paths had crossed in their previous lives. The injuries he bore were reminiscent of those from his past life. But the difference was that in this life, he remained fully conscious. Having already admitted the truth, Gong Wuyu did not wish to deceive Ning Yueshu further. However, revealing this truth entailed exposing how he came to know everything, delving into the events of their previous existence. Reflecting on his foolish actions from that time, his eyes darkened, overshadowed by regret and bitterness. He felt uneasy, wondering if Sister would still accept him upon learning of his past deeds, knowing he was the man who had shared her bed in their previous life. Unaware of Gong Wuyu's turmoil, Ning Yueshu walked ahead, cognizant that his act of saving her was shrouded in mystery. Yet, she refrained from overthinking or speculating, granting him the opportunity to explain. Before that, Ning Yueshu let out a sigh of relief, feeling an unexpected lightness. With the Lantern Festival behind them, the new year concluded. Shortly after, Cui Yuhai was finally released from the Dali Temple. The left minister's wife personally arrived with a carriage to fetch him. However, upon seeing Cui Yuhai, she let out a harrowing scream and fainted, clutching her chest. The carriage made a round trip, returning with 2 individuals. The left minister was filled with rage towards Cui Yuhai. He wished nothing more than to slay him or poison him, bringing a swift end to the matter. Yet, Emperor Sheng had decreed that Cui Yuhai must live. Upon learning of his wife's fainting and the absence of anyone to manage the situation, the left minister had no choice but to go himself. With a grim expression, he pinched his nose and entered Cui Yuhai's quarters. The moment he glanced at the bed, his countenance changed dramatically, trembling with fury. Cui Yuhai was still alive, but he was barely recognizable. Both legs were broken, rendered useless. The punishment had shattered his spine, leaving him completely paralyzed. During his time imprisoned in the Dali Temple, no one tended to him, resulting in numerous bites from rats and insects on his body. Aside from his face, which remained somewhat intact, the rest of him was in a deplorable state. The stench of festering wounds mingled with the odor of filth made the left minister nearly retch. Stepping back in horror, he cursed vehemently, "Duan Zhao, heavenly division, your methods are exceedingly cruel." His greatest ire was directed at the Ning family. Had they not insisted on annulling the engagement and brought the matter to Emperor Sheng's attention, the left minister, with his capabilities, could have easily suppressed Cui Yuhai's actions, reducing it to a mere triviality. The disgrace of Cui Yuhai's current state was a humiliation to the left minister's household, subjecting them to the scorn and ridicule of society, and ultimately, it was all the fault of the Ning family. Shaking with rage, the left minister vowed, "The Ning family shall not escape my wrath." Just then, the steward hurried in, and upon seeing Cui Yuhai, his expression shifted as he held out a letter to the left minister. "This just arrived, claiming it can help you vent your frustration." "Help me?" The left minister scoffed, furrowing his brow as he opened the letter, only to burst into a maniacal laugh. His laughter was both sinister and exhilarating as he exclaimed, "Heaven has truly aided me. A mere Ning family, devoid of any official position, dares to allow their servants to injure General Qin. They have grown so arrogant under the emperor's favor. Assaulting a court official, even the emperor's affection cannot save you now. I shall not let this opportunity slip by. Mark my words, the Ning family will pay dearly for harming my adopted son and tarnishing my reputation." The left minister then gestured for the steward to lean in, whispering a few words. The steward's eyes brightened, nodding vigorously before hurrying out.
That day,
news spread throughout the imperial city, reaching even Emperor Sheng. Chapter 72. Who injured Qin Baiyuan? Only 2 days had passed since the Lantern Festival. The entire imperial city buzzed with discussions regarding the incident of the Ning family servants injuring General Qin during the festival. Numerous witnesses could attest that Qin Baiyuan had indeed been shoved into the lake by the Ning family servants. The weather was still chilly, and the lake's waters were icy cold. Although Qin Baiyuan managed to climb out quickly, he fell ill upon returning to the general's residence. Qin Baiyuan remained in a coma, prompting the general's household to summon the imperial physician, who diagnosed him with a severe cold and internal injuries. The Qin family had a long-standing military tradition. Both his grandfather, father, and uncle had perished on the battlefield, earning merit for their country. Qin Baiyuan himself had also led the Qin army to some minor victories, and his handsome demeanor endeared him to the populace. Though being injured by the family servants was somewhat embarrassing and absurd, it remained clear that the Ning family servants had overstepped their bounds and could not be forgiven. The citizens were filled with righteous indignation. In the court, the left minister schemed in the shadows, rallying the officials to condemn the Ning family. The Ning family servants must be apprehended and punished. The Ning family, having allowed their servants to harm Qin Baiyuan, could not escape retribution. With the evidence laid bare, public outrage grew, and the officials echoed their anger. Even Emperor Sheng found it challenging to quell the discontent. However, he did not heed the left minister's desires to punish the Ning family. Instead, Emperor Sheng ordered Duan Zhao to take charge of apprehending the Ning family servants while investigating the circumstances surrounding the incident. Rumors spread throughout the city, and the Ning family soon learned of the developments. However, the news from the palace arrived via the deputy chief eunuch and Duan Qing. The deputy chief eunuch sought out Lord Ning, while Duan Qing approached Ning Yueshu, delivering the troubling news. Duan Qing anxiously grasped Ning Yueshu's hand, her snow-like beauty marred by deep concern. "Yueshu, do you know who injured Qin Baiyuan?" Du Qing continued. "This matter has escalated. Qin Baiyuan, despite his shortcomings, has some merits to his name. Yueshu, the only way to resolve this is to surrender the household servants." Ning Yueshu furrowed her brow in silence. Du Qing, anxious, urged, "Yueshu, this is no trivial matter. The left chancellor is seizing the opportunity to trouble your family." Qin Baiyuan fell into the water near the Mandarin Duck Bridge, and you were nearby. You must know who did it. My brother is already on his way. And he is cold and ruthless, showing no mercy. Ning Yueshu looked up at Du Qing, her expression and tone complex.
It was a foo, she stated.
Du Qing was taken aback. After a moment of silence, she relaxed, exclaiming, "No wonder. I wondered who could have injured Qin Baiyuan." Seeing Du Qing's reaction, Ning Yueshu's eyes flashed with surprise. Knowing it was a foo, she was no longer astonished. Did Qing Shuang know of Fu's identity?
But why would a foo attack Qin Baiyuan? Du Qing inquired again.
Just as Ning Yueshu was about to explain, Wan hurriedly entered with Ning Yuru. Ning Yuru frowned and said to Ning Yueshu, "Sister, father wants us all to come over." "All right." Ning Yueshu nodded and stood up to leave. Du Qing thought for a moment and followed suit, declaring, "I will go too." In the front yard's living room, the deputy steward had delivered a message and departed. Master Ning wore a stern expression, commanding the servants to summon all his children, along with a host of household servants waiting outside. Ning Madam, Ning Junmo, and the three brothers, as well as Ning Yuru, Ning Yueshu, and Du Qing, arrived in succession. The atmosphere in the room was heavy and oppressive, creating a palpable sense of tension. The siblings exchanged covert glances and took their seats, awaiting Master Ning to speak. Master Ning furrowed his brows, looking at his children, and inquired, "You all went out during the Lantern Festival. Did anyone encounter General Qin?" "Father, I only saw General Qin fall into the water," Ning Yuru replied. Ning Yueshu raised her hand to touch her nose and said, "Father, I met Qin Baiyuan." Instantly, all eyes in the room turned to Ning Yueshu, filled with shock and disbelief. How could it be their sister? Master Ning took a deep breath and asked, "Do you know what happened concerning General Qin's injury, Shu Bao?" Just as Ning Yueshu was about to respond, the housekeeper rushed in. "Master, Madam, His Highness the Second Prince and Lord Duan have arrived. Quickly, please." Master Ning immediately stood up to greet them. Ning Madam and Ning Junmo followed suit, while Ning Yueshu was held back by Ning Yuru. Ning Yuru's delicate face was grave as she anxiously asked Ning Yueshu, "Sister, the one who injured General Qin couldn't possibly be a foo, right?"
Ning Yueshu nodded helplessly.
Ning Yuru took a breath and pressed on. "Why did a foo injure General Qin?" "Sister, don't worry. Everyone will be here soon and we can explain together. Rest assured, it's nothing serious." Ning Yueshu reassured her, holding her hand. Du Qing chimed in, "It's just a minor issue. Don't fret, Sister Yuru." Ning Yuru looked incredulous. How could this possibly be a minor issue? Just as she was about to inquire further, Master Ning and Madam Ning had already welcomed the second Prince Gongye and Lord Duan into the room. Ning Yuru had no choice but to remain silent and, along with Ning Yueshu and Du Qing, paid her respects. Although they were there to apprehend someone, Lord Duan refrained from mentioning the matter. With a cold, unfeeling demeanor, he unexpectedly showed courtesy and respect, asking Master Ning and Madam Ning to sit first, without haste. Gongye was also unhurried. He was there to observe. As the most illustrious figure, he naturally assumed the position of honor, waving his hand with an arrogant tone, saying, "Everyone, please sit." "Thank you, Your Highness the Second Prince." Everyone responded, taking their seats. Gongye, with a playful expression, began, "I am quite curious. Qin Baiyuan is a general. Yet your Ning family servants are so capable that they could injure even a general.
Who was it?
I would like to see." "No need," a cold, detached voice echoed within the room, followed by the entrance of Gong Weo. With disdainful indifference, he regarded Gongye through his mask. "I injured Qin Baiyuan. There's no need for you to speak on my behalf. Who do you think you are?" One would expect Gongye to be furious, perhaps even enraged, but instead, he fell silent, his expression one of shock and disbelief as he gazed at the masked Gong Weo. This person resembled the King of Ghosts. The resemblance was uncanny, both in appearance and tone. In the room, others fell into a hushed silence. Those who were aware of Gong Weo's identity were at a loss for words, while those like Ning Yuru felt tension and anxiety, feeling powerless to speak. Gongye inhaled sharply, asking, "Are you the household servant? What is your name?"
"Ha."
Gong Weo raised his hand to remove his mask, his icy gaze fixed on Gongye. "Second brother, have you forgotten me after just a few days?" Gongye's eyes widened in astonishment. How could it be Gong Weo? The esteemed King of Ghosts had come to be a servant of the Ning family? Was this reasonable? It was not. Chapter 73. There's something fishy about this elder brother, second brother. Why does a Fu call the second prince brother? Ning Junki asked, dumbfounded, glancing at his two elder brothers. Ning Junmo, composed and unflustered, explained in a low voice, a Fu is His Royal Highness the King of Ghosts. Indeed. Ning Yueshu nodded in agreement. After returning from the Yinshao Lantern Festival, Ning Junmo had shared everything with Ning Yueshu. It took Ning Yueshu a while to compose himself, allowing him to calmly witness Gong Wuyo revealing his identity. Compared to Gong Wuyo injuring Qin Baiyuan, the brothers were more concerned about their sister. Would Xu Bao be frightened upon learning Gong Wuyo's true identity? Turning to Ning Yueshu, they found her even more composed than they were, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Ning Junmo and Ning Yueshu exchanged glances, a silent conversation passing between them. Everyone's reactions varied. Gong Wuyo's cold gaze remained fixed on Gongya as he continued, Qin Baiyuan was injured by me. It has nothing to do with the Ning family. Does second brother have any further questions? Gongya, surprised, fearful, and doubtful, saw his expression shift dramatically before he finally managed to utter, what issues could I have? This matter was ordered to be investigated by father. Since it was His Royal Highness the King of Ghosts who injured General Qin, and it was unrelated to the Ning family, Lord Duan requested that His Royal Highness accompany him to meet the Emperor to explain the circumstances. Lord Duan stood up, tall and imposing, addressing Gong Wuyo with a frosty demeanor, neither servile nor overbearing. Gong Wuyo smirked slightly. Very well. Your Highness, please. Gong Wuyo exchanged a glance with Lord Duan, signaling to wait, not in a hurry. He approached Ning Yueshu, his demeanor softening as he looked at her with calm and gentle eyes. Shu'er, wait for me. I will return shortly. This matter I will resolve. You need not worry. His tone was tender, causing Gongya's expression to twist in disbelief. Was this truly the King of Ghosts? Gongya could not help but glance at Ning Yueshu. What kind of celestial being could soften the heart of the cruel and fierce King of Ghosts? Ning Yueshu was indeed beautiful. Facing Gong Wuyo, she remained as composed as ever, nodding casually and smiling. All right, I will wait for you. Gong Wuyo gazed deeply at Ning Yueshu, a smile gracing his lips before he turned to Gongya, his eyes instantly turning cold and dangerous, sending a shiver down Gongya's spine. What is second brother still doing here? Do you intend to impose on the Ning family for a meal? You. Gongya stood up in fury, angered not only by Gong Wuyo's attitude, but also wary of his strength. Ultimately, Gong Yi gritted his teeth and declared, this prince shall enter the palace with you. Let us see how you explain this to Father Emperor. With that, Gong Wuyu turned on his heel and strode away, with Duan Zhao and Gong Yi trailing behind him like loyal attendants. Such was the overwhelming aura of Gong Wuyu that, in his presence, one could not focus on anyone else. After his departure, it took quite some time for the atmosphere in the parlor to ease. Everyone turned their gaze towards Ning Yueshu. Their expressions varied. Old Master Ning was the first to inquire, my dear Shu, are you now aware of Prince Yi's identity? Yes. Ning Yueshu nodded in response. A Fu confessed it to me during the Lantern Festival. Old Master Ning hesitated, a multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind. Yet he ultimately chose to address the matter at hand. Shu, what transpired that led to Prince Yu injuring General Qin? Indeed, Shu, why have you never mentioned this before? Ning Junmo also pressed for answers. All eyes were on Ning Yueshu, Ning Madam, Ning Junshu, Ning Yuru, and even Duan Shuang, all curious about the backstory. Ning Yueshu's expression darkened, and with a hint of disdain, she recounted, while a Fu and I were releasing lanterns, Qin Baiyuan approached and harassed me, refusing to let me leave. He even treated a Fu like a mere servant, shouting for him to be beaten. That is when a Fu retaliated.
What?
How dare Qin Baiyuan harass you? Old Master Ning erupted in fury. Ning Madam's brow furrowed with concern as she looked at Ning Yueshu, pressing, Dear Shu, were you harmed? How despicable. If I were there, I would have dealt with him myself.
Ning Yunqi exclaimed angrily.
Upon learning of Qin Baiyuan's harassment of Ning Yueshu, everyone was incensed, and Duan Shuang praised Gong Wuyu for delivering justice. They all rallied around her, offering protection, and Ning Yueshu's eyes sparkled with gratitude, her mood visibly lifting. I am unscathed, for a Fu is protecting me, and Qin Baiyuan had no opportunity to harm me, she reassured them. Strangely, a Fu's strikes were measured. Qin Baiyuan should not have been injured this severely. I shall head to the palace immediately. Old Master Ning declared, his decision resolute. Everyone nodded in agreement. With Old Master Ning going to the palace, they would learn the outcome sooner rather than later. After his departure, the others sought to comfort Ning Yueshu, urging her not to worry. If it were anyone else who had injured Qin Bai Yuan, it might lead to significant trouble, but since it was Prince Yu, there were justifications for his actions. Once the truth was established, any rumors about the Ning family would dissipate. Ning Yueshu remained composed, smiling as she reassured her mother and siblings. She had faith in Gong Wuyu. She did not require anyone's company, and even found a pretext to send Duan Qing Shuang away, leaving her alone in the Yueshu courtyard. Once she was by herself, Ning Yueshu furrowed her brow and promptly instructed Wan Ruan, guard the Yueshu courtyard. If anyone comes, tell them I am resting and cannot see them. Miss, what do you intend to do? Wan asked, perplexed. I am going to seek out my elder brother, Ning Yueshu replied. She stealthily made her way to find Ning Junmo. However, upon arriving, she found Ning Yueshu was also present, and the brothers were taken aback by her sudden appearance. Ning Junmo took the initiative to ask Shu, is there something you need? Elder brother, I wish to visit the general's residence. Ning Yueshu inhaled deeply, revealing her thoughts to her brothers. Ning Yueshu wanted to ascertain the condition of Qin Bai Yuan. Although, given Gong Wuyu's stature, there would be no repercussions for injuring him, she feared that the left chancellor might exploit the situation. And thus, she could not shake her concern for Gong Wuyu. Moreover, she suspected that Qin Bai Yuan's unconscious state was suspicious, since Gong Wuyu had promised her he would not truly harm Qin Bai Yuan. Furthermore, she was well aware of Qin Bai Yuan's robust physique, having been the wife of a general for many years. It was improbable that one could lose consciousness merely from falling into the water. For Gong Wuyu's sake, she needed to uncover the truth. Ning Yueshu addressed her brother's elder brother, second brother, you know I have been under the tutelage of the renowned physician, Yao Lao. If Qin Bai Yuan is genuinely unconscious, I can still treat him. I ask for your assistance to visit the general's residence. Of course, Ning Junmo readily agreed. It was not that Ning Junmo was overly indulgent. Prior to Ning Yueshu's arrival, he and Ning Yueshu had been discussing the matter and felt there was something amiss. The three siblings conspired together, with Ning Yueshu staying behind to cover their tracks, while Ning Junmo took Ning Yueshu to the general's residence to investigate the situation. The Ning family's carriage quietly departed through the back gate, unnoticed by anyone. As they passed through a bustling marketplace and approached the general's residence, Ning Yueshu instructed the coachman, turn right ahead, to the back gate of the general's residence. The general's residence was currently the epicenter of turmoil. Entering through the front gate would be too conspicuous, so the back gate was indeed the wiser choice. Ning Yueshu observed Ning Yueshu silently, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. How had she, after such a brief time in the imperial city, acquired knowledge of the general's back entrance? This moment of astonishment was quickly overshadowed by other matters. Ning Junmo reached out to adjust Ning Yueshu's hood, ensuring that her enchanting visage was well concealed, revealing only a hint of her delicate chin. Shu, as an unmarried woman, it would be detrimental to your reputation to meet a man in private. When we arrive, stay behind me, refrain from speaking, and do not reveal your identity. Leave everything to me. Understood? Ning Junmo instructed earnestly. Ning Yueshu nodded in agreement. Upon reaching the back gate of the general's residence, the coachman went ahead to announce their identities, while Ning Junmo assisted Ning Yueshu in disembarking. As they took their positions, the back gate of the general's residence cracked open, and a servant poked his head out. Upon realizing their identities, he hurried back to inform others. Ning Yueshu and Ning Junmo did not wait long before the steward of the general's residence rushed out. Upon seeing them, the steward's expression soured, and he approached with a stern demeanor, asking, is there something you require from the eldest son of the Ning family? I have come to visit General Qin, Ning Junmo replied, gesturing for the coachman to bring forth the gifts prepared for the visit. The steward scoffed, a sneer forming on his lips as he cast a derisive glance, sarcastically remarking, is this the attitude of the Ning family? After injuring our general and leaving him in a state of unconsciousness, you bring mere trinkets as an apology? If the general's residence finds it inconvenient, we shall take our leave, Ning Junmo replied indifferently, dismissing the steward's rudeness. The steward's eyes widened in disbelief. He had assumed Ning Junmo came to beg for forgiveness and plead for leniency from the general, yet this was his attitude? Had it been anyone else, the steward would have already expelled them. However, recalling the general's orders, the steward had no choice but to amend his tone, stating, our general is magnanimous and would not leave guests out in the cold. Please come in. Ning Junmo nodded, gesturing for the steward to lead the way. Upon entering through the back gate of the general's residence, The steward took notice of Ning Yueshu, who was cloaked and had her face obscured. He inquired, "Who is this?" "I have brought a physician to check on General Qin's condition," Ning Junmo explained flatly. The steward was taken aback. "A woman?" His expression turned scornful. And he derided, "That is unnecessary. The general's residence has already summoned the imperial physicians. We do not require the services of a charlatan."
Ning Yueshu frowned.
A cold glimmer flashing in his eyes. He could overlook the mocking, but he would not tolerate any disparagement towards his beloved Shu. As he opened his mouth to respond, Ning Yueshu grasped Ning Junmo's sleeve and shook her head gently. Ning Junmo sighed internally, calming himself. The matter at hand was paramount. They needed to ascertain the true condition of Qin by Yuan. Returning to the general's residence, Ning Yueshu gazed at the familiar surroundings, unexpectedly finding her heart remarkably tranquil, devoid of any turmoil. She had long ceased to mourn, grieve, or suffer for the general's house. She had readjusted herself. Ning Yueshu had but one goal: to protect her family, to repay evil with evil, and to ensure that all wrongdoers paid the price. The steward announced their arrival, and they entered Qin by Yuan's chamber, immediately met by a strong medicinal aroma. Ning Yueshu wrinkled her nose, discerning each herb within the scent, her eyes glimmering slightly. "Our general has remained in a coma. We have refrained from disturbing him. Young Master Ning, please keep your voice down when you glance at our general, and refrain from causing him any disturbance. And you, stay away from our general." The steward scrutinized Ning Yueshu with disdain, retorting, "Our general's health is precious. Should anything happen, be cautious in your exit from the general's residence." Ning Yueshu paid no heed to the steward. She approached the bed alongside Ning Junmo, scrutinizing the figure of Qin by Yuan lying there. His complexion was pallid, devoid of color, a sweat towel draped over his forehead, with beads of perspiration visible on his cheeks, behind his ears, and along his neck. Observing his symptoms, Ning Yueshu concluded that he was indeed suffering from a cold, but it was far from the severe coma he was purportedly in. To ascertain the truth, she would need to check his pulse. Yet, the steward remained vigilantly watchful, unwilling to let them approach Qin by Yuan. Exchanging a glance with Ning Junmo, they silently formulated a plan. Ning Junmo turned to the steward and said, "Given that General Qin is in such a weakened state, I have brought a century-old ginseng. Perhaps you could fetch it and slice it for General Qin to consume and fortify his health." The steward's expression shifted, revealing surprise and skepticism.
Ning Yueshu continued,
"It should all be stored in the storeroom. A quick visit will confirm its presence." The steward hesitated, reluctant to leave. At that moment, Ning Yueshu interjected, "In addition to the century-old ginseng, we have brought numerous other beneficial items for his health. You may inspect them to see if any can be of use." The steward's interest piqued, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes, yet he still hesitated. Suddenly, he noticed the fingers of his general twitching, signaling him. Understanding the implication, the steward reluctantly replied, "Very well, I shall be back shortly." With the steward gone, he dismissed the maidservants to fetch tea, leaving only Ning Yueshu and her brother with Qin by Yuan. Ning Yueshu sat at the bedside, placing her hand on Qin by Yuan's pulse. Despite his apparent frailty and severe illness, she found his skin temperature only slightly elevated above normal. After taking his pulse, she realized the truth. Qin by Yuan was feigning. He merely had a slight cold, and given his constitution, it was hardly a concern. There was no need for medication. 2 days of rest would suffice. The supposed internal injury was merely a recent wound. Upon discovering that Qin by Yuan was pretending, a flicker of disgust crossed Ning Yueshu's eyes. At that moment, Qin by Yuan's hand stirred, and as she was still checking his pulse, he inadvertently touched her. His rough, calloused fingers brushed against her hand, sending a wave of nausea coursing through her. She felt like retching. Looking at Qin by Yuan, he maintained his facade of unconsciousness, as if the recent incident had been mere accident. With her eyes turning icy, Ning Yueshu thought, "Still pretending? I shall see how long you can maintain this charade." With a slight motion of her finger, she pressed down on a pressure point on Qin by Yuan's wrist, eliciting an immediate tremor from him as beads of sweat cascaded down his face. "This is excruciating." Chapter 75. Ning Yueshu's determination. Qin by Yuan trembled in pain but kept his eyes tightly shut. Ning Junmo, watching with concern, murmured, "Sister, do not go too far." "Fear not, brother. I possess the secret to awakening the comatose. If this method fails, I have others," Ning Yueshu replied, exchanging a knowing glance with her brother, who felt reassured. His worry lay not with Qin Baiyuan, but with Ning Yueshu's potential recklessness in causing genuine harm. Ning Yueshu withdrew her hand, coldly stating, "It seems I shall need to administer a few acupuncture needles to see results." Coughing violently, Qin Baiyuan opened his eyes, appearing dazed as he looked at Ning Yueshu and asked, "Who are you?" Ning Yueshu smirked, finally ceasing your pretense. As Qin Baiyuan regained consciousness, Ning Yueshu promptly distanced herself from him. Ning Junmo stepped forward, positioning himself to block Qin Baiyuan's view. "General Qin, I am Ning Junmo.
Here to visit you."
It is indeed a joyous occasion that you have awakened," he said with a congenial smile. Qin Baiyuan nodded absent-mindedly, "Young master. Thank you for your visit." His gaze, however, remained fixated on Ning Yueshu, his eyes aflame with desire, utterly disregarding the pain he had just endured at her hands. Despite her hooded cloak, he instantly recognized her voice. Ning Yueshu had come to see him. Elation surged within him, validating his suffering as he perceived that she still harbored feelings for him. "General Qin," Ning Junmo interrupted, his brow furrowed in displeasure, positioning himself protectively in front of Ning Yueshu. Understanding the expression in Ning Junmo's eyes, Qin Baiyuan's demeanor shifted. He grasped the implications of Ning Junmo's protective stance. Since she is a physician, why not allow her to examine my health? Qin Baiyuan boldly extended his hand, attempting to reach beyond Ning Junmo to Ning Yueshu. Such audacity only deepened Ning Junmo's cold gaze toward him. "Sister," Ning Yueshu called, stepping out from behind Ning Junmo and removing her hood. Her exquisite visage emerged, causing Qin Baiyuan's gaze to grow even more fervent, his intentions unmistakable. Ning Yueshu regarded him with icy disdain, her lips parting slightly. "I have already taken your pulse, General Qin. You merely have a slight cold and need not feign unconsciousness." Miss Five, you are mistaken. Perhaps your pulse check was too brief. I implore you to examine me again. My head aches, my chest feels constricted, and I struggle to breathe. I am suffering immensely." Qin Baiyuan coughed as he spoke, while Ning Yueshu and Ning Junmo observed him impassively. Qin Baiyuan intensified his act, gazing at Ning Yueshu with feigned vulnerability. "Miss Five, I am truly gravely ill." Ning Yueshu's eyes narrowed with icy disdain as she retorted, "General Qin, do you take me for a fool? I am a disciple of the esteemed healer, Master Yao Lao. Surely you cannot deceive me." Surprise flickered in Qin Baiyuan's eyes, momentarily halting his act. Ning Yueshu was indeed a disciple of the great healer? He had never heard of this. If true, he could not deceive her. The realization that she was so accomplished only intensified his desire for her, reinforcing his determination to possess her. With a flash of insight, Qin Baiyuan abandoned his coughing charade, calmly raising his gaze to the siblings. He felt no shame, boldly asserting, "I was injured by a servant of the Ning family, which led to my cold. Miss Five and young master must have come to the general's residence to apologize and plead for that servant, correct? A mere servant dares to defy authority and injures this general. He deserves to die." Qin Baiyuan's words were laced with murderous intent, jealousy and malice flickering in his eyes. Although he wished to punish the servant, he yearned even more to draw closer to Ning Yueshu, to demonstrate that he surpassed the servant by 1,000-fold. Thus, he suppressed his murderous thoughts and, feigning gentility, smiled at Ning Yueshu, saying, "This general is willing to extend a favor to Miss Five. Since you have been taught by the renowned healer, as long as you cure this general, I shall spare that servant." Ning Yueshu regarded Qin Baiyuan with an icy demeanor, her contempt unmistakable. In her past life, Qin Baiyuan was adept at masking his true nature, having gained years of experience. Now, however, he appeared foolish and repulsive, his greed evident. Ning Junmo frowned, glaring at Qin Baiyuan. "General Qin, do you even know who that servant is? Is he not merely a servant named of Fu? The Ning family is far too lenient with servants, allowing him to approach Miss Five. Are you not concerned that your future brother-in-law might become jealous?" Qin Baiyuan spoke as though he had already assumed the role of Ning family's brother-in-law. Both Ning Junmo and Ning Yueshu were disgusted and at a loss for words. Just then, a flurry of footsteps echoed from outside. The steward of the general's residence was seen imploring, "Right Minister, my general lies unconscious and cannot enter the palace. His Highness the Prince of Ghosts has commanded that he must be carried into the palace. Rest assured, the personnel from the Heavenly Office are quite reliable. They shall ensure that General Qin is not dropped en route." Mu Zihan's voice rang out, filled with mockery and amusement. Inside, Ning Yueshu and her brother, along with Qin Baiyuan, were momentarily stunned. Why had the heavenly office sent someone? A spark of realization flickered in Ning Yueshu's mind, and she exchanged a knowing glance with Ning Junmo. After their silent communication, Ning Junmo helped Ning Yueshu don her hood and then opened the door to announce, "No need to carry him. General Qin has awoken." Qin Baiyuan, finally coming to his senses, realized it was too late for any action. Mu Zihan stepped into the room, nodding respectfully to Ning Junmo, and his eyes brightened upon seeing Ning Yueshu. Lastly, he turned his gaze to Qin Baiyuan, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "Since General Qin has awakened, things are much simpler. Please come down and accompany us to the palace." Coughing, Qin Baiyuan feigned illness and weakly inquired, "Right, Minister? What business do I have in the palace?" Mu Zihan replied, to explain before His Majesty how General Qin sustained his injuries. His tone was drawn out and laden with implication. Qin Baiyuan's heart sank. He could not comprehend why the emperor would be bothered by such a trivial matter as a servant injuring him. Surely, it would suffice to execute the servant? "General Qin, if you would please," Mu Zihan urged. "His Majesty and His Highness the Prince of Ghosts are awaiting you." Not daring to keep the emperor and the prince waiting, Qin Baiyuan promptly prepared himself to leave with Mu Zihan. Ning Yueshu and Ning Junmo had achieved their purpose and bid farewell, exiting through the back door of the general's residence. However, as they returned to their carriage, the sound of galloping hooves approached rapidly. Ning Junmo lifted the curtain and was astonished to find Mu Zihan approaching. "Isn't General Qin supposed to be entering the palace with you?" Before Ning Junmo could inquire further, Mu Zihan cheerfully explained, "General Qin has his own escorts from the heavenly office. I've come to see the young master and Miss Fibeoff." Ning Junmo regarded Mu Zihan with a mix of confusion and skepticism. Why was he not attending to more pressing matters? Mu Zihan leaned past him, directing his attention to the impeccably seated Ning Yueshu in the carriage. As Ning Yueshu removed her hood, revealing her stunningly beautiful face, Mu Zihan couldn't help but marvel internally. His master was the finest among men, and Ning Yueshu was the finest among women. Together, they were a match made in heaven. With a friendly smile, Mu Zihan addressed Ning Yueshu, "If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Ning Yueshu looked up, inquiring, "Did a Fu send you?"
Mu Zihan nodded,
impressed by her perceptiveness. His master had entered the palace with Duan Zhao, while the heavenly office continued to discreetly protect the Ning family. Thus, as soon as Ning Yueshu and Ning Junmo departed the Ning residence, the heavenly office promptly informed Gong Wuyo. Coincidentally, Mu Zihan had been tasked with locating Qin Baiyuan and was also assigned to escort Ning Yueshu home. Recognizing Mu Zihan's connection to Gong Wuyo, Ning Junmo relaxed, signaling the coachman to proceed. Mu Zihan, walking alongside the carriage, assured the siblings, "Rest easy. Matters within the palace will be handled appropriately by our master and will not affect the Ning family." "Right, Minister, please inform a Fu that General Qin's illness is feigned," Ning Yueshu requested. Mu Zihan nodded in agreement. He then praised Gong Wuyo, "Miss Five, rest assured, whether General Qin's illness is genuine or not, it will not escape my master's keen eye. He never bullies the innocent nor allows the wicked to go unpunished. General Qin has offended you. This time, he shall face the consequences." Ning Yueshu smiled subtly, her eyes sparkling with confidence, trusting in Gong Wuyo's abilities. Ning Junmo, observing her expression, sighed quietly, feeling a tinge of melancholy. His sister had truly fallen for this. In the palace, Qin Baiyuan coughed and pretended to be gravely ill, moving slowly, regardless of his pace. The watchful eyes of the heavenly office personnel remained unwavering, neither urging him nor diverting their gaze. Qin Baiyuan was troubled, perplexed by the unfolding events. He was acutely aware that after Cui Yuhai's release from prison, the left minister would be eager to vent his frustrations, which is why he had covertly summoned him to deal with the Ning family. Qin Baiyuan had two objectives. Firstly, he could not accept being publicly humiliated by a servant, his dignity tarnished. This insolent servant, overly familiar with Ning Yueshu, must be dealt with. Unable to directly influence the Ning family, he intended to use public opinion to pressure them. They would never risk offending him or sullying their reputation over a mere servant. Whether the servant was killed or crippled, it would serve to alleviate Qin Baiyuan's grievances. Secondly, he sought to create a sense of indebtedness within the Ning family. They were proving difficult to win over. Despite his efforts to cultivate a rapport with the elder Ning, he was met with indifference, and his attempts to visit were rebuffed. unless the situation changed. When would he ever marry Ning Yueshu? After this incident, the Ning family would owe him a debt, compelling them to make amends. However, Qin Baiyuan was utterly unprepared for the uproar that ensued, nor could he fathom why the Ning family had not dealt with the servant. To his astonishment, Ning Yueshu and Ning Junmo had personally come to plead for the servant. And now, even the emperor and the prince of ghosts were involved, calling him to the palace over such a trivial matter. The more he pondered, the more he felt something was amiss, yet he could find no fault in his actions. Arriving at the entrance of the Yangxin Palace, Qin Baiyuan still could not grasp the situation. With the emperor and the prince of ghosts within, he immediately collected himself. Adopting the demeanor of a gravely ill victim, the head eunuch announced, "Summon General Qin into the palace." With a pale visage, Qin Baiyuan staggered inside. Kneeling to pay his respects, "I, Qin Baiyuan, pay my respects to His Majesty. Long live the emperor." Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Gong Wuyo and Gong Yi, and he bowed again. "I pay my respects to His Highness the Prince of Ghosts and the Second Prince. General Qin, there is no need for excessive formalities. Please rise. Take a seat." Emperor Sheng displayed a caring demeanor, instructing his attendants to bring a chair for Qin Baiyuan to sit upon. Gratefully, Qin Baiyuan accepted the seat and lifted his gaze to survey the hall. In addition to the emperor and Prince Yu, the second prince, Duan Zhao, and Lord Ning were also present. Qin Baiyuan noticed the peculiar expressions directed at him, especially from the second prince, whose eyes reflected pity and sympathy, leaving Qin Baiyuan utterly perplexed. The emperor observed the assembly, casting a particularly amused glance at Gong Wuyo before stating, "Since everyone is here, let us commence." "Yes." Duan Zhao stepped forward and bowed, addressing the emperor, "Your Majesty, both the assailant and the injured from the Lantern Festival are present. I beseech you to render your judgment." "What?" Qin Baiyuan was taken aback, confusion clouding his eyes as he scanned the hall. Finally turning to Duan Zhao, "Lord Duan, you must be mistaken. The Ning family's servant is not here. He is..." Duan Zhao replied coldly, his gaze piercing as it met Qin Baiyuan's, laden with meaning. Qin Baiyuan felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him. At that moment, a deep, magnetic voice, laced with an air of nonchalance, reached his ears. Gong Wuyo remarked, "General Qin seems to have a poor memory. Did my actions not leave an impression?" Upon hearing this, Qin Baiyuan turned to Gong Wuyo, astonishment and confusion mingling in his expression as he instinctively waved his hand in denial. "No. It was the Ning family's servant who harmed me, not you, Your Highness." "Surely, you must be mistaken." Gong Wuyo's lips curled into a cold, sinister smile as he regarded Qin Baiyuan with a chilling glare. "There is no mistake. The Ning family servant is indeed me. Lord Ning can attest to this." The conversation shifted to Lord Ning, whose expression was difficult to decipher. He nodded in reluctant affirmation, stating, "It is true that His Highness is a servant of the Ning family." This statement was fraught with difficulty, as Lord Ning feared the emperor's wrath. However, when he glanced at the emperor, he found only an amused expression, entirely devoid of anger. The others remained stoic. Duan Zhao was as icy as ever, while the second prince, Gong Yi, wore a look of numbness. It was rare for someone of his noble stature to be reduced to a servant, and only Gong Wuyo would stoop to such a level. Qin Baiyuan was stunned, cold sweat streaming down his back, his face as pale as a ghost, his lips devoid of color. "How could it be Prince Yu?" Gong Wuyo's unfeeling glare bore into Qin Baiyuan as he taunted, "General Qin, would you like me to elucidate the reasons for your beating?" Chapter 77. Regret like a sorrowful tide. Qin Baiyuan's expression darkened, his body stiffening, rendered mute. The emperor, intrigued, interjected, "Wuyo, do tell." "Your Majesty." A tremor coursed through Qin Baiyuan, who promptly knelt, confessing, "It is I who am blind to the greatness before me, failing to recognize that the Ning family servant was Your Highness in disguise. I have committed a grievous offense and deserve the utmost punishment. Please, Your Majesty, mete out your justice." His swift admission of fault was surprising, though not entirely unexpected considering he had offended Gong Wuyo. The entire kingdom knew that crossing Prince Yu was akin to incurring the wrath of Yama, the king of hell. Gong Wuyo replied coolly, "Indeed, you deserve the severest punishment." He continued to glare at Qin Baiyuan, his tone devoid of warmth. "General Qin, you wield your authority with an iron fist, threatening even your servants, and you have even sought to harm me. Is this not true, Qin Qing?" The emperor's tone shifted, his presence imposing. Qin Baiyuan felt an icy chill seep into his bones as he was drenched in cold sweat. He could not afford to dwell on his physical discomfort. His fists clenched tightly as he racked his brain for a way out. In a fleeting moment, Qin Baiyuan prostrated himself, his forehead touching the ground as he confessed. It was my misjudgment. I mistook the servant's actions towards the fifth miss of the Ning family as disrespect, which led to my violent reaction. This was all a misunderstanding and my fault. Your Highness, you are justified in your actions. I humbly beseech your Majesty for leniency. His emphasis on the word misunderstanding and his sincere apology were designed to mitigate his punishment. Given his family's military achievements and his status as the last remaining heir, the emperor would likely not impose a severe penalty. Qin Baiyuan thought that as long as the emperor spoke, Prince Yu would not take further action against him. At that moment, Qin Baiyuan was filled with regret. How could he have offended the very person whose favor he wished to secure? Duan Zhao then interjected. The circumstances are now clear. I implore your Majesty to render a decision. Wuyo, Ning Qing, what are your thoughts? The emperor gestured for Duan Zhao to step back and turned his gaze to Gong Wuyo and Lord Ning. Lord Ning bowed first, saying, I leave the matter to your Majesty's discretion. Gong Wuyo's eyes, cold and unyielding, swept over Qin Baiyuan as he replied, Let father decide first. The emperor, after thoughtful consideration, addressed Qin Baiyuan, You shall forfeit a year's worth of salary and spend a month in seclusion for reflection. Do you have any objections, Qin Qing? I thank your Majesty for your kindness. Wait, Gong Wuyo interrupted Qin Baiyuan's expression of gratitude. This matter is not yet resolved. Your reckless actions have tarnished the Ning family's reputation. Should I need to instruct you on how to rectify this, General Qin? Without hesitation, Qin Baiyuan turned to Lord Ning, offering his apologies, asserting that it was all his fault. Lord Ning was about to express his understanding, but his words were halted by a single glare from Gong Wuyo. Gong Wuyo pressed, Is this all? Just this? Lord Ning responded, What else should there be? Given that the entire royal city is abuzz with discussions regarding this incident, to restore the Ning family's honor, General Qin must visit and apologize at an appropriate time. Is that understood? Gong Wuyo stated coldly. The emperor nodded in agreement, acknowledging. Wuyo makes a valid point. What could Qin Baiyuan say? He could only bow deeply and declare, I understand. Very well, you may leave. Recover your health before you go to the Ning family to apologize. Do not carry your illness with you. The emperor dismissed Qin Baiyuan with a wave of his hand. His tone dismissive. As Qin Baiyuan exited the Yangxin palace, he staggered, his body on the verge of collapse. The metallic taste of blood filling his mouth from clenching his teeth too hard. He had suffered greatly this time. Not only had he endured an unwarranted beating, but he was also obliged to visit the Ning family to apologize, ensuring that the entire city would learn of his foolish mistake while the Ning family faced no repercussions. Qin Baiyuan's plans had crumbled, and he had lost face in a monumental way. No one in the Yangxin palace concerned themselves with his thoughts. The emperor descended from the throne and approached Lord Ning, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. The matters of the younger generation have burdened you, Ning Qing. Your servant is overwhelmed. Lord Ning replied. The emperor sighed. Before Qin Baiyuan offers his apology, your family will likely endure some criticism. I encourage you to remain steadfast. I shall bestow some gifts upon you. If that would please you, your Majesty, that is unnecessary. I believe it is quite appropriate. Gong Wuyo chimed in simultaneously with Lord Ning, causing everyone to pause and direct their attention to him. Gong Wuyo continued, Rest assured, Lord Ning. Soon there will be no further gossip concerning the Ning family in the royal city. The populace will find new topics to discuss. As he uttered these words, Gong Wuyo cast a cold glance at Gong Yi. For reasons unknown, a sense of foreboding washed over Gong Yi, as if he sensed an impending storm. This incident was instigated by me, and I shall prepare a generous gift to apologize to Lord Ning, Gong Wuyo stated with a smile. Lord Ning, however, wished for nothing more than for Gong Wuyo to refrain from returning to the Ning residence. He feared for his beloved daughter, who might one day fall prey to the predatory nature of Gong Wuyo. Yet, with so many witnesses and the emperor present, Lord Ning could only swallow his words. Thus, the matter was resolved. Duan Zhao escorted Lord Ning from the palace, while Gong Yi left with a heavy heart. Ultimately, only the emperor and his son, Gong Wuyo, remained in the Yangxin palace. With the absence of outsiders, Emperor Sheng immediately shed his regal demeanor, playfully inquiring of Gong Wuyo, Qin Baiyuan claims you have shown disrespect towards Ning Yueshu. What is the matter? During the Lantern Festival, you all went together to release lanterns. Your progress seems quite commendable. Gong Weo gazed at Emperor Sheng with icy disdain. Was the sovereign truly so gossipy? Coldly, she replied, it is none of your concern. You are my son. And Ning Yueshu is to be my future daughter-in-law. How could it not concern me? The emperor retorted. I have said it is none of your business, Gong Weo insisted. Choose a fine gift for the Ning family. I have matters to attend to, and shall take my leave. With that, Gong Weo departed, not even casting a glance at Emperor Sheng. The emperor stood rooted in place, watching her retreating figure, unperturbed, a gentle smile forming on his lips. He murmured to himself, teasingly, and yet, before even the marriage, her heart has already wandered far away. My son has grown up and is no longer to be held back. Not long after Ning Yueshu and Ning Junmo returned to the Ning residence, old Master Ning arrived home. Ning Yueshu immediately rushed to the front hall with her brothers, where Madame Ning and Ning Yueshu had also gathered, all eyes fixed anxiously on old Master Ning. Madame Ning impatiently urged, stop keeping us in suspense. Quickly reveal the outcome. Fear not, my dear wife. Our family has not been affected in the slightest. Rather, we have turned misfortune into fortune. Old Master Ning continued, recounting the events from the palace in detail. After hearing the news, the family exchanged glances, their expressions a delightful mix of astonishment. Little did they expect such an outcome. A smile curved Ning Yueshu's lips, her eyes sparkling with joy, for she knew Qin Baiyuan was in a dire predicament, and that brought her great happiness. Ning Yueshu understood Qin Baiyuan well, and upon confirming his feigned illness, she realized that all of this was part of his scheme. Qin Baiyuan had colluded with the left chancellor to spread rumors and malign the Ning family. One sought revenge, the other's motives remained unclear, but both had failed miserably. Undoubtedly infuriated, Ning Yueshu cared little for their plight. As long as her family was safe, that was all that mattered. Yueshu, old Master Ning called her. She walked over, looking obedient and understanding as she regarded him. Old Master Ning took her aside, lowering his voice. Yueshu, now you know Ah Fu's true identity. He is the Prince of Yu, no longer merely your protector. Prince Yu has regained his memories, and it would be inappropriate for him to remain in our household. What do you mean, father? If Prince Yu returns, you must send him away. Rest assured, I will unconditionally stand by your side, support you, and assist you. Old Master Ning's tone was resolute. Ning Yueshu opened her mouth to respond, but her peripheral vision caught sight of someone, causing her to pause. Unbeknownst to old Master Ning, he continued to gently persuade her, Yueshu, you have yet to consider a suitor. What business do you have spending every day with Prince Yu? If word gets out, how will you ever marry? Do you wish to wed Prince Yu? Is it not acceptable to marry Prince Yu? Someone inquired. Without a moment's hesitation, old Master Ning shook his head vehemently. No. You cannot marry Prince Yu. Ning Yueshu's curiosity was piqued. In her past life, when she wed Qin Baiyuan, her father had said nothing. Why was he reacting so strongly now regarding Gong Weo? Retrieving her gaze, she asked, Father, why not? Old Master Ning snorted dismissively, his tone critical. Prince Yu is not a suitable husband. He wields power at such a young age, ruthless and cold-hearted. It is evident he would not cherish you. If you were to marry him, my heart would shatter. Furthermore, in the imperial family, there are countless consorts. How could my Yueshu endure such a fate? I will not permit it. What if Prince Yu were to marry only Ning Yueshu? Someone queried. Old Master Ning snorted heavily. What kind of man do you think he is? I know too well. With his high status and royal lineage, how could he ever settle for just one? Such men are inherently unfaithful. I swear, I shall marry only you, Yueshu, for all my days, Gong Weo interjected. There is no need for such vows, Ning Yueshu replied. Old Master Ning paused, then realized that it was not just his daughter speaking, but also a familiar male voice. Turning to look at Ning Yueshu, he noticed her displeased gaze directed at someone behind him. Taking a sharp breath, old Master Ning turned to see Gong Weo. When had he arrived? And how much had he overheard? Feeling both embarrassed and enraged, and somewhat guilty, old Master Ning questioned Gong Weo. Prince Yu, this is the Ning residence. Even as a guest, there is no reason for you to roam about freely. You misspoke. I am Ah Fu, not Prince Yu, Gong Weo replied with a smile. Old Master Ning was momentarily speechless. Observing Gong Weo in the same attire as Ah Fu, it was clear he had every intention of lingering in the Ning residence. Close to Yueshu. Reflecting on Gong Wuyo's previous words, old Master Ning could not agree to such an audacious intention toward his daughter. He glared, declaring firmly, "From this day forth, there is no Afu in the Ning residence. Prince Yu should return whence he came." He even positioned himself protectively in front of Ning Yueshu, shielding her from Gong Wuyo's view. Gong Wuyo smirked, his expression deviously amused. "Old Master Ning, do you believe it is Afu's presence that might tarnish Yue's reputation? Or is it rather the Prince of Yu's scaling walls that poses a greater risk?" "Scaling walls? You shameless wretch! I was merely speaking hypothetically, do not take offense. If you become too agitated, it may affect your health, and that would sadden you, which would sadden me as well." You. Old Master Ning found himself at a loss against Gong Wuyo's provocations, his face flushed with anger. Ning Yueshu found the scene amusing, yet somewhat exasperating. She reached out to tug at old Master Ning's sleeve, urging, "Father, you have just returned from the palace. Please rest for now. I can speak with him." Old Master Ning retorted angrily, "Yueshu, he has his designs on you. He is not a good person." Ahem. Ning Yueshu cleared her throat awkwardly, continuing to persuade, "Father, trust me. Let me handle this, will you? I assure you, if anything happens, I will loudly call for my brothers. I will not be bullied." Though old Master Ning remained skeptical, Ning Yueshu's unwavering determination and Gong Wuyo's refusal to heed his concerns left him no choice but to relent. With much reluctance, he nodded, glancing back repeatedly, casting countless wary looks at Gong Wuyo before finally departing. Once old Master Ning had walked away, Ning Yueshu turned to face Gong Wuyo. Their eyes met, and the rhythm of their hearts quickened slightly. Ning Yueshu was the first to avert her gaze, speaking earnestly, "My father is rather serious. Prince Yu, please refrain from jesting in the future."
You know I do not jest."
"And please, do not call me Prince Yu. We should not maintain such distance. Let's return to how we once were." Gong Wuyo stepped forward, closing the distance between them. Lowering his gaze, he studied the expression on Ning Yueshu's face, missing not a single nuance of her emotions. "Ning Yueshu sikhet." Meeting his gaze, she resolutely stated, "But I do not wish to marry. I have no interest in romance. I only want to stay with my family, my father, mother, brothers, and sisters, and be content with that. Nothing else matters to me." Ning Yueshu was aware that Gong Wuyo had developed feelings for her. Thus, she spoke candidly. The pain and suffering from her past life had left her unwilling to endure such trials again. Deep down, she acknowledged that she held some affection for Afu. For Gong Wuyo, yet her family held paramount significance. With the impending spring examination, numerous dangers threatened her family. Ning Yueshu could not abandon them for the sake of romance. It was simply unthinkable. Therefore, she deemed it best to extinguish any hope for Gong Wuyo, severing ties to ensure their futures would be less burdensome.
"Where?
Do you no longer want me?" Gong Wuyo gazed at Ning Yueshu, his expression shattered, evoking a deep sense of sympathy. Ning Yueshu's heart trembled as she turned her face away, murmuring, "You are the king of Yu, standing above all others. Countless women in the world desire to marry you." Gong Wuyo shook his head, stating, "A heart can only hold so much. Once it is given to one, it cannot be bestowed upon another." Before Ning Yueshu could respond, shadows loomed, and in the next moment, she found herself tightly embraced by Gong Wuyo. His voice, tinged with grievance and desolation, pleaded, "Sure, I am your Fu, belonging solely to you. Please don't cast me aside." Ning Yueshu fell silent. Unbeknownst to her, Gong Wuyo's expression bore no trace of pity. His eyes were dark as an abyss, glimmering with a fearsome possessiveness. He had endured loss in a past life and vowed never to experience it again in this one. Sure would not escape him. Suddenly enveloped in Gong Wuyo's embrace, Ning Yueshu was momentarily bewildered. In both lives, apart from her father and brothers, she had never shared such intimacy with a man. Even after marrying Qin Baiyuan, he maintained an unapproachable distance, never holding her hand or embracing her. Even in their shared bed, she would often arrive first, falling into a deep sleep and waking to find him absent. Ning Yueshu was bewildered by Qin Baiyuan's excessive restraint, which seemed utterly uncharacteristic of a husband. It was only before her suicide that she learned the shocking truth. The man who would share her nights was not Qin Baiyuan at all. Who knew how many men Qin Baiyuan had offered her to in his quest for power? The recollection filled Ning Yueshu with revulsion, making her want to retch. Yet, curiously, the contrast between her past torment and Gong Wuyo's warm, fiery embrace. Brimming with strength and comfort, quelled her feelings of disgust. It was overwhelmingly comforting. The warmth enveloped her, igniting a yearning and reluctance to let go, compelling her to instinctively reach out in return. Just as she was about to reciprocate the embrace, a heavy cough interrupted them. Ahem, ahem. Ning Yueshu and Gong Weo turned to see Ning Junmo, his expression complex as he regarded them. Having caught them in the act, Ning Junmo's face darkened as he glared at Gong Weo. Taking a deep breath, he addressed him. King Yu, embracing my sister is rather inappropriate, don't you think? Ning Yueshu snapped back to reality, her face flushed as she pushed against Gong Weo. The first attempt was futile, but on her second push, Gong Weo loosened his grip and quietly watched as she regained her freedom, immediately darting behind Ning Junmo for cover. Gong Weo withdrew his hand, discreetly fiddling with his fingers hidden in his sleeve. TSK. He cast an irritated glance at Ning Junmo. What brings you here, young master? My father worries someone may bully my dear Shuer. Ning Junmo's gaze burned with indignation as he glared at Gong Weo. Had he not arrived in time, what would have transpired after that embrace? If only Ning Junmo possessed martial skills, he would have brandished his sword against Gong Weo. Regardless, Ning Junmo was destined to be his future brother-in-law. Gong Weo cleared his throat and switched to a tone of sincere apology. I apologize for my abruptness with Shuer. If she is upset, she has my permission to strike me. I will not retaliate. Both Ning Junmo and Ning Yueshu detected a hint of expectation in Gong Weo's tone, as if he eagerly anticipated her striking him, an unsettling notion that simultaneously bridged the gap between them, rendering his royal status inconsequential. Ning Junmo exchanged a glance with Ning Yueshu, whose face was now crimson. Ning Yueshu, blushing, firmly clarified, brother, there is nothing between us. That is good. A smile finally broke across Ning Junmo's face as he turned to Gong Weo, bowing respectfully. King Yu, please return to your residence. The Ning family's temple is too humble to accommodate someone of your stature. Young master, you jest. I find the Bai Chao courtyard quite satisfactory. Gong Weo feigned ignorance of Ning Junmo's intent to dismiss him. As Ning Junmo furrowed his brow, contemplating his next words, Gong Weo glanced at Ning Yueshu, who was still hidden behind Ning Junmo, and smirked. Sure, I will always be your fu. Whatever you require, I shall assist you. Ning Yueshu bit her lip, avoiding eye contact with Gong Weo. Unfazed, he continued languidly, consider it a repayment for your life-saving grace. Anything I do for you is but my duty. Ning Yueshu couldn't help but feel a stirring within her heart. With the impending spring examination looming and her father and brothers in distress, her grandfather unable to shield them from the oncoming calamity, this crisis was nearly catastrophic for the Ning family. Yet, Ning Yueshu remained oblivious to the underlying truths, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness that left her restless. If only Gong Weo could assist her. Taking a deep breath, she tugged at Ning Junmo's sleeve. Brother, he is now a fu. Let him stay at home. Sure. Ning Junmo was taken aback, turning to her with a mix of worry and urgency. Ning Yueshu's stance was resolute. I will speak with father. Ning Junmo found himself at a loss. He could not change her steadfast resolve and redirected his frustration toward Gong Weo. With a stern gaze, he addressed him. Since you are a fu, you must adhere to the rules. Return to your Bai Chao courtyard, do not enter the inner chambers, and absolutely do not meet with Shuer in private. Understood. Gong Weo replied cheerfully, turning to leave. As he walked away, he cast a glance back at Ning Yueshu. Once turned, he no longer concealed the joy radiating from his face, his eyes gleaming with a victorious glimmer. The debt of gratitude could always be leveraged, and he had successfully remained. Shuer would never escape him. Indeed, Ning Yueshu approached her father, who pounded the table in frustration, clutching his chest, torn between anger and reluctance to confront Ning Yueshu. Ning Madam, equally perplexed, inquired whether Ning Yueshu held feelings for Gong Weo, prompting her to keep him around. Ning Yueshu refrained from answering directly, cleverly utilizing Gong Weo's words to justify her stance. As the esteemed king of Yu, he governs the heavenly office. No one can obstruct his desires. If we do not keep him here, he will find a way to return, so it is better to have him here openly, allowing us to monitor his movements. Eventually, both Ning Old Master and Madam were persuaded, recognizing their inability to confront Gong Weo. On her way back to Yueshu Courtyard, Ning Yueshu found herself lost in thought, pondering the surreal nature of Gong Weo. In her past life, she had only seen him from a distance, unaware of his appearance, overwhelmed by his commanding presence and noble status. Even as the general's wife, she had not dared to gaze upon him for fear of offending him. All she could piece together were the comments of others, particularly Qin Baiyuan's descriptions. He was depicted as noble, domineering, cold-blooded, and decisive, a ruler to be both revered and feared. Should the king of Yu aspire to the throne, he would have no rivals among the princes. In her previous life, Qin Baiyuan had gone to great lengths to ally himself with the king of Yu. Thus, Gong Wuyo, the king of Yu, loomed as an unattainable figure in Ning Yueshu's mind. Now, in this life, she experienced a moment of disorientation, questioning which version of Gong Wuyo was authentic, the one from her past or the one before her now.
Miss,
You have finally returned. A voice, both excited and melancholic, broke her reverie. Looking up, she saw Ruan leaping from the stone steps, flitting toward her like a jubilant bird. Ruan, feeling aggrieved, clung to Ning Yueshu's arm and spoke. Miss, Ruan has been waiting for you for such a long time. It's been hard on Ruan. Ning Yueshu smiled and gently patted Ruan's head. She had come to a realization. Why worry? Gong Wuyu wished to repay a life-saving favor, and she too required his assistance. Other matters could be set aside for now. The following day, Duan Shuang sought out Ning Yueshu. Her curiosity piqued about the resolution of affairs in the palace. Despite Duan Zhao's presence, he had not bothered to speak a word to her upon returning home, leaving her restless throughout the night. When she heard from Ning Yueshu that everything had been resolved and that the Ning family faced no repercussions, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, she soon learned that Qin Baiyuan had been stripped of his salary for a year, confined for a month, and would need to apologize in person. A genuine smile blossomed on Duan Shuang's frost-like beautiful face. The emperor is wise. Prince Yuan has acted commendably. Upon hearing the name Gong Wuyu, Ning Yueshu instinctively glanced at Duan Shuang, her mouth opening as if to inquire whether she had recognized Gong Wuyu all along. Yet before she could pose the question, Duan Shuang continued, "Rest assured, Yueshu, before Qin Baiyuan offers his apology, there will be no further gossip regarding your Ning family in the imperial city." What happened? Ning Yueshu queried, her surprise evident. On my way here, I heard the common folk discussing the capture of the Minister of Rights. Ning Yueshu's expression turned astonished as she hastily pressed, "Qing Shuang, when was the Minister of Rights captured?" Duan Qing Shuang replied, "Last night. It is said he was caught red-handed accepting bribes by the Heavenly Division. The capture of such a high-ranking official has set the city abuzz. Surely they will forget about your family's involvement with Qin Baiyuan. Once he apologizes, the populace will understand that it was Qin Baiyuan's fault, and he deserves the punishment." Ning Yueshu listened to Duan Qing Shuang, her expression becoming somewhat peculiar. She recalled that the Minister of Rights was connected to Gong Yi, and in her previous life, nothing had gone amiss at this juncture. What could have led to his sudden arrest? Qing Shuang, the Minister of Rights will undoubtedly be dismissed and imprisoned. With that position vacant, your second uncle will likely rise in rank and fortune. Duan Qing Shuang's words snapped Ning Yueshu back to reality. Without a moment's hesitation, she frowned and stated, "That won't happen." "Why not?" Duan Qing Shuang asked, perplexed. "Your second uncle is the Deputy Minister of Rights, with the minister's position open. His chances of promotion are exceedingly high. Moreover, the emperor favors your family, so it should be a foregone conclusion." Ning Yueshu shook her head, explaining, "The Minister of Rights is a coveted position, and both the second and third princes will surely vie for it. Ultimately, only their people will ascend. And your second uncle does not catch their eye." Duan Qing Shuang, somewhat taken aback by Ning Yueshu's unexpected insight into court affairs, teased, "I must say, I am quite impressed by your understanding, even from within the confines of the boudoir." Ning Yueshu smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. At that moment, Ruan burst into the room, her expression one of shock as if she had stumbled upon a great secret. "Miss, something significant has occurred."
what is it?
Ruan, don't rush. Take a sip of water and speak slowly, Ning Yueshu replied calmly. Duan Qing Shuang, unfazed, remarked, "What could possibly be more significant than the capture of the Minister of Rights?" "There is." Ruan disregarded the suggestion of water, inhaling deeply before dropping a bombshell. "Cui Yuhai is to marry Jianglan Xian." Both Ning Yueshu and Duan Qing Shuang were taken aback. This was indeed monumental. Although Duan Qing Shuang had not attended the plum appreciation banquet held by the left chancellor's wife, she had heard about the intimate rendezvous between Jianglan Xian and Cui Yuhai. Cui Yuhai was previously Ning Yuru's betrothed and had been imprisoned for his misdeeds, prompting the emperor's wrath. It was rumored that upon his release, he had become a complete invalid, incapable of self-care. Unable to contain her curiosity, Duan Qing Shuang asked Ruan, "Is this true? Where did you hear this?" "It was spoken by your second uncle himself. He came to plead with the master, and the servants overheard, spreading the news for all to discuss," Ruan explained. The left chancellor had suddenly dealt a heavy blow to the Ning family, sending a matchmaker to propose. If it had been the left chancellor's legitimate son, regardless of which one, the Ning family would have gladly accepted with gratitude. Yet it was Cui Yuhai, a notorious cripple known for his vile deeds.
Now,
Any mention of him would provoke disdain from the populace, who would praise the emperor's wisdom. Marrying Cui Yuhai would mean enduring a living widowhood, caring for a paralyzed man, and bearing the weight of public scorn. No sensible woman would agree to such a fate. While Ning Yi and Ning Furen would surely refuse, they dared not offend the left chancellor and could only seek help from Ning Laoyi, hoping he would intervene. Ning Yueshu blinked, calmly inquiring of Ruan, "Did father agree?" Ruan shook her head, "No." The master flatly rejected it. Ning Yueshu's lips curled into a smirk. Although this development was unexpected, the thought of a scoundrel paired with a wicked woman brought her amusement. A match between a rogue and a villainess. This is surely entertaining. Ning Yueshu winked at Duan Qing Shuang, cheerfully adding, "I now retract my previous statement. If Jianglan Xian marries Cui Yuhai, then my second uncle's promotion is indeed a certainty." "But didn't Ning Yi disagree?" Duan Qing Shuang questioned, puzzled. Ning Yueshu shook her head. "For now, he may disagree, but ultimately he will acquiesce. Ning Yi and Ning Furen have nurtured Jianglan Xian precisely to leverage connections for advancement when necessary. While Cui Yuhai is indeed repulsive. Should the left chancellor promise benefits, such as facilitating Ning Yi's ascension to the Minister of Rights, their greed will lead them to consent in the end. As for Jianglan Xian, no one will concern themselves with her approval now."
Duan Qing Shuang graspait Ning Yueshu's intention.
Yet was astonished by her certainty that Ning Yi would barter Jianglan Xian for his own future. It dawned on her then that her close friend harbored secrets. "Qing Shuang." Ning Yueshu called her name, posing a question. "Did you already know that a Fu is Prince Yu?" Duan Qing Shuang was momentarily taken aback. Ning Yueshu gazed at her intently, a slight smile forming as she continued. "When a Fu removed his mask and revealed his identity, you showed no surprise whatsoever." Duan Qing Shuang quickly understood that she could not evade the inquiry and nodded, explaining. "Yueshu, did I not mention that I have a sworn brother?" "Your sworn brother is a Fu?" "Indeed." Ning Yueshu blinked in astonishment, completely unaware of the connection between Duan Qing Shuang and Gong Wuyu. Duan Qing Shuang looked at Ning Yueshu with anticipation, stating, "If you were to marry my sworn brother, you would become my sister-in-law." "That is impossible." Ning Yueshu firmly rejected. "I shall never marry him." "Do not speak so definitively. You have admitted to liking a Fu, who happens to be my sworn brother." "Prince Yu," Duan Qing Shuang teased, her tone playful, fully aware of Ning Yueshu's feelings. Ning Yueshu's face flushed crimson as she covered her face, exclaiming, "Qing Shuang, you must not tell him." Duan Qing Shuang felt a pang of guilt. She had already spoken of it. What to do now? As night fell, the early spring air remained quite chilly. In the Ning residence, within the herbal hall, after Lao Yao's departure, Gong Wuyu was the sole occupant. In solitude, he reveled in examining the treasures within his precious box, which contained hairpins and fragrant sachets. Recently, he had added a note. Holding the note, Gong Wuyu lowered his gaze to the words inscribed, "Yueshu says she likes you. Confess, and I shall have a sister-in-law." A string of words floated before his eyes, but he only truly registered 6 of them. "Yueshu says she likes you. Sure, you hold affection for him." Gong Wuyu's lips curved into a gentle, delightful smile, and his deep eyes radiated an astonishing tenderness. His heart brimmed with joy, warmth enveloping him. He longed to embrace Shuer, to kiss her, as vivid memories of their past life flooded his mind. Gong Wuyu tightened his fingers, inhaled deeply, and closed his eyes, suppressing the fiery passion within. There remained ample time before he could wed Shuer. The foolish actions of his previous life were to be avoided at all costs. Once they were lawfully wed, acknowledged by the world as husband and wife, then they could indulge in their affections without reservation, justly honoring Shuer. A breeze approached, and Gong Wuyu opened his eyes, his gaze transforming into a cold, merciless depth. With swift grace, he returned the note to its place and sealed the box. He then inquired, "What is the matter?"
Master.
"The second prince insists on seeing you," Mu Zihan reported quietly, bowing respectfully. Gong Wuyo's thin lips curled into a smirk, laced with disdainful amusement. The second prince sought him out solely due to the recent arrest of the Minister of Rights, a man under his influence. With the spring examinations approaching, success was within reach, and now this incident had sparked the second prince's ire. Gong Wuyo replied coolly, "Do not grant him an audience. Let him address his concerns directly to the emperor." "Understood." Mu Zihan nodded, then hesitantly asked, "Master, with the Minister of Rights now vacant and the spring examinations imminent, should the Heavenly Division intervene?" In the past, Mu Zihan would have never dared to ask such a question. However, the dynamics had shifted. His master pursued Ning Yueshu, whose brother, Ning Junmo, would partake in the upcoming examinations. The absence of the Minister of Rights created a unique opportunity for the Heavenly Division to step in, ensuring that his future brother-in-law could participate without hindrance. "This matter will be managed by the emperor. Refrain from meddling," Gong Wuyo warned coldly. Mu Zihan immediately wilted under the reprimand. Noticing that Mu Zihan lingered, Gong Wuyo raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is there anything else?" "Miss Qingshuang requests that I convey a message. She has assisted you, Master, and urges you not to divulge any secrets. Should you choose not to support her, she shall not assist you in the future," Mu Zihan relayed. Upon hearing this, Gong Wuyo immediately understood that Duan Qingshuang referred to the note. His expression grew contemplative. Her timely reminder had been a significant aid, and he would not sever ties after crossing the river. Moreover, Duan Qingshuang's close friendship with Shu'er could prove advantageous once more. Gong Wuyo gestured for Mu Zihan to come closer and whispered several instructions. "Go and handle this." "Yes, I shall execute your orders splendidly." Mu Zihan's eyes sparkled as he bowed and exited the Ning residence. Within the room, Gong Wuyo picked up the box again. This time, he did not open it. Instead, he gently traced the edges, a sly smile gracing his lips. He had devised a way to explain matters to Ning Yueshu. The arrest of the Minister of Rights had stirred gossip throughout the capital, overshadowing discussions about the Ning family. Unbeknownst to many, the left chancellor had issued a marriage proposal to Ning Erye's household, determined to wed Jiang Lanxin to Cui Yuhai.
Ning Erye, feeling cornered,
Sought the assistance of old Master Ning, yet was repeatedly rebuffed. If he wished to refuse, he ought to do so himself without dragging the Ning family into turmoil. The discussions between Ning Erye and old Master Ning had been overheard by Wan, who relayed the information back to Ning Yueshu and Ning Yuru. Wan was furious, declaring Ning Erye shameless for threatening old Master Ning, claiming he was likely to ascend to the position of Minister of Rights. Should old Master Ning refuse to assist him, he would withhold support from the eldest son during the examinations. How disgraceful! Ning Yueshu and Ning Yuru exchanged glances, both frowning. Ning Yueshu pressed, Wan, what did father say?" He said the eldest son's success in examinations is solely dependent on his own abilities and has no bearing on Ning Erye. He should not inflate his own importance. Wan replied with newfound pride. Ning Yueshu and Ning Yuru smiled, giving old Master Ning their thumbs up, exclaiming, "Well said, father." Let it be known that Ning Erye had not yet secured a promotion. Even if he did, the examinations would be based on merit alone. What concern was it of his? Ning Erye's repeated visits to old Master Ning were treacherous. The Ning family had already incurred the left chancellor's wrath due to the broken engagement. Now, Ning Erye sought to avoid confrontation with the chancellor, instead imploring old Master Ning for assistance while he hid away, knowing full well that old Master Ning's intervention would only further offend the chancellor. Old Master Ning was no fool. He would not entertain Ning Erye's schemes. Ning Yueshu found Ning Erye and his family utterly repulsive. Jiang Lanxin, destined to marry Cui Yuhai, was a victim in this scheme. Ning Yuru, sampling a pastry, expressed a hint of sympathy. Ning Yueshu shook her head. "Sister, have you forgotten how Jiang Lanxin stalked you? Had she not pursued you, she would not be entangled with Cui Yuhai. This outcome is of her own making." Propping her chin on her hand, she continued, "Everyone witnessed her in the embrace of Cui Yuhai. Given his current circumstances, no sensible person would marry him. The left chancellor's family is fixated solely on Jiang Lanxin. Sister, consider this. If not for Lord Duan's timely arrival, you could have been the one forced into marriage with him," Ning Yueshu noted. Ning Yuru's expression turned cold, her sympathy evaporating. She would not forget how Jiang Lanxin had remained silent when she knew Ning Yueshu was in danger. Had anything happened, Jiang Lanxin would have been an accomplice. Hence, this outcome was indeed of her own making. Thinking of Lord Duan, Ning Yueshu's demeanor softened, a smile gracing her lips. I am truly grateful to Lord Duan. Ning Yueshu noticed a shift in Ning Yueshu's expression. Her curiosity piqued, though she refrained from voicing it. Outside, a commotion arose, prompting Wan to rush out, interrupting Ning Yueshu's thoughts. Soon, Wan returned, stammering, Miss, it is His Highness, the King of Ghosts. He wishes to speak with you. Do you wish to see him? Ning Yueshu straightened, momentarily stunned. Ning Yueshu glanced outside, then back at Ning Yueshu's expression, urging, Sister, do not mistake him for Ah Fu. He is the King of Ghosts, a man of high rank. Sister, you may return. I wish to hear what he has to say, Ning Yueshu said with a determined smile. Chapter 82. He too has been reborn? Ning Yueshu knew that Gong Weo had come to provide an explanation. This explanation was one she must hear. Ning Yueshu grasped Ning Yueshu's hand, saying, Sister, if you do not have feelings for him, do not approach him. Otherwise, you may become too entangled, and only you will suffer. Do not worry, sister. We have important matters to discuss, unrelated to romantic entanglements. If you remain concerned, feel free to stay and listen. Ning Yueshu suggested with a playful blink and a smile. Ning Yueshu considered the scenario for a moment before shaking her head. She stood and gently patted Ning Yueshu's hand, saying, Sister, I trust your judgment. Ning Yueshu exited with her maidservant and encountered Gong Weo at the door. With his identity revealed, he no longer needed to wear a mask, allowing his captivating visage to be fully seen. Ning Yueshu had seen him numerous times, yet could not help but catch her breath. His beauty was mesmerizing, and he himself exuded an aura of danger. With a sisterly instinct, Ning Yueshu mustered her courage and addressed Gong Weo. Your Highness, please do not take advantage of Shuer. She is still but a child. Rest assured, I would never dream of causing her harm. Gong Weo replied with a slight smile. Ning Yueshu found herself at a loss for words. Gong Weo spoke with such familiarity, as if they were kin, devoid of any sense of formality. As they brushed past each other, Ning Yueshu could not resist glancing back at Gong Weo as he entered the house, soon after which Wan was summoned to stand guard. With Wan gone, only Xu Bao and Gong Weo remained in the room, prompting Ning Yueshu to frown in exasperation. Xu Bao, too, treated Gong Weo as if he were not an outsider. With a heavy heart, Ning Yueshu walked into the room. Ning Yueshu remained seated, her gaze calm and composed as she watched Gong Weo approach. Instead of sitting across from her, Gong Weo brought over a stool and positioned himself directly in front of Ning Yueshu. The sudden closeness caused Ning Yueshu to lean back involuntarily. However, she was seated in a chair with a backrest, leaving her with nowhere to retreat. Ning Yueshu pursed her lips. Please maintain some distance. What I have to say must not be overheard by anyone else. Otherwise, if it reaches my father's ears, he might summon Taoists and monks to perform exorcisms. Gong Weo explained, and upon hearing this, surprise flickered in Ning Yueshu's eyes as she forgot the distance between them. Scrutinizing Gong Weo repeatedly.
What did he mean by that?
Could it be that he, too, had been reborn? Ning Yueshu pondered, considering that if she could be reborn, it would not be surprising for another to experience the same. If a Fu were the king of ghosts from their past life, recalling the events of their former existence made Ning Yueshu tense her back, clenching her hands in anxiety. Gong Weo's heart and eyes were solely focused on Ning Yueshu. No matter how subtle Ning Yueshu's emotional shifts were, they did not escape Gong Weo's keen perception. Noticing her growing tension, Gong Weo smiled and spoke. Sure, I have yet to finish my words. You may proceed, Ning Yueshu replied, lowering her gaze to steady her emotions. Gong Weo reached out, cradling Ning Yueshu's face, their eyes locking in an intimate exchange where neither could conceal their feelings from the other. Gong Weo began. Sure, I had a dream. A dream? Ning Yueshu blinked, her clenched fists relaxing. Gong Weo nodded and continued. In the dream, I missed my beloved, witnessing her marry another and live unhappily. Sure, it felt so real, as if we had truly lived it, reminiscent of our past lives. When I awoke, disbelief lingered, prompting me to send the heavenly inspector to investigate the places from my dream. To my astonishment, you truly were at the temple in the mountains. Gong Weo elaborated, confirming the circumstances from his dream, which compelled him to travel to Yunqiu town personally. Later, when he encountered bandits in the mountains, he resolved the situation himself. solidifying his belief that the dream was indeed a reality and that Ning Yueshu was destined to be his beloved. To align with the dream, Gong Weo instructed his subordinate from the heavenly inspector to injure him at the location from his dream, so that Ning Yueshu would find him. Gong Weo said, "Sure. I lay there, and you truly came. This deepened my conviction that everything in the dream was real. I do not wish to miss you, nor allow those dreams to materialize, hence I remain by your side, wishing to protect you. With me here, no one shall harm you." Ning Yueshu was momentarily stunned, overwhelmed by the gravity of the revelations. Gong Weo claimed it was merely a dream, yet she understood the truth of it all as the unfolding of their past. The only distinction was that in their previous life, she was not the king of ghosts' beloved. Sure. Gong Weo lowered his head, resting his forehead against hers. The warmth of their intimate contact enveloping them both. Gong Weo's eyes dimmed, casting aside the shadows of harshness, murmuring softly, "I wish that were just a dream. I shall never allow it to recur." "Sure, do you trust me?" Ning Yueshu blinked, still processing the information. Their foreheads remained pressed together, neither moving. After a moment, Ning Yueshu finally spoke, her voice tinged with complexity. "So, your affection for me is born from that dream?" "Of course not." Gong Weo straightened, intercepting her words. His gaze bored deeply into hers, his tone grave and sincere. "Sure, I trust my eyes and my heart. When I see you, my heart races. And I wish to spend a lifetime with you. No one else has ever made me feel this way. The dream merely allowed me to meet you sooner, to love you, and to wish to protect you." Gong Weo took Ning Yueshu's hand and pressed it against his heart, his voice resonating with genuine warmth. "Ning Yueshu blinket renderet speechless." Gong Weo continued, "Sure, do you not believe me?"
Ido, Ning Yueshu nodded affirmatively.
Since she could be reborn, it was plausible that Gong Weo could dream of their past life. Yet, one thing puzzled her. She had not been the king of ghosts' beloved in their previous life, had she? Nevertheless, Ning Yueshu believed Gong Weo's current declarations, sensing the authenticity in his emotions. Regaining her composure, Ning Yueshu felt a flush rise to her cheeks, her heart racing. With a deep breath, she said, "Please allow me a moment to reflect on your words." "Very well." Gong Weo released her hand and stood, now taking his turn to speak. "I shall wait." As Gong Weo departed, his gaze lingered on Ning Yueshu, filled with ardent affection, igniting a fire within her that left her flushed and her heart racing, unable to calm for a long while. Meanwhile, after leaving the Yueshu courtyard, Gong Weo concealed himself in the shadows, glancing back at the courtyard. With a sigh, he recognized that this was the best explanation he could devise, allowing Ning Yueshu some time to process and accept it. Otherwise, revisiting their past life would merely reopen the wounds of her heart, a pain that pierced him deeply as well. Gong Weo had prepared another location, waiting for Duan Qingshuang to initiate the invitation for Ning Yueshu to accompany her there. Once there, Ning Yueshu would come to understand everything, and he would remain by her side throughout. Chapter 83. Seeking love at the distant mountain temple. As the spring examination approached, on a beautiful day adorned with gentle breezes and radiant sunlight, Madame Ning resolved to take Ning Yu and Ning Yueshu to the distant mountain temple outside the imperial city to seek blessings and good fortune. The idea to visit the distant mountain temple had initially been proposed by Duan Qingshuang. Families of students preparing for the spring examination commonly sought blessings, and the distant mountain temple was renowned for its thriving incense offerings. Having heard of the temple's reputation, Ning Yueshu eagerly informed Madame Ning, leading to a unanimous decision to visit the distant mountain temple that very day. Given the distance to the temple, which required over 3 hours by carriage, and the desire to secure early blessings, they decided to stay overnight, praying for fortune the following day. As the carriage departed from the Ning residence, Ning Yueshu felt a sense of unease, frequently glancing outside. "Miss, are you perhaps looking for His Highness the King of Ghosts?" Wan whispered softly, attempting to discreetly inquire. Unbeknownst to them, all were in the same carriage, and despite Ruan's quiet tone, Madame Ning and Ning Yu could still hear her. Though they remained silent, their glances towards Ning Yueshu were filled with concern and complexity. Meeting her mother's and sister's gazes, Ning Yueshu bit her lip and shook her head. "Shu Bao, the King of Ghosts is still the King of Ghosts, not a fool your guard. What would it look like if he were to linger around you daily?" "Madame, Ning gently admonished head." Ning Yueshu sighed silently, obediently nodding. "Mother, I understand." The journey continued in silence. Despite the comfort of the carriage, after over 3 hours of travel, their bodies felt weary. Upon reaching the foot of the distant mountain temple, they still had to climb. Finally arriving at the temple, their bodies ached, and none possessed the inclination or energy to appreciate the scenery. They only noted the bustling crowds at the distant mountain temple, its incense offerings flourishing. Once the monks at the temple arranged their accommodations, Ning Yueshu and her companions went directly to rest, conserving their energy for the next day's prayers. Each was assigned a separate room. Ning Yueshu, accustomed to physical training, was in better condition than her mother and sister, and she found the time to lean against the window, observing an apricot blossom tree outside. Though the blossoms had yet to bloom, the tree was full of buds, presenting a particularly pleasing sight. "Miss, I have brought warm water for you. Soaking your feet will provide much comfort," Wan exclaimed cheerfully as a maid carried in a wooden tub. "Thank you." Ning Yueshu turned around with a smile, oblivious to the gentle gaze that watched her from the second floor diagonally across. The steam rose, carrying with it a fragrant aroma of herbs. Curiously, Ning Yueshu inhaled deeply, noticing the distinct color of the hot water, which sparked a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Wan, where did you acquire these medicinal herbs?" she inquired. "They were given by the monks at the temple. The madam and the third young miss have some too. They say that soaking your feet will alleviate soreness." Wan explained. Upon hearing this, a hint of skepticism crept into Ning Yueshu's gaze. The herbs infused in the hot water were known for their ability to invigorate the meridians and soothe aches, boasting considerable efficacy, and they were not inexpensive. Was the Far Mountain Temple truly so generous? "Miss, do soak your feet early and rest well. The madam said we must rise early tomorrow and cannot afford to sleep in," Wan advised. Ning Yueshu's thoughts were interrupted by Wan, and she ceased to ponder further. She removed her shoes and socks, immersing her feet in the steaming herbal water, instantly feeling a wave of comfort wash over her. Lying on the bed, although the accommodations at Far Mountain Temple were simple and unadorned, the mattress was surprisingly soft. As she settled in, relaxation enveloped her, and drowsiness surged forth. Ning Yueshu closed her eyes and murmured, "Indeed, Far Mountain Temple is extraordinary." In her past life, she had heard of the temple's renowned reputation. Yet she had never visited and was completely unaware that all of this had been meticulously arranged in advance. The treatment her family received, when compared to others, was akin to heaven and earth, incomparable. The following day, they were indeed required to rise early. Ning Yueshu was awakened at the crack of dawn, her eyes still heavy with sleep as she donned a simple yet elegant dress. Following Madame Ning and Ning Yueshu to the front hall to offer incense and pray for blessings. True to its reputation, Far Mountain Temple was bustling with activity. Even before dawn, the temple was open, and patrons were already queuing to offer incense. Fortunately, Madame Ning had anticipated this and sent a servant to stand in line the day before. Otherwise, the three of them would have arrived only to find their positions further back in the queue. Standing in line, they overheard the conversations of those behind them, most of whom were there to pray for the success of students participating in the upcoming imperial examinations. Outside, the atmosphere was lively, but upon entering the hall, a serene hush fell over the room as everyone earnestly offered their prayers. As Ning Yueshu entered the hall, gazing at the resplendent golden Buddha statue, a sense of peace washed over her. She vividly recalled the resonant sounds of chanting and the tolling of ancient bells she had heard after her death. Her rebirth, perhaps, was a blessing from the heavens, a sign of divine protection. Ning Yueshu sincerely followed Madame Ning and Ning Yueshu in offering incense and prayers. After the prayers, Madame Ning conferred with the temple's abbot regarding the donation of incense funds. Meanwhile, Ning Yueshu and Ning Yueshu wandered about, admiring the scenery of Far Mountain Temple, inadvertently arriving at the area designated for seeking marital blessings. The place was crowded with patrons, mostly women and young girls, either praying for the marriage prospects of their family members or for themselves. Ning Yueshu had no particular thoughts on the matter, but she noticed that Ning Yueshu seemed pensive. Linking her arm with Ning Yueshu's, she playfully said, "Third sister, let us seek a marital blessing. Who knows? Perhaps you might find a better match than Chui Yuhai, as fate has already prepared another auspicious union for you." Ning Yueshu hesitated, but Ning Yueshu pulled her directly into the hall. A young monk approached them with a cylinder for divination. "Ladies, please." Ning Yueshu shook her head, saying, "I came with my third sister. One will suffice." The young monk stubbornly extended both hands, insisting, "Since you are here, it would not hurt to have one each." "Take it, since we are here," Ning Yueshu said with a smile, teasingly glancing at Ning Yueshu. Doesn't Shu Bao want to know where her destined partner is? A fleeting image of someone crossed Ning Yueshu's mind. She pursed her lips but ultimately accepted the divination cylinder. Together, they approached the Buddha, kneeling and bowing their heads before taking the cylinder. The sound of the bamboo sticks rattling within was melodious and rhythmic, inexplicably soothing, and filled with anticipation. What kind of fortune would they receive? With a soft thud, Ning Yueshu and Ning Yueshu each drew a bamboo stick that fell to the ground, and they picked it up. Upon inspection, they were both bewildered. Typically, bamboo sticks bore written fortunes. Even if they did not understand, they could consult the monks specialized in interpretation. However, the sticks in their hands bore only two distinct symbols with no accompanying text. Ning Yueshu reached out to pull Ning Yueshu along, smiling gently as she said, "Come, let us ask." The sisters approached the young monk who had given them the divination cylinder and showed him the bamboo sticks. The young monk scratched his head and said, "Ladies, please wait a moment. I will ask the master." He hurried away and soon returned with the temple's abbot. The abbot, with a kind and benevolent demeanor, said nothing but smiled as he invited Ning Yueshu and Ning Yueshu to a different area for the interpretation of their fortunes. They turned left and right, walking into increasingly secluded spaces, causing Ning Yueshu to become wary. She halted, grasping Ning Yueshu's hand, and questioned the abbot, "Abbot, where are we going?" Ning Yueshu, recalling some unsettling experiences, instinctively positioned herself protectively in front of Ning Yueshu, frowning as she pressed, "Abbot, we merely wish to interpret our fortunes. Where are you taking us?" "Amitabha, esteemed ladies, please remain calm. Have you heard of Master Yuan Deng?" The abbot inquired with a gentle smile. Ning Yueshu and Ning Yueshu exchanged glances, both astonished. They had certainly heard of Master Yuan Deng, a revered monk known far and wide. It was said that he was knowledgeable in both ancient and modern wisdom and could even predict the future. Commoners and nobles alike, even those of the highest rank, yearned to meet him. Yet, Master Yuan Deng was elusive and no one knew when or where he might appear. The abbot continued with a smile. "Master Yuan Deng is currently at Far Mountain Temple. You ladies are destined to meet him. He will interpret your fortunes." Ning Yueshu and Ning Yueshu were taken aback, their expressions filled with astonishment. Ning Yueshu could not help but ask, "Abbot, you must be jesting. How could my third sister and I, having drawn our fortunes at random, attract the attention of Master Yuan Deng?" "Amitabha, that is precisely fate. These two sticks were placed by Master Yuan Deng himself, awaiting those with whom he shares a connection. The master is just ahead in the side hall. I shall escort you only this far." With that, the abbot pressed his palms together in a gesture of respect and turned to leave. The sisters, both bewildered and intrigued, hesitated for a moment before proceeding towards the side hall. The door to the side hall was wide open, revealing no deities or statues. Only scrolls depicting Buddhist tales and flickering candlelight. 3 meditation cushions were arranged within, and on one of them sat an elderly monk with long, snow-white eyebrows and a serene presence. Some individuals possess an indescribable aura that captivates the hearts of others. Master Yuan Deng was one such individual. Upon seeing him for the first time, Ning Yueshu and Ning Yueshu felt an immediate sense of tranquility, as if all their worries had dissipated. Master Yuan Deng held a prayer bead in one hand and placed the other on his chest, saying, "Amitabha, esteemed ladies, please take a seat." Ning Yueshu and Ning Yueshu approached and sat down. Ning Yueshu spoke first. "Master Yuan Deng, we have drawn our fortunes and come to seek your interpretation." Master Yuan Deng opened his eyes, which, despite his advanced age, still shone with brightness and wisdom. He extended his hand towards Ning Yueshu, saying, "Amitabha, please show me your fortune." Ning Yueshu handed him the bamboo stick, and after a glance, Master Yuan Deng looked at her with a gentle smile and said, "This fortune reads, a destined union is not by chance. Meeting and harmonizing leads to a joyful reunion. Your auspicious marriage is already upon you."
Ah,
Ning Yueshu gasped. Her cheeks tinged with a hint of pink as she recalled something. Ning Yueshu, filled with curiosity, asked, "Is that true?"
Amitabha.
This young lady has 2 fated unions in her lifetime, one of which is malevolent, bringing harm not only to herself, but also to her family. Fortunately, that ill-fated union has come to an end, and a benevolent one has arrived. Your acquaintance and bond are not mere coincidence, but a fate ordained by the heavens. Ning Yueshu pondered for a moment. It was evident that the ill-fated match was none other than Cui Yuhai. In her previous life, Her third sister's marriage to Cui Yuhai indeed led to her demise, as Yuan Deng had mentioned, and brought calamity upon the Ning family. Now that Cui Yuhai had been successfully cast aside, Ning Yueshu found herself intrigued by the notion of a good match that Yuan Deng spoke of, particularly due to her sister's unusual reaction. Clearly, this individual had already appeared in their lives, but who could it be? She was unaware of any worthy young man who had interacted with her sister. "Sister, stop staring at me," Ning Yuru exclaimed, flustered and shy. Her face flushed under Ning Yueshu's gaze. Attempting to divert Ning Yueshu's attention, she suggested, "Sister, didn't you also seek a divination? Why not ask Master Yuan Deng to interpret yours?" "Ah, right." Ning Yueshu then presented her divination slip. "Master Yuan Deng, please take a look." Yuan Deng received it, and, upon examination, a smile graced his face as he regarded Ning Yueshu with perceptive eyes. He spoke. "This slip indicates a destined blissful union, eternally unseparated across lifetimes. Both of you are promised excellent matches and will experience a lifetime of happiness." Ning Yueshu blinked, her expression serene. In contrast, Ning Yuru was elated, grasping her sister's hand. "This is wonderful. Mother will surely be delighted to hear this." "Ba," Yuan Deng interjected. "I have some words to share privately with this young lady." He glanced at Ning Yueshu and continued to Ning Yuru. "Would you kindly step next door for tea and wait a moment?" Both sisters were momentarily taken aback. Yuan Deng exuded a calm and trustworthy aura. The thought of merely stepping next door reassured Ning Yuru, who nodded and went to fetch tea. Inside the side hall, only Ning Yueshu and Yuan Deng remained. Confused, she inquired, "Master Yuan Deng, what is it you wish to convey?" Yuan Deng replied, "Ba, I dare to ask, have you returned as a soul from a past life?" Just then, the distant sound of a bell resonated, tightening Ning Yueshu's heart as she blinked at Yuan Deng. Speechless, he smiled knowingly, as if her expression provided him with the answer. Holding a string of prayer beads, he continued, "This divination pertains not just to this life, but also to a previous one. You were destined for a blissful union, yet misfortune befell you. And two soulmates were left scarred, without a happy conclusion." Yuan Deng's voice softened, and Ning Yueshu's response was tinged with a hoarse quality. "Ba," he said gently, his gaze warm as he regarded her. "You are fated to be together for all eternity. Even if separated in one lifetime, you shall meet again in the next. Whether your union flourishes depends on your destiny." Ning Yueshu clenched her hands, her body tense as she implored, "Master Yuan Deng, can you tell me who he is?" Yuan Deng shook his head, his expression kind yet firm. Ba, the secrets of fate cannot be revealed. You already possess the answer in your heart, do you not?" Ning Yueshu fell silent. She vacantly exited the side hall, rejoining Ning Yuru. Both sisters were lost in thought, neither inquiring about the other's musings. Once they had walked away, Gong Wu entered through the back door. A sly smile played on his lips as he expressed his gratitude to Yuan Deng. Ba. Yuan Deng replied, rising and shaking his head. "Your mother saved my life. This debt has been repaid. However, what I have said is the truth. Following the natural course is the best path." Gong Wu frowned, clearly uninterested. "Master, you have repeated this several times. Allow nature to take its course, and your destined union will surely come to fruition. Should you force matters, the sorrows of your past life will resurface. You are a person of great fortune, with blessings that extend far and wide. I implore you to reflect carefully." Gong Wu Yu remained silent, exasperated by the mention of past lives. "Master, do you have an endless supply of wisdom? Are you aware that your abilities do not surpass those of your disciple?" Yuan Deng paused. Perplexed by Gong Wu Yu's departing figure, his expression clouded with confusion. "Disciple? When did I take on a disciple?" Chapter 85, The Unabashed Temptation Master. "We have made a discovery," an agent whispered, his voice low. Gong Wu Yu's expression darkened, a cold smile creeping upon his lips, imbued with an air of menace. "Do not disturb Shu Air. Bring her here." "Understood." The agent slipped away silently. Meanwhile, Ning Yueshu and Ning Yuru returned to the main hall to reunite with Madame Ning. After their walk, their emotions had settled considerably, especially Ning Yuru, whose radiant smile indicated her uplifted spirits. "Ru Air, you seem particularly joyful. Has something good transpired?" Madame Ning teaset. Ning Yueru nodded enthusiastically, pulling Ning Yueshu closer and glancing around to ensure they were alone. "Mother, I just sought a divination about marriage with Xu Bao, and Master Yuan Deng personally interpreted it for us." "Really?" Madame Ning gasped in surprise, gazing at her daughters. Ning Yueshu affirmed with a nod, her smile brightening. Mother. Master Yuan Deng said that both Xu Bao and I are destined for excellent matches. You and father need not worry any longer. Madame Ning inquired eagerly. What did Master Yuan Deng say? He said that my union is fated and fortuitous, while Xu Bao's is a blissful destiny that will endure across lifetimes. Ning Yueshu whispered, one arm around Madame Ning and the other holding Ning Yueshu's hand, her voice low and shy as she spoke of her own fate. Madame Ning listened intently, her attention unwavering. But Ning Yueshu found herself distracted. Suddenly, she sensed a gaze upon her, filled with malice and jealousy. Frowning, she turned to look behind her, only to find a crowd of incense worshippers, devoid of any suspicious individuals. Was it merely her imagination? Unbeknownst to her, behind a nearby wall, the agent clamped a hand over Jianglan Xian's mouth while restraining her hands, pressing her against the wall. Be quiet if you wish to live. Follow me. With a thud, the agent hurled Jianglan Xian into a room. She landed painfully, kneeling on the floor, her face pale and terrified, tears brimming in her eyes, evoking sympathy. Who are you? Jianglan Xian cried, her voice quivering. I am the daughter of Lord Ning. If anything happens to me, my uncle and aunt will not spare you. What brings you to the distant mountain temple? The agent inquired, standing rigidly. I came to pray for blessings.
Jianglan Xin stamp.
A derisive chuckle escaped the agent's lips, deep and resonant, laced with disdain. Only then did Jianglan Xian notice another presence in the room. Her fear and distress evaporated as she looked up to see the man seated in an elegant chair, her gaze mesmerized. What a beautiful man! His noble aura was beyond compare. Jianglan Xian, who had seen many distinguished young lords in the capital, felt that none could rival him. No man could compare. Her panic transformed into a blush, her eyes glistening as she gazed at Gong Wuyu. Sir, are you here to rescue me? She asked, feigning innocence. Gong Wuyu replied coldly, Jianglan Xian, if you lie, I shall cut out your tongue and gouge out your eyes. Gong Wuyu's eyes were as cold as ice, suffused with murderous intent, and he spoke in a tone that was both harsh and cruel. Jiang Lanxin trembled with fear, her expression one of terror.
Anya.
Understanding his master's impatience, immediately pressed for an answer. Speak. What brings you to Yuanshan Temple?
I
came to burn incense. Jiang Lanxin's voice grew softer under Gong Wuyu's terrifying gaze, but she ultimately confessed the truth. I came to find my third and fifth sisters from the Ning family, hoping they could help me refuse my marriage. I do not wish to marry Cui Yuhai. As she spoke, her voice choked with sobs, evoking a deep sense of pity. I would rather die than marry Cui Yuhai.
Ha.
Then go ahead and die. I can assist you on your way, Gong Wuyu sneered. Looking down at Jiang Lanxin with an air of disdain, the murderous intent in his eyes surging. Jiang Lanxin, stunned, looked up, staring fixedly at Gong Wuyu. The two words this king echoed in her mind. Was this man a prince? Her heart raced as she recalled her aunt's words about the princes of Tianqian Kingdom, realizing that only one resided in the imperial city, Prince Yu. Prince Yu was the beloved son of Emperor Sheng, wielding immense power. Although Jiang Lanxin had never seen him, she had heard tales of his unparalleled beauty, unmatched by any man or woman. With this realization, she was certain that the man before her was indeed Prince Yu, and her heart ignited with fervor. What was Cui Yuhai compared to him? Jiang Lanxin determined that if she were to marry, it must be to the most powerful and noble man in Tianqian Kingdom. Without hesitation, she knelt and crawled toward Gong Wuyu, her posture exaggeratedly graceful. Gong Wuyu felt an urge to retch at the sight, closing his eyes and calling out, "Anur, are you dead?"
Ah!
Anur advanced, stepping on Jiang Lanxin's leg. Disregarding her cries of anguish, and immediately admitted his fault. Anur has failed in his duty. Please punish me, my lord. Your Highness. Jiang Lanxin's voice was filled with sorrow, her eyes pleading as she gazed at Gong Wuyu. Then, with a rustle of fabric, she bashfully opened her mouth. Please, your Highness, save this humble girl. I am willing to serve you, warming your bed and bringing you comfort. Just save me, and I will do whatever you desire. Gong Wuyu was grateful that he had closed his eyes beforehand, sparing himself from witnessing an even more nauseating scene. Frowning with annoyance, he spoke coldly. Jiang Lanxin, I offer you two choices. Either marry Cui Yuhai or be sent to the brothel. Which do you choose? Jiang Lanxin's actions faltered, rendered speechless. She had cast aside her modesty, shamelessly attempted to seduce him. Yet Prince Yu did not even spare her a glance and threatened to send her to a brothel. She could hardly believe it, exclaiming, "Your Highness, you must be joking."
Ha!
Gong Wuyo's lips curled into a cruel smile. "Jiang Lanxin, I would prefer to see you tortured. But upon reflection, allowing you to live is a fitting punishment. Marrying Cui Yuhai is a splendid idea. You are well suited for each other." "Your Highness, Cui Yuhai is a worthless fool. And what good are you?" Gong Wuyo's eyes opened slightly, his gaze filled with bloodthirsty coldness. A strong sense of hatred and disdain fixated on Jiang Lanxin. Terrified, she trembled and attempted to retreat, but found herself pinned by Einer's foot, with no escape. Gong Wuyo rose and walked past Jiang Lanxin, his tone cruel and heartless as he continued. "The proposal was arranged by the left Prime Minister. If you wish to blame someone, do not misplace your anger." With that, he turned and left, not bothering to glance back at Jiang Lanxin, whom he found repugnant. Enner followed suit, leaving Jiang Lanxin kneeling on the ground, weeping. Though her tears were filled with sorrow, her expression was one of deep-seated hatred and resentment. Chapter 86. The little sister is ravaged by the swine Ning Yueshu, and the others finish their vegetarian meal at Yuanshan Temple before descending the mountain. They planned to return to Ning Mansion before dinner. However, upon their descent, they encountered an extraordinarily luxurious carriage parked beside their own. Emblazoned with the emblem of Prince Yu's residence, impossible to overlook. The area surrounding Prince Yu's carriage was empty, with only the Ning family's carriage remaining. "Is the prince also here at Yuanshan Temple?" Ning Yueshu asked in surprise, unable to resist turning to look at Ning Yueshu. Ning Yueshu was equally astonished. She had not seen Gong Wuyo when they left yesterday and had felt a sense of longing and curiosity, recalling his promise not to leave her.
Now,
Seeing the prince's carriage, she found it increasingly strange. Could he have come specifically to fetch her? Just then, the wooden door of the carriage opened, and Gong Wuyo stepped out. His opulent robes were outshone only by his striking beauty, and as he descended from the carriage, the surroundings seemed to transform into a realm of grandeur. All eyes were drawn to him, unable to look away. Gong Wuyo approached, his eyes filled with warmth and delight as he gazed upon Ning Yueshu. Upon reaching her, he nodded politely to Ning Madam, greeting her. "Good day, Madam Ning." "Your Highness." Ning Madam and her daughters responded with a respectful bow. Gong Wuyo smiled and explained. "I happened to pass by Yuanshan Temple and noticed the Ning family's carriage, learning that you and the two young ladies were also returning to the imperial city. Since the journey is long, it would be safer to travel together." Ning Madam, Ning Yueshu, and Ning Yueshu exchanged skeptical glances, all unconvinced that Gong Wuyo was merely passing by. Gong Wuyo, calm and composed, turned to Ning Yueshu with a smile. "I have matters to discuss with you, Shu'er." "Your Highness, this is not Ning Mansion. It is inappropriate for you to meet with my daughter privately," Ning Madam said, her brows furrowed, her tone slightly displeased. Gong Wuyo quickly reassured her. "Madam, please do not be angry. I have important matters to discuss, and I can also invite the third miss to join us. This concerns the proposal from the left Prime Minister regarding Cui Yuhai seeking to marry Jiang Lanxin." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Ning Yueshu and her sisters changed dramatically. Ning Yueshu immediately nodded. "All right, let us speak in the carriage." "Do not worry, mother. I will be with Shu'er," Ning Yueshu said, linking arms with Ning Yueshu and winking at Ning Madam. Seeing this, Ning Madam had no choice but to relent, nodding as she watched her daughters board the carriage with Gong Wuyo. She then turned and climbed into the Ning family carriage, instructing, "Let us go." The two carriages proceeded in tandem, with Prince Yu's carriage leading the way and the Ning families following behind. Inside Prince Yu's carriage, the opulence was even more pronounced than outside, decorated with exquisite furnishings and an emphasis on comfort. Everything one could need was present. Ning Yueshu noticed an array of pastries on the table, all of which her sister Shu loved, along with her favorite floral tea. Ning Yueshu couldn't help but marvel at how attentive Prince Yu was toward her sister. Observing Gong Wuyo's thoughtfulness for Ning Yueshu melted away the remnants of her earlier worries and displeasure. Ning Yueshu and Ning Yueshu sat side by side, while Gong Wuyo sat opposite them, maintaining a respectful distance. Ning Yueshu eagerly asked Gong Wuyo, "Is there any issue regarding Jiang Lanxin and Cui Yuhai? I encountered Jiang Lanxin at Yuanshan Temple. She came seeking your assistance to plead against the left Prime Minister's proposal," Gong Wuyo replied, pouring tea. The fragrant floral aroma perfectly balanced in temperature. "You were at Yuanshan Temple as well? Why did I not see you? Did you intercept Jiang Lanxin?" Ning Yueshu pressed further. Gong Weo nodded, a tender smile gracing his lips. Only someone who knows me well would ask, sure. Ning Yuru felt out of place, unable to interject, and watched in quiet astonishment as the closeness between her sister and Gong Weo unfolded without any barriers of status or gender. Pouring herself a cup of floral tea, she attempted to calm her surprise. Ning Yueshu asked again and then, sure, Jiang Lanxin attempted to seduce me.
Cough, cough, cough.
Ning Yuru choked on her tea, hastily covering her mouth with her sleeve. Apologies, she exclaimed. Not a problem. Gong Weo shook her head at Ning Yuru, then turned her attention back to Ning Yueshu, her expression of grievance and discomfort evident on her enchanting visage. She pressed her hand against her heart and lamented, sure. Thank heavens you were not present. You have no idea how repulsive Jiang Lanxin is. Had I not closed my eyes quickly, I would surely have been sickened. Ning Yueshu blinked, inquiring, you closed your eyes? She is so ugly it burns the eyes. I didn't even wish to glance at her.
Yet.
I could hear her speak, promiscuous and shameless. I truly wish to see her suffer 1,000 deaths. However, I know that Shuer wouldn't want her demise to be so easy. So I endured. Gong Weo gazed at Ning Yueshu with a sorrowful expression, her complexion pale. Shuer, the mere thought of it makes me feel ill. I understand you, Ning Yueshu said, gently patting Gong Weo's shoulder, her eyes filled with compassion. She was acutely aware of how vile Jiang Lanxin was, and she empathized with Gong Weo's desire to eliminate her. In her past life, she had killed Jiang Lanxin and felt a sense of relief. For Gong Weo, with his status, it would be a trivial matter to dispatch Jiang Lanxin, yet he restrained himself for her sake, which touched and pained Ning Yueshu's heart. With sincere and tender eyes, Ning Yueshu comforted Gong Weo, fear not, Ah Fu. Once Jiang Lanxin weds Cui Yuhai, she will suffer more than death itself. I know. Gong Weo nodded. Then, he took Ning Yueshu's hand, which rested on his shoulder, and held it gently, continuing, I informed her that she has two choices, marry Cui Yuhai or be sent to the brothel. To dare entice me, merely sending her to the brothel is already a show of mercy. Indeed, Ah Fu is truly kind, Ning Yueshu replied with a smile, her lips curving upward. Ning Yuru, who had been silent for a while, stared in a daze at the interaction between Ning Yueshu and Gong Weo, both of whom appeared to ignore her hand-holding. If Xu Bao were unwilling, she could have intervened, but Xu Bao did not refuse and even praised Gong Weo. Ning Yuru felt a surge of complex emotions, akin to watching a cherished younger sister grow only to be taken by a swine. Moreover, she should not be in the carriage. She should, Ah Fu, you may release me. Ning Yueshu finally seemed to notice Ning Yuru's presence and quickly withdrew her hand, sitting properly and avoiding eye contact with Gong Weo. Ning Yueshu asked earnestly, do you have matters to discuss? Indeed. The Heavenly Minister has reported that old Master Ning has arrived in the outskirts and will reach Ningfu tonight. Gong Weo held Ning Yueshu's hand, his fingertips still warm from her touch. Both Ning Yueshu and Ning Yuru's eyes brightened upon hearing this. Looking to Gong Weo for confirmation. Grandfather has truly arrived? Gong Weo smiled and nodded. You shall see old Master Ning upon your return home. As dusk fell, two carriages entered the imperial city, drawing considerable attention as the carriages of the Prince of Yu and the Ning family traveled side by side. Upon arriving at Ningfu, Lady Ning stepped down first, noticing Gong Weo assisting Ning Yueshu down. Thank you, Ning Yueshu said with a smile. Not at all, Gong Weo replied, a tender smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Ning Yueshu. When it was Ning Yuru's turn, she cleared her throat before saying, Thank you, Prince Yu. But I can manage. Gong Weo nodded slightly and walked alongside Ning Yueshu. The evident disparity in their closeness caused Lady Ning some discomfort, but she refrained from commenting in Gong Weo's presence. She resolved to admonish Xu Bao privately once Gong Weo departed. Lady Ning approached Gong Weo and politely said, Thank you, Prince Yu, for accompanying us. Would you care to sit in the manor? Given that old Master Ning has returned today, it is only proper for me to pay my respects. However, upon reflection, your family surely has much to discuss, so I shall not intrude. I will return another day with gifts. Gong Weo smiled at Ning Yueshu before turning and departing in his carriage. As they stood there, Ning Yueshu and Ning Yuru linked arms with Lady Ning. Lady Ning, astonished, asked Xu Bao Ruer, Did you hear what Prince Yu just said? Yes. Ah Fu informed us on the way. Grandfather is back, Ning Yueshu replied, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Mother, let us hurry home. I miss Grandfather terribly. It has been over 3 years since I last saw grandfather. I miss him as well, Ning Yueshu added with a smile. Lady Ning, coming back to her senses, was pulled into the house by her daughters. Upon entering, she immediately sensed a shift in the atmosphere. The steward approached them, exclaiming, "Madam, third miss, fifth miss, old master has returned. The master and the young masters are in the Yueshu courtyard, and the master said supper will be served there, only waiting for you to return. Then, let us go to the Yueshu courtyard." Lady Ning's face radiated joy. Inside the Yueshu courtyard, as they entered, the scent of ink and books wafted through the air. The decor and furnishings refined and elegant, exuding the charm of cultured aristocracy. When Ning Yueshu and the others arrived at the study, they found old Master Ning testing Ning Junmo and Ning Junshu on their studies, while Ning Junki was not spared either. However, unlike his elder brothers, Ning Junki appeared lackluster and dispirited, evidently having been scolded. Upon seeing Ning Yueshu and the others, he perked up immediately. "Mother, third sister, Shu Bao, you have returned." Old Master Ning, along with Ning Laoyi, Ning Junmo, and Ning Junshu, turned to look, all rising with smiles on their faces. Lady Ning shook her head at them before leading Ning Yueshu and Ning Yueshu to pay their respects to old Master Ning. Though his hair and beard were white, old Master Ning showed no signs of aging in his twilight years. Rather, he stood tall and robust, his wise eyes bright and profound. As he stroked his beard, old Master Ning looked at Lady Ning and his two granddaughters. His traditionally stern and unsmiling demeanor softened by a hint of tenderness. He nodded at Lady Ning, praising her for her adeptness in managing the household and her virtuous character. Turning to Ning Yueshu and Ning Yueshu, his expression grew even more benevolent. Yueshu, come here. Let grandfather have a good look at both of you." "Grandfather," the sisters replied as they approached, exuding grace and poise, appearing flawless. Old Master Ning smiled. "You too? There are no outsiders here. There is no need to be so reserved. Do you think grandfather would scold you?" With that, both Ning Yueshu and Ning Yueshu broke into smiles. Ning Junmo and Ning Junshu shared in the joy, while only Ning Junki sighed, feeling envious that grandfather was so strict with them but gentle and indulgent with third sister and Shu Bao, free from the constraints of etiquette. Ning Yueshu maintained her composure, while Ning Yueshu could no longer restrain herself, kneeling before old Master Ning and grasping his wrinkled hand. Tears welled in her eyes as her voice trembled. "Grandfather, Shu Bao misses you so dearly." The last time she had seen her grandfather was in her previous life. He had succumbed to illness due to the turmoil within the Ning family, mourning the loss of his loved ones, and had strained himself to plan and secure a future for her, ultimately passing away from exhaustion. Grandfather was a renowned figure with countless disciples, revered as the mentor of the emperor. He deserved to enjoy a glorious and peaceful old age. Ning Yueshu felt regret, sorrow, and anger. The past could not be altered, but she was grateful for her rebirth. She gazed at old Master Ning with unwavering determination, vowing to ensure that her grandfather would enjoy his later years in peace this time. "What has happened? Who has bullied my Shu Bao?" Old Master Ning's frown deepened upon seeing Ning Yueshu's tear-filled eyes. He reached out to comfort her while casting a stern glance at Ning Laoyi.
Ning Laoyi,
Feeling aggrieved and anxious, promptly stepped forward to ask, "What is it, Shu Bao? Tell your father." "Shu Bao, do not cry. Should anyone bully you, your fourth brother will take care of them." Everyone rushed forward to comfort Ning Yueshu, anxiously soothing her. Wiping her eyes, Ning Yueshu collected her emotions and smiled, shaking her head as she explained, "Grandfather, father, mother, please do not misunderstand. No one has bullied me. I simply miss grandfather too much." "Really? You miss grandfather to the point of tears?" Although Ning Old Master was touched, he remained somewhat skeptical. Ning Yueshu nodded earnestly. "Shu Bao thinks about you every day."
Ha ha ha.
Ning Old Master was amused, reaching out to ruffle Ning Yushu's hair, saying, "All right. Now that grandfather is back, he will stay and spend more time with us. I shall also find a suitable match for you, personally escorting you to the wedding carriage. How does that sound? As long as Shu Bao sees grandfather healthy, she is content. Marriage is not urgent. Her elder siblings have not yet arranged their own matters, so there is no rush for Shu Bao." Ning Yueshu deftly redirected Ning Old Master's attention to her siblings. He nodded, recognizing that Ning Yueshu, being the youngest, need not hurry into marriage. Speaking of this, Ning Old Master glanced at Ning Yueshu, a look of guilt crossing his face. With a sigh, he said, "Yueshu, I owe you an apology regarding your marriage. Grandfather, you are too harsh on yourself. No one could have predicted that Cui Yuhai would behave so atrociously. Besides, the engagement has been dissolved, and I am doing well now, replied Ning Yueshu, shaking her head. Upon thinking of Cui Yuhai, Ning Old Master's eyes flashed with anger and disdain. The emperor dealt with him appropriately. He then promised Ning Yueshu that he would seek a better match for her. Blushing, Ning Yueshu shook her head, expressing that there was no rush. Her primary focus was on the upcoming spring examination, which was only days away for Ning Junmo. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Ning Junmo, the true protagonist. He chuckled, accepting the family's concern and support with a sense of humor. Chapter 88. Qin Baiyuan comes to apologize. The spring examination commenced on the 9th day of the second lunar month, with tests held every 3 days, totaling 3 sessions. There were designated examination halls where candidates underwent body searches before entry, and during the exams, they had no contact with the outside world, only seeing court officials and patrolling guards. Traditionally, the Minister of Rites presided over the spring examination, but with the current minister detained, the position was vacant. Emperor Shung decreed that this year's spring examination would be jointly overseen by the Court of Judicature and the Department of Heavenly Affairs, with Duan Zhao and Di Sun as the lead supervisors. After the 3 sessions concluded, the scholars returned home to await the results. Only those who passed could enter the palace examination. During the spring examination, Ning Junmo was treated like a precious gem by his family, who showered him with care and concern, not daring to place any pressure upon him. Ning Junmo found this both amusing and bewildering, feeling as though his family was more anxious than he was. He himself felt no pressure, having arrived in the imperial city ahead of time to avoid the stress of travel. After preparing at home for so long, and with Ning Old Master back to offer guidance, Ning Junmo felt confident about the spring examination, believing he had a strong chance of success in the palace examination. The atmosphere within the Ning family lightened considerably as the spring examination drew to a close, even before the results were announced. At that moment, Qin Baiyuan arrived to apologize. After a month of confinement for reflection, Qin Baiyuan had healed from his injuries and was determined to come and make amends. Following the emperor's orders and the warnings from Prince Yu, he did not shy away, riding boldly through the streets to the Ning residence. With the former Minister of Rites captured and the spring examination looming, the townspeople no longer spoke ill of the Ning family. Upon seeing Qin Baiyuan arrive to apologize, everyone recalled the incident where he had been beaten, realizing that he was indeed at fault. However, they were left wondering what Qin Baiyuan had done to warrant such treatment. At the Ning residence, Ning Yueshu heard about Qin Baiyuan's visit to apologize while in the Yueshu courtyard. Wan personally ventured to the front courtyard to eavesdrop and returned to inform Ning Yueshu that Qin Baiyuan wished to apologize to her in person, but was flatly refused by Ning Old Master and Ning Old Master. See me? Ning Yueshu expressed interest, curious to hear what excuses Qin Baiyuan might concoct. She was also wary of his eloquence, fearing he might deceive her father and grandfather into trusting him. However, both Ning Old Master and Ning Old Master forbade her from attending, leaving Ning Yueshu with no choice but to eavesdrop. Yet, there were no suitable spots in the front courtyard, and getting too close would risk discovery, while being too far would render her unable to hear clearly. In her dilemma, Gong Wuyu approached Ning Yueshu. Gong Wuyu looked at her with indulgence and asked, "Do you need assistance, Shu heir? Since when did you return?" Ning Yueshu replied, "Surpriset." Ever since Gong Wuyu revealed his identity, he had been elusive, and neither Ning Old Master nor Ning Junmo could find him. Yet, whenever Ning Yueshu was in need, Gong Wuyu always appeared silently, as if he had a pair of eyes watching over her. Gong Wuyu smirked. "That is not important. Do you wish to listen? I can help you." Ning Yueshu nodded, adding, "But it must remain hidden from grandfather and father." Understood. Gong Wuyu stepped forward, wrapping his arm around Ning Yueshu's waist. In an instant, the scenery transformed, and Ning Yueshu found herself in his embrace atop the roof, the height causing her to cling tightly to his arm. Gong Wuyu held her close against his chest, reassuringly saying, "Do not be afraid, Shu heir. I will not let you fall." He then peeled back a few roof tiles, allowing the conversation inside to be heard clearly, instantly capturing Ning Yueshu's attention. Gong Wuyu sat down, using his sleeve as a cushion and inviting Ning Yueshu to join him. While he preferred her to sit on his lap, he decided that this arrangement was still quite satisfactory. Ning Yueshu perched on his sleeve, the proximity drawing them closer, appearing as if they were embracing from an outsider's perspective. Gong Wuyu leaned down, inhaling the fragrance of her hair, feeling calm and composed. A subtle smile gracing his lips. Below, within the house, Qin Bai Yuan was earnestly and humbly apologizing to Ning Old Master and Ning Old Master. However, his words seemed laced with sarcasm, as if he were subtly mocking them. Qin Bai Yuan stated, on that day, I was unaware of Prince Yu's identity and thought he was merely a guard. When I saw him offend the fifth miss, calling her by her given name without regard for propriety, I felt concerned for her safety and thus intervened, leading to a conflict. Everything was my fault. I startled the fifth miss and allowed the townspeople to misunderstand, tarnishing the reputation of the Ning family. I take full responsibility and have come to seek forgiveness from Ning Old Master and Ning Old Master. Before Qin Bai Yuan entered, Ning Old Master had already recounted the entire incident. Ning Old Master, not easily deceived, was not inclined to believe Qin Bai Yuan's explanation. Upon realizing he had prevented Ning Yueshu from leaving, Ning Old Master's opinion of him had already plummeted. Despite Qin Bai Yuan's veiled sarcasm, Ning Old Master, having lived many years, had seen through his intentions. This fellow was clearly harboring designs on Xu Bao. Ning Old Master and Ning Old Master exchanged glances, then stroked their beards, coldly responding to Qin Bai Yuan. Since General Qin has already faced the Emperor's reprimand, we shall consider this matter closed. You may take your apology and leave. The Ning family does not lack such gestures. Are you unwilling to forgive me, Old Master? Qin Bai Yuan pressed, growing anxious, his expression becoming increasingly sincere and remorseful. I was genuinely concerned for the fifth miss. It was all a misunderstanding. General Qin, this statement is flawed. The young lady has her father and mother, as well as her elder siblings to care for her. What need do you have to be concerned for her? You are neither kin nor acquaintance. It is inappropriate, Ning Old Master replied, frowning in displeasure. Qin Bai Yuan clenched his fists, eager to take this opportunity to express his admiration for Ning Yueshu. However, Qin Bai Yuan understood that the present moment was not opportune. Both Old Master Ning and Master Ning held a distinct aversion towards him, and any further remarks would only exacerbate their disdain. He could only suppress his inner thoughts, sincerely and humbly continuing to apologize for his transgressions. After his apologies, Qin Bai Yuan remained reluctant to depart. After a prolonged contemplation, he subtly probed into the relationship between Ning Yueshu and Gong Huio. How could Ning Yueshu possibly be with Gong Huio during the Lantern Festival? After a month of confinement, he had pondered over this for an entire month, yet the riddle eluded him.
The more he thought about it,
the more a sense of crisis enveloped him. He dreamt of Ning Yueshu marrying him, destined to be his wife, his woman. Ning Yueshu was so beautiful. What if King Yu was smitten? He could never compete with King Yu. Qin Bai Yuan could only cautiously inquire with Master Ning if there were any intentions of betrothing Ning Yueshu to King Yu. On the rooftop, Gong Huio still had his arm around Ning Yueshu, leaning in closer, his voice low and enticing as he remarked, It seems Qin Bai Yuan is quite fearful of you marrying me. If you were to wed me, I dare say his reaction would be quite entertaining. Chapter 89. The reward for desire. Ning Yueshu did not respond to Gong Huio's words. She was deep in thought regarding Qin Bai Yuan's attitude. Who brazenly considered her as his possession, who gave him such audacity. Clearly, she had scarcely crossed paths with Qin Bai Yuan in this lifetime, and Ah Fu had always been by her side, leaving Qin Bai Yuan no opportunity to replicate Ah Fu's past actions. Yet, Qin Bai Yuan's reaction conveyed a sense of entitlement, as though he feared she would conspire with another man. It was almost as if he were wearing a green hat. Absurd. Amidst her ridicule, Ning Yueshu also sensed something amiss with Qin Bai Yuan. Sure, Gong Huio said, displeased that Ning Yueshu was ignoring him. He gently scratched her waist, sending a tingling sensation coursing through her body, rendering half of her form weak. Blushing, Ning Yueshu shot him an annoyed glare and lowered her voice in warning. Do not touch my waist. Sure, you haven't answered me, Gong Huio said, his expression innocently pleading, before further tempting her. Just think, if you marry me, Qin Bai Yuan would never dare to covet you again. Isn't that a splendid idea? Wouldn't you consider it? Not considering it, Ning Yueshu replied without a moment's thought, rejecting him outright. Marrying Gong Huio merely to escape Qin Bai Yuan was too ludicrous, far too reckless. However, Gong Huio's words sparked an idea in her mind. Retrieving her gaze, she focused intently on Gong Huio and said, Ah Fu, could you keep an eye on Qin Bai Yuan for me? Of course, Gong Huio readily agreed. Also, my brother. After the results are announced, there will be the palace examination, and we cannot enter the palace. Please keep a watchful eye on my elder brother. If anything seems amiss, inform me immediately, all right? Understood. Gong Weo did not hesitate in the slightest, as if he were willing to agree to anything she proposed. Leaning in closer, almost nose to nose, Gong Weo smiled, his deep eyes filled with anticipation as he gazed at Ning Yueshu, saying, having agreed, shouldn't Shuer consider giving me a reward? What reward do you desire? Ning Yueshu konteret. Gong Weo pondered for a moment, tilting his head slightly, his eyes lingering on her. Ning Yueshu pauset. Slowly comprehending his insinuation, feeling more amused than angry. Did Ah Fu regard her as an unwed maiden, free for jesting? With a huff in her heart, Ning Yueshu spoke. Did someone not claim to be repaying a debt of gratitude? Is this the attitude of someone repaying a favor? For merely doing a little, you demand a reward? Your expectations are rather lofty, aren't they? Sure, I have saved you too, Gong Weo chimed in.
And so?
Ning Yueshu replied. You saved me. I saved you. After balancing the scales, you've stayed in my home for such an extended period, with all your needs provided by my family. Do not forget, it was your choice to become a guard. If you do not perform your duties well, I shall have my father and brother expel you. Ning Yueshu's tone was crisp and cold, her calculations clear. Gong Weo gazed at her quietly, unable to suppress a soft chuckle. Ning Yueshu became immediately irritable, her expression cooling as she asked him, Do you have a problem? None. Gong Weo shook his head with a smile, his tone gentle. I merely think Shuer exhibited a remarkable demeanor, quite befitting of a matriarch. If Shuer were to oversee the household, she would undoubtedly be an exceptional mistress. One could confidently entrust the family to you. Ning Yueshu pursed her lips and turned her head away. Being a housekeeper is exhausting. And I have no desire for it. Gong Weo's eyes darkened slightly, his smile returning as he nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is far too taxing. If Shuer were to marry me, I would provide for the family, and you would only need to remain as beautiful as a flower, managing but me alone. Ning Yueshu, and here we go again. She felt a blend of embarrassment and annoyance, her cheeks flushing as she glared at Gong Weo. Just as she was about to speak, a commotion below made her immediately quiet and look down. Qin Baiyuan had overstepped his bounds, incurring the ire of old Master Ning and Master Ning, who were no longer inclined to show him any leniency, and directly ordered him to leave. All the gifts he brought as an apology were also cast out, with old Master Ning even stating explicitly that the Ning family did not welcome Qin Baiyuan and that he should not return in the future. It was rare for anyone to provoke old Master Ning to such an extent, and Qin Baiyuan had managed to place himself firmly on his blacklist. After expelling Qin Baiyuan, old Master Ning, with hands clasped behind his back, furiously declared, a military man should act with honor. Qin Baiyuan is a far cry from his father. Not only does he harbor designs on Shuer, but he also dares to slyly probe into the affairs of the Ning family, truly ignorant and ill-mannered. Once he finished rebuking, he turned to glare at Master Ning, admonishing, such people are never to set foot in our Ning household again. As a father, you must keep your eyes wide open. Neither Shuer nor Yuru should be wed to families such as this. Understood, father. I shall heed your teachings. Master Ning nodded in agreement. Old Master Ning furrowed his brows, contemplating further, and then asked, You informed me that King Yu remained in the Ning family as a guard to repay Shuer's life-saving grace. Is he truly serving as a guard, or does he have ulterior motives regarding Shuer? Master Ning was momentarily at a loss for words. Old Master Ning's expression turned grave as he sternly instructed, You and I have long since resigned from official positions, seeking neither power nor wealth. The marriages of our two granddaughters must be arranged with their happiness in mind. We shall never entertain any alliances, especially not with royal families. Do not even entertain such thoughts. Father, I understand your teachings and I share the same sentiments, but if King Yu does not leave, I cannot simply chase him away, Master Ning lamented. Old Master Ning was taken aback. What? King Yu is still in the Ning household? How is it that I have not seen him once since his return? Rubbing his snowy beard, old Master Ning spoke gravely. Wait here. I shall write a memorial and have an old acquaintance deliver it to the Emperor to report him. Master Ning's eyes brightened. Indeed, father, your wisdom prevails. I shall also report King Yu. What does a freeloader in my household amount to?
Puffed.
Ning Yueshu covered her mouth, stifling her laughter atop the rooftop, fearing her amusement would alert her grandfather and father. Her eyes sparkled with mirth as she teasingly glanced at Gong Weo, indicating, See, my grandfather and father do not hold you in high regard. Gong Wuyo's expression turned cold and dark, his eyes dimming as he replied, they are merely biased.
Ha ha ha.
Ning Yueshu, reveling in his misfortune, laughed until she bent over, oblivious to her head resting against Gong Wuyo's shoulder. While she was preoccupied with suppressing her laughter, Gong Wuyo felt a warmth blossom at their closeness, his expression softening once more. Once Master Ning and old Master Ning departed, having laughed to her heart's content. Ning Yueshu cleared her throat and tugged at Gong Wuyo's sleeve. Ah Fu, please take me down.
Certainly.
Gong Wuyo wrapped his arm around Ning Yueshu's waist and, with a swift turn, leaped down from the rooftop. As Ning Yueshu ascended, she was unaware of her surroundings, but on her descent, her curiosity compelled her to observe closely. The sensation of weightlessness was unsettling, yet with Gong Wuyo by her side, she felt as light as a swallow, almost as if she were soaring through the air. Is this what lightness in movement is? Steadying herself, Ning Yueshu eagerly inquired of Gong Wuyo, "A Fu, can I learn this? It may be too late, but that's inconsequential. I can always hold on to you and fly for a lifetime, ready at your beck and call." Her tender and earnest words flowed like a warm current into Ning Yueshu's heart. Chapter 90. The sentient magpie. Ning Yueshu gazed quietly at Gong Wuyo, confusion evident in her eyes. She had never loved anyone before and could not fathom how Gong Wuyo could harbor such profound and unconditional affection for her in such a brief span of time, indulging her whims without hesitation. She felt that if this continued, she would surely be spoiled. The intensity of Gong Wuyo's love was akin to a blazing fire, searing and bewildering, evoking a sense of fear within her. If she were to acquiesce, would she be consumed entirely by this flame?
Shaya.
A blissful union is destined by the heavens, unbroken through the ages. We are fated to be together. You can trust me and allow yourself to love me. Gong Wuyo said softly, his gaze tender and sincere, stirring deep emotions within her. Ning Yueshu was momentarily taken aback and retorted, "How do you know this?" Gong Wuyo smirked. "The heavenly office is like a net, encompassing all knowledge." Ning Yueshu probed further. "Do you know Master Yuandeng?" Doubts began to surface. Could Gong Wuyo have colluded with Master Yuandeng to flatter her? She scrutinized Gong Wuyo's expression, which remained open and unguarded as he explained. "Master Yuandeng is renowned throughout the world. Who does not know him? Why do you doubt that I am the one destined for you?" Ning Yueshu bit her lip, her gaze evasive, remaining silent. Gong Wuyo watched her rose-red lips press together, a yearning and impulse ignited within him. An overwhelming desire to kiss her and witness her bloom. He reminded himself not to frighten Shuer. Having been reborn, he was content with their current progress. With a sigh, he averted his gaze and gently tapped Ning Yueshu's shoulder, saying, "Shuer, you should return now. I will keep a close watch on Qin Bai Yuan and our elder brother." "That is my elder brother," she exclaimed. "Yes, your elder brother, my brother-in-law," he replied. Ning Yueshu found herself at a loss for words against Gong Wuyo and sensed a peculiar air about him, her feminine intuition warning her of danger. Swiftly, she made her escape, not looking back. Gong Wuyo, watching her retreat, couldn't help but chuckle. He had yet to do anything. A shadow flickered across his eyes as he clenched his fist within his sleeve, recalling how in his past life, Master Yuandeng had proclaimed that he and Shuer were a fated match, only to be torn apart by treachery. Neither in this life, nor the next did Gong Wuyo believe in fate. He trusted in human agency and vowed to prevent the tragedies of his former life from recurring, resolutely protecting his Shuer. Would she not love him yet? That was of little concern. Shuer already harbored feelings for him. That alone was a glimmer of hope. He would extinguish any ill-intentioned suitors eyeing Shuer, ensuring that she remained his alone. Meanwhile, Qin Bai Yuan, having been expelled from the Ning residence, was deeply shaken and bewildered, pondering why the esteemed Ning family held him in such low regard despite his exceptional qualities. Was it because of Prince Yu? Clenching his fists, he reflected on how he had subtly exposed Prince Yu's inappropriate intentions toward Ning Yueshu, breaching the boundaries of propriety. The Ning family was of high social standing, known for their scholarly decorum, and would never align themselves with someone of Prince Yu's ilk. Qin Bai Yuan was confident that, apart from the prince, no one in the entire imperial city was more suitable to wed Ning Yueshu than he. The following day marked the announcement of the examination results. An air of tension and curiosity enveloped the imperial city. The Ning family remained calm, with Ning Junmo unfazed, enjoying his meals in tranquility. However, Ning Junqi was restless, eagerly rushing out with the steward to witness the results, leaving the others to accompany Ning Yueshu in the main hall. Ning Yueshu observed her elder brother, clad in slightly heavier spring attire, as the cool weather lingered. His tall stature and handsome figure, adorned with a jade crown and a belt of exquisite jade, made him appear both elegant and dignified, capable of captivating countless young maidens. Elder brother, do you look handsome today?
Ning Yueshu, noticing her unwavering gaze.
Indeed, Ning Yueshu replied, giving a thumbs up. Is this outfit for the palace examination? Yes. Ning Yueshu answered with calm assurance. He was confident in his chances at the examination and knew the importance of presenting himself appropriately before the emperor and the court. He represented the Ning family's honor and must appear impeccable. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by Ning Yueshu's exclamations. He made it. Elder brother has made it. Followed closely by the sounds of drums and gongs, everyone turned their attention outside. Ning Yueshu burst in, exuberantly declaring, Elder brother ranked first in the spring examination and qualified for the palace examination. Really? That's wonderful. Truly befitting of you, elder brother. Emoer, your results are excellent. Well done. Amidst the praises, Ning Yueshu maintained a modest smile, his demeanor proud yet composed. He glanced outside, where the steward and the deputy eunuch entered, followed by a jubilant procession, filling the Ning residence with a festive atmosphere. The deputy eunuch, beaming with delight, first congratulated Ning Yueshu, then extended his felicitations to the elder Ning and Ning Laoyi. Your achievements have greatly enhanced the family's reputation, and even the emperor is highly pleased. After the congratulations, the deputy eunuch asked Ning Yueshu, Are you prepared, young master? Please follow me to the palace for the examination. The emperor and the entire court await you. Ning Yueshu nodded, then turned to his family, bowing, Wait for my good news. Good luck, elder brother. Remember to remain humble and composed during the palace examination. Every piece of advice was etched in Ning Yueshu's heart as he smiled confidently and followed the deputy eunuch into the palace to meet the emperor and participate in the examination. The entire Ning family accompanied him to the door, anxiously awaiting his return, their hearts racing with anticipation. It felt much like the beginning of the spring examination, nervous yet hopeful. Uncertain of the outcomes of Ning Yueshu's palace examination. Must we wait here indefinitely? What nonsense is this? Ning Laoyi finally spoke, prompting everyone to return. As Ning Yueshu walked last, she inadvertently glanced up and was startled to see Mu Zihan perched atop the wall. Ning Yueshu. Wasn't the director of the Heavenly Office's right division behaving rather inappropriately? Mu Zihan, hiding from Ning Laoyi and the others, mischievously winked at Ning Yueshu and gestured discreetly. Noticing that everyone was engrossed in discussing her elder brother, she quietly approached the wall. In a hushed tone, Mu Zihan assured her, Fifth Miss, rest assured. My master has said he will keep a close watch on your brother-in-law. Any news will be swiftly delivered to your home. Furthermore, if your brother-in-law succeeds, my master will ensure he is appointed to a prestigious position. After conveying this, Mu Zihan quickly concealed himself. Just then, Ning Yueshu's voice called out, Sure. What are you doing over there? I thought I saw a magpie. Ning Yueshu explained, but moments later, the unmistakable calls of lively magpies echoed from behind the wall, causing her to stifle a laugh. The Ning family, unaware of the truth, interpreted the sound as an auspicious sign. Chapter 91. My elder brother is exceptionally handsome. The results of the imperial examination did not emerge swiftly. Yet none from the Ning family departed. They all remained in the front hall, awaiting news. As moments ticked by, the family sipped tea in silence, with only Ning Junki spinning about like a top, seemingly oblivious to the risk of becoming dizzy. Surprisingly, old Master Ning and Master Ning refrained from scolding Ning Junki, allowing him his liberty. In the stillness, punctuated only by Ning Junki's footsteps, the sudden sound of approaching footsteps from outside immediately captured everyone's attention. They all turned in unison to see the butler hastily ushering Mu Zihan inside. The presence of the right minister of the Heavenly Office astonished old Master Ning and Master Ning. Ning Yueshu, however, was filled with joy and rose expectantly to gaze at Mu Zihan. This time, Mu Zihan had come openly to deliver good news. With a broad smile, he paid his respects and congratulated everyone, proclaiming that the eldest son had achieved the highest honor in the imperial examination and was presently preparing to don his official robes for the procession. He further advised that the Ministry of Rites and the Ministry of Personnel would soon announce the procession, and those wishing to witness the ceremony should make haste. This momentous announcement left everyone astounded with joy, rendering them momentarily speechless. Old Master Ning exclaimed three good in rapid succession, while Master Ning, grinning ear to ear, clasped Lady Ning's hand, unable to contain his delight. Ning Junmo's success was indeed a monumental blessing. Ning Yueshu's eyes sparkled with excitement, her breath quickening. Wonderful, she exclaimed, eagerly beseeching Lady Ning to allow her to attend the ceremony, wishing to shower her brother with flowers as he rode past. In truth, not just Ning Yueshu, but also Ning Yueru and Ning Junki shared her enthusiasm. Lady Ning had no reason to refuse, and both Old Master Ning and Master Ning nodded in agreement for the siblings to proceed. Thus, the four siblings joyfully dashed out of Ning Manor, keen to secure a prime viewing spot. Mu Zihan accompanied them, and as they neared the three main streets, he guided Ning Yueshu and the others to a tea house with an excellent vantage point. The private room in the tea house offered a clear view of the bustling streets, where the procession would pass directly below. Mu Zihan clapped his hands, prompting attendants to present 3 baskets filled with vibrant flowers. He elaborated, "This basket contains fresh blooms, delightfully fragrant. This one holds silk flowers, incredibly soft. And this basket features silk blossoms, radiant in color and supple to the touch. You may choose whichever you wish to toss." Traditionally, during the imperial procession, the populace would throw flowers to honor the top scholars, a custom steeped in history. Generally, commoners would opt for fresh flowers due to their accessibility and visual appeal. While silk flowers were favored by affluent families for their delicate beauty, silk blossoms combined the merits of both, though few would part with them willingly. Mu Zihan smiled at Ning Yueshu, stating, "All of this has been meticulously arranged by my master." Ning Yueshu smirked slightly, replying, "Please extend my gratitude to your master for his thoughtful preparations." "No need for thanks, Fifth Miss," Mu Zihan replied. "My master has simply expressed that your happiness is paramount." Coughing lightly, Ning Junshu interjected, "Right, Minister. When does the procession commence?" "Soon, very soon," Mu Zihan assured, prompting Ning Yueshu and her companions to eagerly gaze out the window. A throng of citizens had gathered near the 3 main streets, each clutching flowers and eagerly awaiting the appearance of this year's top scholars. Speculation buzzed among the crowd about who had achieved the top honors, the champion, the runner-up, and the third place, each person engaged in animated discussion. Thud! The drums echoed, signaling the arrival of the procession. The crowd erupted in excitement, craning their necks for a glimpse. Inside the tea house, Ning Yueshu and her siblings also leaned forward to peer outside, spotting 3 figures at the forefront of the approaching procession. Clad in red robes atop white steeds, young, handsome, and strikingly elegant. Among them, Ning Junmo shone the brightest. Ning Junki broke into a radiant smile, exclaiming, "My elder brother is exceedingly handsome." Indeed, Ning Yueshu and Ning Yueru nodded vigorously in agreement. Observing this, Ning Junshu pondered aloud. A hint of envy mingling with uncertainty. With such grandeur, should I consider taking the examination as well? Instantly, Ning Yueshu and her companions turned to him, their expressions supportive and excited. Ning Junshu chuckled, shaking his head, "Let us not discuss me. Prepare yourselves, for our brother will soon be passing by." With the drums announcing the procession, the streets were filled with a rare spectacle of onlookers. As Ning Junmo approached the tea house, each sibling grasped a handful of flowers, fresh, silk and satin, eager to toss them. However, as the crowd along the street showered the top scholars with flowers, it became challenging to discern who had thrown which. Until Ning Junki, brimming with excitement, shouted, "Elder brother, look over here." At the sound, Ning Junmo lifted his gaze, and upon spotting Ning Junki and Ning Yueshu, a smile illuminated his face. Just then, they tossed another wave of flowers, and he deftly caught a silk flower tossed by Ning Yueshu. With a smile, Ning Junmo tucked the silk blossom behind his ear. Ning Junki, unwilling to be outdone, called out, "What about me?" The abundance of flowers prepared by Mu Zihan was indeed plentiful. Ning Junki, Ning Yueru, and Ning Junshu each threw their flowers in a spirited display. Ning Junmo chuckled and shook his head, making several attempts to catch each of their offerings, finally managing to secure one for each sibling. With the silk flower adorning his ear, Ning Junmo contemplated briefly, then placed 3 more flowers at his chest and waist, holding another in hand. He waved his hand dismissively at his siblings. "Are you satisfied now?" The siblings beamed, waving back in cheerful acknowledgement. The procession could not pause. And as Ning Junmo rode past, he reluctantly withdrew his gaze. Looking down at the flowers adorning him, he found himself both amused and affectionate. What could he do about his siblings' exuberance? Alas! Fortunate was he to be so strikingly handsome, even with flowers in his hair. Ning brother, champion brother, called out the runner-up and the third-place scholar, their tones earnest. Ning Junmo raised his head to meet their intense gazes. With a quizzical eyebrow raised, he gently inquired, "What is it? Was that your sister we saw up in the tea house earlier? Has she been promised to anyone?" The runner-up and third-place scholar exchanged glances, their expressions flush with eagerness. Ning Junmo instantly grasped their intentions, snorting lightly. "My sister is still quite young. No discussions of betrothal." Not only the runner-up and third-place scholar but also the interaction between Ning Junmo and his siblings drew the attention of those on the street. Who could fail to admire the Ning siblings' exceptional beauty and remarkable demeanor? Just across from the tea house, someone was not focused on the procession but instead fixated on Ning Yueshu, their gaze intense and possessive, a silent determination in their eyes. Chapter 92. You intend to harm the Ning family before they met. He had long coveted the Ning family's esteemed reputation, which was deeply favored and valued by Emperor Sheng. He sought to wrest power and fortune from the Ning family. Upon first encountering Ning Yueshu, he was entranced by her beauty, dreaming of marrying her. An obsession that lingered in his mind. Qin Baiyuan was convinced that fate had decreed that Ning Yueshu was his destined bride. She was his woman. Now that Ning Junmo had achieved the highest honor, his future appeared limitless, and the value of the Ning family surged exponentially. Qin Baiyuan grew increasingly resolute, more determined than ever to wed Ning Yueshu, to gain the support of the Ning family and ascend to the heights of power. He aspired to be a prince or a marquis. However, as Qin Baiyuan reflected on the recently concluded examination, he recalled how he had approached to offer his congratulations to Ning Junmo, only to be met with a cool glance from him. Ning Junmo had smiled and asked, "General Qin, are you feeling better now? No longer pretending to be ill?" For a moment, Qin Baiyuan was rendered speechless. As he watched Ning Junmo being surrounded by the civil and military officials, receiving their congratulations before preparing to adorn himself for the grand occasion, he found himself unable to approach her again, and at that moment, the third Prince Gong Qian approached him, leading to their current shared observation of the festivities. To his surprise, he spotted Ning Yueshu among the crowd, a sight that ignited a longing within him, making him wish fervently to marry her and warm his bed by the morrow. Unexpectedly, General Qin had developed an infatuation with a daughter of the Ning family. It remained to be seen which sister had captured his heart, the elder or the younger. Gong Qian, seated at a table sipping tea, paid no heed to the flower-throwing spectacle on the royal street, yet he observed every nuance of Qin Baiyuan's demeanor. Through the window, Gong Qian caught sight of the Ning sisters. As a prince accustomed to the company of women, he had seen many. Yet he could not help but commend the beauty of the Ning sisters, teasing Qin Baiyuan for being a hero ensnared by the allure of a woman. Qin Baiyuan turned, refraining from answering Gong Qian's inquiry, and instead countered, "If the third princes summon me, I welcome you to speak plainly." Gong Qian, with an air of sincerity, stated that Qin Baiyuan had already offended King Yu and had little prospect ahead. Thus, aligning himself with the third prince would provide an opportunity for advancement. Gong Qian's smile was gentle, but his words bore a chilling weight. Qin Baiyuan was taken aback, disbelief etched across his features as he gazed at Gong Qian. The prince smirked, continuing, "I have heard that it was indeed King Yu who harmed you. My brother, though young and bestowed with titles, is a ruthless and cold-hearted individual. Those who cross him often meet dire fates. I am a general of merit. King Yu cannot act against me." Qin Baiyuan exclaimed, his breath quickening. Gong Qian chuckled softly, aware that while King Yu could not directly harm Qin Baiyuan, he could certainly impede his rise. "You, general, come from a lineage of heroes, and you, a youthful talent, are content to remain merely a general?"
Oh,
"I almost forgot. Everyone refers to you as the young general." Gong Qian's words pierced Qin Baiyuan's heart deeply. He had sought glory and wealth by aligning himself with King Yu, yet he had inadvertently incurred the king's wrath. Gong Qian continued, "I have heard that King Yu has close ties with the Ning family. It is quite possible that they will marry off their daughters to him." "To whom?" you may wonder. "With my brother's esteemed status, the Ning family could marry both sisters, one as a main consort and the other as a secondary consort." "That cannot happen," Qin Baiyuan exclaimed in a panic, his breath labored, his fists clenched, his handsome features contorted in distress. he vehemently retorted. The Ning family is of noble standing. They would never stoop to such actions. One cannot be certain, Gong Qian said, his tone laced with meaning. Even if the Ning family has no intentions, should King Yu take a fancy to them, would they dare resist? If you wish to wed your beloved, you must act swiftly. I can assist you. Not only can you secure the beauty, but you will also gain wealth and glory, achieving both ends. Though Qin Baiyuan remained silent, his expression betrayed a flicker of interest. He was a clever man, well aware that nothing in this world comes without a price. His eyes glimmered, and he calmly inquired of Gong Qian, "What is it that the third prince desires from me?" With a sly smile, Gong Qian beckoned him closer. Without hesitation, Qin Baiyuan approached, leaning in to hear Gong Qian's whispered words. The color drained from Qin Baiyuan's face as he stared incredulously at Gong Qian. "You wish to harm the Ning family?" "Not at all. My target is King Yu. The Ning family is merely a pawn in this game. Rest assured." With the emperor's favor towards the Ning family and Ning Junmo being the newly crowned top scholar, they may face temporary hardship but will not truly fall into peril. When their misfortune strikes, you can arrive as a savior. Are you not afraid of failing to win the heart of a Ning daughter? Gong Qian's words were laced with temptation, and for a fleeting moment, Qin Baiyuan wavered before ultimately falling silent. Observing his expression, Gong Qian knew he had succeeded. To further secure Qin Baiyuan's allegiance, Gong Qian added, "Fear not. This matter has the left chancellor's assistance, and success is nearly guaranteed." Once their agreement was reached, Qin Baiyuan and Gong Qian departed in tandem. They were careful, unaware that a young attendant had been discreetly observing them, who, upon their exit, swiftly retreated to the back of the establishment, exchanged identities with a colleague, and quietly melted into the alleyways. Soon, this information reached Gong Wuyo. At that moment, a grand banquet was being held at the palace, celebrating the achievements of Ning Junmo and his companions, as the emperor would soon appoint them to official positions. Gong Wuyo had promised Ning Yueshu to keep an eye on Ning Junmo, and with both the palace examination and the banquet demanding his presence, he had not seen Ning Yueshu for an entire day, which left him yearning for her company. Upon learning of Qin Baiyuan and Gong Qian's clandestine meeting, Gong Wuyo toyed with his cup, his gaze coldly sweeping over the two figures at the banquet. In his previous life, he had framed the Ning family, poisoning them. And Qin Baiyuan had not been involved. However, the circumstances were different this time. The wings of the butterfly had altered many things, yet Gong Wuyo welcomed the unfolding events. Qin Baiyuan had deeply wounded his beloved, and he intended to torment him gradually, rendering his existence worse than death. In that instant, both Gong Qian and Qin Baiyuan involuntarily shivered, a sense of dread coursing through them as though they were being scrutinized by the grim Reaper himself. Across the banquet, their eyes met momentarily before they discreetly averted their gazes. Until their plan came to fruition, they could not reveal their connection to one another, lest they arouse suspicion. At that moment, the emperor's delighted laughter rang out. "Where's my top scholar? I am here." Ning Junmo stepped forward and knelt in greeting. The banquet fell silent, all eyes turning toward Ning Junmo, filled with eager curiosity. The moment of bestowing an official title had arrived. None knew how high in rank Ning Junmo would ascend as the top scholar. Gong Wuyo was already aware of the outcome, a smile gracing his lips as warmth flickered in his eyes. He too was eager to witness Ning Junmo's reaction. The emperor raised his hand dramatically, bestowing an official position. "Your examination results have pleased me greatly. I hereby appoint you as the Minister of Rights. Do well in your duties, and do not disappoint my expectations of you." The moment the emperor's words fell, Ning Junmo was taken aback, as were the officials present. Ning Eryi was also at the banquet, trembling as he struggled to hold his cup, both shocked and furious. The title of Minister of Rights was one typically bestowed upon newcomers, equating to the same rank as his current position as an assistant minister. A third-rank official, he had a legitimate chance at vying for the title of Minister of Rights. As an uncle, to find his nephew suddenly on equal footing with him was a mockery of his decades-long career. What if Ning Junmo sought to contest for the ministerial position? Ning Eryi's vision blurred, and he felt a surge of nausea, barely managing to stay upright. Chapter 93. The betrothal gifts are prepared, Your Majesty. Ning Junmo snapped back to reality, sensing that this official title was rather inappropriate, but he was interrupted by the emperor. The emperor smiled at him. "Top scholar, I am in need of capable individuals in the Ministry of Rights. Do you have confidence in managing it well?" Ning Junmo was not a foolish or obstinate person. He quickly understood that the emperor's decision was final and could not be altered. Taking a deep breath, he bowed in gratitude. I shall not disappoint your majesty. The emperor nodded with satisfaction. Good, good. Now return to your seat and enjoy the festivities. Today is your grand day. As Ning Junmo rose to return, Ning Yi abruptly stood up, his face a mix of crimson and ashen hues, panic overtaking him. With the emperor clearly designating Ning Junmo for management, it implied that he would ultimately become the minister, and Ning Yi frantically racked his brains, preparing to persuade the emperor to retract his decree. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, a cold voice, laced with a smirk, interrupted him. Gong Weo remarked, Ning Yi seems quite excited. Are you here to congratulate our top scholar? Instantly, all eyes at the banquet turned toward Ning Yi. The courage he had mustered began to wane, and his mouth felt parched. Gong Weo smiled mischievously, continuing, It is worth noting that Ning Yi and our top scholar are indeed uncle and nephew, both serving in the Ministry of Rites. Henceforth, Ning Yi must guide our top scholar, ensuring he swiftly acclimates to his new role. Indeed. What you say is quite right. Ning Qing is now an elder, seasoned and experienced, yet he must diligently guide his nephew, lest he disappoint me, remarked Emperor Sheng. Ning Ye's face flushed with indignation. He had a multitude of grievances to express, but before he could voice them, he was met with rebuke from both Emperor Sheng and King Yu. To persist would be to court disaster, provoking both Emperor Sheng and King Yu in a single breath. With blood choking his throat, Ning Yi could only bow his head in sorrow and acquiesce, then stagger back to his seat. Observing this, the officials in the court abandoned any thoughts of counsel. Though Emperor Sheng is wise and benevolent, he is not easily swayed. Once he has made a decision, none can alter it. As for King Yu, he is even more formidable than Emperor Sheng, an adversary not to be trifled with. Thus, Ning Junmo's appointment as the Minister of Rites was firmly established. Subsequently, the second and third place scholars were summoned to receive their official titles, all appointed to the Hanlin Academy as editors, far removed from the direct power that Ning Junmo would wield. The entire court bore witness, once more, to the emperor's favor towards the Ning family. After the Cheonglin banquet, Ning Junmo, as the guest of honor, was besieged with congratulations and toasts from the officials, compelling him to drink. Fortunately, the deputy chief eunuch discreetly provided him with a detoxification pill. After consuming 3, he managed to endure the banquet without succumbing to inebriation. Nonetheless, he was left swaying on his feet, necessitating a carriage ride home. Upon entering the carriage, Ning Junmo caught sight of Gong Weo and Duan Zhao, momentarily taken aback. He pinched the bridge of his nose, apologizing, I seem to have boarded the wrong carriage. No. Dear brother-in-law, you are in the right carriage. This is indeed your ride home. Gong Weo replied with a smirk. Ning Junmo, seeing the carriage already in motion, had no choice but to sit down, casting a solemn glance at Gong Weo. Your Highness, please refrain from calling me that. Minister Ning, Gong Weo corrected himself. What is your opinion on the Ministry of Rites? At this, Ning Junmo felt the effects of the alcohol begin to dissipate. The fragrance wafting through the carriage was soothing, clearing his mind. He realized he must be fully alert to grasp Gong Weo's intentions. The Ministry of Rites is a coveted position, granting substantial authority and facilitating various affairs. However, it is also fraught with peril. Both Gong Yi and Gong Qian are watchful, and even Ning Yi covets it. Are you afraid, Minister Ning? Ning Junmo straightened his back, his expression resolute. Having entered the court, I am prepared for whatever may come. Excellent. Very good. Now it is your turn, Duan Zhao. Gong Weo tossed the topic to Duan Zhao. Ning Junmo turned his attention to him. Duan Zhao, cold and aloof, resembled an ice sculpture, but as he spoke, he infused the conversation with warmth. He detailed the current state and issues within the Ministry of Rites to Ning Junmo, including the reasons behind the arrest of the former minister, which were shrouded in secrecy and unknown to many. As Ning Junmo absorbed the information, his demeanor grew serious and contemplative. When he finally emerged from his thoughts, the carriage had almost reached the Ning residence. His first action was to express his gratitude to Gong Weo and Duan Zhao, as he was still unaware of the ministry's inner workings. Now, he felt equipped to navigate his forthcoming responsibilities. Gong Weo smiled. No need for thanks. I am merely assisting my future brother-in-law. Initially grateful, Ning Junmo's expression turned cold at the title, fixing a blank stare on Gong Weo. Your Highness, such rumors could tarnish Xu Bao's reputation. That will not happen. Duan Zhao is one of us. Even so, jesting lightly is unwise. I am not jesting. Gong Wuyo lifted the curtain to glance at the Ning residence, his demeanor softening. All necessary items, such as dowries and marriage contracts, have already been prepared. I am merely awaiting Shu heir's consent to wed. Ning Junmo was taken aback. You have everything ready? Gong Wuyo, retracting his gaze, continued. We are tentatively looking at a bridal procession of 30 miles. My father will also contribute gifts. What do you think, dear brother-in-law? Ning Junmo was left speechless, astonished at the grand scale of a 30-mile bridal procession, typically reserved for a princess's wedding. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, Are you truly prepared? Do you doubt me? You are welcome to visit the Prince of Yu's residence for inspection at any time. That is unnecessary. Ultimately, it is Shu Bao's choice. If she does not favor you, no amount of dowry will sway the Ning family. Regaining his composure, Ning Junmo bid farewell to Gong Wuyo and Duan Zhao with a bow, before exiting the carriage. He had not reached the entrance when the butler, eagerly awaiting outside, ushered him in, having prepared a celebratory feast for the family. They were determined to celebrate in style. Gong Wuyo felt a twinge of envy. He too wished to partake, but deemed it inappropriate for the moment. At that moment, Duan Zhao's icy voice broke the silence. Are you truly prepared with the dowry? Indeed. Then could you enlighten me on what has been arranged? Gong Wuyo turned in surprise, meeting Duan Zhao's penetrating gaze. Why do you ask? I have a sister, who will eventually marry. Duan Zhao, your sister's marriage does not require your concern for the dowry. That responsibility falls upon you. Speak. Do you have someone you fancy? Gong Wuyo, with a mischievous grin, pierced through Duan Zhao's facade. With a flicker of emotion in his eyes, Duan Zhao nodded. Indeed. I do. Chapter 94. Afu. I await your return. Ning Junmo achieved the highest honor in the imperial examinations, bringing joy and festivity to the Ning family. Their abode illuminated with celebration. The atmosphere at Ning Erye's residence was lively yet tumultuous in a different manner. Upon Ning Erye's return, his wife watched in trepidation as he smashed vases and hurled chairs, too frightened to approach. She could only hear him repeatedly curse, This is outrageous. Scoundrel. All is lost. Once exhausted, he finally slumped down, panting heavily, allowing Ning Erforin to cautiously approach and inquire, My lord, what troubles you? Ning Junmo has topped the examinations. Isn't that a good thing? He is your nephew. With his official position, he will surely support you and benefit our family. Ning Erforin questioned, bewildered by his husband's fury. Ning Erye's face twisted in rage, trembling as he replied, Do you know what position the emperor has bestowed upon him? The Minister of Rights.
What?
Ning Erforin was equally taken aback. Newly appointed officials are addressed as ministers, and after a year, they become vice ministers. Ranking alongside Ning Erye. His fists clenched tightly, he seethed. You are unaware, my dear wife, that during the Qianglin banquet today, the emperor repeatedly insisted that Ning Junmo manage the Ministry of Rights diligently, and even urged me to assist and guide him. With such an attitude, I fear he may not just become a vice minister in a year, but the Minister of Rights itself. What will become of me? Ning Erye was furious. Though he too had risen through the ranks, he had never achieved a notable position, initially serving as a lowly official in the Ministry of Rights. After 20 years of careful advancement, he had finally reached the rank of vice minister. He had believed his prospects for promotion were bleak, especially with the second prince, Gong Yi, holding sway over the ministry. But with the arrest of the former minister, a vacancy had emerged. How could Ning Erye not feel a surge of hope? Yet, at this critical juncture, Ning Junmo had outshone all expectations, and Emperor Sheng had summoned him to the Ministry of Rights. Ning Erye was engulfed by panic and fear, though they were both members of the Ning family. He had been cruelly expelled from the clan by Ning Old Master due to past grievances. With the Old Master's decree, it was evident that Emperor Sheng did not regard Ning Erye as part of the Ning family any longer. The emperor favored the Ning family, yet had deliberately excluded him. He had no doubt that the position of Minister of Rights would undoubtedly be bestowed upon Ning Junmo, leaving him with no chance. Ning Erye, filled with resentment, wore a grimace as his eyes scanned the surroundings with a fierce glare. He turned to Madame Ning and inquired about Lanxin's recent condition. Initially, he had secretly sent her away to Yuan Mountain Temple, hoping to enlist the help of his elder sister-in-law to refuse the marriage proposal. However, upon her return, she remained tight-lipped, seemingly traumatized, and had been hiding within her chamber, refusing to come out. Madame Ning's tone reflected her displeasure and frustration as she spoke. Ning Eryi waved his hand dismissively, declaring it unnecessary to seek their assistance any further. There was no need to reject the marriage proposal again. They would accept it and expedite Lanxin's marriage to the left chancellor's residence. My lord, Qin Baiyuan is a cripple. And he is also a man with a stain on his reputation. Madame Ning shook her head in disapproval. Ning Eryi retorted, that is inconsequential. As long as Lanxin is wed to the left chancellor's household, the left chancellor will undoubtedly assist me in securing the ministerial position. I cannot afford to wait. I must ascend to the role of Minister of Rights before Ning Junmo firmly establishes himself within the ministry. Otherwise, if I grant him time, my opportunity will vanish. Upon hearing this, Madame Ning weighed the situation and deemed her husband's promotion to be of paramount importance. Jiang Lanxin had always been groomed to ascend the ranks of the powerful, and disregarding Qin Baiyuan, the left chancellor's residence was still a lofty ambition for them. Madame Ning nodded in agreement. All right. I shall visit the left chancellor's residence tomorrow to speak with Madame Left Chancellor. As the night deepened, the lively atmosphere of Ning Manor began to quiet down. In the later hours, Gong Weo changed his attire and slipped silently into Ning Manor, going unnoticed by anyone. He deftly made his way to Yueshu courtyard, landing outside Ning Yu's chamber, quietly approaching the window. Gong Weo had no intention of disturbing Ning Yu. After a day of flower tossing in the market and a late celebration at home, she must be exhausted. He could not bear to see her weary self, so he had come secretly to steal a glance. A day apart felt like 3 seasons. He missed her dearly. Just one glimpse of her would soothe the aching longing in his heart. However, upon gently prying open the window, he was surprised not to find Ning Yu asleep, but rather sitting on her beauty couch, lost in thought, absent-mindedly toying with the jade lotus bracelet he had gifted her. A warm current flowed through his heart, and unable to contain his yearning, he gracefully entered the room. With a smile, Gong Weo asked, "Are you thinking of me, Yu?" Ning Yu snapped back to reality and showed no sign of surprise at his presence. Sitting up straight, she smiled and replied, "Fu, I have been waiting for you." "Waiting for me? After a long day, aren't you tired?" Gong Weo approached and sat down, his gaze fixed tenderly upon Ning Yu. She shook her head. "Not at all. I'm far too excited. The banquet has ended, but my heart is still soaring. My elder brother has achieved the highest honors in the imperial examination." With no intention of sleeping, she had returned to wait for Gong Weo, buoyed by the intuition that he would come. And indeed, she had successfully awaited his arrival. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Gong Weo, pressing him with curiosity. "Fu, how could the emperor assign my brother to the Ministry of Rights?" Gong Weo explained, "The ministry is in need of personnel, and your brother is favored by my father. Moreover, a position in the ministry grants substantial power, which will undoubtedly benefit Ning Junmo's future career. As for any dangers or troubles, I have faith in Ning Junmo's abilities to handle them. If not, I shall be there to assist." Ning Yu nodded, placing her trust in her brother's capabilities as well as in Gong Weo. He continued, "Yu, there is something I must tell you." Ning Yu nodded earnestly, fixing her gaze upon him. "Go on." Gong Weo stated, "Qin Baiyuan has met with Gong Qian." Ning Yu blinked, a hint of confusion crossing her face. What concern is there in their meeting? They inhabit the same court, and it's common to encounter one another. Though Ning Yu did not voice her thoughts, Gong Weo understood her feelings and proceeded to unveil the weight of his concerns. "Yu, I had a dream. A troubling dream about us. In that dream, I saw calamity befalling the Ning family, with your father, brother, and grandfather all imprisoned." Ning Yu gasped, her fists clenching as her expression shifted. Gong Weo leaned closer, wrapping his arms around her in a comforting gesture. "Do not fear, for I am here. Our bond is genuine, and thus, the misfortune of the Ning family may also hold some truth. To be safe, I have been investigating discreetly. Are you suggesting that the troubles facing my family are linked to Qin Baiyuan's meeting with the third prince?" Ning Yu inquired, her lips pressed together in concern. Gong Weo's gaze deepened, icy and dangerously intense as he nodded affirmatively. "Indeed,